Chapter 171 Changes on the Moon. When the Battle of Zhiliu came to an end, Tsunade had just begun to perform her green dance. Therefore, Tsunade was in line with her luck and became the last one in this contest. At Zhiliu, everyone witnessed the performance of the four women and was dumbfounded. They originally knew that the reason why Zhiliu let them fight against the Shikoku ninja army with confidence must be because they all had extraordinary strength. However, what they never expected was that even Nono, who was the weakest in performance, showed a power that was enough to shake people's hearts at this moment. Her illusion ability has surpassed the scope of illusion in the conventional sense, and it can even be said that it has reached the level of bloodline limit. And the performance of Tsunade, Hinata, and Zhili is needless to say. The strength they showed was so strong that even strong men like Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara did not dare to say that they could match them. Uzumaki Mito was relieved to see the performance of the four women. She was originally worried that she would be in trouble in her own 100 years later. Konoha was left with only Zhiliu. However, it now seems that these girls have grown up to the point where they can stand on their own. She turned around and looked at Zhiliu, with a happy smile on her face. Mito knew that the growth of the four girls must be inseparable from Zhiliu, so she felt that the most correct thing she did at the moment was to adopt Zhiliu. At the same time, Uchiha Madara looked at the figure of Zhizi in the crystal ball, with his mouth corners raised, but he seemed to remember something in the past and sighed softly. The relationship between him and Zhizi had a rift because of the past, and even among the Uchiha, he was not as legendary as before. If Zhizi had not taken revenge long ago, his relationship with Zhizi might have been more tense. Zhiliu observed that Tsunade had already dealt with the affairs of the battlefield, so he waved his hand and the four girls were teleported back to his side. As soon as they came back, they looked at Zhiliu with an expectant smile, as if waiting for something. "You did a great job," Zhiliu said affirmatively. "Now, you can stand behind me and walk with me." Hearing his words, the four girls smiled happily, and then said in unison, "Thank you, Teacher Zhiliu." After that, they looked at each other, and then laughed at the same time. Zhiliu shrugged helplessly, and then laughed. Their laughter echoed in the room until Tobirama interrupted this warm scene. "Since the Shikoku ninja army has been defeated, should we take the opportunity to wipe out the Shikoku in one fell swoop?" Tobirama asked solemnly. Zhiliu responded calmly, "Nidame, you may be a little too optimistic. Put yourself in their shoes. If Konoha suffered such a heavy blow, would we choose revenge or surrender to the enemy?" Tobirama's pupils shrank slightly. After thinking for a moment, he asked with a little confusion, "Then why don't you let Tsunade and the others show mercy in the battle? Their strength should be enough to do this, right?" Zhiliu did not respond immediately, but slowly walked to the window and looked up at the sky. The moon in the daytime appeared and disappeared in the clouds, as if echoing his complex thoughts at the moment. "The time is not yet ripe, and it is useless to explain now." His voice was low, and his words were full of deep meaning. This sentence confused everyone present, and their heads were full of question marks. Uzumaki Mito was straightforward and didn't get used to Zhiliu at all. So she walked in front of Zhiliu and tapped his head gently. "Why do you learn to speak so implicitly like Tobirama? Can't you just tell us directly?" Zhiliu touched his head and showed a helpless smile. "Well, since you want to know so much, I will tell you." He took a deep breath and said slowly, "A major change is brewing on the moon. I need to wait for this change to end before I can bring real peace to the ninja world." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Especially Uchiha Madara, who felt a trance at this moment. He recalled the scene before his death, combined with Zhiliu's words, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Madara asked eagerly, "Kid, do you know something? What is on the moon?" Everyone present was deeply attracted by Zhiliu's words. They listened attentively, fearing to miss any details. Not only Uchiha Madara, but others were also full of curiosity and confusion about the moon. Seeing the eyes of everyone seeking knowledge, Xingliu knew that he had to explain this matter clearly. So he began to tell the ancient story of 1,000 years ago. Princess Kaguya of Otsutsuki descended on the ninja world, planted the sacred tree, and ate the chakra fruit that it produced. She not only ended the chaos in the ninja world and unified the world, but was also honored as the goddess of the rabbit. With the blessings and expectations of everyone, she gave birth to 2 children. One of them was Princess Kaguya of Otsutsuki, who was known as the Sage of 6 Paths in later generations. Under the guidance of a toad, the Sage of 6 Paths began to rebel against his mother. In the end, he and his brothers defeated Princess Kaguya and sealed her on the moon. Hearing this, everyone showed a look of realization. However, Uchiha Madara was even more uneasy. He asked eagerly, "What about the infinite moon reading and the samsara eye?" Seeing Madara's anxious look, Xingliu looked at him pitifully and continued to tell the story. It turned out that Princess Kaguya did not give up completely after being sealed. She left Black Zetsu behind, trying to revive herself through Black Zetsu. The first condition for resurrection is the samsara eye. Without the samsara eye, it is impossible to summon the outer path demon statue. Without this demon statue, Kaguya will never be able to be resurrected. However, the conditions for opening the samsara eye are very demanding. It requires the combined power of the 2 sons of the 6 Path Sage, Ashura and Indra, to open it. When Xingliu said this, Uchiha Madara's face turned very pale. He stared at Xingliu, his eyes full of a light of verification, as if looking for an answer that could explain all his confusion. Xingliu nodded slightly and said, "Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama are the reincarnations of this generation. Everything Madara saw was tampered with by Black Zetsu." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Uchiha Madara's heart heavily. He was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. He broke with Hashirama and faked his death to escape, and even did so many things against his heart later. Isn't it just to open the samsara eye and make the moon eye plan successful? Now Xingliu told him that this was actually a lie. All this was a trap set by Black Zetsu to revive Kaguya at Otsutsuki. How could he accept it? Chapter 172 Plan. Although this news was like a bolt from the blue to Uchiha Madara, he was one of the 2 gods of the ninja world after all, and his heart was tough. Although he lost his mind for a moment because of this news, he soon regained his composure. For him, there was actually not much difference between knowing the truth and not knowing it, because now he could no longer realize the moon eye plan. Moreover, it seemed that Xingliu might be able to realize what he and Senjo Hashirama had always hoped for. Compared to Uchiha Madara's shock and loss, Tobirama seemed calmer. He didn't care too much about Madara's strange emotions. At this time, he only cared about the timing mentioned by Xingliu before. "So, what do you mean by the time has not come yet?" Xingliu smiled slightly and began to explain, "Don't worry, I'll continue." He paused, organized his words, and continued. After Kaguya was sealed, Otsutsuki Hamura chose to settle on the moon out of guilt or to guard the seal. After a long time, the moon is now full of his descendants, but they are divided into 2 factions, one of which believes that the ninja world is too chaotic and decided to implement a plan to destroy the world. And I am waiting for this opportunity. World destruction plan. Tobirama frowned, what are they going to do? Xingliu turned his gaze to Hinata after hearing this, and after a little thought, he said, this matter has some origins in the history of the Hyuga clan. As soon as this was said, everyone present turned their eyes to Hinata, and she felt a little confused for a moment. As the heir of the main family, she had never heard of anything related to this. Seeing Hinata's reaction, Xingliu coughed lightly and drew everyone's attention back to himself. Hinata naturally doesn't know this, but you should have seen her performance on the battlefield just now. Everyone nodded in agreement. Those people on the moon also belong to the Hyuga clan, but they call themselves the Otsutsuki clan. When a large number of Byakugan gather together, they will form a huge samsara eye, which is the pair of eyes Hinata used just now. Hearing this, Hinata's heart was stirred. All the confusion about the caged bird before seemed to have been answered at this moment. It turned out that gathering a large number of Byakugan can inspire such a powerful force, which is the real reason for the birth of the caged bird in the Hyuga clan. She finally understood why she could open the Samsara Eye. It turned out that this power was closely connected with her own bloodline and came from the same source. When her thoughts surged like waves, a warm current suddenly and gently descended on her head. She concentrated her mind and came back to her senses, and found that Xingliu was standing quietly beside her. At this time, his palm was gently stroking her hair, conveying a kind of comfort and consolation. This made Hinata's heart warm, and she looked up at Xingliu, her eyes full of inexplicable emotions. After Xingliu calmed Hinata's emotions, he continued to answer everyone's doubts. The time we are waiting for is the beginning of the moon's world-destroying plan. While saving the ninja world, we will revive the ninjas who died in this battle. While using both kindness and force, let them understand that the era of the ninja village is over, and great unification is about to come. When everyone heard that Xingliu could revive so many people, they were shocked for a moment. But then looking at Uchiha Madara, Senjo Hashirama, and Uchiha Izuna who were present, they reluctantly accepted this possibility. Then, Tobirama seemed to have thought of a key issue. He frowned and asked in a deep voice. So, if they rebel again in the future, how should we deal with it? Upon hearing this, Xingliu flashed a hint of coldness in his eyes and said lightly, then let them die. I will only show mercy once. Uzumaki Mito didn't think so much. Instead, she cast a concerned look at Xingliu. One resurrection so many people, do they affect you? Xingliu felt Mito's concern, and his face became much softer. He felt a warm current in his heart, and secretly said, it's still Mito's grandmother who cares about me the most. He smiled and shook his head, comforting. Don't worry, it's not a big problem for me. Although resurrecting them will consume some chakra, it will not cause a substantial burden to me. In the ninja world, the boundary between life and death does not seem to be so obvious. For Xingliu now, resurrecting these people can almost be said to be a piece of cake. After hearing Xingliu's explanation, everyone agreed. Although military suppression is also an option, it is naturally better to solve the problem in a more peaceful way. Senjo Hashirama was so excited that his eyebrows flew. He patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder and said proudly, "It seems that I won. The will of your people finally tends to my thoughts." Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes upon hearing this, secretly complaining in his heart. Which eye of yours can tell that he is more inclined towards you? Have you forgotten how these people died in the first place? Everyone present was a little happy when they thought that peace was coming to the ninja world. But only Izuna showed a bitter smile. Because for him, his workload might increase greatly. The ninja world set off an unprecedented storm, and the 4 major countries actually joined forces to declare war on Konoha. However, what was even more shocking was that on the day of the declaration of war, the ninja armies of the 4 major countries were annihilated, and this news spread in the ninja world like a bolt from the blue. For this eye-popping result, Konoha did not pursue the victory, but instead acted as if nothing had happened. This behavior is incomprehensible, and many people can't guess what Konoha is planning. While the people of other ninja villages breathed a sigh of relief, they also felt deeply entangled. They knew that Konoha was so powerful that they should not provoke it again. However, the voices of revenge in the village kept coming and going and could not be calmed down. These voices came not only from the civilian class, but even from the ninja clan, who were full of calls for revenge. After all, although this war was short, the consequences were extremely serious. Thousands of ninjas died, and there was no news of their own cage, and their life and death were unknown. So even if a few people could remain calm, it would be useless. The will of the entire village would push them towards the abyss. Xingliu was not surprised by this. The annihilation of the ninja army brought not only fear, but also inextinguishable hatred. So he would give them another chance. He didn't want to hear about the uprising in some place in the country every day in the future. After all, if those ninjas couldn't beat Konoha, could they beat the civilians? Chapter 173 The Four-Nation Alliance arrived in Konoha. As Xingliu expected, these ninja villages did not give up their plans for revenge. They tried their best to gather their troops again and marched towards Konoha in a mighty manner. This time, the four great nations learned from the previous lesson. They joined together and tried to use the advantage of numbers to suppress Konoha. The changes on the moon have also come to an end, and the huge reincarnation eye has appeared. In fact, this matter has something to do with the star stream. According to the timeline, the people on the moon are now at most disappointed with the current situation of the ninja world. The reason why the world is destroyed decades in advance is that the star stream has let the four women destroy the ninja armies of other countries. In addition, Hinata's reincarnation eye stimulated the people on the moon, so they are so radical. But it just so happens that the star stream can carry out this plan and pacify the ninja world in one fell swoop. On the second day after the Ninja World Coalition joined forces, a total of 50,000 ninja troops had quietly approached the border of Konoha. They learned from the lesson of the last annihilation, and this time they chose a tight formation, not daring to easily disperse and surround Konoha, for fear of being defeated one by one again. Surprisingly, they did not encounter any resistance from Konoha during their march. The road was deserted, not even a Konoha ninja appeared. This situation caused many coalition soldiers to misunderstand. They thought that Konoha might have been intimidated by their momentum, so the morale was unprecedentedly high. However, unlike the optimism of ordinary ninjas, the command of the coalition forces was shrouded in a heavy silence. As a representative of the Sand Village, Cho was at the coalition headquarters at this time. She looked around and found that everyone looked solemn, and she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. "Everyone, should we re-examine the situation in Konoha? Didn't your spies send any news about the current situation in Konoha?" she asked in a deep voice. Dode, as a cloud, the representative of the ninja village, with one arm broken, revealed deep confusion in his eyes. He had witnessed the terrifying power of Xingliu with his own eyes, and knew that Konoha at this moment was not an easy opponent. He had made the worst plan before setting off, and even expected that this might be a journey with no return. However, the calmness in front of him made him feel even more uneasy. "Konoha's reaction is too abnormal, we have to be on guard," he said in a deep voice, revealing deep worry in his tone. "Indeed." A voice came from behind everyone, and everyone looked back. It turned out to be the representative of the rock village, Oishi. "Our spies also tried to infiltrate Konoha, but since the four major countries declared war, Konoha's alert level seems to have been raised to an unprecedented level. There has been no news from our spies for a long time." Hearing Oishi's words, everyone's faces became heavier, because they had the same experience. At this moment, Konoha was like a whirlpool, and everything was swallowed up. Cho took a deep breath and said, "In that case, thinking too much will only make you worried. Why not attack Konoha tonight?" As soon as this was said, the command room fell into a brief silence. Everyone knew that Konoha was a dangerous place at this time. Not only was there a strong enemy like Xingliu, but even his four wives had the strength of the gods of the former ninja world. But considering the current situation, this seems to be their only choice. "I agree with Cho's opinion." Tsukita thought about it and expressed his support. "We can't wait blindly like this anymore. The morale of the coalition forces is high at this time, and we should attack Konoha in one go." At this time, an arrogant voice suddenly came into everyone's ears. It turned out to be Kagaya Doing, the representative of Kirigakure. He was now resting his legs on the table, looking wild and disdainful. "I don't care about that. I heard that Xingliu is very strong, so I brought my people here. Since you have decided to attack, why not do it now?" At the same time, another representative of the Kirigakure village, Yuanji, looked at him helplessly. Because Kirigakure lost too many strong men in the previous battle, the power of the Hyuga clan in the village has increased greatly, and they can even sit on an equal footing with them. Kirigakuer has 2 representatives to participate in the coalition this time, which in itself makes other villages dissatisfied with them. And now, Hyuga Doing's words are undoubtedly digging a hole for Kirigakuer. His recklessness and arrogance are likely to make Kirigakuer the target of public criticism, making them bear greater pressure in the next battle. Sure enough, the atmosphere in the room became tense after Hyuga Doing's voice fell. The representatives of other villages looked at each other and reached a consensus in their hearts. They were already dissatisfied with the fact that there were 2 representatives from the Hidden Mist village, and at this moment, this dissatisfaction seemed to have found an outlet for venting. Since everyone in the Hidden Mist village is so confident, how about you take the lead tonight? Someone took the lead in proposing. As soon as this word fell, a voice of agreement and echoing rang out in the room. However, when Yuanqi heard this, he immediately stood up to object. No. We have reached a consensus before we set off that we must advance and retreat together. How can I let the Hidden Mist village bear all the pressure alone now? His tone was full of anxiety and dissatisfaction, and he obviously didn't want to see the Hidden Mist village being pushed to the forefront. Unfortunately, sometimes the presence or absence of pig teammates will affect the overall situation. Just as Yuanqi was trying to gain understanding and support, Kagaya Doing spoke again. Okay. That's it. His voice was full of arrogance, and he didn't take into account Yuanqi's concerns and Xingliu's strength at all. When Yuanqi heard this, he wanted to kill this idiot. But now it is more important to fight for opportunities for Kirigakuer, so he quarreled with others, hoping that the forward position could be held by the 4 countries together. So, the sound of quarreling began to appear in the headquarters, and they completely forgot their original intention. What they didn't know was that at this moment in the Hokage's office, Xingliu and others were watching their quarrel with a smile. Tobirama curled his lips disdainfully and said, "Have these people forgotten that Konoha is right in front of them? Aren't they of one mind with a strong enemy beside them?" Izuna laughed when he heard this. "Your apprentice is not as good as these people." When Tobirama heard the telegram, he almost typed it out again, but in the end he still endured it. Because every time he quarreled with Izuna, he would lose in the end. There was no way, because his apprentice did so many good things. Tobirama's sullen face made everyone present laugh, and also made his face more sullen. After laughing, Senjo Hashirama thought for a moment and said, "Let me take action this time. I'm not that pedantic." Xingliu shook his head when he heard this. "No, this time I will do it myself." Chapter 174 begins. After saying that, he slowly stood up and stretched his neck bones, making a slight crisp sound. Then, he turned to the people who were watching him quietly, with a confident and calm smile on his face. "It's almost time, I should leave," he said softly, revealing great confidence in his tone. And the 4 women stood beside him, their eyes full of tenderness and concern. "May your martial arts flourish," the 4 girls said in unison, their voices clear and moving. This is their blessing to him, and also their trust in him. Although Xingliu knew that even without this blessing, he would have enough strength to easily implement the plan successfully. But this kind of heart, this gentleness and firmness from them, is an invaluable source of strength for him. Xingliu accepted their blessing with a smile, then he turned around and waved his hand gently, and disappeared like the wind. At the same time, in the headquarters of the 4-nation coalition, quarrels were heard one after another. The representatives of various countries argued endlessly, and everyone tried their best to avoid letting their troops act as vanguards. They were extremely uneasy about the current abnormal situation in Konoha, and their hearts were full of doubts and fears. What's more, Konoha also has several invincible combat forces, which makes the mission of the vanguard troops even more dangerous, and it is very likely to face a desperate situation where there is no return. Therefore, the representatives of various countries are shirking and trying to push the responsibility of the vanguard troops to other countries. Just as the quarrel in the headquarters reached its climax, there was a sudden commotion outside the headquarters. The sudden noise startled everyone. Just as they wanted to send someone out to check the situation, the deputies of the ninja army of various countries rushed in anxiously. They looked nervous, as if they had encountered something extremely terrible. Before anyone could ask, these deputies had already shouted one after another. "Elder Cho, something bad has happened. Konoha's 5th generation has appeared. Master Yuanqi, please think of a solution quickly. That devil has come." Similar shouts echoed in every corner of the headquarters. The fear and helplessness in their voices seemed to foreshadow the coming doomsday. It was no wonder. Not to mention the previous battle in the Land of Whirlpools, just in the past few years when Uchiha Zingliu traveled around the ninja world, he would intervene without hesitation if he encountered any injustice. Moreover, he never showed mercy to his enemies. No matter how noble or powerful the other party was, once they fell into his hands, they would eventually die. The key is that this killing god has unparalleled power. Who would not be afraid? After hearing the reports from the deputies, the representatives immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. They stood up one by one with solemn expressions and hurried out of the door of the headquarters. As soon as the door opened, a deafening noise instantly poured into the ears, as surging as a landslide and tsunami. The scene before them made them shudder with fear. The entire coalition camp had fallen into chaos, and the soldiers were panicking, as if the end of the world had come. And the source of all this was simply the appearance of Uchiha Ceu. He was like an insurmountable mountain, and he alone brought the morale of the entire ninja world to the freezing point. Cho and others were all attracted by the figure above their heads at this moment. Konoha's 5th generation Uchiha Ceu was standing there steadily. And the source of all this chaos pointed to the same person, Uchiha Ceu. Looking at the somewhat chaotic coalition, Cho's face twitched slightly. She knew very well that she had to stand up and stabilize the morale of the army at this time, otherwise the coalition would be defeated because of the internal collapse without waiting for Ceu to take action. So, she took a deep breath and asked loudly, "5th generation Hokage. You Konoha killed so many people, don't you feel a little ashamed?" Zingliu was looking up at the moon getting closer and closer in the sky at this time, and he didn't seem to care much about the coalition forces on the ground. However, after hearing Cho's question, he smiled disdainfully and slowly said, "Why don't you say that the first war was a joint attack by your 4 countries on our Konoha? According to you, what we are doing now is just revenge." Cho was speechless for a moment. Zingliu was right. The 4 countries of wind, water, thunder, and earth started a war not long after the death of Senjo Hashirama. This war was not started by Konoha, and Konoha also lost the 2nd generation Hokage. And the banner they are fighting now is not revenge? This made her unable to refute for a while. However, in this chaotic and tense atmosphere, one person's reaction was different. Kagaya Lone Eagle, he looked up at the stars in the sky with excitement. Flow, with a fanatical light flashing in his eyes. "Are you the new god of the ninja world they are talking about?" He shouted loudly, his voice full of challenge and expectation, "Then let me Kagaya." However, before he finished speaking, the whole person suddenly froze in place, motionless. Then, a horrifying scene happened. Kagaya's body began to collapse, as if it was instantly cut into countless pieces by an invisible force. His body was like a broken doll, scattered all over the ground, and the scene was horrible. "Noisy." Zingliu spit out 2 words lightly, revealing a trace of disdain in his eyes. He had long noticed this member of the Kagaya clan who was wearing a kimono, with 2 red dots on his head and wearing a fog-hidden forehead protector. For this clan known for its madness, Zingliu knew that it would be useless to say more, and he would have to take action in the end. It is better to fast forward to the last step and send him to the underworld. However, after killing Kagaya Lone Eagle, Seeing Lu felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He always felt that this scene was familiar, as if a similar scene had been staged at some point in the past. But this thought only flashed through his mind and did not leave too many traces in Seeing Liu's heart. After all, for him, this was just a trivial matter and not worth worrying about too much. At the same time, the representatives standing next to Kagai Lone Eagle were in a different situation. They all looked pale, sweating profusely, and their hearts were full of fear and shock. They didn't even see clearly when seeing Lu made his move, and could only watch Kagai Lone Eagle's body collapse and fall apart in an instant. This scene undoubtedly sounded the alarm for them. It would be easy for seeing Lu to take their lives. This invisible pressure and fear made them feel suffocated and even a little desperate. Chapter 175 Reincarnation. Fortunately, they were still some distance away from the main force of the coalition forces, so the coalition forces did not witness the horrifying scene just now. Otherwise, in such a tense and fearful atmosphere, there would likely be a small-scale rout in the coalition forces, and even a larger-scale panic and chaos. As the founding elder of the Hidden Mist Village, Yuan Shi naturally knew the heavy responsibility he shouldered. He couldn't let the Hidden Mist Village disappear in the long river of history. Now, the situation is extremely clear. Konoha's fifth-generation Hokage Uchiha Seiryu obviously wants to eliminate other countries and achieve the unification of the ninja world. Although Yuan Shi couldn't judge whether this approach was right or wrong, he knew that he had to stand on the opposite side of Seiryu, which was also for the Hidden Mist Village. So, he took a deep breath and asked loudly, "Go Dame Hokage, as the leader of the most powerful country among the 5 great nations, you should take peace as your responsibility. Why did you set off such a disaster that swept the entire continent? Are your ambitions and selfish desires more important than the peace and tranquility of the entire ninja world?" Hearing the impassioned questioning of the master, the originally chaotic coalition camp suddenly became much quieter. The master's words seemed to have a magical power, which made the coalition forces begin to rethink the true meaning of their participation in the war. They gradually realized that they did not seem to fight simply for revenge, but for the peace and stability of the entire ninja world. This change boosted the morale of the coalition forces. They straightened their backs, and their eyes were full of determination. For a time, the morale of the entire coalition was greatly shaken. However, at the same time, Xingliu showed a strange look on his face. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart, "Isn't this the moral kidnapping that those keyboard warriors in the previous life said? Just because he is the leader of the strongest country in the ninja world, he is naturally required to take peace as his responsibility, as if this has become his unshirkable responsibility and obligation. And what about those who started the war and created the disaster? After they were defeated, they only needed to say Konoha is the strongest country lightly to brush off all the guilt and faults, as if they had never happened. Now that they can't win, they are trying to kidnap him with this trick again. Unfortunately, he is not the kind of person like the 3rd generation. For him, if you kidnap me with morality, then I will not talk about morality." So he looked at the movement in the sky again, and Susanoo slowly appeared. This time Susanoo is completely different from the past. It is not done in one go, but gradually formed layer by layer. The first thing that appears is a skeleton-like form, then flesh and blood quickly fill it, and then armor gradually covers the whole body. In the end, a huge Susanoo as high as tens of thousands of meters stands in front of the coalition, like an insurmountable mountain. This scene shocked and despaired the allied forces. One of them even couldn't help but whispered, "Six-Path Sage, is this really something a ninja can do?" Lu stood in the huge body of Susanoo, overlooking the coalition army below that was like an ant. No one has stood in the sky since the beginning, no matter you, me, or even God, but the unbearable vacancy of the throne of heaven will soon end. From now on, I will stand at the top. Then, he coldly asked a question, "I have finished my words, who agrees? Who opposes?" Although Xingliu's voice was not loud, it revealed a breathtaking power. At the same time, Susanoo behind him seemed to be in tune with him. As his voice fell, the huge knife was slowly pulled out. The black blade flashed a cold light in the sun, and it was suspended in front of the coalition army, as if it would be chopped down mercilessly as long as Xingliu gave an order. At this moment, the entire coalition camp fell into a dead silence. Yuan Shi also shut his mouth wisely at this moment, not daring to say anything else. He knew Xingliu's character very well, and knew that it would be a dead end to go against him at this time. Xingliu's Susanoo could cause heavy losses to the coalition forces or even annihilate them with one strike. In the face of such absolute power, any words seemed pale and powerless. Moreover, it was extremely stupid to gamble with one's own life on the magnanimity of others. Dang! A crisp sound suddenly broke the silence. Everyone turned their heads and saw a man with a pale face, like dead ashes, and the kunao in his hand fell to the ground powerlessly, making a dull echo. This sound seemed to be a signal, and then, the sound of kunao falling came one after another, and it was endless. In the face of such a natural disaster like pressure, most of the ninja army lost the will to fight. They threw away their weapons one after another, and their hearts were filled with endless fear and despair. These ninjas had already lost their own shadows, and they were leaderless and relied on the will of revenge to come here. However, this will was completely destroyed by Xingliu. After giving up resistance, the ninjas were like deflated balls, dejected, and lost their fighting spirit and vitality. Just as they looked around in confusion, trying to find a glimmer of hope for escape, they were shocked to find that they were surrounded by an invisible barrier. This discovery undoubtedly extinguished their only remaining hope, and despair quickly spread among the crowd. At the same time, the representatives of the ninja army also noticed this abnormality. Cho couldn't help but stand up at this moment. She frowned and looked at Xingliu in the sky, revealing deep helplessness and unwillingness in her voice. God, are you really going to kill them all and leave no one alive? Xingliu heard this, but did not answer immediately. He looked deeply at the people below, and then slowly said, "Don't worry, didn't you say I was cruel and ruthless? Then I will give you a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed seals with his hands and whispered, "Outer Dao Reincarnation Natural Art." With this order, a huge phantom of the King of Hell that ordinary people could not see suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. It had a hideous face, a majestic figure, and a cold and mysterious aura all over its body. Then, the phantom of the King of Hell suddenly opened its mouth, and countless souls flew out of its mouth. After circling in the air for a while, these souls fell towards the crowd below. During this process, Xingliu only felt a weight all over his body, as if some invisible pressure fell on him. However, he, who had already surpassed mortals, returned to his original state in just the next moment. Then he waved his hand, and the four shadows who died in his space suddenly appeared here. Chapter 176 The Moon Fell Down. As soon as these people were reborn, they showed a look of fear on their faces, as if the previous experience was still vivid in their minds, leaving them with lingering fears. Among them, the reaction of the third Raikage was particularly intense. He was wrapped in lightning, his lightning armor was automatically activated, and he subconsciously rushed forward. Fortunately, he reacted in time and stopped in the end, otherwise the coalition forces would probably have suffered an indiscriminate attack from him first. In fact, their reaction was understandable. After all, their death came too suddenly. After being pulled into the alien space by the star stream, the tailed beast ball of the 10 tails hit them head-on without any hesitation. The feeling of despair and fear still lingers in their hearts and is difficult to dissipate. Therefore, when they return to the real world again, they will inevitably be a little panicked and even have some extreme reactions. And those ninja soldiers saw their own shadows reappear. Although they were overjoyed at first, this joy was soon diluted by the star stream in the sky. They knew clearly that even if they counted their shadows, they were no match for Xingliu. Moreover, from Xingliu's tone, their shadows it seems to have been resurrected by the opponent. This self-confidence and domineering attitude that despises everything made some ninjas even begin to admire Xingliu. Xingliu stood in the air, overlooking the creatures below. His eyes swept over the ninjas and their shadows below, and everyone who looked at him lowered their heads involuntarily, not daring to look at him. Onoki and others also came back to their senses, their faces were pale, and their eyes revealed deep fear. However, at this moment, a desperate cry broke the deathly silence. "The moon! The moon is going to fall!" With this exclamation, everyone's eyes turned to the sky. They saw that the moon that was originally hanging quietly in the sky began to slowly tilt and sink. The originally bright moon seemed to have turned into a meteorite that was about to fall, smashing into the ground with the power to destroy everything. The wind in the night sky suddenly became fierce, whistling and rolling up gusts of dust. The clouds in the sky were also torn apart by this terrifying force, revealing the moon that was about to fall. The moonlight became extremely dazzling at this moment, as if it was going to illuminate the whole world. Everyone seemed so small and helpless under this devastating force. They were helpless and watched the moon slowly sinking, their hearts filled with endless fear and despair. They knew that once the moon really fell, the destructive force would sweep the whole world, and all living things would find it difficult to escape the doom. At this critical moment, Xing Lu showed a meaningful smile. "The grace of both kindness and power has been given, and now it's time to kill the chicken to scare the monkey." As his mind moved, Susanoo in the sky suddenly moved. Its armor flashed dazzling light under the moonlight, as mighty and domineering as the god of war. It swung the giant knife in its hand and faced the falling moon. Its heroic and fearless attitude inspired everyone. At this moment, Xingliu became the focus of everyone's attention. They saw that his figure became taller and more majestic in the moonlight, like the guardian of this world. Shua! A crisp knife sound cut through the sky, followed by a dazzling knife light. The knife light seemed to condense all the light and power between heaven and earth, and chopped the falling moon with a devastating force. The huge impact sound was deafening, and the dazzling light made it impossible to look directly at it. The wind in the night sky became more violent, rolling up waves of dust and energy fluctuations, as if it was going to swallow the whole world. The people on the ground only felt a powerful shock wave sweeping from the sky, making them retreat involuntarily. They looked up at the sky, their eyes full of shock and awe. The moon that was about to fall was split by Xingliu. However, this was not the end. What shocked them even more was Susanoo's next move. The moon that was split in half was split into countless pieces by Susanoo in the next second. Each piece emitted a blazing light and terrifying energy fluctuations. Then black flames appeared out of thin air and devoured and burned the fragments one by one. The moon in the night sky turned into nothing in Xingliu's hands as if it had never existed. As the fragments of the moon were completely burned in the black flames, the night sky gradually returned to its former tranquility. However, this moment of tranquility did not relax the people on the ground. Instead, they felt more deeply the terrifying strength displayed by Xingliu. And at this moment, something strange happened. A thick and dazzling purple beam of light suddenly shot from a certain direction towards Xingliu, who was protected by Susanoo. The chakra fluctuations contained in this beam of light were much stronger than the chakra cannon that the Cloud Shinobi village was proud of. Seeing this shocking blow coming, everyone's heart tightened. However, what was shocking was that when this powerful beam of light collided with Susanoo, it was actually bounced off by it, and Susanoo itself did not even have the slightest damage. And at the moment of the collision, a crisp sound was heard in the air, which seemed particularly abrupt in the tense atmosphere, and even had a hint of funny. However, the coalition forces at this moment could not laugh anyway. Because the purple beam of light that was bounced off did not disappear at all, but instead rolled and roared in the air like an angry dragon, and finally triggered a devastating explosion when it came into contact with another area. The explosion was deafening, as if it would break a person's eardrum. The huge impact force made the ground tremble, as if the end of the world had come. A mushroom cloud slowly rose in the night sky. Its huge size and terrifying shape made the coalition troops feel palpitations and numbness. Although they had experienced too much today, more despair and blows, but at this moment, they still feel extremely terrified and helpless. At the same time, the Six-Path Sage was also closely watching the war in the underworld. He knew that this was one of the most important moments in the history of the ninja world and a key battle to determine the future direction. His long-cherished wish is to hope that the ninja world can be peaceful. Now it seems that this wish is really possible. Although it is different from what he imagined, people understand each other differently. However, when he saw the scene where Xingliu swung his sword to cut off the moon and Susanna blocked the light cannon, he couldn't help scratching his head. He was glad in his heart. Fortunately, my mother is not that strong, otherwise, no matter how she fights, she can't stand it. Chapter 177 Kaguya at Satsuki. In a hidden corner not far away, a man with white eyes was staring at the direction of Xingliu with unwillingness on his face. He is a member of the branch of the Atsutsuki clan on the moon. Since they successfully eliminated the faction advocating peace, they have secretly planned a conspiracy to destroy the world. Originally, their plan was to completely destroy the ninja world by making the moon fall, thus realizing their ambition. However, what they never expected was that this seemingly perfect plan was destroyed by the sudden obstacle of Xingliu. Just now, he did not give up and urged the reincarnation eye to release an energy attack that shook the world, trying to turn the tide. However, the result was within his expectations and beyond his despair. The attack was like a stone sinking into the sea in front of Xingliu, without even a ripple. At this moment, his heart was full of frustration and anger. The plan to destroy the world that he had worked so hard to plan was easily disintegrated by Xingliu. What made him even more frightened was that Xingliu in the distance seemed to have noticed his presence. He saw Xingliu looking in his direction, and he was startled and subconsciously wanted to avoid it. He thought with a fluke that Xingliu was just a Sharinon and should not be able to see into the distance like the Byakugan. However, just as he had this thought, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he was already in front of Xingliu. Xingliu's playful eyes seemed to be able to see through his soul, making him feel a chill to the bone. Then he only heard Xingliu speak coldly. "Little mouse, where are you going to run?" The voice was like the cold wind under the netherworld, making him tremble all over and have nowhere to escape. However, perhaps under the extreme fear, he aroused his hidden courage, and he actually struggled to raise his head and look directly into Xingliu's eyes. There was a madness and despair in his voice. "How can you, a lowly person in the ninja world, understand the greatness of the people in heaven? Why can't you obey the will of heaven and accept the arrangement of death obediently?" However, his words were more like the wailing of a trapped beast, weak and pale. Xingliu looked at him, with a dull light flashing in his eyes, as if watching a boring farce. "Have you lost your mind? Well, let me grant you the last dignity." As soon as the voice fell, the man suddenly caught fire, and the raging flames instantly engulfed his entire body. In less than a second, he was burned to ashes, leaving no trace. This scene terrified everyone present. They took a breath of cold air, and their eyes were full of awe for Xingliu. Especially the ninjas of the Four-Nation Alliance, they were like mice seeing a cat at this moment, lowering their heads and not daring to look Xingliu in the face. They knew very well that it would be easy for this powerful existence to take their lives. However, to everyone's surprise, Xingliu did not continue to attack them. On the contrary, he turned to an empty place and said, "Don't hide, come out, goddess of Mao." As his voice fell, the surroundings were still immersed in silence. Everyone was puzzled, but they didn't dare to ask. They could only silently watch the powerful being in front of them and guess his intentions. Suddenly, there was a strange wave in the air, as if a stone was thrown into the calm lake. Then, a figure slowly appeared and gradually became clear. It was a beautiful and noble woman, wearing a purple and white robe, like a ghost walking out of the mist. Her white eyes were as clear and deep as jade, as if she could see through all the secrets of the world. The two horns on her head were bent and pointed to the sky, adding a bit of mystery and majesty to her. Her appearance made everyone present feel an inexplicable shock. However, no one knew the ups and downs and shock in the heart of the goddess of Mao. The seal was broken and she regained her freedom. This should have been a moment worth celebrating. However, when she really stepped into this long-lost world, she felt a wrong breath. She was surprised to find that her strength was only 1/10 of what it once was. The power disappeared without a trace at this moment. What made her even more uneasy was that the rin-egan between her eyebrows, the eye that once symbolized her supreme power, could not be opened at this moment. This sudden change made her feel unprecedentedly weak and powerless, as if she had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. When she looked up at the star stream in front of her, the uneasiness in her heart reached its peak. She clearly remembered the dazzling beam of light she saw when she just broke the seal. In her prime, she might have been able to take such an attack. But it was simply a fantasy and incredible for her to easily bounce it off with Susanoo like the star stream did. This made her think for a while that the Otsutsuki clan had finally arrived in the ninja world and was ready to launch an attack. Fortunately, the appearance of the star stream was completely different from that of the Otsutsuki clan, which also calmed her mood a little. But without knowing whether the star stream was an enemy or a friend, she would never dare to act rashly. However, things went against her will. Her not coming out did not mean that others could not find her. So, Kaguya, who was called out by Xingliu, had to show up and face the situation in front of her. She knew that hiding could not solve the problem, and she could only bite the bullet and deal with everything that might happen next. So her eyes were fixed on Xingliu, trying to read some information from the eyes of this powerful being. Xingliu also looked at Kaguya, quietly waiting for Kaguya's next move. Finally, Kaguya broke the silence. Although her voice was weak, it revealed an unquestionable majesty. "Who are you?" Xingliu smiled slightly. "I am the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Xingliu." As soon as these words came out, Kaguya frowned even more tightly. Xingliu was able to accurately call out her honorific title, the Goddess of the Rabbit, and it was obvious that he knew something about the secrets of 1,000 years ago. However, in her memory, among the influential figures of that distant era, there seemed to be no one with the surname Uchiha. Just as she was lost in thought, trying to solve this mystery, Xingliu spoke again, his voice calm and firm. "Kaguya, the ninja world is now moving towards unity and peace. If you are willing to give up the disputes of the past and start your life again as an ordinary person, I will guarantee your safety and will not take any action against you. What do you think?" Hearing Xingliu's words, Kaguya reacted almost immediately and refused without hesitation. "Impossible, all the chakra in this world belongs to me." Chapter 178 Kaguya surrenders. Hearing Kaguya's resolute refusal, the smile on Xingliu's face gradually withered, replaced by a sharp chill. The ninja world is about to usher in a unified peace, and he must not tolerate a potential threat stirring behind the scenes. Therefore, his words just now were already an ultimatum to Kaguya. If she was stubborn and insisted on being an enemy of the entire ninja world, then he would not mind sending her off personally. Kaguya keenly caught the strong murderous intent emanating from Xingliu, and her heart beat faster involuntarily. The feeling of being shrouded in the shadow of death made her feel unprecedented oppression and fear. She clearly realized that the man in front of her was not bluffing, and he really dared to kill her. However, deep in her heart, Kaguya still had a glimmer of luck. She had swallowed the chakra fruit, so she had the unique ability of immortality. Although her power is now far less than her peak period, this fundamental characteristic has never changed. Because of this, in her opinion, the worst result now is at most being sealed again, and she will not really die. So giving up the recovery of chakra is an unacceptable option for her. Because for her, recovering the chakra of the ninja world and performing the infinite moon reading is not only to regain the former power, but also to fight against the potential threat of Otsutsuki. She knew that the Otsutsuki clan had the power to kill her. And the betrayal of the twins made her deeply distrustful of others. One was to be sealed, the other was to die. Kaguya seemed to have chosen the right direction. Xingliu looked at Kaguya calmly. He didn't care about her choice. No matter what Kaguya decided, it was just a piece of cake for him to deal with it. Following his will, the black long sword that had killed Otsutsuki Ishiki reappeared, and the sword body exuded a cold and mysterious light, as if even the surrounding space was cut open by it. Kaguya felt an unprecedented fear just by looking at the sword. Something seemed to be trembling in the depths of her soul, and every cell was screaming for her to escape from this place. However, when she tried to use the power of Yomi Hirasaka to open the portal to escape, she encountered unprecedented obstacles. The teleportation skills that used to be easy and free seemed to be blocked by some invisible force at this moment. No matter how hard she tried, the door leading to another place could not be opened. At this critical moment, Kaguya finally realized her previous misjudgment. She once thought that Xingliu might not be able to really put her to death, but now she understood that the man in front of her not only had the power to seal her, but also had the terrifying ability to take her life. Just as Xingliu was about to swing his sword to end the confrontation, Heizetsu suddenly appeared and broke the extremely tense silence. As soon as he appeared, he knelt in front of Xingliu, his voice full of pleading, "Please wait, please give me a chance to persuade." However, Xingliu seemed not to hear Heizetsu's pleading. His eyes were still fixed on Kaguya, and the long sword in his hand had begun to gather terrible power. Seeing this scene, Heizetsu was very anxious. He knew that if he didn't take action, it would be too late. So, he turned and shouted to Kaguya. "Mother, a few years ago, an Itsutsuki died in his hands. The so-called Itsutsuki clan is no match for him at all." Black Zetsu's words hit Kaguya's heart like a heavy hammer. She looked at Xingliu in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. If what Black Zetsu said was true, then the position and belief she had always adhered to would collapse in an instant. Kaguya's original intention was to fight against the Itsutsuki clan to ensure her own survival and the peace of the ninja world. However, if Xingliu really had the power to defeat the Itsutsuki clan, or even the ability to completely wipe her out, then her choices would become extremely limited. The idea of giving up the recovery of chakra began to quietly grow in Kaguya's heart at this moment. After all, she betrayed Itsutsuki Ishiki for survival thousands of years ago. Later, it was also out of fear of Itsutsuki that she activated the infinite Tsukuyomi and created White Zetsu as her army. Survival has always been her most fundamental motivation. If Xingliu can provide another possibility of survival, then giving up the recovery of chakra is not an unacceptable choice. Kaguya looked up at Xingliu, and there was still no expression on his face. She knew very well that if she didn't make a decision, she would be beheaded in the next second. So, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Kaguya made an unexpected move. She bowed slowly, and her voice revealed a hint of timidity. "I just said the wrong thing, please forgive me for my slip of the tongue." Her actions and words made everyone present feel a little confused. However, Kaguya didn't care about these. She just hoped to win a glimmer of life for herself by showing weakness and concession. Xingliu looked at Kaguya coldly, and her weakness and pleading did not stir up any ripples in his heart. He knew clearly that Kaguya was like a time bomb. Even if she behaved docilely at this moment, once she was given the opportunity to regret, the consequences would be disastrous. She is different from other ninja villages, where many people in Konoha can handle it alone. But Kaguya is a person who cannot be easily controlled. Her refusal without hesitation just now shows that she will not be too honest. Therefore, in Xingliu's view, it is better to take this opportunity to get rid of her once and for all rather than leaving this potential threat. Seeing that Xingliu did not respond, Kaguya became more and more uneasy. She knew that her situation was already precarious. If she did not take action as soon as possible, there might be no tomorrow. So, she hurriedly said again, "My lord, I am willing to hand over the 10 taels to you, please spare me once." Kaguya was really scared at this moment. She could clearly sense the strong murderous intent emanating from Xingliu, and the cold and sharp breath seemed to swallow her completely. Her sixth sense warned her that if she did not find a way as soon as possible, then this day next year might really become her death anniversary. In this desperate situation, Kaguya can only hope that her words can move Xingliu. She looked at Xingliu with pleading and expectant light in her eyes. Xingliu was indeed stunned for a moment after hearing Kagaya's words. He looked at the once arrogant goddess with some surprise. He didn't expect that she would take the initiative to hand over the 10 taels to him. Chapter 179 End. However, he quickly recovered from this surprise and began to seriously consider Kagaya's proposal. If Kagaya can really be conquered, it will undoubtedly be a very good thing. After all, her power level is extremely high, and she can do many things that others can't do. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation for Xingliu. After some thought, Xingliu slowly said, "In this case, then I'll give you one chance. This is the seal I designed. If you are willing to let me engrave it on you, then I will let you live." After hearing Xingliu's words, Kagaya felt a complex emotion in her heart. She knew that this was her only chance. Although it would cost a lot, at least she could save her life. So she nodded without hesitation, indicating that she was willing to accept Xingliu's conditions. And this was enough for her. Seeing this, Xingliu slowly dissipated the long sword in his hand into nothingness. Then, he flew to Kagaya's side and patted her shoulder gently. At this moment, countless inscriptions flashing with golden light suddenly appeared around Kagaya, as if emerging from the void. Then, these inscriptions seemed to come alive and were suddenly imprinted on Kagaya's body. She only felt a powerful force rushing into her body in an instant, as if to brand her soul with the mark of the seal. Although the process was extremely painful, Kagaya gritted her teeth and persisted, because she knew that this was her only hope to survive. As time went by, Kagaya gradually felt that her body began to adapt to this power. The originally violent power became docile in her body, as if it had become a part of her body. Finally, when the last inscription was printed on her body, Kagaya felt a wave of weakness, but she felt unprecedented relief. At this time, Xingliu whispered beside her, "This seal is not too special. However, if you dare to betray me, it will be activated instantly and your soul will be completely turned into nothingness." Kagaya's heart trembled after hearing this. She understood that this was Xingliu's last warning to her and a verdict on her future fate. She lowered her head, with a tremor in her voice, "Yes, I understand." After dealing with all this, Xingliu looked at the coalition forces below. His look made many people in the coalition forces feel a palpitation involuntarily and took a step back. Among the 5 shadows, the most senior Kaze shadow shaman was elected to negotiate with Xingliu. Shaman took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner tension and uneasiness, and then said solemnly, "5th generation, this time it was Yukanaha who won the victory, we admit this. Therefore, we are willing to accept any compensation request." After hearing this, Xingliu raised a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. His eyes swept across the coalition forces below, and finally fell on Shaman, and slowly said, "In fact, I don't have too many special requirements. I just hope that your ninja village can be disbanded, that's all." When Shaman heard this condition, his heart was shocked. Although he had prepared himself mentally and knew that Xingliu might make harsh demands, this condition was indeed difficult for them to accept. Disbanding the ninja village means giving up their years of hard work and efforts, which is a decision they cannot make easily. However, recalling Xingliu's extremely exaggerated performance just now, resurrecting the dead and destroying the moon, Shaman felt powerless. In his opinion, these things that only gods can do are easily achieved by Xingliu, which undoubtedly proves the powerful strength of Xingliu. The current situation is very clear: if they do not agree to Xingliu's request, then they are seeking their own death. Although he was unwilling, Shaman also knew that they had no better choice. Thinking of this, Shaman felt soft all over as if he had lost all his strength, and then he sighed deeply and said helplessly, "The Sand Village is willing to accept the requirements of the 5th generation and surrender unconditionally." With the leader, the rest of the cages also made this decision. The ninja coalition secretly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing their own cage surrender. If they really fight, they can't really let them use Kunao to poke Susanoo. As the decision to surrender was made, the gate of Konoha village slowly opened, and many people came out to arrange the follow-up matters. These people commanded the coalition to reorganize and relocate in an orderly manner to ensure that everything went smoothly. However, Xingliu, the central figure in this storm, chose to go fishing at this time. He felt that he had worked so hard for so long, and it was time to go back and enjoy life. As for those tedious affairs and problems, let his men deal with them. He believed that they were capable of handling everything. So, Xingliu turned and left, looking forward to the happy time with several confidants at home. He planned to play some adult games to relax his tense nerves. But he didn't notice that Kaguya had quietly followed him. After all, 1,000 years had passed, and she didn't know where to go now. She had no choice but to follow this man who defeated her. Man, see what kind of person he is. Only left the mother, who flew away in despair, looking confused. The next morning, when Xingliu opened the door refreshed, he found Kaguya, who had been following him. At this moment, Kaguya's face was flushed, like a caught rabbit, standing there awkwardly and shyly. Seeing Kaguya's blushing face, Xingliu suddenly understood. Obviously, the former goddess of Mao had been using her white eyes to peek at him last night. Since her child was born through the power of separation with the blessings of the people, she was obviously not familiar with the intimate behavior between men and women. It's no wonder that she was so curious and wanted to find out. However, Xingliu didn't care about it. In his opinion, this was not a big deal, anyway, he didn't suffer any loss. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart at Kaguya's strength. You know, if someone else had spied on him doing that, he would have wiped them out long ago. Although he would not deliberately sense it in his daily life, it was amazing that Kaguya could spy on him all night under such circumstances. However, Xingliu was not an easy person. After understanding what Kaguya had done, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and he walked quickly to Kaguya's side. Just as he was about to touch Kaguya's cheek, Kaguya was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly, and finally used Yomi Hirasaka's ability to escape the scene instantly. Seeing Kaguya's panic, Xingliu could not help laughing. Chapter 180 The fundamental reason for the plan of using both kindness and force. 1. The Konoha building was crowded with people, even those who rarely appeared on weekdays showed up at this moment. Yesterday, Xingliu patted his butt and left, but they could not stay out of it. Tens of thousands of people outside Konoha needed to be dealt with, which pushed all departments of Konoha to their limits. However, even though they were so tired, these people were smiling while dealing with this matter. After all, they were the winners, and it was an unprecedented victory. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Xingliu walked slowly into the Hokage's office with a leisurely mood. At this moment, the atmosphere in the office was extremely busy. Tobirama and Izuna were concentrating on the piles of documents. There was a trace of fatigue in their eyes, but their hands were still constantly flipping through the documents and handling various urgent matters. Xingliu's eyes swept across the office, and suddenly found that Uzumaki Mito was also busy handling affairs on the table next to him. Her face was a little haggard, and the faint dark circles revealed her hard work from not sleeping last night. This scene surprised Xingliu a little. After all, in his impression, Uzumaki Mito was a guy who often slacked off. However, Xingliu soon figured out the reason. Although Uzumaki Mito seems lazy at ordinary times, she is still very reliable when she encounters a critical moment. This matter is related to the future direction of the entire ninja world, so of course she will pay attention to it. As for Madara and Hashirama, it is good that they are not dragging their feet. They have been driven away by everyone to monitor the Four Shadows. In a room, Onoki watched Madara's heart collapse. The arrival of Xingliu obviously attracted the attention of several people. Mito temporarily put down the heavy work in her hands, stood up and gently stretched her tired body, then turned to Xingliu and asked in a serious tone. Next, what are your plans? Xingliu naturally understood what this meant, so after thinking for a moment, he said. Next, leave the high-level officials of each village in Konoha and let our people take over their villages. As for those so-called nobles, they will all be dealt with according to the previous methods. If they are guilty, they will die, and if they are innocent, they will be let go. After listening to Xingliu's plan, Tobirama frowned slightly, and it was obvious that he still had doubts in his heart. He knew the long-standing traditions and conventions of the ninja world, which would become a major obstacle in Xingliu's unification plan. Therefore, he raised his head and stared at Xingliu with a sharp gaze, revealing a hint of doubt in his tone. Is it that simple? Xingliu shrugged his shoulders and responded easily. You seem to think too complicated. Human desires are endless. After knowing how to make themselves live more like a person, those people will choose this path themselves. As for those stubborn and conservative nobles, when they lose their absolute power, the common people can overthrow them by themselves. So instead of worrying about obstacles, you might as well think more about what to do if you can't handle the government affairs in the future when the place is big. Hearing this, Tobirama couldn't help but look to his side. At this time, he was surrounded by documents. When he thought that this was just a trivial part of the future, he had the idea of slacking off. Izuna on the side was also a little numb. Originally, he had found several qualified helpers in the Uchiha clan during this period to replace himself. But unexpectedly, before these helpers were trained, more work had already come. Uzumaki Mito nodded thoughtfully after listening to Xingliu's analysis. She thought of what happened in the Fire Country after the elimination of the nobles in recent years. Those civilians who had been exploited by the nobles had wholeheartedly supported this new system after their lives were expected to improve. Therefore, she firmly believed that Xingliu was not false, and the so-called resistance was not worth mentioning in the face of this spontaneous public opinion. At this time, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and Uchiha Madara appeared at the door. He glanced at the people in the room, and his eyes finally stopped on Xingliu. A trace of hesitation flashed across Madara's face, but he finally spoke. Xingliu, I have a question for you. Xingliu calmly met Madara's gaze and nodded slightly to signal him to continue. Madara's voice was deep and powerful. Why bother to revive those people? Wouldn't it be simpler and more direct to destroy the coalition forces directly? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Uchiha Madara. He has a very bad temper. Xingliu smiled faintly and explained in a calm tone. The reason for not killing them is actually very simple. After the unification of the ninja world, we need a large number of grassroots personnel to manage this huge system. Although ninjas have low cultural literacy, their abilities and potential far exceed those of ordinary civilians. We have decided to give up the aristocracy. If we give up so many ninjas, then do I have to do all the trivial and complicated work in the future? Or, do you plan to use shadow clones to deal with all this? Uchiha Madara was speechless when he heard this. As Izuna's brother, he knew too well how hard Izuna worked every day. He didn't say a word when he asked Madara to fight, but he was kidding when he asked him to sit in the office to handle affairs. The other people present also had an expression of "oh so that's it," and nodded to show their understanding. After all, it was Xingliu, so it was understandable that he wanted to slack off. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle, and the air was filled with awkwardness. Xingliu also felt a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and laughed dryly a few times. That. Don't look at me like that, I'm doing this for everyone's good. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help laughing. The news of the surrender of the Four Nations Ninja Alliance without a fight, the resurrection of the dead, and the fall of the moon spread quickly among major countries like wildfire. Behind these shocking events, there are inextricable connections with Konoha's fifth-generation Hokage Uchiha Xingliu. When the four major ninja villages received the news of defeat and learned that the dead had been reborn, their will to continue to resist collapsed instantly. They chose to obey and were incorporated into the new order in an orderly manner by Konoha. However, the nobles who had long been entrenched in the pinnacle of power could not accept this great change. They fell into an unprecedented panic, like sand swept away by the tide, eagerly looking for a life-saving straw to stabilize themselves. They regarded the wandering ninjas, bounty hunters, and even samurai as possible allies. Unfortunately, these people who licked blood on the edge of the knife were not stupid. Even Kakuzu, who was known for his greed, chose to take the money and leave without hesitation after learning that he was going to be an enemy of Konoha. Their departure completely shattered the hopes of the nobles in the cruel reality. The desperate nobles had to turn their attention to the civilians who had once been despised and regarded as grass, trying to drive these civilians to work for them through sweet words. However, Konoha village seemed to have seen through all this. They did not take too many measures, but just showed the happy living conditions of the civilians in the land of fire to these civilians. Through this simple move, the nobles' conspiracy was broken, and the common people's trust and fantasy about the nobles also disappeared. Chapter 181 2 Years of Change. Although the nobles have tried their best, they still have to retreat step by step, unable to resist the tide of the times. In just less than 2 years, the entire ninja world has undergone earth-shaking changes, and a new era has come like the dawn of dawn, unstoppable. Thanks to the uninterrupted output of the Academy of Sciences led by Orochimaru and Tobirama, the productivity of the entire ninja world has increased dramatically. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an extraordinary world. Judging from the grain output of half of the land in the land of fire, it is enough to feed the people of the entire continent. Its abundance is amazing. And the harsh environment in some places has also been improved. The desert of the Land of Wind was directly wiped out by the joint efforts of Xingliu and Hashirama. And the Country of Thunder, a country with high mountains and forests, has also been transformed into a plain by tens of thousands of ninjas. The extra earth and rocks were used to fill the sea, connecting the islands of the Land of Water together. Of course, Xingliu also contributed. Otherwise, it would not be possible to achieve this level by relying on those ninjas alone. At the same time, ninjas also devoted themselves to various industries. Ninjas who are good at earth escape are very good at infrastructure, while ninjas who are proficient in water escape are responsible for large-scale irrigation projects. Even those ninjas who do not have special skills are far better than ordinary people in physical labor. These professions, which are full of dangers for ordinary people, are just right for ninjas to show their strengths. The talents of the 4 women have also been widely recognized. Tsunade served as the general director of Konoha's medical department, leading the medical team to move forward with her medical skills and leadership. Zhili served as the Minister of Public Security, using her wisdom and decisiveness to maintain social peace and order. Nono served as the Deputy Minister of both departments. Her coordination ability made the cooperation between the 2 departments closer and more efficient. Hinata didn't have so many ideas, and she was also assigned a task by the 3 women. That was to stay by Xingliu's side to prevent others from stealing her home again. The reason why the word again was used was because her home had been successfully sneak attacked once. That person was Chinitsu, and her relationship with Xingliu gradually warmed up at some point. However, it might not be accurate to describe Chinitsu's behavior as stealing. In fact, Chinitsu and Tsunade developed feelings for Xingliu at almost the same time. However, due to the constraints of her identity and her inner hesitation, she never had the courage to express her love. Until later, with the encouragement and support of Uzumaki Mito, and seeing that Xingliu was not the only female partner around him, Chinitsu finally made up her mind to confess her feelings to Xingliu. Once this long-hidden love was expressed, it surged like a flood that broke through the dam and could never be taken back. So she had officially become Xingliu's woman. And the other thief who stole her home was Kaguya Hime. In recent years, Kaguya's eyes looking at Xingliu have become more complicated, and the emotions contained in them have made everyone aware of her thoughts. However, due to some unknown concerns, she has never directly confessed. In fact, the girls are not unable to accept other girls to join their big family. But they are suspicious of Kaguya's approach, and always feel that her purpose is not simple. In their opinion, Kaguya's approach to Xingliu is not out of true love, but for other purposes. This uncertainty makes them feel a certain repulsion to Kaguya. Xingliu has also made considerable progress in the past 2 years, but his ability has never been able to cross the color realm. Now his panel in the system is Host, Uchiha Seiryu. Skills, 9 Magatama Samsara Sharinon, Gold, LV10, Atsutsuki Bloodline, Gold, LV10, Space Mastery, Gold, LV10, Nuclear Escape, Gold, LV10, Formation, Gold, LV10, Alchemy, Gold, LV10, Orange and below abilities can be expanded with one click. Hang Up Bar, 9 Magatama Samsara Sharinon, Gold, LV10, Atsutsuki Bloodline, Gold, LV10, Space Mastery, Gold, LV10, Nuclear Escape, Gold, LV10, Formation, Gold, LV10, Alchemy, Gold, LV10. Combat Power, hey, 110? Someone is cheating here. One-click expansion below Shadow, for 6 paths, for Atsutsuki 10 tails, 200,000 to 1 million for Atsutsuki God, 1,000,000 for Celestial Being. Please unlock more combat power to learn about the subsequent levels. Current world, Naruto. Plot change, completely different, hang up speed plus 100%. Unified Ninja Continent, hang up speed plus 100%. Mission, breakthrough color for the first time. Reward, world gate opens. Hint 1, current hang up bar, 6. Hint 2, the host's combat power is detected to meet the standard, and the task bar is unlocked. Hint 3, the combat power exceeds the current life level, and the difficulty of breaking through the color ability becomes greater, and the hang-up time increases. Hint 4, make the current world a sacred timeline to speed up the hang-up speed. Compared with before, the hang-up system takes a long time at the color level. However, recently he had a strong premonition in his heart. In these few days, his ability will usher in a qualitative leap, breaking through to the color level, thus opening the door to a whole new world. So today he left early, leaving Izuna and others surrounded by documents in the office. That's right, Izuna finally couldn't escape the fate of working with a shadow clone. After leaving the office, Xingliu walked to the Hokage Rock, the landmark building of the former Konoha village. Now, this place has transformed into has become a well-known tourist attraction, attracting thousands of tourists to stop and watch. Xingliu stood on top of his huge head, looking down at the bustling crowd below. His thoughts were like a surging sea of clouds, and he couldn't help but immerse himself in the memories of the past. From the beginning of crossing into this strange world, to now gradually realizing his deepest wishes, making this world gradually become what he wanted. Looking back, Xingliu felt extremely relieved and satisfied. He has basically completed his original intention when he came here, and has made a strong and colorful mark for himself in this world. Just as Xingliu was lost in thought, an alarm suddenly sounded in the Academy of Sciences. Orochimaru and Tobirama came to a room in an instant, their eyes were fixed on the 3 blurred figures outside the planet displayed on the monitor, and their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. Can you confirm that they are from the Atsutsuki clan? Tobirama said in a low voice. Chapter 182 The Death of Atsutsuki. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he nodded. Indeed, judging from their appearance, they are very similar to Kaguya Atsutsuki. Combined with the information Kaguya provided us before, it can almost be concluded that these 3 people were sent by the Atsutsuki clan. Tobirama frowned, deeply aware of the seriousness of the situation. After pondering for a moment, he raised a key question: do we need to notify Xingliu immediately? Orochimaru thought for a while, and finally shook his head slowly. No, we can't always rely on Xingliu. He has paid too much for us. This time we should try to deal with it ourselves. This is also a test of our own strength. As he said, Orochimaru turned and walked to the operating table and began to operate it skillfully. He explained as he operated. The huge reincarnation eye that Xingliu provided us before has been transformed. We can use this powerful weapon to attack first. If the effect is not good, it will not be too late to consider notifying Xingliu. After the moon fell, Xingliu rubbed a moon with his hands and hung it in the starry sky again in order to prevent this incident from having a bad impact on the ninja world. At the same time, he handed over the huge reincarnation eye with powerful power to Orochimaru, Tobirama and others for research. This magical eye is now placed on the newly created moon. It is precisely because of it that Orochimaru and Tobirama were able to detect the uninvited guests from the starry sky in time. In order to deal with enemies like Otsutsuki who are very likely to absorb chakra, this eye now has two attack modes. One is the traditional chakra beam attack, which can release a powerful energy beam and cause a devastating blow to the enemy. The other is to use chakra as energy to form a heat beam attack through pure physical means. This new attack method is not only powerful, but also effective against enemies that can absorb chakra. Orochimaru is now using the second method. With his skilled operation, the huge reincarnation eye slowly rotates on the new moon, and powerful chakra energy gathers in it, and finally turns into a blazing heat beam, shooting at the three visitors from the Otsutsuki clan. The three members of the Otsutsuki clan were still arrogant and indifferent. They thought that humans were just a group of inferior creatures in front of them. However, when they saw the fast-shooting heat beam, they finally showed a look of horror on their faces. They hurriedly mobilized the power in their bodies and tried to absorb the chakra in this heat beam. However, they soon discovered that this attack was completely different from the previous chakra attacks. It was not composed of pure chakra, but condensed in a special way that they had never seen before. The heat beam instantly penetrated their defense and hit two of the Otsutsuki clan members hard. In the silent screams, the two Otsutsuki clan warriors disappeared like bubbles, and the high heat beam completely vaporized them without leaving any trace. The third Otsutsuki member struggled on the edge of life and death. Although he luckily avoided the fatal blow, he also paid a heavy price. His body was severely damaged by the aftermath of the heat beam, and pain and fear intertwined on his face. However, the strong desire to survive drove him to force his seriously injured body, quickly opened a flickering portal, staggered into it, and disappeared into the unknown space. Orochimaru stared at the screen, revealing some unwillingness and regret in his eyes. He knew that although he had done his best, it was always a regret in his heart to let the enemy escape. However, he also understood that technological breakthroughs require time accumulation and countless attempts. It is not easy to achieve such results in just 2 years. Just as Orochimaru was immersed in complicated thoughts, Xingliu's familiar voice sounded in his ears. "Don't lose heart, you have already well done." Although everything just happened in the distant outer space, Xingliu still noticed it with his extraordinary perception. Knowing that this was the unique ability of the reincarnation eye on the moon, he teleported to Orochimaru. In fact, he was very satisfied with the results of Orochimaru and Tobirama. You know, the individual strength of the Otsutsuki clan is extremely strong, and the weapons developed by the two of them can actually destroy two such powerful enemies at one time. This is undoubtedly a very remarkable thing. Xingliu, I still have to trouble you this time. Tobirama said sincerely. Xingliu heard the words and nodded gently. Then, he gently waved his arm, and an invisible force instantly spread. At this moment, the member of the Otsutsuki clan who had just escaped with serious injuries suddenly appeared in front of them. His face was full of astonishment and confusion. Obviously, he did not expect that he would appear in front of the enemy again in such a weird way. In fact, I just intercepted him. Xingliu said lightly, such a dangerous person, of course, can't let him escape easily. The Otsutsuki clan member, Otsutsuki Urashiki, had his eyes wide open, full of disbelief. He originally thought that he had successfully escaped with the help of Yomi Hirasaka, but he didn't expect that he would be intercepted by the seemingly calm Xingliu in front of him. When did Yomi Hirasaka, who he was proud of, become so vulnerable in front of Xingliu? However, after a brief shock, Otsutsuki Urashiki quickly regained his composure. He believed that he was in such a passive situation only because of his previous serious injuries, which caused his ability to be unstable. And even if he was indeed not the opponent of the enemy in front of him, he still had the last trump card. This mysterious power can inject his data into other people's bodies, and then use the wedge to reincarnate, waiting for the day of resurrection to come. As long as the wedge is still there, he will never really die. With a sly light in his eyes, Otsutsuki Urashiki began to look for opportunities. His eyes wandered among several people, and finally fell on Orochimaru, who seemed to be the weakest. He was thinking about how to sneak attack Orochimaru, create chaos, and then take the opportunity to use his space ninjutsu to escape from here. At the very least, he had to drive the wedge into Orochimaru's body to leave a way out for himself. However, just as he was about to take action, a powerful space force suddenly descended and bound his body tightly. Otsutsuki Urashiki was shocked to find that he could not move at all. He looked up and saw Xingliu standing not far away, with a seemingly gentle but unfathomable smile on his face. "You are too slow," Xingliu said softly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, this sentence sounded like a bolt from the blue to Otsutsuki Urashiki, and an endless fear surged in his heart. Chapter 183 The Will of the World. The fear that penetrated deep into his bones made Otsutsuki Urashiki eager to escape. He struggled with all his might, trying to get rid of the powerful force that bound him. However, no matter how hard he tried, his body remained motionless, as if he was firmly pressed by an invisible mountain. His face gradually turned red, and his breathing became rapid, but all this was in vain. At the same time, Xingliu did not pay much attention to Otsutsuki Urashiki's struggle. He felt that his ability was about to break through to the color, and the movement of this breakthrough would definitely not be small. So, he hurriedly said to Orochimaru and Tobirama, "I have something urgent to do and need to leave first. I'll leave it to you here." As he spoke, he pointed to the trapped Otsutsuki Urashiki and warned him in a serious tone. "This person is very dangerous. You must be careful to guard him and don't let anyone get close to him." Orochimaru and Tobirama looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that Xingliu's situation must be very urgent at this time, otherwise he would not leave in such a hurry. So they nodded solemnly to show that they understood and would guard Otsutsuki Urashiki well and not let anyone get close. However, at the critical moment when Xingliu was about to turn around and leave, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged into his heart, as if something important was about to happen. The target is about to break through the world level and endanger the sacred timeline, so it must be eliminated. Otsutsuki Urashiki's voice suddenly sounded, calm and indifferent. At some point, he had broken free from Xingliu's space blockade, and now he said this shocking sentence with a calm face. Xingliu's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong sense of crisis surged into his heart like a tide. He instantly realized that the target that Otsutsuki Urashiki was referring to was probably himself. Moreover, from the other party's tone, it seemed that once he broke through, he would be what holy timeline posed a threat, so it was cleared. His mind raced, and he immediately realized that this was no longer a safe place. So with a thought, he and Otsutsuki Urashiki disappeared at the same time, leaving only Orochimaru and Tobirama with a bewildered look. Among the vast stars in outer space, Xingliu and Otsutsuki Urashiki stood opposite each other. Xingliu's expression was extremely solemn, and he looked deeply at the enemy in front of him who had just been trapped by him. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki was completely different from when he was on Earth before. He exuded an indescribable aura around him, as if he had surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Xingliu felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, and he had a premonition that the situation in front of him had exceeded his expectations. At this time, Urashiki's eyes locked on Xingliu. The next moment, Xingliu only felt that the surrounding space was instantly shattered like fragile glass, and the powerful impact almost swallowed him. Fortunately, Xingliu's mastery of space has reached the level of perfection, so in the instant before the shattering, he successfully used teleportation to dodge the attack. Although he was temporarily out of danger, his heart was full of vigilance and doubts. He didn't know what happened, but his intuition told him that Atsutsuki Urashiki in front of him had undergone some unknown changes. However, no matter what the other party has become, since he is on the opposite side, he is the enemy. So, Xingliu no longer reserved his strength and also launched a powerful space attack to bombard Urashiki. However, what surprised him was that his attack just caused the space to break, and the next second it was easily smoothed out by Urashiki. This scene caused a storm in Xingliu's heart. He realized that Atsutsuki Urashiki's current ability to master space is already better than his. Although this gap is subtle, it is enough to determine the outcome. However, Xingliu is not without a chance of winning. He can feel that the gap between his strength and Urashiki is not as big as he imagined. Although Urashiki is slightly stronger, he is not invincible. Since it was difficult to determine who was better in the contest of spatial abilities, Xingliu decided to decide the outcome in a different way. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his hands in front of his chest, and then condensed a dazzling light with his bare hands. As Xingliu's mind moved, the light suddenly shrank and burst into a more dazzling light. Endless beams of light were like sharp swords, cutting through the dark night sky and scattering in all directions. At this moment, the starry sky seemed to be lit up, becoming a gorgeous stage for Xingliu and Piyushi to compete. Faced with this sudden attack, Piyushi instinctively wanted to virtualize his body to avoid it. However, just as he was about to escape into the dimension, he was surprised to find that 4 small flags appeared beside him at some point. These flags emitted a faint light, but seemed to have a mysterious power that bound him firmly in place. Although Piyushi quickly broke free from the restraints after a brief shock, it was too late. The endless beam of light had enveloped him, leaving him nowhere to escape. When the light finally faded and Atsutsuki Urashiki's figure reappeared, he had lost half of his body and looked extremely miserable, as if he had reached the end of his life. However, surprisingly, even in this state, he still did not fall down completely, but used his remaining strength to support his broken body. Xingliu carefully observed Urashiki's situation on the side, knowing that this matter might not be over yet. As expected, the next moment Urashiki's body suddenly began to change. Endless malice surged from his body as if to swallow up the entire universe. At the same time, Atsutsuki Urashiki's damaged body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xingliu's heart sank when he saw this scene. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded throughout the world. The target character's combat power is too high, the mission failed, and the world consciousness descended. As soon as the voice fell, Xingliu was shocked to find that the space around him was locked by an invisible force and could not teleport away. Then, a strong suction suddenly came from all directions, as if to swallow him up. Xingliu turned his head and saw that a black hole-like thing appeared behind him at some point, opening its huge mouth and ruthlessly swallowing everything around it. The combat power of the mission target is too high. After calculation, exile is the best solution. The previous voice sounded again, calm and indifferent. At the same time, the suction became more violent, as if to swallow Xingliu's soul together. Under the influence of this force, Xingliu felt that his body began to drift towards the black hole uncontrollably, and he knew that he was about to be exiled to an unknown world. At this critical moment, the ability of Xingliu's hang-up system began to sublimate. Chapter 184 Sacred Timeline. Colorful light began to flicker on the system panel. In the real world, Xingliu suddenly felt that everything around him had changed completely. The originally unbreakable space blockade became fragile in Xingliu's eyes, like an ordinary piece of glass, which could be easily broken with just a little force. This change filled Xingliu with shock and curiosity. All the rules of this world seemed to unfold slowly in front of Xingliu's eyes, like a mysterious book that was opened, showing him the mysteries of the world. What's even more magical is that Xingliu's body and soul also began to transform. He could clearly feel that his body was gradually strengthening, and every cell was full of vitality, and his soul was gradually sublimating, as if it had a deeper connection with the whole world. This sublimation made Xingliu's level begin to rise crazily, as if he crossed one boundary after another and constantly broke through himself. And the mysterious and unknown voice before became clear and discernible in seeing Liu's ears at this moment. He could accurately find the location where the voice came from. It was a will from another time and space. Xingliu's breakthrough obviously attracted the attention of this will. The already powerful suction force became even more violent at this moment, as if it was going to swallow him whole. However, Xingliu had completed his transformation and sublimation at this time, and that power no longer posed a threat to him. It was like a gentle breeze blowing across his cheek, unable to cause any substantial harm to him. After the breakthrough, Xingliu had received information from the world and had a deeper understanding of the situation. He understood that the will that attacked him was the sacred timeline, that is, the Naruto world in the original work, and other worlds were just branches of this timeline. The emergence and development of Xingliu has seriously challenged the orthodoxy of this world. At the beginning, Xingliu's strength was normal, so this will didn't pay much attention to him. But the longer the time, the faster Xingliu's strength increased. By the time he realized that Xingliu was an unstable threat, it was already a step too late. The Naruto world has listed Xingliu as a protected character, and the world is preventing him from directly attacking Xingliu. The current situation is that both of them are qualified to compete on the same stage, so this is a contest of fate between the two. In fact, for Xingliu, when his strength reaches the limit of this world, there are two paths before him. One is to abandon everything, break through the dimensional limit like at Satsuki Shive, and go to a higher level world. The other is to let the world where Xingliu is located replace the Naruto world and become the new sacred timeline, so that he can become the god of this world. In the calculation of this will, Xingliu should choose the latter, because it believes that Xingliu cannot give up everything he has. So, this will carefully planned a series of unexpected events to try to prevent Xingliu from growing. From Ishaiki chasing Hinata, to the world-destroying plan started by Otsutsuki on the moon in advance, to the attack of the Otsutsuki clan decades in advance, all of these are in its arrangement. However, Xingliu's strength is far beyond its expectations. These challenges not only did not defeat him, but instead helped him grow. Seeing these plans fall through one by one, this will decided to take action himself. It did not hesitate to consume most of its power and possessed Otsutsuki Urashiki, trying to destroy Xingliu. But it failed in the end. Xingliu's power was beyond the control of this will. After realizing that Xingliu would pose a huge threat to him, this will did not hesitate to consume its power again and exile Xingliu from this world to ensure its own safety and stability. However, the wheel of fate did not seem to move forward according to its wishes. At the critical moment, Xingliu's autoplay system showed amazing power, helping him to complete the breakthrough and giving him an absolute upper hand in this contest. After understanding the ins and outs of the whole incident, Xingliu had to admit that his victory was indeed mixed with a bit of luck. Otherwise, he might really be exiled to the endless void, away from the warmth and familiarity of this world. And he doesn't have the coordinates of the current world, and it may take a long time and energy to find the way back. But the reality is cruel, and the law of success and failure is fully reflected here. Since Xingliu has firmly stood in the position of the winner, now is the time to settle accounts. He is ready to mobilize all his strength to give this will a fatal blow and completely end this dispute. Just when Xingliu was about to strike this decisive blow, the will suddenly sent a signal for peace. It proposed to merge with the world where Xingliu was, and jointly find a suitable destination in the vast starry sky, so that Xingliu's planet was placed. In this way, both worlds can be promoted to the sacred timeline and share glory and dignity. But this proposal sounded so absurd and ridiculous to Xingliu. He clearly remembered that not long ago, this will tried to kill him. When he found that he could not be directly eliminated, he chose the extreme measure of exile without hesitation. Although the world will itself has no emotions and just acts coldly according to calculations, Xingliu cannot accept such inconsistent and dishonest behavior. Therefore, he rejected this proposal without hesitation. For Xingliu, Peaceful coexistence with such a will is simply an impossible option. And at this critical moment, a force that can destroy everything suddenly emerged from the starry sky and attacked the ninja world violently. It turned out that the will had long anticipated that the possibility of cooperating with Xingliu was very small, so it did not hesitate to consume the original power to condense this fatal blow. What's more cunning is that in order to prevent Xingliu from avoiding this attack, it deliberately aimed at the ninja world. However, facing this sudden threat, Xingliu just snorted disdainfully. He had actually anticipated this possibility a long time ago. After all, for a world will without emotional constraints, the concept of honor and disgrace does not exist. It will only act according to its own logic and interests and achieve its goals at all costs. But unfortunately, it is destined to be disappointed this time, because Xingliu is ready. Just when the power that can destroy everything is about to attack the ninja world, it suddenly disappears out of thin air. Then, the wailing of time and space suddenly sounded in the time and space where the will is. It turned out that the spatial ability that Xingliu mastered after sublimation played a key role again. He cleverly bounced this attack back to the place where the will is located and gave it a fatal blow. Moreover, Xingliu also added the rule of destruction to this blow. The power of this blow was so strong that the will directly dissipated into the invisible. And the next moment, the Naruto world made a choice. It chose a more powerful existence. The world where Xingliu was located was given the status of a sacred timeline and became the supreme existence. However, the residents of the ninja world where the will was originally located knew nothing about this. They only felt that the whole world was broken in an instant, but soon returned to its former tranquility. Everything that had just happened seemed to be just a nightmare, and they were forgotten in the blink of an eye. They had no idea that the world they lived in had become a branch reality, and the real sacred timeline had changed hands. Chapter 185, Initial Rules. As that will dissipated, the time and space where Xingliu was located had been recognized by the Naruto world as a new sacred timeline. Not only that, the long vacant throne of the Naruto world seemed to have found its true owner. No, to be more precise, it was because Xingliu's power had surpassed the limits of this world that the Naruto world took the initiative to make such a choice, handing the power of the world to him without reservation. At this moment, Xingliu was not only a guardian, but also the leader of the Naruto world. The world is looking forward to him leading the Hokage to a higher realm and achieving unprecedented promotion and transformation. This gift is undoubtedly huge. It also injects new vitality into Xingliu's newly improved ability, allowing his strength to climb to a new height again. However, when sorting out the information in his mind, Xingliu felt a little headache. "Aren't you bullying an honest person?" he thought helplessly. "You threw this responsibility to me without saying anything. Did I agree?" For a person who loves leisurely life and is used to slacking off, this sudden heavy task is like a job offer that cannot be refused. Although this position is at the top, it still means responsibility and dedication. However, Xingliu only complained in his heart. In fact, he felt pretty good in his heart. After all, this gift has only benefits, no disadvantages. In fact, Xingliu is not going to give up the world he lives in. So, this gift is simply a free pickup. After processing the information in his mind, Xingliu opened his system panel. Host, Uchiha Xingliu. Skills, Time Rule, Color, LV1, Space Rule, Color, LV1, Destruction Rule, Color, LV1, Creation Rule, Color, LV1, Order Rule, Color, LV1, Life Rule, Color, LV1, Reincarnation Rule, Color, LV1. Hang Up Bar, Time Rule, Color, LV1, Space Rule, Color, LV1, Destruction Rule, Color, LV1, Creation Rule, Color, LV1, Order Rule, Color, LV1, Life Rule, Color, LV1, Reincarnation Rule, Color, LV1. Combat Power? What do you mean by playing? The system crashed when I started cheating. Heavenly Fairy, Sublime Eternity, the only one in the ages, I am the only one who has proved the years, there is no other, I can move the power of heaven and earth, step into the dimension of time and space, and keep my body. Next stage, Xian. Current world, Naruto. Plot change, completely unrecognizable, hang-up speed plus 100%. Unify the ninja continent, hang-up speed plus 100%. Current world is the sacred timeline, hang-up speed plus 100%. Mission, go to the new world to obtain the source of the world. Reward, hang-up speed increase. Tip 1, current hang-up bar, 7. Tip 2, the host's breakthrough ability is detected to break through the color, and the door to the world is opened. Tip 3, the hang-up time of the color ability has increased dramatically, please seek new changes. Tip 4, it takes 1 month to search for the new world, please look forward to it. When Xingliu examined his ability, he noticed that the color ability was still at the level of LV1, and he suddenly had some enlightenment in his heart. Although the gift from the world just now has made him grow a lot, the power of rules is by no means easy to master. As the prompts reveal, the color ability is a world apart from the previous skills, and it takes a longer time to accumulate and improve. The realm of the celestial being is also reasonable. In this world, he has made the timeline of his own existence the mainstream. Moreover, as his own timeline converges, the name Uchiha Xingliu will completely disappear in other branch worlds. From now on, no matter which world or timeline, there will be no second Uchiha Xingliu. At the same time, he noticed that his bloodline and other abilities have all disappeared, replaced by more pure and powerful rule-based abilities. The hang-up system seems to have extracted the essence of these abilities based on his deep subconsciousness, and transformed them into rules after sublimation, and finally mastered them by him. He can deeply feel that he has made a qualitative leap compared to before the sublimation. So much so that he became cautious, fearing that he would destroy the things around him if he was not careful. Fortunately, this feeling did not last too long and gradually dissipated. This was just the discomfort caused by the sudden increase in power, so he quickly mastered the power that originally belonged to him. Then he looked at the motionless Atsutsuki Urashiki, and with a wave of his hand, the rule of destruction instantly made him disappear into ashes. After completing all the things, Xingliu thought and instantly returned to the Hokage's office. At this moment, the office was crowded with many familiar faces. Tsunade, Nono, Chiji, Chinatsu, and Hinata were all present, and their arrival was not surprising. What was striking was that Kagaya was also here. Mito, Hashirama, and Orochimaru were also present, their faces were full of anxiety, as if they were waiting for something. The whole office was filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere. At this moment, Xingliu's figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. His appearance immediately caused a commotion, and several women surrounded him and asked about his situation with concern. Mito and the others also relaxed after seeing that Xingliu was safe and sound, and their frowns also relaxed. Seeing the concerned expressions of the crowd, Xingliu felt warm in his heart, and he smiled gently, indicating that everyone did not need to worry. "I'm fine," Xingliu explained in a calm tone, "I just went to deal with some urgent matters." Tsunade came forward and looked at Xingliu carefully. After confirming that he had no scars on his body, she breathed a sigh of relief. "We are relieved to see that you are safe and sound." Nono also came forward, her eyes full of concern. "We all saw that dazzling light here just now, is it really okay? Are you not injured?" There was a subtle tremor in her tone, and it was obvious that she was trying her best to suppress her inner worries. Xingliu nodded slightly and gave everyone a reassuring smile. "It's really okay. That light is just some aftermath of my battle. Look, I'm fine now, aren't I?" After hearing Xingliu say this, everyone was completely relieved. After confirming that Xingliu was fine, Orochimaru and Tobirama were ready to leave and continue to indulge in science. However, just as they were about to take a step, Xingliu's words attracted them firmly to the spot like an invisible magnetic force. "In a month, I will take some people to another world. Who is interested? Compensation for the slow update, thank you for your support, Orts. Chapter 186 Confirmation of the Candidate. Orochimaru and Tobirama stopped their actions abruptly. They turned around and looked at Xingliu with burning eyes. Another world? This word is full of infinite temptation for them. As the most famous in Naruto scientists, their desire to explore the unknown is stronger than anyone else. At this moment, they have already thrown their original plans out of their minds, replaced by infinite expectations for this other world. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with excitement, and he couldn't help asking, what kind of world is that? Although Tobirama didn't speak, his eyes had already shown everything. He was also full of expectations and curiosity about this journey to another world. And the others present also looked at Xingliu with some curiosity. Xingliu looked at the expressions of the crowd and knew that they had been attracted by his words. He smiled slightly and began to explain in detail. My ability has improved recently. I sensed the coordinates of another world. Xingliu said slowly, although it is not clear what kind of world it is certain that it is completely different from the ninja world. He paused, looked around, and continued, how about it? Who is interested in exploring this unknown world with me? Xingliu did not explain too much about the system. This is his biggest secret, so he just used the excuse that traveling through the other world is his ability. As soon as the words fell, Orochimaru and Tobirama could not wait to express their determination to go. In contrast, Tsunade and the other 4 girls seemed a little hesitant. They had accompanied Xingliu in traveling in the ninja world for a long time, and they were no longer as excited about traveling as they were in the past. What's more, they had a more important idea in their hearts. They exchanged glances with each other, and then tacitly cast their eyes on Chinatsu. They nodded slightly to her, and their actions were subtle but full of meaning. They wanted to give this precious opportunity to Chinatsu as compensation for the honeymoon trip that she and Xingliu had not been able to go on. Chinatsu understood the sisters' intentions, and a warm current surged in her heart. She looked at them gratefully, and then turned to Xingliu. There was a gleam of expectation in her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, Xingliu, I also want to go to that world to see. Although she tried to stay calm, the excitement and shyness in her tone could not be concealed. Hearing Chinatsu's decision, Xingliu smiled gently, his eyes full of pampering for her. He nodded in agreement. At this time, Mito, Madara, and Hashirama all expressed their intention not to participate in this trip to another world. And Kagaya's heart was like a sea swept by strong winds and huge waves, turbulent and difficult to calm down. Ever since she stole the chakra fruit, she has been living in fear of the attack of the Otsutsuki clan. This fear drove her to do many crazy and extreme things. However, what made her feel at ease was that those members of the Otsutsuki clan who were extremely powerful in her eyes were as vulnerable as ants in front of Xingliu. In addition, the 2 years of getting along with Xingliu made her have a deep affection for this mysterious and powerful man. Now, all the constraints and shackles have disappeared, and Kagaya is only willing to listen to the call of her heart. That emotion, like a blazing fire, can no longer be suppressed by anything. So after a lot of inner struggle and entanglement, she finally mustered up the courage and expressed her wish with a slightly trembling voice. I want to go too. This simple sentence seemed like a rebirth and spiritual liberation to her. So, this is not the end. Once she opened her mouth, she could no longer control her inner emotions. So in the astonished eyes of everyone, she continued to say something even more shocking. Xingliu is my man, I will always follow him, wherever he goes, I will go. At this moment, Kagaya was domineering, as if she had returned to the era of the goddess of Mao. Her words were full of possessiveness and confidence, declaring that she was the undisputed owner of Xingliu. Xingliu was also shocked by Kagaya's straightforwardness and domineering. He looked at Kagaya's firm and fiery eyes, and an impulse surged in his heart. So he smiled and walked to Kagaya, and gently hugged her in his arms amid many surprised and angry eyes. In that case, he whispered in Kagaya's ear, then how about fulfilling your wife's duty? This sentence seemed to have a kind of magic, which made Kagaya's heartbeat accelerate instantly, and a charming blush appeared on her face. But Kaguya did not refuse, but hugged Xingliu more tightly. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two became extremely ambiguous and sweet. Xingliu could not stand such provocation, and now he had basically said everything he should say. So, he nodded slightly to the women present, said goodbye, and disappeared with Kaguya in an instant, leaving the faint smell of them lingering in the air. Tsunade looked at the direction where Xingliu and Kaguya disappeared, sighed, and said, "I don't know if there will be more in the future." Although there was a little helplessness and jealousy in her tone, her eyes revealed her deep love for Xingliu. Hearing Tsunade's words, Nanoyu blinked mischievously and said, "Then can you leave him?" Tsunade shook her head repeatedly, with a firm expression on her face, "No." This scene made the girls couldn't help laughing. They knew that no matter what challenges and changes they would face in the future, their love for Xingliu would not change. On the other side, Xingliu took Kaguya back home. After returning here, Kaguya actually took the initiative. She pushed Xingliu down, stretched out a beautiful leg, pointed her toes downward, and moved in front of Xingliu, "Rub my legs for me." Although her actions and words were extremely domineering, her blushing face exposed her shyness. Xingliu looked at her with amusement, grabbed her feet and pulled her over. "I think you have changed so much because you are poisoned. Why don't you let me remove the poison for you?" Although Kaguya was shy at this time, she knew what he was talking about after 2 years of peeping. So she blushed and whispered, "Okay." In the room, the red curtains were hanging lightly, and the fragrance of rouge filled the air. Xingliu used all his energy, tensed up, and began to remove the poison for Kaguya. "Please lie down." "Goddess, Xingliu will remove the poison for you now." "Okay, okay." "So good, why don't you thank me?" "Yeah, thank you." Chapter 187 New World. The next morning, Xingliu slowly woke up from Kaguya's warmth. His movements were gentle, but he still inadvertently disturbed Kaguya's sweet dream. Kaguya opened her hazy eyes and rubbed her cheeks lazily, looking like she was not fully awake. At this moment, she showed her charm without any defense, but she did not realize that this moment of laziness had become an irresistible scenery in Xingliu's eyes. Xingliu stared at Kaguya's blurred expression, and an instinctive impulse surged in his heart again. "Goddess, the poison has just been removed. Let me check it out." An hour passed quietly, and Xingliu and Kaguya walked hand in hand on the newly opened commercial street in Konoha. In order to avoid causing unnecessary commotion, both of them cleverly changed their appearance. After all, although Kaguya's stunning appearance was eye-catching, Xingliu's reputation was even more well-known. If they went out without disguising themselves, ordinary activities would be surrounded by enthusiastic crowds, vying for autographs. Therefore, they chose to enjoy this rare leisure time in a low-key way. Konoha at this time is no longer the small village of the past. It has undergone earth-shaking changes and is now the center of the entire ninja world. There are many shops on both sides of the street, with a wide variety of goods and a constant stream of pedestrians. This prosperous scene shows the vigorous development and infinite vitality of Konoha. The two strolled on the commercial street. Kaguya was curious about everything. She stopped to watch from time to time and asked about the uses and prices of various goods. Xingliu patiently accompanied her, sometimes answering her questions and sometimes introducing some interesting shops to her. They came to a shop selling traditional clothes, and Kaguya was attracted by a gorgeous kimono. She pulled Xingliu into the shop and tried on the kimono. Kaguya, who changed into new clothes, looked more charming and charming, which made Xingliu stare at her. After leaving the clothing store, they tasted various delicacies on the commercial street. From sushi to ramen, from desserts to snacks, every bite made Kaguya feel surprised and satisfied. And Xingliu smiled and watched her feasting, his heart full of relief. Their sweet interaction was like a carefully woven love drama, which made the women who secretly observed on the side itch and almost crushed their teeth. They were envious and jealous in their hearts, but they never noticed the smug smile at the corner of Xingliu's mouth. So in the following days, Xingliu seemed to intentionally or unintentionally take each woman to relieve the joy of dating. Every date was full of laughter and sweet interactions, making people feel like they were in a romantic fairy tale world. As for what to do after the date, I can only say that those who understand will understand. Even because of competition, he has unlocked many new postures and learned a lot of new knowledge. I can only say that the road is long and I will seek it up and down. Let alone the absurdity of January, Xingliu came to the agreed place early today. Orochimaru and Tobirama had already arrived and were waiting for him. And Xingliu showed up with Kaguya and Chinatsu, and their arrival immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. After greeting each other, the system finally showed a new prompt. A new world has been found, under one person. The system opens the world mission, get the 8 wonders. The 8 wonders are things that run through the story of this world. If you get them, you can get the origin of the world. The origin of the world can enhance the potential of the Naruto world and lead to the promotion of the plane. Mission reward, hang-up speed increased by plus 100%. Mission reminder, this world detects the high-dimensional world tradition, it is recommended to obtain it in a peaceful way. Do you want to open the door to the world? Looking at the prompt that popped up by the system, Xingliu showed a satisfied smile. The opening of the new world not only means that he will have the opportunity to witness more unknown things, but the generous reward alone is enough to make him excited. Color's ability promotion is too slow. Even with the gift of the world, the upgrade from LV1 to LV2 seems out of reach. Therefore, increasing the hang-up speed is undoubtedly a wise choice, which will greatly enhance his strength and efficiency. Not to mention the precious reward that can enhance the origin of the Naruto world. However, before the ripples of joy have completely dispersed, Xingliu fell into deep thought. There is always an indescribable premonition in his heart, as if a voice is warning him, it is the safest choice to act according to the prompts of the system, otherwise unexpected things will happen. This feeling is definitely not groundless. With his strength, he must pay attention to this feeling. So he decided to listen to the system. He shook his head, took back those messy thoughts one by one, and then said, "Are you ready? I'm going to start." They nodded one after another, and everyone's face showed their own unique expressions. Tobirama and Orochimaru's eyes were full of expectation and curiosity, and they were full of endless desire for the new world they were about to explore. Chinatsu and Kaguya seemed to have thought of something, and a faint blush appeared on their faces, adding a bit of shy charm. Seeing that they all nodded to indicate that they were ready, Xingliu gently said, "Then let's go." As he said this, he silently said in his heart, "Open the door to the world." As this thought arose, a door with a flashing blue light began to slowly emerge in front of him. The door gradually took shape, and the blue light flowed in the air, outlining a mysterious passage to another world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this slowly opening door, and Xingliu took the lead and walked in. As Xingliu's figure gradually disappeared in the blue light, everyone followed without hesitation and stepped into the mysterious door to the world. They passed through the endless corridor of time and space, and the surrounding scenery reassembled in the ever-changing, bringing them into a completely unfamiliar world. When they passed through the blue light curtain, the scene in front of them made them feel a strong shock in an instant. They were in an empty alley in a dilapidated town. The buildings here were dilapidated, as if they had experienced countless wind and rain erosion and war. Most of the pedestrians seen occasionally on the street looked hungry, their clothes were tattered and could only barely cover their bodies, and some even had feudal hairstyles on their heads. Only occasionally people walked by in gorgeous clothes and arrogantly. Xingliu looked at everything in front of him and his face became a little ugly. This was completely different from the modern society in one person, and there must be a problem. Sure enough, the next moment, the system prompt came as expected. Chapter 188 Gathering Intelligence. System prompt: the host has successfully crossed over, and the world gate has entered the cooling period, which lasts for 1 month. Current world, 1-person branch world, the timeline is located in the 19th century. This world is a branch world, and there is no high-dimensional gaze. The sacred timeline of the world under one person has been anchored to ensure accurate arrival next time you cross over. Good news, there was no error in the process of crossing, and they did successfully cross the boundary of time and space. Bad news, the world they crossed was not the one they expected. This accident made Xing Lu feel a little helpless, but he still accepted the system's explanation. It's only a month, he can still wait. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, obviously thinking of something. The system said that this one-person world is a branch world, so can't he be a little more presumptuous? He secretly calculated in his heart that if he didn't give those arrogant and domineering people a little color in this era, he would really be unworthy of his identity as a crossover. At this time, Tobirama had completed the preliminary observation of the surrounding environment. He frowned and said, "Xingliu, this place looks a lot like the Fire Country during the Warring States period." Xingliu sighed softly. This period in this world is indeed full of challenges and difficulties. He replied calmly, "There is nothing we can do about it. Each alien world has its own unique historical background and development trajectory. This time point in this world may indeed be relatively backward." As they talked, they gradually found that there were more and more sights around them. Obviously, their unique clothes and appearance have attracted the attention of the locals. So, Xingliu decisively proposed, "We have to find a place to find out the information here first." Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. So, under the guidance of Xingliu, they quickly left the narrow alley. And the scene along the way gradually changed their initial impression of this town. Although there are also dilapidated places here, it is not dilapidated and desolate everywhere. Especially when they came to a bustling market, they saw a prosperous scene in front of them. Various small vendors were hawking a wide variety of goods, and the sounds of shouting and bargaining rose and fell, forming a unique symphony of the market. Xingliu led everyone to skillfully bypass the crowded crowd and came to a restaurant that looked quite impressive. Although this restaurant was not extremely luxurious, it was undoubtedly a world of difference compared to what they saw at first. As soon as Xingliu and others sat down, a clever waiter immediately came up and asked with a smile on his face, "Dear guests, what do you need?" Hearing this, Tobirama, Orochimaru and others all turned their eyes to Xingliu. They had just arrived and knew nothing about this strange world, so they could only rely on Xingliu's judgment and decision-making. Xingliu thought for a while and said, "Give us some of your special dishes here, money is not a problem." Although he did not have the currency of this world, he carried a lot of gold with him. This gold also has extremely high value in this world, enough for them to live a comfortable life here. When the waiter heard what Xing Lu said, he immediately smiled and quickly agreed, "Okay. Please wait for a moment, guests, I will prepare it for you." After that, he turned and ran to the kitchen, leaving Xing Lu and others waiting there. After a while, the waiter came over with a few plates of steaming special dishes and carefully placed them on the table in front of them. The aroma of the dishes instantly aroused everyone's appetite. Xing Lu glanced at the dishes on the table and nodded with satisfaction. Although these dishes look simple, they have an authentic flavor and are obviously the specialties of this town. He invited everyone to enjoy them together, and he also picked up chopsticks to taste a few bites, and immediately felt that the taste was delicious and endless aftertaste. While enjoying the food, Xing Lu did not forget the purpose of their trip. He looked around and found that there were many other guests in the restaurant besides their table. The guests sat together in twos and threes, talking in low voices, with bursts of laughter from time to time. Xing Liu's heart moved, thinking this was a good opportunity to get information. He put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, then looked at Tobirama, Orochimaru and others and said, "You guys eat slowly, I'll go out for a while." After saying that, he stood up and left his seat and walked towards the guests. He found a middle-aged man who looked kind, sat down and greeted him with a smile. "Big brother, you look ruddy, you must be a regular here, right?" The middle-aged man was drinking alone. When he heard Xing Liu's words, he was stunned at first, and then laughed. "Little brother, you have good eyesight." "Yes, I am an old customer here." "What's the matter? Is there anything?" Xing Liu said calmly. "To be honest, we are new here and don't know much about the situation here. If it is convenient for you, can you introduce us to the situation of this town? Of course, we won't let you talk in vain." As he said that, he took out a piece of gold from his arms and handed it over. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw the gold, but then he waved his hand and said, "Oh, little brother, you are too polite. It's just a small matter, why do you need this? Come on, sit down and talk." Xing Liu was not polite and sat down. The middle-aged man began to talk about the situation of this town. From him, Xing Liu learned that this town was called Loxia Town. It was located in a remote area, but it had convenient transportation and was the only way to other big cities. Therefore, although this place was not big, it was very prosperous and all kinds of merchants gathered. This gave Xing Liu a deeper understanding of this era. This place is located in a key place, and some places are still so dilapidated. Sometimes, you can only know the difficulty of this era by experiencing it yourself. Afterwards, he also found out some information about this world, such as the specific time this world is currently in, and whether there have been any major events recently. This information is undoubtedly very important to Xing Liu and others. After understanding these situations, Xing Liu chatted for a few more words, and then stood up and said goodbye. The middle-aged man took the gold, smiled from ear to ear, and said repeatedly, "Welcome to come again next time." Xing Liu returned to his seat and told everyone the news he had found out. After listening to Xing Liu's narration, Tobirama pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "So, this place is also in the midst of war." There was a subtle sigh in his tone. Xing Liu nodded gently, confirming Tobirama's guess. Orochimaru was different. He was not very interested in the war in this world, but was more concerned about the power system of this world. He asked directly, "Is there any existence similar to our ninja in this world?" As soon as the voice fell, they all looked in one direction. In that direction, they keenly sensed an energy fluctuation different from chakra. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 189 Anger. Naturally, everyone had no objection to Xing Liu's proposal. So, they stood up, left some money on the table as food, and walked in the direction where they had sensed the energy fluctuation before. They didn't go too far before they found a large group of people gathered in front of them, who seemed to be watching some performance. The group curiously approached and saw a group of street performers showing their unique skills enthusiastically. These street performers were agile and skilled. Some of them were turning somersaults in the air, some were performing acrobatics on the ground, and some were waving weapons to perform. Every move attracted cheers from the audience. One of the strong men who performed the stone-breaking chest was particularly eye-catching. He clearly exuded energy fluctuations and was obviously a practitioner in this world. However, although the strong man's performance was very exciting, people's attention was more attracted by another place. Xing Liu and others followed the flow of people and saw two burly men beating drums and shouting loudly. They were also holding a strange-looking dog with slender limbs and thick dog hair, but its face was no different from that of a human. This strange sight made people look sideways and talk about it. The two men whipped the dog and it barked, and it would do acrobatics like a human when it heard the command. Its movements were flexible and lifelike, which made people amazed. In order to continue listening to the music and watching the performance, the audience threw money in front of the dog. The dog picked up the coins deftly and put them into the men's pockets one by one, which attracted cheers and laughter. But Xing Liu and others looked ugly when they saw this scene. With their eyesight, how could they not see that this so-called dog was actually a human? Although they were not kind-hearted people, they would not do this. Qingxia, as the one with the least experience and the kindest among the few, could not stand this kind of tragedy, and she could not help but rescue them. However, Xingliu pulled her back in time and stopped her impulsive behavior. This made Qingxia feel a little confused, and she looked at Xingliu puzzledly. In her impression, if Xingliu had the temper he usually had, these people would probably be wiped out. But now, not only did he not do it, but he also stopped her, which made Qingxia very puzzled. Xingliu saw her doubts, he took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and whispered to everyone. They should have accomplices, and we will only alert them if we rush up now. After the performance is over, we will follow them, and they should have many such children in their hands. After hearing this, Qingxia suddenly realized that she understood Xingliu's intention. It turned out that he was not only going to catch all these people in one fell swoop, but also to rescue the children. So, she nodded, indicating her approval of Xingliu's plan. At this moment, everyone also discovered more clues. They noticed that among the many audiences, many were parents who brought their children to watch the performance. This should have been a happy and harmonious scene, but it was hiding an unknown evil. Among those innocent children, some were being stolen one by one. Those who stole the children were short and agile. They took advantage of the crowded and chaotic crowds to quietly take the children away from their parents. And these parents seemed to be controlled by some mysterious power. They watched the performance intently with an obsessed expression on their faces, and did not realize that their children were gone. Xingliu and others realized that these child thieves were the people who stole the children may have cast some kind of illusion that affects consciousness, making the parents fall into hallucinations and unable to perceive the abnormal situation around them. After a while, those people seemed to think that they had stolen enough children, so several of them exchanged a hidden code with the performers. Then, the performers began to end their performances one by one, and the audience gradually dispersed in laughter. Xingliu and others mixed in the dispersed audience, quietly following the people who stole the children and the performers. They passed through the winding and narrow streets and finally came to a remote courtyard on the edge of the city. Those people were obviously very vigilant. They carefully observed the surroundings before entering the courtyard. After confirming that they were not being followed, they quickly pushed open the door, flashed into the courtyard, and closed the door tightly. Xingliu and others did not rush to act. They sensed for a while, determined the location of the people in the house, and then quietly sneaked into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the scene in front of them made them even more angry. There were many people gathered in the yard, walking around busily. Some of them were guarding the children locked in the cages fiercely. The children were ragged, pale, and thin, and had obviously suffered a lot of torture. They curled up helplessly in the cages, crying one after another. "Why are you crying? Do you want to taste your grandfather's whip?" A guard shouted viciously at a crying child. As he said that, he seemed to feel unsatisfied, and took the whip in his hand and whipped it hard against the cage. The sharp whip sound frightened the children, and they stopped crying one by one, covered their mouths and trembled, and were extremely scared. "Enough, Lao San!" A voice came from the house. It was the man who performed the chest stone breaking. He was obviously the leader of this gang, and the people who just performed there were his accomplices. "These kids are all money, don't hurt them," he warned. The third brother turned around immediately after hearing this and looked at him flatteringly. "No, boss, I just want to scare them. They are so annoying when they cry every day." The leader waved his hand impatiently, then looked at the person next to him and asked, "Can those puppies still be used?" The man shook his head. "No, those puppies can't hold on anymore." The leader sighed distressfully, then picked 2 from this batch of new ones to replace them. His words revealed coldness and ruthlessness, and it was obvious that he didn't treat these children as human beings at all. At this time, Xingliu and others appeared. He heard these outrageous conversations, and anger burned in his heart. Xingliu waved his hand and used his space ability to instantly transfer all the captured children to their side. Then, he gently let these children fall into a coma. After all, what happened next might be too bloody, so it would be better to let the children watch less. Chapter 190, Life and Death. Seeing Lu glanced at everyone in the yard with a cold gaze, and said to Qingxia, "It's enough to leave one alive." Qingxia nodded to indicate that she understood, and then she walked steadily towards those people. Their appearance and the disappearance of all the children obviously irritated these people. "Who are you?" The leader shouted loudly, his voice full of vigilance and uneasiness. "Where are those children? Where did you take them?" Qingxia did not answer, she never wasted words on the dying. She quickly rushed to the third brother who was still waving the whip just now, ready to start with him. Seeing this, the leader no longer cared about anything, and he ordered with a ferocious face, "Come on, kill this woman." Seeing Qingxia rushing straight at him, the third brother grinned and swung the whip in his hand fiercely at Qingxia. However, what he didn't expect was that Qingxia didn't even dodge, and punched directly. This scene made Lao San swing his whip even harder, and he tried to use the power of the whip to block Qingxia's fist. But the result was beyond those people's expectations. The moment Qingxia's fist collided with the whip actually exploded directly and turned into pieces of debris. And Qingxia took advantage of the situation and punched Lao San hard. The power of this punch was so great that it seemed that the roar of the air being pierced could be heard. Lao San was knocked to the ground by Qingxia's punch, and his body instantly deformed into a blurry meat pie that couldn't be buckled down. It can be seen that Qingxia's strange strength training is not bad. This scene made everyone present gasp, and they looked at Qingxia in horror. The leader swallowed unconsciously, and he secretly compared his strength with the gap between Qingxia. He felt that the iron body skills he had practiced were not worth mentioning in front of this force, and he was afraid that he could not even block a punch. This terrifying gap in strength made the leader feel a little desperate, but he knew that at this moment, he had to stand up, otherwise his men would completely collapse. So, he took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fear in his heart, and then shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to arouse the last fighting spirit of his men. "Don't be afraid. Come on. She is alone, and we are more powerful." However, his encouragement seemed so pale and powerless. Before he finished speaking, Qingxia's figure flashed to the side of another person like a ghost. The man didn't even have time to scream before he was hit in the chest by Qingxia's iron fist. With a deafening roar, the man's body exploded like a broken rag doll, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The scene was so tragic that it made people's eyes ache. The remaining people completely collapsed. They were originally shocked by Qingxia's strength, and now they witnessed the tragic end of their companions with their own eyes, and they were even more frightened. They threw away their weapons, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed like pounding garlic for mercy. "Have mercy! Lady, have mercy! We were forced to go astray. Please have mercy on us and let us go." The leader watched his men kneel down and beg for mercy one by one, and he was already in great pain. He knew that at this moment, he was like a trapped beast, and the defeat was inevitable and there was no way to turn the tide. So he quietly stepped back a few steps and turned to escape. However, his wishful thinking fell through. Just when he thought he had successfully climbed over the wall and was about to escape, he suddenly felt an invisible force bounce him back fiercely. He covered his burning cheeks and looked up, only to see that the originally ordinary wall was now emitting a faint fluorescence, as if a natural moat stood between him and freedom. He tried to collide again without giving up, but the result was still the same. The seemingly weak barrier was as indestructible as a copper wall. At this time, there was a sudden silence behind him. He turned stiffly, and the scene in front of him made his heart stop instantly, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss of hell. The men who had been kneeling on the ground begging for mercy had all fallen in a pool of blood, without exception. Their eyes were full of fear, but they could no longer make any sound. And Qingxia was walking towards him step by step. Even though the scene was so bloody, her body was not stained with blood. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could only whimper weakly. Qingxia walked to his side expressionlessly, and mercilessly broke his limbs in an almost cruel way. The severe pain almost made him faint. She picked up the leader, who was already like a useless person, and walked back to Xingliu step by step. "Xingliu, do you need me to detect his memory?" Chixia's voice was cold and calm, as if she was discussing the weather today. However, for the leader, this sentence was like a death warrant, filling his heart with despair. He knew clearly that once Qingxia detected his memory, all his secrets would be exposed, and he would completely lose his usefulness, and there was only one way to go: death. However, the development of things was beyond his expectations. Xingliu looked at him expressionlessly and said lightly, "No, I want him to tell me in person." When the leader heard this, it was as if he had grabbed the last straw. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Although he knew that his situation was still very dangerous, as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival, he was willing to try. So, he began to confess with tears in his eyes, "I was wrong, I will say anything, as long as you spare my life." His voice was trembling and humble, in sharp contrast to the arrogance and domineering when he bullied the child before. Xingliu sneered and didn't care about his plea for mercy. He snapped his fingers, and the leader's body froze. He only felt as if there were countless flames burning wildly in his body, making him feel miserable. He opened his mouth in fear, wanting to shout for help, but could only make weak whimpers. As the flames spread, the leader's body began to gradually turn into ashes. His eyes were full of fear and unwillingness, but in the end he could not escape the fate of death. Not long after, he died miserably, leaving only a ball of black ashes. Then, before Qingxia could ask questions, the ball of ashes suddenly changed. It seemed as if time was going backwards, and it began to slowly condense and take shape, and finally turned back into the appearance of the leader. The leader suddenly opened his eyes and breathed in the air, as if he had just crawled back from the edge of hell. There was still fear and despair in his eyes when he died before, but now there was a little more desire for life. However, Xingliu did not intend to let him go. He looked at the leader coldly and said, "Don't be in a hurry, die a dozen times first, and then I will listen to you." Chapter 191 Zhang Jiwei. The depths of the leader's eyes were swallowed by despair again. At this moment, he finally realized the true meaning of Xingliu's previous words. That was by no means a merciful forgiveness, but a journey to hell that would make him experience endless suffering. Every time his life withered and restarted, it ruthlessly tore his soul and body, pushing him into a deeper vortex of pain. He shouted hoarsely, "No! Spare me, please!" However, his limbs seemed to be pierced by thousands of needles, and the severe pain deprived him of all the power to resist. He could only lie on the ground helplessly like a lamb tied to a chopping board, letting the torrent of fear and pain rage in his heart. In this boundless darkness, a familiar and horrifying pain swept over again, hitting the most vulnerable part of his heart. In a trance, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the children who died unjustly because of him. Their innocent faces were twisted with resentment at this moment, and their tender voices echoed in his ears, with strange laughter, as if they were mocking his inescapable tragic fate. These lingering illusions were intertwined with the cruel reality, and the leader's mind finally collapsed completely in this endless torture and fell into a deeper darkness. However, that was just the beginning of endless suffering. The curse of reincarnation was like a thorn in the bone, constantly repeating itself on the leader, as if there would never be an end. After countless life and death tortures, when the leader was resurrected again, his eyes had lost all vitality and became empty. Even if the heart-wrenching pain came again, he could no longer react, as if his soul had been completely drained. Xingliu stopped the torture with satisfaction. For Chinitsu, Orochimaru, and others, such interrogation methods were cruel, but not unacceptable. After all, in the world of ninjas, in order to obtain information, sometimes some extreme measures need to be taken. It's just that Xingliu's approach is more advanced and more frightening. "Who did you sell all these children to?" Xingliu asked indifferently. Although the leader was already emaciated, the fear of Xingliu in his heart was still with him. After hearing the question, he almost subconsciously answered, "It was the people of Sakura country who bought these children from us." Sakura country. Xingliu frowned slightly. What did they buy these children for? But then he didn't care about it. For him, the purpose was not important, as long as he confirmed who it was. With a simple action of Xingliu, the leader was swallowed by the flames again. Unlike the previous painful struggle, this time there was a glimmer of relief in the eyes of the leader. For him, this endless cycle and torture finally came to an end. Since you have been watching from the sidelines for so long, you might as well show up and see it. Xingliu suddenly said loudly after the leader turned into ashes. And everyone was not surprised by his words, as if they had expected this to happen. As soon as the voice fell, a young Taoist in a Taoist robe walked out of the dark calmly with a bitter smile on his face. He stepped forward, bowed and said, "Zhang Jiwei from Longhu Mountain, meet you all." Although there was a hint of helplessness in his tone, his demeanor revealed his extraordinary bearing and cultivation. This time, Zhang Jiwei originally followed his master down the mountain to the Lu family to attend the old man's 80th birthday celebration, but on the way he met many people who were anxiously looking for their children. After understanding what happened, he tracked all the way here, but unexpectedly witnessed Xingliu's shocking operation. Although the spontaneous combustion technique is not uncommon, the scene of resurrection from the dead completely overturned Zhang Jiwei's cognition. He was confident that no one in the younger generation could defeat him, but he was not arrogant. The cultivation displayed by the person in front of him was far beyond his imagination. Xingliu looked at Zhang Jiwei with interest. As one of the two, he was full of interest in the old Tianqi when he was young. "Attack over here." Zhang Jiwei was obviously stunned when he heard these three words. He looked up in disbelief and looked into Xingliu's eyes. In his cognition, such a request was sudden and even a little unreasonable. He thought he might have heard it wrong or misunderstood it. So, he cautiously tried to probe, "Senior, what do you mean just now?" Zhang Jiwei was not a timid person, but at this moment he felt unprecedented pressure. He knew that the senior in front of him was by no means an ordinary person, and his strength was beyond his imagination. In his mind, someone who could possess such a heaven-defying ability must be a senior master who had experienced countless years. In his eyes, that young face was just a manifestation of the art, just like the Zhou Ruo Tong he knew. Xingliu nodded, his tone was still calm, "Come over, let me see your strength." Although his words were calm, Zhang Jiwei keenly captured the meaning that could not be refuted. Zhang Jiwei naturally had his own pride. Being asked like this, the Monkey King in his heart could no longer be suppressed. So he grinned, revealing a bit of unyielding sharpness, "Senior, I'm sorry for offending you." After saying that, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his body, which quickly condensed into a substantial light. Then, he rushed towards Xingliu like lightning. The distance between the two was fleeting, and Zhang Jiwei had already come close to Xingliu. He threw a punch without hesitation, directly hitting Xingliu's abdomen. However, at the moment when his fist was about to touch the target, he noticed that Xingliu did not move at all, and his heart tightened, and he subconsciously withdrew some of his strength. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhang Jiwei's fist hit Xingliu's abdomen firmly. But to his surprise, Xingliu didn't move at all, as if this punch was just a scratch for him. "The speed is good, but the power is a little weak," Xingliu commented calmly. His words made Zhang Jiwei come back to his senses instantly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He thought he had overestimated the strength of this senior as much as possible, but the reality told him that he still underestimated the strength of Xingliu. And the next moment, his heart was alarmed, and he jumped away without hesitation, keeping a safe distance from Xingliu. At the moment he jumped away, an invisible wind blade whistled and hit the place where he just stood. Xingliu looked at Zhang Jiwei in surprise. In Naruto, even the elite ninjas might not be able to dodge that just now. And the young Zhang Jiwei already has this strength, and he is indeed worthy of being an old master. Chapter 192 Just follow your heart. Just as Zhang Jiwei was about to do his best and a dazzling electric light suddenly burst out around him, obviously he was about to use a powerful thunder method, Xing Lu suddenly stopped him. Okay, that's enough. This made Zhang Jiwei feel a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. His offensive was abruptly interrupted, and he was at a loss for a moment. However, he finally chose to stop because of his fear of Xing Liu's strength. He knew that there was still a big gap between him and this senior, and he would only humiliate himself if he acted rashly. However, he was still a little dissatisfied. Senior, this is a bit unfair. It was you who asked me to attack, and now it is you who asked me to stop. Xing Lu laughed when he heard this, and waved his hand and said, "What senior, do you think I look like a senior? I am about the same age as you, just call me brother." Zhang Jiwei was stunned after hearing this, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He secretly looked at Xing Lu, and it seemed that they were indeed of the same age. But no matter what, Xing Liu's unfathomable strength made it difficult for him to regard him as his peer. He muttered to himself, "Is this senior joking?" However, looking at Xing Liu's serious eyes, he felt that he did not seem to be lying. This made Zhang Jiwei feel a little confused for a while. Finally, he laughed and tried to fool him, "Can I take these children with me? I have been entrusted by someone to send them back safely." Xing Lu nodded and agreed, "No problem, you take them away." The reason why Xing Lu revealed Zhang Jiwei's whereabouts was to confirm Zhang Jiwei's identity and see if he had any connection with the human traffickers. Now seeing that Zhang Jiwei was equipped with the Golden Light Curse and Thunder Method, and his skills were much better than the leader just now, he knew that his identity should be true. At the same time, these rescued children were also a tricky thing for Xing Lu. He was not good at dealing with such situations that required careful care and comfort. Since Zhang Jiwei was willing to take over this task, he naturally wanted it. What's more, he had more urgent and important things to deal with. Zhang Jiwei originally thought that Xing Lu would be a difficult person to deal with, after all, his attitude was not friendly at the beginning. However, to his surprise, Xing Lu agreed to his request so readily and even gave up the credit for rescuing the children. This surprised and confused him. However, he did not have time to delve into the reasons. The top priority was to take these children away from this dangerous place as soon as possible and find their families. So he walked to the children, ready to wake them up and take them away. However, when he saw the children, he was surprised to find that all their injuries had disappeared. Both the injured and disabled children have recovered their health at this moment. Even those children who were dying after being cut and mutilated were now full of vitality. This shocked Zhang Jiwei again. He turned to look at Xing Liu's location, but found that Xing Lu and his companions had disappeared. This is a real hero. Zhang Jiwei sighed in his heart, not seeking fame or profit, just doing justice. In comparison, I am still a little short of the fire. If Xing Lu heard Zhang Jiwei's praise at this moment, he would probably laugh out loud. Because he never thought of himself as a hero, let alone how noble he was. In his opinion, he just acted according to his own heart and did what he wanted to do. After sighing, Zhang Jiwei began to deal with the affairs at hand. He gently woke up these children and prepared to take them away from this bloody and terrifying place. However, what he never expected was that these children would cry non-stop as soon as they woke up, especially when they saw the miserable situation around them. They cried heartbreakingly. Zhang Jiwei suddenly felt a headache, and he secretly blamed himself for not thinking carefully. He thought that rescuing the children would be enough, but he didn't expect that there were so many follow-up issues to deal with. He took a lot of effort to coax these children, and then asked them one by one about their home addresses and parents' names, preparing to send them back. After some twists and turns, most of the children were sent back to their parents. But there were still 7 or 8 children who couldn't find their families for various reasons. Looking at these homeless little carrots, Zhang Jiwei couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this time, he suddenly realized that the reason why Xingliu left in a hurry was because he had long expected such a situation to happen. If these children were sent to the government, it would be like sending them into the tiger's mouth. After all, the court at this time could only say that those who understood understood. However, it was too late to understand these things now. In desperation, Zhang Jiwei had to take these children back to the inn to find his master Zhang Jingqing for help. As soon as the door was opened, Zhang Jiwei said flatteringly with a smile on his face, "Master, I have something I want to ask you for help." Zhang Jingqing sat cross-legged on the bed without even opening his eyes. He snorted coldly. "I have nothing to say when you ask me for help. Tell me first whether you want money or not." Zhang Jiwei was not discouraged by this. Instead, he ran to Zhang Jingqing more diligently to massage his shoulders and back to please him. "Master, you misunderstood. This time it's not about asking for money." Zhang Jingqing shook his hand away. "That's even worse. If you don't want money, then you want me to clean your ass. Tell me what trouble you have caused again." Now it was Zhang Jiwei's turn to be dumbfounded. He was in a dilemma and didn't know how to start. Seeing his embarrassed look, Zhang Jingqing sighed and said, "Jiwei, this time I will help you take in these children. But you have to remember that you should do things within your ability next time, okay?" In fact, Zhang Jingqing had long known about the commotion his disciples had made outside. He was also a kind-hearted person, and knew that these children really had nowhere to go except to take them in himself. But it couldn't always be like this. After all, Longhu Mountain was not a charity, and no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't save everyone. So he deliberately made such a play to warn his disciples and let them remember it. Zhang Jiwei was overjoyed when he heard that the master agreed to take in these children, and he thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Zhang Jingqing waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to be polite, and then said earnestly, "Jiwei, you are not young anymore, you should learn to take some responsibilities. These children will be handed over to you for the time being. We will take them to Mr. Lu to find a place for them in a while." Zhang Jiwei replied respectfully, "Yes. I understand." Zhang Jingqing nodded to show satisfaction, and then ordered, "Okay, you go and arrange for these children. Prepare some food and clothes for them, and arrange a place for them to live." Chapter 193 Destroying the Sakura Country Special Zone. After Zhang Jiwei responded respectfully, he was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly seemed to remember something important, so he turned back. He stood in front of his master, with a look of inquiry and expectation on his face, and asked, "Master, I have something I don't understand, and I want to ask you. Is there really a technique that can bring people back to life?" Zhang Jingqing frowned when he heard this question, and looked at his disciple in surprise. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Jiwei, you have been practicing for some time, why do you still ask such a question? Resurrection from the dead is a heaven-defying act, how could such a technique exist?" Zhang Jiwei's face flashed with embarrassment when his master said that. But he still insisted, "Master, I am not talking nonsense. What I saw today is really too incredible." So, Zhang Jiwei told all the strange things he encountered today. He told his master Zhang Jingqing everything about the encounter. Listening to his disciple's narration, Zhang Jingqing's originally calm face gradually became solemn. Especially when he heard Xingliu's magical ability that seemed to reverse time and revive the dead, his brows knitted tightly and he fell into deep thought. Is it really a fairy from the upper world who came down to earth? He muttered to himself, but quickly denied this idea. No, since ancient times, there have only been legends of practicing to the extreme and ascending to heaven, but I have never heard of a fairy coming down to earth. Zhang Jingqing felt that the matter seemed not simple, and he decided to find out for himself. So he said to Zhang Jiwei, "Jiwei, if you meet that senior again, please invite him to attend Mr. Lu's birthday banquet. I want to take this opportunity to meet him and see who he is." Although Xing Lu and others did good deeds this time, the powerful strength they showed made Zhang Jingqing wary. He knew that this land had gone through too much suffering and could no longer withstand any disturbance. Therefore, he had to act cautiously and make sure everything was under his control. Zhang Jiwei nodded solemnly and agreed. At the same time, Xingliu and others had quietly entered the special zone of Sakura country. Their arrival immediately caused quite a stir in this prosperous area. Xingliu and his party were dressed in luxurious Japanese-style clothes, and they were extraordinary people at first glance. So despite the unfamiliar faces, the gatekeeper of Sakura country still adhered to courtesy and politeness and asked, "What do you want to do here?" Xingliu did not say much. His purpose of this trip was clear and firm, to send these people from Sakura country to see their emperor. So, in the astonished eyes of everyone, a mysterious power was quietly released. At that moment, the terrifying scene was like a nightmare. The people of Sakura country seemed to be entangled by invisible tongues of fire, their bodies spontaneously ignited in an instant, and the raging flames completely devoured them. This sudden disaster made them fall into the abyss of unconsciousness without any time to feel the pain. Foreseeing Lu, such an ending was the last bit of mercy he could show. However, his move undoubtedly set off a storm in the Sakura country special zone. People witnessed all this in horror, and their hearts were filled with indescribable shock and confusion. And when they realized that seeing Liu's eyes were gradually turning to them, the panic reached its peak in an instant. "Run, do you still want to wait for death here?" Someone shouted desperately. "Get out of the way, don't block the way, let me go first." Another person pushed the people around him rudely, trying to escape from this terrifying place. Chaotic sounds came one after another, and people rushed to flee. However, they soon discovered that no matter how fast they ran, death seemed to be chasing them closely. Those who stayed behind lived a few minutes longer. Before long, the bustling streets had become empty. And Xingliu's actions also attracted the attention of the Sakura country aliens stationed here. They quickly rushed to the scene, looked at the empty streets and the ashes on the ground, and roared angrily, "Baga! You will pay for what you did." However, as soon as they finished speaking, a terrifying figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was Kaguya. She glanced at them coldly, and then waved her hand casually. A bone turned into a sharp arrow and flew out, accurately inserted into the body of one of the aliens. With a scream, the alien's body instantly disintegrated and turned into a ball of ashes. This horrific scene made the other aliens stop in fear. But they stopped, and Kaguya would not stop. No matter how they dodge, the fatal bone will hit them. Then, in their angry eyes, they took their lives. However, even this killing speed still could not meet Xingliu's requirements. How long would it take to kill them one by one? He waved his hand lightly, and a powerful barrier instantly enveloped the entire Sakura country special zone. This barrier not only blocked the connection between the special zone and the outside world, but also protected Kaguya and others. Then, Xingliu's figure slowly rose to the air. He stood in the air, like a god above all living beings, controlling the power of life and death in this area. A murderous aura emanated from him, which made people feel chilled. "Shinra Tensei!" As his voice fell, an invisible force gushed out of his body like a flood and a beast. This force instantly swept the entire special zone, and the earth trembled violently under the impact of this force, as if it was about to crack. Everything seemed so fragile and vulnerable in front of this force, and they were completely destroyed by this repulsive force. When everything settled, people were horrified to find that the entire Sakura special zone had been razed to the ground. The once bustling scene of buildings no longer existed, replaced by a mess and ruin. This place has become a huge depression, and everything was instantly wiped out by the power of Xingliu. After doing all this, Xingliu slowly landed calmly. Orochimaru witnessed the whole process, and at this moment he walked up and said to Xingliu, "Xingliu-jun, since you don't have much affection for this country, why don't you let me and Lord Tobirama take care of it?" From what Xingliu did that day, they all realized that he deeply disliked Sakura country. At the same time, the alien just now also aroused Orochimaru's strong interest, so he made this suggestion. Chapter 194 Arrival in Sakura Country. Xingliu nodded slightly, agreeing with Orochimaru's proposal. This subtle change made Orochimaru's eyes flash with cunning, and he couldn't help licking his lips excitedly. Although Xingliu supported many of Orochimaru's projects, he never gave in on human experiments. This made Orochimaru's progress in some key research slow and troubled. Now that he finally got Xingliu's tacit approval, his excitement can be imagined. However, Tobirama's voice was like a basin of cold water, making the atmosphere solemn in an instant. Is it really good to do this? Such contempt for life. As soon as these words came out, Xingliu and others all focused their eyes on Tobirama, revealing an indescribable weirdness in their eyes. Xingliu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Are you possessed by the first generation today? You actually said such high-sounding words. As the founder of many forbidden techniques such as the impure world reincarnation, it is self-evident that Tobirama is deeply involved in human experiments." Now he actually put on a compassionate attitude to accuse them. No wonder Xingliu and others looked at him with such strange eyes. Tobirama naturally understood this, his old face blushed slightly, and he coughed awkwardly and said, "People are prone to sigh when they are old." Then he tried to get rid of the previous awkward atmosphere and pretended to change the subject easily. "Send us over quickly. I heard that the Sakura country is on the other side of the sea, you can't let us swim over." His tone was a little teasing, trying to make the atmosphere relaxed again. Xingliu looked at Tobirama's embarrassed but trying to maintain his calm appearance, and couldn't help laughing softly. After a brief laugh, Xingliu's expression became serious, and with a wave of his hand, a dazzling portal slowly appeared in front of the few people. "Let's go, I have set up your destination," he said lightly. Orochimaru and Tobirama looked at each other, and an inexplicable premonition surged in their hearts. They always felt that Xingliu seemed a little dark at the moment, as if he was brewing some mischief. However, they also knew that Xingliu would not do anything that was bad for them, so they had to bite the bullet and step into the portal full of unknowns. Chinatsu has been with Xingliu for a long time. As his partner, she naturally knows Xingliu better than anyone else. Therefore, when she saw the mischievous smile on Xingliu's face, she couldn't help but pat his shoulder lightly and scolded him. "What did you do again? You are smiling so strangely." After being exposed, Xingliu coughed lightly and tried to make himself look more serious. "Don't talk nonsense, I am helping them and sending them directly to their destination." He didn't give Chixia a chance to respond and continued. "Let's go, I'll take you to see what the prosperous area of this world is like." After that, he took Kaguya and Chixia's hands. The next moment, the figures of the three disappeared instantly. Only the bottomless pit and the destroyed Sakura special zone were left as proof of their existence. When Orochimaru and Tobirama crossed the portal, the first thing they saw was a group of soldiers who were ready for battle. The soldiers obviously didn't expect someone to suddenly appear here, and they all showed expressions of astonishment on their faces. The leading officer reacted quickly. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and shouted at Orochimaru and Tobirama. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Orochimaru and Tobirama smiled at each other. They knew that their premonition was right. Xingliu had indeed tricked them a little. However, Tobirama didn't care about it. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "This place looks good, with a lot of materials worth studying." The officer became even more angry when he saw that they didn't answer. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The sound of gunfire broke the quiet air. However, what shocked him was that Tobirama easily blocked the bullet with a kunai at such a close distance. The officer stood there for a few seconds, unable to believe what he saw. But soon, his good military qualities brought him back to his senses. He ordered loudly, "Go and sound the alarm." Someone broke into the palace of King Wei. This shout awakened the other soldiers who were still in a daze. They fled in all directions, ready to sound the alarm. Tobirama and Orochimaru stood there, quietly observing all this. For them, these materials that were automatically delivered to their doorsteps were so good that they didn't have to bother looking for them. At this moment, Tobirama and Orochimaru were like two bystanders, leisurely enjoying this sudden performance. Their eyes revealed curiosity about the unknown and desire for research, as if they couldn't wait to start their new experiment. These people did not disappoint Tobirama and Orochimaru. Not long after, a large number of soldiers came like a tide and surrounded them. However, what made the two ninjas even more excited was that they sensed some unique auras approaching in secret. They were some people wearing ninja costumes. They were obviously more well-trained than ordinary soldiers. They were using the surrounding environment to approach here quietly. A gleam of light flashed in Tobirama's eyes. He turned to Orochimaru and said, "Are there ninjas here too?" Orochimaru raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. "These ninjas are not the same as ours. They seem to be weaker." Those ninjas obviously did not expect that their whereabouts would be so easily discovered. However, at this time, they were close enough to the target to launch a fatal attack. So, they all showed their weapons, some threw shurikens, some rushed towards Tobirama and Orochimaru with kunao, and some supported them from the side, trying to trap the two in this net woven by attacks. However, just when these ninjas were about to succeed, Tobirama just made two seals with one hand, and then shouted softly, "Water style, water array wall." The next second, a large amount of water appeared out of thin air, forming an indestructible water wall around the two people and spinning around, blocking all attacks. Those ninjas were not discouraged by the failure of the first attack. On the contrary, they observed Tobirama and Orochimaru more carefully, trying to find their flaws. They knew that these two people were not ordinary people who could block their attacks so easily. However, Tobirama and Orochimaru did not give them too much time to think. Tobirama made seals with one hand again, and a water dragon appeared out of thin air, rushing towards those ninjas with fangs and claws. Orochimaru took the opportunity to launch his signature ninjutsu, Snake Hand, and countless snake shadows sprang out from his sleeves, silently entangled the ninjas. Chapter 195. As a scientist, it is reasonable to carry some research equipment with you, right? Faced with the sudden dozens of meters-long water dragon in front of them, the ninjas were completely stunned. They were shocked beyond words. Is this really water escape? Isn't it sea escape? The scene in front of them was completely beyond their cognition. However, they could not think too much at this moment. The attack had already come, and they could only bite the bullet to deal with it. Accompanied by shrill screams, these ninjas fell to the ground one after another and lost their ability to fight. Although Tobirama's attack was fierce, he stopped at the last moment and did not take the lives of these ninjas. Because he knew that living materials were more valuable for their research. At this moment, Orochimaru sneered, and his hands quickly formed seals, and the ground suddenly shook. Then, blood oozed out from the cracks in the ground. This strange scene made everyone present shudder. Orochimaru didn't care about it. He glanced at the fallen ninjas. "No one taught you to use earth escape so easily." Before he finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers had already formed a formation. They raised their guns and aimed at Orochimaru and Tobirama, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Intensive gunshots rang out, and bullets shot at them like raindrops. However, Orochimaru and Tobirama seemed to have been prepared. They evaded the bullets flexibly, and did not forget to fight back. At this moment, 9 Shikigami also took the opportunity to rush out from the dark. They each used their signature skills to attack them. The appearance of these Shikigami undoubtedly made the scene more chaotic. As the battle continued, more and more people were attracted to support. Orochimaru and Tobirama looked at the endless stream of people, with knowing smiles on their faces. "Almost everyone is here, we can start now," Orochimaru whispered, with a hint of anticipation in his tone. Tobirama clicked, nodding his head. He agreed. 4 Purple Sun Formation. As soon as the words fell, a shocking change suddenly occurred. The entire palace of King Wei was suddenly tightly wrapped by a layer of red-purple barrier, as if a huge cage trapped everyone in it. Some people tried to break through this barrier, but they were ignited the moment they touched it, and those who still had this idea retreated in fear. In the four corners of the barrier, Tobirama and Orochimaru's shadow clones were standing there quietly, making hand seals. This sudden change made the people of Sakura country fall into an endless abyss of despair. They stared at the smiles on the faces of the two uninvited guests in front of them, and their hearts were filled with a strong sense of uneasiness. At this moment, they finally realized that they had stepped into the sinister trap carefully laid out by the other party. Recalling the previous fierce battle, they suddenly realized. It turned out that Tobirama and Orochimaru deliberately fought them hard in order to attract more people to come to support them. When the people of Sakura country thought that they might become pawns in the other party's plan, they couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. However, there was no time for them to sigh too much at this moment. Because Tobirama and Orochimaru had already started to get serious. Their figures became blurred in the high-speed movement, which had exceeded the limit that the naked eye could capture. At the same time, the powerful force emanating from them was also daunting. No matter what kind of technique, it could not stop their progress. Not long after, only the two of them were left standing in the entire palace. And those once majestic Sakura country warriors had now fallen in a pool of blood. After doing all this, they tacitly took out the seal scroll and opened it to summon enough research equipment. As a scientist, it was normal for them to carry research equipment with them. After all, they had made sufficient preparations after hearing Xingliu say that he would take them to another world. Then they smiled at each other and began their own experiments. The next day, the shocking news that the king of Sakura was attacked and killed swept the world like a hurricane. The once majestic and glorious palace has now become a ruin, silently telling the tragic battle of last night. The death and disappearance of a large number of people made it impossible to cover up this news, which caused shock and attention from all countries. At the same time, on the other side, Xingliu took Kaguya and Chinitsu back to Loxia town through teleportation. At this time, night had fallen, and this quaint town exuded a different charm against the backdrop of the night. Xingliu leisurely took the two beauties strolling on the street, enjoying this rare quiet time. They shuttled through the bustling crowd and tasted the unique snacks here. Chinitsu was full of curiosity and anticipation for these novel foods, and Kaguya, as an old antique, was also deeply attracted by these delicious snacks. Her mouth was full of food, and her hands were not idle, tasting and praising. Xingliu looked at Kaguya's cute eating appearance and couldn't help laughing softly. His laughter made Kaguya realize that she was a little out of control. Her face turned slightly red and she lowered her head shyly. In order to hide her embarrassment, she speeded up her chewing and quickly swallowed the food in her mouth. Chinitsu looked at Kaguya's slightly flushed cheeks and flustered look, and couldn't help laughing softly. She took Kaguya's arm and said gently, "Sister Kaguya, don't be so shy. Master Xingliu is just joking." Kaguya raised her head slightly, glanced at Xingliu through her long eyelashes, and a hint of reproach appeared at the corner of her mouth. She gently patted the back of Qingxia's hand to express her gratitude, then turned to Xingliu and said, You only know how to make fun of me." Xingliu looked at the interaction between the two beauties, and his heart was full of warmth and satisfaction. He smiled and said, Okay, I won't make fun of you. Let's continue to stroll around and see if there is anything else to eat." So the three continued to stroll on the streets of Loxia town. They tasted various special snacks and admired the night view and unique architectural style of the town. In the process, Xingliu introduced some interesting things and customs of this world to Kaguya and Qingxia from time to time. And in this warm and harmonious atmosphere, a familiar figure suddenly came into their eyes. Zhang Jiwei stood at the door of an inn with a decadent face and sighed. Although the children Zhang Jiwei brought back before were physically recovered under Xingliu's treatment, the trauma in their hearts was still difficult to heal. Those children who had been cruelly transformed into human-faced dogs now have determined in their hearts that they are no longer human beings. They can't get rid of the horrific memory and can't reintegrate into the normal life. Normal life. Zhang Jiwei made great efforts and patience to appease these children. Chapter 196 Accept the invitation. At this time, Zhang Jiwei took advantage of the children's hard work to calm down and took the time to come to the door of the inn to take a breath. The task assigned to him by the master, to find Xingliu and others and invite them to attend Mr. Lu's 80th birthday, has always been like a stone pressing on his heart. He and Xingliu and others just met by chance, and he didn't know where they were now, let alone whether they were willing to accept the invitation. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, the figures of Xingliu, Kagaya, and Chinitsu suddenly appeared in front of him. A touch of surprise flashed in his eyes, and the sadness on his face disappeared instantly, as if he had seen a savior. He didn't expect to meet them here by chance, and the task assigned by the master finally came to an end. The pressure in his heart was instantly relieved a lot, and he walked quickly towards Xingliu and the other two, his face filled with unconcealable joy. "Seniors, what a coincidence! I was just worrying about how to find you." Xingliu and the others saw Zhang Jiwei coming, and they stopped and responded with a smile. "Brother Zhang, you look a little worried, are you in trouble?" Zhang Jiwei smiled bitterly, nodded and said, "I did encounter some tricky things. But now that I see you, I feel that things may turn around." He paused and continued. "In fact, my master was very grateful when he knew that you saved so many children. He specifically told me to invite you to attend Mr. Lu's 80th birthday. The master said that such good deeds should be rewarded and spread, and he wants to take this opportunity to introduce you to heroes and heroes from all walks of life so that your reputation will spread far and wide. So, I wonder what the seniors think." Zhang Jiwei said, his eyes revealed deep expectation and sincerity, as if all hopes were pinned on Xingliu's answer. He looked at Xingliu, waiting for his decision. Xingliu glimpsed Zhang Jiwei's extremely sincere attitude and couldn't help grinning. The most famous among the people is that young people plan every step carefully, while the elderly are indifferent to life and death and just do it if they don't agree. Zhang Jiwei now undoubtedly belongs to the young people, so Xingliu doesn't believe what he said at all. Then Xingliu thought about it and understood the general context of the matter. He guessed that Zhang Jiwei should have told his master what happened today. And his master, out of curiosity and caution, wanted to meet him and others in person to reassure himself. After thinking this through, Xingliu's smile became brighter, and he nodded gently to agree. "Brother Zhang, we really feel the kindness of you and your master. To be honest, when we saved people, we didn't think about getting any fame or fortune. It was just a coincidence and out of our own heart." At this point, he changed the subject and continued, "However, your master values us so much, it's hard to refuse his kindness. How can we disappoint him?" Seeing this, Kagaya and Chinitsu next to him immediately nodded in agreement, indicating that they agreed with Xingliu's decision. For him, this invitation did not do any harm. So it's better to join in the fun and witness the famous scene of Lu Jin being slapped and crying. Zhang Jiwei had already felt half cold in his heart when he heard the first half of Xingliu's words. After all, the meaning behind the words was that anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was a polite refusal. However, he never expected that Xingliu's second half of the sentence would make a 180-degree turn, and he actually agreed to his request. This sudden reversal made Zhang Jiwei's mood like riding a roller coaster, experiencing ups and downs. Although he experienced a brief ups and downs in his heart, he was relieved that Xingliu agreed to the invitation. So he was going to tell Xingliu the specific time and place of the birthday party, but suddenly realized that he had never asked the other party's name. This made him feel a little embarrassed and rude. So he said with some apology, "I'm so sorry, senior. I have been neglecting to ask your name." Xingliu didn't care about it. He waved his hand gently and said, "Hey, I told you, don't call me senior. My name is Uchiha Xingliu, you can just call me Xing Lu." When Zhang Jiwei heard this surname, his eyes condensed slightly, and his face changed slightly. Obviously, this surname reminded him of some unpleasant memories or emotions. Xing Lu keenly caught Zhang Jiwei's reaction, and he explained lightly. "Although my surname sounds more Japanese, I have no relationship with Sakura country. You don't have to worry about it." This surname is still somewhat sensitive in this era, so Xing Lu made some explanations. However, he did not want to use a pseudonym to perfunctory Zhang Jiwei for this reason. In his opinion, these people were not qualified to make him make such a compromise. The reason why he could communicate with these people in a friendly manner and did not take tough measures was just because of his heart. His heart wanted him to do this, so he acted according to his heart. Zhang Jiwei obviously would not completely let down his vigilance just because of Xingliu's words. Although Xingliu and others' behavior of rescuing the child left him a good impression, as soon as he heard that surname, his good impression was immediately replaced by vigilance and precautions. However, he still maintained superficial politeness and politeness. After all, the strength shown by Xingliu was hard to ignore. So, he said politely, "Since the senior said so, I dare to call you Brother Xingliu." Then, after telling Xingliu and others the address and time, he found an excuse to leave. Xingliu looked at Zhang Jiwei's back as he left, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. At this time, Kaguya walked to his side and whispered, "Husband, that person just showed hostility towards us. Do you want me to deal with it?" As she said that, she made a downward slashing motion with her hand knife, and a hint of sharpness flashed in her eyes. Xingliu looked at Kaguya and knew that her suspicious problem had come back again. However, she couldn't be blamed for this. After all, she herself had betrayed and sneak attacked, and had been betrayed by her own children. So it was normal for her to be a little suspicious. Xingliu raised his hand and gently tapped Kaguya's forehead. Seeing her face flushed, he put his hand down with satisfaction. He said gently, "No need, it's normal for him to be hostile. People of this era will be more or less hostile when they hear the name of Sakura country. We don't have to care too much." Kaguya nodded, seeming to understand, although she was still a little confused, but since Xingliu said so, she didn't think too much about it. So, she continued to focus on finishing the snacks in her hand and enjoying the pleasure brought by the food. Chapter 197 The birthday banquet begins. Zhang Jiwei returned to Zhang Jingqing's residence with a heavy heart. His steps were a little slow, and it was obvious that he was not calm. Zhang Jingqing was resting with his eyes closed. When he noticed the arrival of his apprentice, he opened his eyes slightly, with a little impatience in his tone. "Tell me, what is it that bothers you so much?" Zhang Jiwei smiled bitterly. He knew the character of his master, so he didn't beat around the bush and directly told him about what he had just encountered Xingliu. When he heard that Xingliu was suspected to be from Sakura country, Zhang Jingqing's face showed a trace of relief. He knew the secrets of the heavenly master, so it was impossible for an immortal to descend from Sakura country. In his opinion, this news was like a reassurance, which calmed his mood a little. Zhang Jingqing pondered for a moment, then said lightly, "Disciple, don't interfere too much in this matter. When the time is right, the master will personally come out to investigate." Since the master has spoken, Zhang Jiwei naturally dared not say much. He nodded respectfully, indicating that he would obey the master's arrangement. Then, he took his leave and left, but his heart was still full of curiosity and suspicion about Xingliu and others. On the other hand, this short episode did not affect the mood of Xingliu and others. They still strolled on the streets of this era with great interest. Although the streets here are a little shabby and deserted, and even slightly inferior to the unreformed Konoha, the unique cultural atmosphere here deeply attracted Kingxia and Kaguya. They strolled with relish, stopping from time to time to appreciate the unique style of this era and feel the wonder and colorfulness between different worlds. As night fell, Xingliu took Kingxia and Kaguya back to his own space. At this time, earth-shaking changes have taken place here. The once dark and empty space has now become bright and full of life. A magnificent and luxurious house stands there, showing the owner's extraordinary taste and strength. As his spatial ability becomes stronger and stronger, he can control and change this space at will. So he deliberately set aside a small space to create this place. After all, when traveling between endless worlds, you can't always live under someone else's roof or find a temporary residence. So he created this mansion with his own hands. At this time, he led Chinitsu and Kagaya into the mansion. Chinitsu saw that his eyes were getting more and more wrong, so she hurriedly ran away with the excuse of being tired. Kagaya was a little slow, until Xingliu hugged her from behind slowly and sniffed her cheeks, neck and ears. She realized something was wrong. But she just blushed and bit her lips lightly, and said nothing. But this attracted Xingliu's more excessive behavior. Soon, Kagaya's pure white eyes became more and more hazy, and her breathing became rapid. Xingliu-kun, no, you have to be so mean. This kind of thing is very embarrassing. What is it? This kind of serious matter is so embarrassing. Tell me. Xingliu leaned close to her ear and whispered. The warm breath hit Kagaya's ears, making her subconsciously close her legs and stand unsteadily. I may not have completely removed the poison. Please remove the poison. Since it is the goddess's request, there is nothing I can do. Xingliu said as he pulled Kagaya to the bedroom, sat on the bed, and patted his thighs. Xingliu's days were fulfilling and happy. During the day, he took the two ladies to appreciate the unique customs and culture of this era, immersed in the weight of history and the vitality of modern times. At night, they returned to the warm and comfortable little nest, enjoying the absurd and pleasant time. At the same time, the uproar caused by Orochimaru and Tobirama in the Sakura country has intensified. People there began to feel that everyone was in danger, and the whole country was shrouded in a tense and depressing atmosphere. However, these things were just a ripple for Xingliu and did not affect him. Happy times are always fleeting. This day was Mr. Lu's birthday party. After playing with the two women, Xingliu brought Chinitsu and Kagaya to this lively occasion. However, he did not show up directly. After all, he came here at the invitation of Zhang Jingqing and did not hold a formal invitation. Moreover, he was not very interested in the red tape of such occasions. Instead, he was more willing to observe everything quietly as a bystander. It would not be too late for him to go down when Zhang Jiwei arrived. So, he took Qingxia and Kagaya to hide their bodies, sitting in the air and quietly overlooking the development of the plot below. The three of them seemed to have become invisible people in this lively occasion, and no one present could detect their existence. At this time, Xingliu's eyes were inadvertently attracted by a little fat boy. The little guy was holding a string of candied haws in his hand, and was flattering a little fat girl with a diligent face. This scene made Xingliu feel a little funny. He turned his head and said to Qingxia and Kagaya on the side, "Look, does that little fat boy look like a dog?" Chinitsu and Kagaya looked curiously in the direction of his finger. Although the little fat man's appearance was not outstanding, they really couldn't associate him with a dog. So, Chinitsu asked in confusion, "What kind of dog does he look like?" Xingliu showed a smug smile on his face and said as a matter of course, "Does he look like a dog licker?" He laughed to himself after saying that. His humor and ridicule made Chinitsu and Kagaya laugh with him, and the atmosphere between the three became more relaxed and joyful. After talking and laughing, Xingliu said meaningfully, "This birthday party will be lively later." Kagaya nodded after hearing this, "Are you going to take action later?" Xingliu nodded slightly, "This should be our fault. I don't have the habit of letting others take the blame." At this time, in the scene below, the little fat man, Wang Ai, was becoming more and more obvious in his dog-licking behavior. When he shouted back loudly, he was stopped by two people as soon as his voice fell. At this moment, the young Lu Jin walked in from the door and brought an exciting news: his master and the old master had arrived. This news was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing a sensation in the crowd. As the host, Lu Xian naturally could not neglect it. He immediately stood up and was about to greet the two guests in person. However, Wang Ai's father spoke at this time. He suggested that everyone go to greet them together to show respect and importance to the two guests. So, under the leadership of Wang Ai's father, a group of people came to the door one after another, ready to greet the old master and Lu Jin's master. Chapter 198 Propose a competition. Not long after, Zhang Jingqing and Zhou Rutong walked into the door hand in hand. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Jingqing said loudly with a smile on his face, "Mr. Lu. Long time no see." Then, Lu Jin's master Zhou Ruotong also said lightly, "Mr. Lu, I am not late, am I?" The two distinguished guests gave him such face, and Mr. Lu's face was naturally full of smiles. He was deeply moved. The two people in front of him, one was the Tianqi of Tianqi Mansion, and the other was the head of Sanyi sect. They were both well-known figures in the world. It was a great honor for his Lu family to gather here today to celebrate his birthday. So he quickly calmed down his excitement and clasped his fists to return the greetings to the two distinguished guests. "Tianqi, head of Sanyi sect, the two of you can come here," which really makes the Lu family proud and overjoyed. After that, Mr. Lu turned sideways, stretched out his right hand and made a pleased gesture, indicating the two distinguished guests to come in and take a seat. Seeing Lu, who was sitting in the air, said at this time, "The real master has arrived, let's go down and let him see, so that he won't keep thinking about it." As he said that, he teleported with the two women to Zhang Jingqing. This scene surprised everyone present. Even the knowledgeable people found it incredible that several living people appeared out of thin air in broad daylight. Zhou Rutong and Zhang Jingqing, as the best of the older generation, also widened their eyes at this moment and looked at seeing Lu and others in shock. They didn't find out how these people appeared at all, and they couldn't help but feel a little alert in their hearts. However, after a brief surprise, Zhang Jingqing suddenly frowned thoughtfully. He seemed to be trying to recall something, or thinking about the purpose of seeing Lu and others. When Lu Gong saw this scene, he thought someone was coming to mess up the place. Although he was a little apprehensive, as the master, he had to come forward to deal with it. However, just as he was about to speak, Zhang Zhiwei ran over and whispered in Zhang Jingqing's ear, "Master, these are the people I was talking about." Zhang Jingqing immediately understood what he said, and the smile on his face bloomed again, looking friendly and kind. "Oh? Are you the one who rescued those children?" While asking, Zhang Jingqing was also secretly observing Xingliu and his party. But to his surprise, Xingliu did not look any different from ordinary people, just like an ordinary young man. On the contrary, Kaguya beside him gave him a feeling of being unfathomable, which made him feel daunted. Xingliu did not seem to be looking at these people, but Kaguya could not stand the feeling of being spied on. She snorted coldly, and a strong momentum burst out from her instantly. Everyone present felt as if they were locked tightly by the scythe of the god of death, and they looked away, not daring to look at her again. Zhang Jingqing saw this and realized that the atmosphere was a little wrong, so he stepped out to smooth things over. "Everyone, don't underestimate the young friend just because he is young. My disciple can't even get through a single move in front of young friend Zhang." Then he roughly told the story of seeing Lu rescuing the children. This also made the hearts of the people present calm down a little, and when they looked at seeing Lu again, there was a little more admiration in their eyes. In any case, seeing Lu and others rescued so many children, and they can be regarded as heroes. And Mr. Lu, as the host of this birthday banquet, also reacted at this moment. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to seeing Lu and others. "So you young friends are the heroes who rescued those children. I am sorry for your disrespect. Come in, come in." Then he personally led Seeing Lu and others to the banquet hall. Seeing Lu smiled slightly and nodded to Mr. Lu as a return gift. Kaguya still had a cold face, but she didn't get angry again. Surrounded by the crowd, Xingliu and others came to the main hall. Although some people were dissatisfied with Xingliu being able to sit on an equal footing with the older generation at such a young age, they dared not speak out because of the strong strength shown by Kaguya and Xingliu's righteous deeds. After taking their seats, Lu Gong personally filled Xingliu and others with fine wine to express his respect for them. The birthday banquet continued to be very lively, with singing and dancing, and toasts. However, during this period, Zhang Jingqing tried to ask Xingliu about his origins in a roundabout way many times. Whenever Xingliu told the truth, Zhang Jingqing always showed an unbelievable expression, as if he didn't believe everything Xingliu said. This made Xingliu feel a little helpless and funny. People can only know things like their own cognition. Once it exceeds this cognition, it is difficult for him to accept it. So he didn't explain too much, just smiled and shook his head and continued to enjoy the birthday banquet. Seeing that Tianqi Zhang Jingqing had been defeated by Xingliu, the others naturally did not want to touch this bad luck. They all remained silent, only Zhou Ruotong, the head of Sanyi sect, was still staring at Xingliu thoughtfully, as if thinking deeply about something. Halfway through the birthday banquet, Mr. Lu excused himself and left the table because of his old age and physical exhaustion. His departure seemed to make the atmosphere a little more relaxed, but then, Wang Ai's father, under the influence of alcohol, said to Lu Xian, "Look how interesting these little guys are, how about letting them help us have fun?" Lu Xian frowned slightly when he heard this, and the alcohol also dissipated a lot. He naturally heard the meaning of Wang's father's words, which was nothing more than wanting the younger generation to compete. However, today was the birthday banquet of the Lu family, and such a proposal was a bit presumptuous. So he pretended not to understand and deliberately asked, "Help us have fun? What does Wang mean?" Unfortunately, Wang's father did not understand his implication. He still smiled and said, "It's rare for so many wealthy families to get together, why not let them practice tomorrow, how about a game?" Hearing this, Lu Xian looked embarrassed. He naturally didn't want to have any competition at the birthday banquet, but it was not easy to directly reject Wang's father's proposal. At this time, Wang's father continued, "Hey, everyone knows that your Lu family disciples are all outstanding, especially Lu Jin. It's a good opportunity for everyone to be here, so it's a good opportunity to make Lu Jin famous. Don't you think so, Lao Lu?" Hearing this, Lu Si's father nodded in agreement and said, "Lao Lu, let my two useless sons learn from Mr. Lu. Let them know the methods of their peers, so that they don't know the height of the world all day long." Hearing this, Lu Xian hesitated a little. He looked at Zhou Ruotong on the side, hoping that he could give an opinion. Zhou Ruotong took a sip of the wine glass, and then said lightly, "Mr. Lu, I don't think this is a big deal. It's good for children to play games, just give them a chance to exercise." Hearing this, Lu Xian was a little shaken, but he still needed the opinion of one person, that is, Tianqi Zhang Jingqing. However, to his surprise, before he asked, Zhang Jingqing had already expressed his opinion, "Hey, this proposal sounds interesting." Chapter 199 The Troublemaker is Coming. As he said, Zhang Jingqing slowly stood up and said to Lu Xian and Zhou Ruotong, "Mr. Lu, Chief Zhou, can I have a word with you?" Lu Xian and Zhou Ruotong were slightly stunned when they heard the old Tianqi say this. They looked at each other, although they were a little confused, but finally nodded and agreed. However, just as the three of them were about to leave, seeing Lu suddenly said, "Don't go, there are bad guests coming." Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. As soon as these words came out, the three people who were about to leave stopped immediately. They all turned their heads to look at seeing Lu, with puzzled and vigilant expressions on their faces. Others were also attracted by seeing Liu's words and cast their eyes on him. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. The ambassador of Sakura country heard about Mr. Lu's birthday banquet and came to congratulate him. This voice was like a bolt from the blue, making everyone present change color. Some people were suspicious. Could it be that the Lu family had defected to the Sakura country? Was this birthday banquet a trap? They looked at Lu Xian nervously, but saw that he was also surprised, so they were relieved. Then, two people suddenly flew in from outside the door. It turned out that they were the gatekeepers arranged by Lu Xian at the gate. They stumbled in, obviously being beaten and thrown in. The occurrence of this scene also made the people present completely believe seeing Liu's words that there were indeed bad guests. At this time, a group of people walked in from outside the door. The leader was wearing a kimono and had an arrogant look. Protecting him were two Ronin holding long swords. They looked at the people present fiercely, as if they were looking at a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Behind them, there was a group of people in ninja costumes, all with expressionless faces and cold eyes. The guests have come to celebrate the birthday, why don't we see the host? Is this the etiquette of China? The leader said in stiff Chinese, his tone full of provocation and arrogance. His eyes swept over the people present one by one, and finally fell on Lu Xian. Are you the head of the Lu family? It seems that your Lu family's hospitality is just like this. Lu Xian's face was solemn at this moment. This uninvited birthday celebration was obviously not a good thing. He stepped forward and responded in a deep voice, I am Lu Xian of the Lu family. I wonder what the ambassador of Sakura country is here for. The ambassador of Sakura country sneered, and did not directly answer Lu Xian's question, but looked around and said, I have heard that the Lu family is the leader of the Chinese alien world. Today, I see that it is indeed well deserved. But the birthday banquet seems to lack some lively atmosphere, why don't we come to help liven up the atmosphere? As soon as he finished speaking, the Ronin behind him immediately drew his sword, revealing a sharp blade light, and his whole body was tense, as if he would pounce forward at any time. And the ninjas were like ghosts, quietly dispersing and hiding in the surrounding environment, waiting for a signal to launch a fatal attack. This provocative move immediately aroused the anger of many Chinese warriors present. Some people were straightforward and hot-tempered, and couldn't help cursing. Fuck off! You bastards from Sakura country, do you really think we are easy to bully? His voice was full of anger, which immediately attracted the people around him to echo and cheer. The angry atmosphere spread rapidly in the air, and more people stood up, with the chi flowing in their bodies, ready to teach these uninvited Sakura kingdom a profound lesson. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian knew that the situation had escalated and it might be difficult to end peacefully today. Although he was also there was anger, but more of it was calm and composed. He took a deep breath and secretly used the art of voice transmission to order the Lu family's servants to prepare for battle in order to deal with the upcoming conflict. At this critical moment, Zhou Rutong, the head of the Sanyi sect, finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it revealed an irresistible majesty. Since the ambassador of the Sakura country is interested in sparring, why not let me help first? As he spoke, he walked slowly towards the center of the field. With his steps, a powerful and unfathomable aura emanated from him, as if it was an invisible mountain, pressing everyone present to the point of almost being unable to breathe. At the same time, Zhang Jingqing also laughed and said heroically, since the distinguished guest is so interested, how about letting me, an old man, stretch my muscles and bones? As soon as he finished speaking, the whole scene seemed to be shaken by his laughter. When the Sakura country ambassador saw the appearance of Zhang Jingqing and Zhou Ruotong, his face suddenly became a little ugly. He had only expected that Zhou Ruotong might be here, after all, he was Lu Jin's master, but the appearance of Zhang Jingqing was completely beyond his expectations. The reputation of this old master is well known throughout the alien world, and his strength is even more unfathomable. However, the Sakura country ambassador's face did not look ugly for too long, and he quickly regained his composure. They came here with the determination to destroy these high-ranking sects. Although Zhang Jingqing's appearance surprised them, it did not change their plan. On the contrary, they thought that with the presence of the master, the effect might be better. The reason they came here was because they were destroyed in a special zone in this country. They thought that this was something that ordinary people could not do at all, so they pointed the spearhead at the alien world. Although they did not know who the murderer was, the target of revenge had already been locked on these aliens. In their opinion, the murderer who destroyed the special zone was so powerful that they were unable to compete with him. So, they gave up the plan to find the murderer and only prepared to kill some aliens to vent their anger. At the same time, they also put the blame for the destruction of the special zone on these aliens to divert the public's attention and anger. Once again, the death of King Wei made them lose face internationally, so they needed to be strong once, otherwise they would be easily taken advantage of. Therefore, with several goals combined, the birthday banquet of the Liu family became their goal. The ambassador of Sakura country was thinking about these plans in his mind, and a sneer appeared on his face. But the sneer in his heart did not last too long, because he knew that no matter how careful the plan was, it would still depend on strength. He glanced at a ninja behind him, and saw that ninja nodded. This made him feel relieved. Yes, although it all depends on strength in the end, who says that using poison is not strength? The mission of those ninjas hiding in the dark is not to wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but to surround the entire Liu family compound. In this way, as long as he gives an order, the poison gas bomb will be like the scythe of the god of death, ruthlessly harvesting every life. At that time, even masters like Zhou Ruotong and Zhang Jingqing will probably not be able to escape the pervasive poison. When the ambassador of Sakura country thought of this, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise, revealing a smug smile. Chapter 200 The Poisonous Scheme of Sakura Country. Just as the ambassador of Sakura country, Taro Inobe, was proudly planning a poisonous scheme in his heart. A cold voice suddenly sounded, like an invisible sharp blade, instantly piercing his fantasy. What are you laughing at? You don't really think that your little trick can be hidden from our eyes, right? This made Taro Inobe's heart tremble violently. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Zhang Jiwei and a group of young juniors standing there quietly. In their hands, they were holding the poison gas bombs that they had carefully prepared. These poison gas bombs were originally his secret weapons to plot against the Liu family, but now they were held by the other party. Jingbian Taro's pupils suddenly contracted, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. He understood that this meant that his plan had been completely exposed. He looked back at the ninja behind him again, and saw that the ninja was sweating all over and looked terrified. Obviously, this bad news was verified. Baga! Jingbian Taro roared angrily and slapped the ninja's face hard. However, Zhang Jiwei was secretly glad in his heart. It turned out that when those people entered the Liu family just now, Xingliu notified him with the sound transmission technique, allowing him to stop the actions of those ninjas in time. Thanks to Zhang Jiwei's quick response and strong ability, he was able to turn the tide at the critical moment. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiwei couldn't help but look at Xing with gratitude. But Xing Lu was enjoying the wine leisurely and flirting with the girl beside him, as if he didn't care about the tense scene at all. This almost broke Zhang Jiwei's defense. However, thinking of Xing Liu's mysterious means and unfathomable strength, he could only swallow this complaint. Xing Lu seemed to feel Zhang Jiwei's gaze. He turned his head slightly, raised a cynical smile at the corner of his mouth, and raised his glass to Zhang Jiwei. Seeing this, Zhang Jiwei could only shake his head helplessly and responded with a bitter smile. At this moment, Ibe Taro was filled with anger and despair. The manpower he brought seemed so insignificant in front of so many enemies. Without the winning weapon, the situation was reversed in an instant, and he became a fish on the chopping board. However, at this moment of despair, a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He took out a signal gun from his arms, raised it to the sky without hesitation, and pulled the trigger. When Zhang Jingqing saw this scene, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. His face changed drastically and he shouted in a hurry, "No, stop him!" However, it was too late. Although Zhang Jingqing and Zhou Ruotong knocked Jingbian Taro to the ground and firmly controlled him in the next second, the signal flare had already broken through the clouds and disappeared into the sky. Jingbian Taro, who was lying on the ground, looked at this scene with a crazy smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, it's too late. Let so many people from the Xia kingdom die with me, I Jingbian Taro will die without regrets, ah. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Ruotong broke his hand expressionlessly, and the severe pain made Jingbian Taro's screams stop abruptly. Tell me, what's going on? Zhou Ruotong stared at him coldly, revealing unquestionable majesty in his voice. Taro Jingbian covered his broken hand, his face covered with cold sweat, but he still said stubbornly, Humph, how can I, a Sakura countryman, be afraid of this little pain? I won't. However, before he finished speaking, Zhou Ruotong walked towards him again, his cold eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person. Taro Jingbian was so scared that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and the courage in his heart disappeared instantly. Wait, I'll tell you. He no longer had the stubbornness before, and began to tell the secret of the flare truthfully. It turned out that the Sakura countryman prepared 2 plans for this operation. The first plan was naturally an assassination operation with poison gas bombs. If it could be successfully accomplished, it would naturally be the best choice, but if it failed, they still had a more ruthless second plan as a backup. This flare was the key to start the second plan. When the flare broke through the sky, it indicated that the mission of Taro Jingbian and others had completely failed, and they were destined to die here. Because the second plan was to mobilize artillery to carpet bomb the area and turn everything here into ashes. Once this plan is implemented, it will inevitably cause a storm on the international stage and cause irreparable damage to the international reputation of Sakura country. In order to cover up the truth and divert international attention, they urgently need an excuse that seems reasonable and can exonerate them. And the sacrifice of Taro Ibe and others is the best candidate for this excuse. Their death will become the perfect reason for Sakura country to explain this action to the world, allowing Sakura country to get away from international public opinion. At this point, Taro Ibe suddenly showed a strange smug look on his face, and he said in a yin-yang tone, "It's too late to stop it now. I deliberately delayed time to wait for the artillery to arrive. You will go to hell with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the shrill whistling of artillery shells in the distance. In an instant, the scene fell into chaos. The whistling sound of the shells was getting closer and closer, and each sound was like a death warrant from the god of death. Zhang Jingqing and Zhou Rutong's faces became extremely ugly. They knew that the current situation was beyond their control. "Quick, find cover!" Zhang Jingqing shouted, pulling Zhou Rutong to run to the building next to them. The crowd also fled like a flock of frightened birds, and everyone was looking for the slim chance of survival, trying to find a shelter to avoid the shell attack. However, this open area had almost nowhere to hide, and it seemed destined to become the harvest field of the god of death. Just when everyone was in despair and thought that the shells were about to take their lives, a miracle happened. The shrill whistling sound suddenly stopped, as if the whole world had fallen into silence. The fat boy Wang Ai carefully poked his head out from under the table where he was hiding, his eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. However, when he looked up at the sky, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something incredible. In fact, everyone who looked up at the sky had the same expression, it was astonishment and a look of awe and awe. Xing Lu had stood in the air without knowing when. His figure was so dazzling and invincible in the sun. In front of him, the shells that should have taken countless lives were now quietly suspended in the air. Time froze at this moment. Xing Lu just stood there, as if he had become the focus of the whole world. Chapter 201 Rescue. At this moment, Xing Lu was like a hero in a myth. His existence rekindled people's hope. Those who had originally looked desperate now looked up at the sky, their eyes full of awe. Zhang Jingqing and Zhou Rutong also came out of their hiding place. They looked at Xing Lu standing in the air, and endless emotions surged in their hearts. Especially Zhang Jingqing, who had the degree of a heavenly master, at this moment flashed a guess that he once thought was impossible in his mind. Is Xing Lu really a banished immortal? However, Xing Lu did not care too much about other people's thoughts. The reason why he took action was, on the one hand, because this incident did not happen in the original work, so this change may be related to him. On the other hand, he has never had a good impression of the people of Sakura country. Since they want to cause trouble, let them suffer the consequences. These thoughts flashed through Xingliu's mind, and then he flicked his fingers and uttered a word softly, "Go." As his voice fell, the shells that were originally suspended in the air instantly turned around and flew back to the path they came from at a faster speed. In a hidden position in the distance, the captain of the artillery regiment, Michuan Kuzi, was looking at the direction of the Lu family with a sneer. He murmured to himself, "Jingbian, your sacrifice will be remembered forever by the empire." After speaking, he turned his head and ordered the soldiers beside him, "Pass the order down, strengthen 2 rounds of artillery fire, and don't let Jingbian's sacrifice go in vain." The soldier bowed his head and responded, and was about to turn around to convey the order, when suddenly, a rapid whistle came. He looked up subconsciously, and his eyes widened in horror. He saw the shells flying towards their position at a high speed. This sudden scene terrified the soldier, and he shouted loudly, "Artillery attack! Find shelter!" However, before his voice fell, the shells had already arrived one after another, exploding on the position. The position instantly fell into chaos, and the soldiers ran around, looking for a place to hide. However, they did not expect that they would be bombed by shells, and did not make shelters at all. So in this open position, they had almost nowhere to hide. The sound of shells exploding came one after another, and each sound was like a death warrant from the god of death, ruthlessly taking away lives. Umgawa Kuko was not spared either. He was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up, but found that his legs had been blown off, and blood stained his trouser legs red. This is impossible!" Michuan Kuzi shouted in despair. He could not accept such a result. He originally thought that the plan was perfect, but he did not expect it to end up like this. In the distance, Xingliu stood in the air, coldly watching the tragic situation on the artillery position. There was no mercy or sympathy in his eyes, only coldness and contempt for the enemy. When everything was settled, the survivors showed joyful smiles on their faces. They were glad that they could survive this disaster. Even if the plan did not go as expected, they were still alive, which was the greatest luck. However, their joy did not last long, and they suddenly felt their bodies lighten, and the whole person flew into the sky uncontrollably. They were horrified to find that they and everything around them were being pulled by an invisible force and gathered to the same place. No matter how they struggled and shouted, they could not get rid of the shackles of this force. Their hearts were filled with fear and despair, as if they were facing the call of death again. In the distance, Xing Lu stood quietly, his eyes cold. The next moment, he clenched his fist. As he clenched his fist, all the people and objects that were attracted together merged together in an instant. At that moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, and the air was filled with a solemn and oppressive atmosphere. When everything returned to calm, the artillery position had turned into a ruin. Those soldiers from the Sakura country who had once been arrogant and attempted to destroy peace have now all died. Their bodies were twisted and stacked together, forming a horrible scene. Although the people at the birthday party did not know this scene, they looked at Xing Lu as if they were looking up at a god. Zhang Jingqing stared at the slowly descending Xing Lu, took a deep breath, and then bowed and saluted, "My friend, I was wrong before." This was to apologize for his previous constant temptations to Xing Lu. After all, as long as Xing Lu did not lend a hand today, all of us are likely to die here. Therefore, it is inappropriate to doubt the actions of Xing Lu and others. Xing Lu just smiled faintly and replied, "It's okay, it's just human nature." At this time, Zhou Ruotong walked to Xing Lu with excitement, his eyes flashing with eager light. He took a deep breath and asked with a trembling voice, "Immortal, I have been troubled by something for a long time. I wonder if you can give me some advice." Xing Lu nodded slightly, and he signaled Zhou Ruotong to continue, willing to listen to his doubts. Zhou Ruotong calmed down and said carefully, "I have been committed to exploring the mystery of the 3 levels of reverse birth, and I want to know whether people can restore the innate one qi and reach the realm of feathering." This question is of great significance to Zhou Ruotong. It represents the highest pursuit of the 3 levels of reverse birth, the fundamental method of his Sanyi sect, and is also the ultimate goal of his personal practice. Therefore, he stared at Xing Liu's eyes closely, fearing that he would miss any subtle changes in expression or fluctuations in tone. Xing Lu fell into deep contemplation after hearing this. Although he did not know much about the practice of Yi Ren Zhong, the hang-up system he had allowed him to have a high level of theoretical attainments. He understood that Zhou Ruotong's question was actually to explore the possibility of whether the 3 levels of reverse birth could make people immortal. To this end, the answer is clear and direct, that is, it is impossible. If immortality is really so easy to obtain, then the legend of immortality would not be so rare in the long years. From Xing Liu's perspective, the 3 levels of reverse birth are certainly a shortcut to practice. It uniquely reverses the practitioner's body back to the original state of the innate one qi, attempting to achieve the purpose of immortality. However, this method is a tricky idea. It ignores the balance and harmony of the dual cultivation of sex and life on the road of practice, and it is undoubtedly a bit of an evil path. All shortcuts in the world are exchanged at a huge price, and the 3 levels of reverse birth are no exception. It may allow practitioners to gain powerful strength, but will eventually return to the innate qi, that is, death. After understanding this, Xing Lu slowly shook his head. The realm of immortality you pursue is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Although the 3 levels of reverse birth are a shortcut, it is by no means easy to truly reach the level of immortality. Although this was not said explicitly, it undoubtedly gave the answer. This made Zhou Ruotong a little difficult to accept for a while, but in the end he still smiled. Decades of pursuit, naturally it is impossible to give up because of someone's words, even if this person is an immortal. Chapter 202 If you don't compete, how can I watch the famous scene? Xing Lu caught Zhou Ruotong's flashing smile, and knew in his heart that he would probably choose to follow the path of the original work. Respect the fate of others and let go of the plot of helping others. His advice just now was just a casual move when he was in a good mood. As for whether Zhou Ruotong obeyed, that was his own business. At this time, old Master Lu dragged his tired body and slowly walked over from a distance. He staggered, his face was as pale as paper, and it was obvious that he was in a very bad state at the moment. This is not difficult to understand. After all, a birthday banquet that was originally festive almost turned into a tragedy. This experience is a heavy blow to anyone. However, despite being exhausted physically and mentally, old Master Lu immediately expressed his deep gratitude to Xing Lu after he stood firm. He bowed his hands and saluted. Although his voice trembled slightly due to excitement, the gratitude in his words was overflowing. "Immortal, thanks to your timely rescue, otherwise I am afraid that my old bones will really become a sinner." His words revealed deep gratitude and emotion. Indeed, many sects in Xia country were invited to attend the birthday banquet this time. If they really encountered an accident here, it would undoubtedly bring immeasurable losses to the entire alien world. Even if his Lu family could escape the disaster of extermination, it would certainly be seriously damaged and never recover. Therefore, in the heart of old Master Lu at this moment, Xing Lu was undoubtedly the savior he was most grateful to. He was willing to do his best to meet any request from Xing Lu. Xing Lu heard the sincerity in old Master Lu's words, and he originally wanted to respond to this gratitude with a little effort. However, when the words came to his lips, he changed his mind. He smiled slightly, looked at old Master Lu and said, "Mr. Lu, if you really appreciate me, why not promise me one thing?" Upon hearing this, old Master Lu immediately patted his chest and promised. "Please tell me, immortal." Let alone one thing, even 10 or 100 things, as long as the Lu family can do it, we will do our best to do it for you. Seeing Lu chuckled and shook his head and said, "That's not necessary, it's just a small matter." As he spoke, he swept his eyes over Lu Jin and Zhang Jiwei, and continued. Just now at the birthday banquet, someone suggested that the younger generation compete with each other. I think it would be better to set it for tomorrow. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. They thought seeing Lu would make some major or difficult request. After all, he just saved the lives of everyone present. However, no one expected that the request he mentioned was just to watch a competition between young disciples. However, someone soon reacted and could not hide the excitement in his heart. The immortal was actually interested in their competition, which was undoubtedly a great opportunity for them. If they were favored by the immortal, their future would be limitless, and they might be able to avoid decades of detours. Lu Jin was listening at the side, but suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. He subconsciously touched his head and muttered in his heart, "What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm going to be unlucky?" At the same time, old Master Lu was also a little confused. He didn't understand why seeing Lu made such a request, but on second thought, since it was the immortal's intention, then there must be a reason for it. In any case, this request was not excessive, and it was even beneficial to their Lu family. So, old Master Lu nodded and agreed immediately. "Okay. Let's do as the immortal said. Tomorrow I will arrange a competition for young disciples, so that the immortal can watch it." After saying that, he said goodbye, turned around and left, and began to prepare for this grand competition. That night, the entire Lu family was busy. In order to welcome this meaningful competition, they specially built several spacious and magnificent competition arenas, and carefully arranged the audience seats and rest areas to ensure that every guest who came to watch the competition could have a comfortable experience. The next morning, just after dawn, the Lu family's martial arts field was already bustling with people and lively. Due to the arrival of the mysterious immortal seeing Lu, this competition was much grander than any previous one. Even some scattered people heard that the immortal was here, and they came here specially, just to be noticed by the immortal and become his disciples. That is to say, there is not enough time, otherwise there would be more people here. The Lu family had no choice but to entertain them. As the guests arrived one after another, the atmosphere in the martial arts arena became more and more heated. The audience was either whispering and talking, or looking forward to it. In the center of this grand competition, Xingliu sat quietly on the high platform. His eyes were calm, and he was not very interested in the upcoming competition. Indeed, Xingliu did not have too many waves in his heart about the competition of these young disciples. The reason why he made this matter was more to see the famous scene of Lu Jin being slapped and crying by Zhang Jiwei. Thinking of this scene, Xingliu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and at the same time took out Konoha's latest video recorder from his arms, ready to record this wonderful moment. Seeing Xingliu's actions, Chinatsu and Kagaya, who were standing beside him, couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. They knew Xingliu's bad taste very well, and knew that someone was going to be unlucky again today. During these years in Konoha, the various deeds of the Uchiha clan have long been widely spread. Even Tobirama, who had some complaints about the Uchiha clan in the past, now calls them the funny clan. They still remember the scene of the victims of the Uchiha clan gathered in front of Xingliu's house. Those people did not make noise, but just stood quietly, with innocence in their eyes. In the end, with Xingliu's generous donation, they got the blood pill as compensation, and then left with satisfaction. However, they did not know that their social death scene had already been recorded silently by Xingliu. Later one day, these videos were suddenly played in turn on the big screen in front of the Hokage building, allowing those victims to once again experience what it means to be unworthy in the world. Just as everyone's eyes were scattered and paying attention to the fierce duels on each stage, Lu Jin also stepped into the battlefield. His first opponent was Lu Deshui, who was said to have a grudge with Lu Jin's master, Sanyi sect. Although Lu Deshui was quite strong, he was still a little inferior to Lu Jin. After a fierce battle, although Lu Jin suffered some minor losses, he finally defeated Lu Deshui. Then, Lu Ci was eager to challenge Lu Jin. However, his brother Lu Ren came out in time to stop him. Lu Ren looked around and pointed at the many arenas and said, "Look, there are so many arenas here, why do you have to go against Lu Jin? You two are equally strong, and once you fight, it may be difficult to stop." After hearing his brother's advice, Lu Ci calmed down and thought it made sense, so he gave up the idea of challenging Lu Jin. Chapter 203 Famous Scene. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared on the arena. I saw that the disciple of the old Taoist priest Zhang Jingqing actually jumped onto the stage where Lu Jin was. This scene made everyone present feel they were caught off guard and speculated about the intentions of this disciple. Lu Jin also frowned slightly and stared at the uninvited guest in front of him. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from the other party, which was a sense of oppression that did not belong to young people at all. This feeling made Lu Jin alert instantly, and he knew that he was not facing an ordinary opponent. In order to deal with this sudden challenge, Lu Jin did not hesitate to open the 3 levels of reverse life. This is one of his housekeeping skills, which can greatly improve his strength in a short time. Then, he took a deep breath, clasped his fists to the other party and said, "Please teach me." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Jin rushed over like a flash of lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and his movements were flexible and changeable. Obviously, he wanted to win by speed. However, facing Lu Jin's fierce offensive, Zhang Jiwei still stood there expressionlessly, as if he didn't take this competition to heart at all. In fact, Zhang Jiwei was indeed absent at this moment. His thoughts drifted to the conversation with Seeing Lu yesterday. Seeing Lu specifically told him to compete with Lu Jin with all his strength today. Then Zhang Jiwei shook his head gently and refocused his attention on the competition in front of him. Lu Jin was furious when he saw that Zhang Jiwei could still be distracted while fighting with him. He rushed towards Zhang Jiwei faster, determined to teach this opponent who looked down on him a lesson. However, just when Lu Jin was about to succeed, Zhang Jiwei just turned slightly and slapped him on the head lightly. This slap seemed gentle, but it contained a powerful force, which instantly made Lu Jin feel dizzy and lost his balance, and even his proud 3-fold inverse life was broken. Lu Jin staggered back a few steps and finally half-knelt on the ground, unable to fight anymore. This scene stunned everyone present. They thought they would see a fierce battle of equal strength, but they didn't expect it to be so unexpected. At this moment, Zhang Jingqing stood up and shouted loudly, "Evil beast!" Zhang Jiwei heard the master's scolding and did not dare to defend himself. He knelt down and admitted his fault. Zhang Jingqing became more and more angry and was about to leave the platform and come to teach this ignorant apprentice a lesson in person. However, at this moment, Zhou Rutong stood up and stopped him. "Master, calm down. Your disciple has been quite lenient, there is no need to punish him anymore, right?" Old Master Lu also took the opportunity to smooth things over, saying, "Yes. Why should you be angry, old master? The child beat my Jinner, but you want to teach him a lesson. How will others see our Lu family? Can't our Lu family afford to lose?" After saying that, Old Master Lu did not forget to care about Lu Jin's injury and asked, "Jinner, are you okay?" Lu Jin turned his back to everyone and stammered, "No. I'm fine." Hearing Lu Jin say that he was fine, Old Master Lu complained about Zhang Jingqing, "You are really not nice. You hid such a precious disciple in the mountains and didn't tell me." Zhang Jingqing smiled bitterly and said, "I'm so ashamed." But Old Master Lu obviously didn't listen to Zhang Jingqing's apology, and continued to shout at Lu Jin. "How is it? Have you learned something new? Do you know that there are always better people? Let's see if you dare to be arrogant in the future." Lu Jin had recovered by then. After hearing his grandfather's lesson, he stood up, somersaulted, shook his hair, and then clasped his hands together and said, Thank you for your teachings, Master. Thank you for your concern, elders. Lu Jin is fine. Although he was being tough, the tears in his eyes betrayed him. The elders present tried not to laugh, but the younger ones couldn't help laughing. What was even more funny was that Lu Jin had tears in his eyes, but he still said seriously, I know that there are always better people. Senior brother Zhang is much stronger than me. I don't take it to heart at all. This time, old Master Lu couldn't hold it back anymore, and laughed out tears, laughing, ha 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 ha. My precious grandson was beaten and cried, but he's still holding on here. Ha ha ha. With his laughter, the whole venue fell into joy. Lu Jin couldn't hold back any longer, tears burst out like a dam bursting. He ran to the house while crying, and he didn't forget to force himself, Grandpa, I'm going to change clothes in the room. Seeing his back, everyone laughed so hard. At this moment, seeing Lu also put away the video recorder in his hand with a smile on his face, thinking in his heart, I will take this to Lu Jin to ask for the Tongtian scroll in the future. If he doesn't give it to me, I will post this video on the internet. Then, he stood up and disappeared with Kaguya and Chinatsu. Their goal had been achieved, so there was no need to stay any longer. And seeing Liu's sudden disappearance also caused the people present to fall into a brief period of confusion. Some people were disappointed, while others showed a thoughtful expression. Fortunately, the Lu family was very polite, and soon someone came out to smooth things over, defusing this small chaos. Zhang Jingqing looked at the seat where Xing Lu had just sat, and said to Zhou Ruotong, I always feel that this kid will do something else. Although I have only seen him once, I always feel that Sakura country will suffer. Zhou Ruotong thought about the hellish scene of the artillery position he saw a few miles away yesterday, and nodded to agree with Zhang Jingqing's opinion. However, what they did not expect was that in the next 10 days, it was calm and there was no big news. What was Xing Lu doing at this time? Of course, he took Chinatsu and Kaguya on a honeymoon trip. Sakura country was not as important as his wife. However, when Xing Lu saw that the cooling time of the world gate in the system was about to end, he restrained his playful mood. He first placed Chinatsu and Kaguya in his own space, and then he found Orochimaru and Tobirama who were immersed in the experiment. Although the two were reluctant to give up the experiment, under the guidance of Xingliu, they still came to Xingliu's alien space. After arranging everything, Xingliu appeared in outer space in an instant. He stared at the blue planet in front of him, and then he glanced lightly in the direction of Sakura country, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Then, Susanoo slowly wrapped around him. As time went by, the volume of Susanoo continued to expand, and finally became as big as half of a planet. And the people on the blue planet, no matter where they were, witnessed this shocking miracle. They all held their breath, widened their eyes, and muttered the gods they believed in. Chapter 204 Accident. The next moment, the huge body of the golden Susanoo stood tall in the starry sky, and it raised the black sword in its hand that seemed to penetrate the stars. The sword tip shone with a cold light, pointing directly at a corner of the blue planet below, Sakura country. As Xingliu's mind moved, the energy between heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by this long sword, gathering into a sword energy that destroyed the world. The long sword chopped down suddenly, and the sword energy roared like a dragon and rushed towards Sakura country. The power of this sword seemed to split the entire sky in two. The dark sword light became more and more dazzling in the sun, as if even the stars were eclipsed by it. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space was torn apart, leaving a deep crack. In Sakura country, countless people looked up at the sky in horror. They saw that the dark crack spread rapidly, like a huge spider web covering the entire sky. Then, a deafening roar resounded through the sky, as if even the heaven and earth were trembling. At this moment, the people of Sakura country felt unprecedented despair and fear. They all knelt on the ground, clasped their hands together and prayed for the protection of the gods. Some people burst into tears, some screamed and ran around, and the whole country fell into chaos. Facing this devastating blow, the defense of Sakura country seemed so insignificant. Countless shells soared into the sky, trying to intercept the sword energy, but in front of Susanoo, these attacks were as powerless as ants trying to shake a tree. The dark long sword easily penetrated the defense of the shells and continued to slash towards Sakura country. Finally, with a deafening roar, the sword energy slashed fiercely on the land of Sakura country. In an instant, the ground shook and smoke rose. The whole country seemed to tremble under this sword. Countless buildings collapsed, and huge cracks opened in the streets, swallowing everything. There were people crying and shouting for help everywhere, and the whole Sakura country fell into a doomsday scene. In this chaos and despair, the country of Sakura has disappeared. Under this sword, Sakura was completely wiped off the map and became a historical memory. Strangely, such a fierce attack did not affect other places, but simply wiped out Sakura. As the earth-shaking blow fell, the golden Susanoo slowly dissipated in the starry sky like a warrior who had completed his mission, and its magnificent figure gradually turned into golden light and finally returned to nothingness. However, the impact it brought was far-reaching and heavy. The Zyuguo-style Susanoo made countries around the world feel unprecedented shock and fear. They all tacitly chose to stay away from this country, as if it was a cursed forbidden land. In the emergency meeting, the leaders of various countries expressed their fear and uneasiness about this mysterious power without exception. They did not dare to bet whether this power came from Zyuguo, and they did not dare to imagine whether their country would follow the footsteps of Sakura and disappear in the dust if they angered the existence behind it. As for Xia State's own attitude and strength, they have become insignificant in the eyes of other countries. They are more concerned about how to preserve themselves in this crisis and avoid becoming the next target. As for whether Zyuguo can rise and prosper, it has nothing to do with Xingliu. He never thought of himself as a savior or a nanny. What he did was just out of his inner dislike and dissatisfaction. He did not feel any guilt or regret for the destruction of Sakura country, because everything was just following his heart. At this time, Xingliu had returned to the Naruto world through the space gate, and he knew nothing about the attention he had attracted in a higher dimension. In that unspeakable height, three beings surrounded by countless rules were silently watching his every move. Every look and every movement of theirs seemed to cause the tremor of the universe. Among them, an old man with an old face opened his eyes slightly, and his eyes seemed to contain endless galaxies and years. He said softly, "Is he the chosen one? What a lucky little guy." As soon as the old man finished speaking, another middle-aged man with a powerful presence snorted coldly. This cold snort was like a thunderbolt, instantly destroying countless newly born branch worlds. However, the old man just glanced at him lightly, and then waved his hand, and those destroyed worlds were restored to their original state as if time had gone back. "Humph, it's just a mere human race, how can there be such a blessing? Why don't we take it away?" The old man glanced at the middle-aged man lightly, and then slowly said, "Have you forgotten what that thing is? If you go to fight for it, aren't you afraid that it will backfire on you? At that time, even if the three of us join forces, I'm afraid we can't escape the fate of Deoxy's death." How could the middle-aged man not understand this truth? He was just a little jealous. Moreover, he valued his roots the most. The human race of Xingliu actually got such an opportunity. This made him feel like countless ants crawling in his heart, and he was very uncomfortable. At this time, the young man who had been silent all the time smiled and said, "Why not accept him as a disciple?" The middle-aged man was even more dissatisfied when he heard this. He simply turned around and left, leaving only a cold response, "I'm not interested." The old man also shook his head slightly, "Although this little guy is a little special, he is not suitable for my path. If you are interested, you might as well give it a try." The young man smiled and nodded his head, agreeing. Then, the old man and the middle-aged man disappeared in this dimension one after another. Only the young man was left standing there alone, and he muttered to himself, "It's not too casual to accept a disciple. Since you want to accept him, you have to give him a little test. With the slight movement of the mind of the Supreme Being, the sacred timeline of the person who was about to step into the star stream quietly changed subtly. All this happened silently, as if even the vast universe had not noticed this subtle fluctuation. However, although the vastness of the universe failed to immediately perceive this change, it did not mean that the system could not detect it. At this moment, Xingliu had just returned to the Naruto world through the space gate. As soon as he landed, he suddenly received a prompt from the system. This sudden message made him slightly stunned, and then he quickly realized something, and silently said in his heart, "Open the system prompt. Unknown changes have been detected in the sacred timeline of the one-person world. Please choose carefully. If you abandon this world and search again, it will take an extra month. The difficulty of the task has been detected to have changed, so the task reward has been greatly increased. World task, get 8 wonders. Task reward, hang up speed plus 1000%. Chapter 205. You call this world one person? Staring at the new prompt that popped up in the system, Xingliu touched his chin and fell into deep thought. He clearly saw that the magnitude of the reward had increased significantly, which was undoubtedly an attractive opportunity. However, he also understood that the difficulty of the task would inevitably increase accordingly. Reason sounded the alarm in his mind, telling him that he should act cautiously. Perhaps giving up this world and waiting for another month would be a wiser choice. After all, there is only a fine line between adventure and recklessness, and he needs to make sure that he will not fall into an irreversible situation due to a momentary impulse. However, just when he decided to give up, an indescribable intuition quietly rose in his heart. He felt that if he chose to give up, then he would lose not only the opportunity of a world, but also some immeasurable and great benefits. This benefit seemed to be closely linked to his fate. Once missed, there might be no chance again. Just as Xingliu was struggling between reason and intuition, the system sent a new prompt again, breaking his meditation. This world has been promoted for unknown reasons, and the current strongest person's cultivation is close to the realm of heavenly immortals. May I ask if the host still chooses to enter? This prompt made Xingliu's heart lift instantly, but then he lightly put it down gently. He noticed that the hint said close to the immortal, not the real immortal. In his cognition, although there is only a thin line between the earthly immortal and the immortal, there is a world of difference in strength. Therefore, he believes that the strongest person in this world is not enough to pose a threat to him. In this way, his safety is basically guaranteed. Although Xingliu is fully confident in his own strength, he will never take it lightly. After all, the unknown changes behind this sudden world promotion are still a huge mystery. This kind of power that can make a low-level world suddenly promoted is full of incredible and mysterious. Xingliu knows that this must involve some existence or power beyond common sense. Therefore, he must remain highly vigilant and cautious to deal with various situations that may arise. Now that the decision has been made, there is no need to delay. Xingliu understands that this mission is different from the past, and there are too many unknown factors, so he decided to go alone without anyone else. Although doing so would make him less helpful when facing danger, it would also reduce some unnecessary troubles and risks. Before leaving, he said hello to Tsunade and others and released several people in the different space. Then, he communicated with the system and confirmed that he had entered the world of one person. With a flash of light, Xingliu's figure disappeared on the spot and embarked on the journey to the new world. As soon as Xingliu stepped into this so-called world of one person, the scene in front of him almost made him drop his jaw. According to his understanding of the plot, this should be a modern society. However, what is now presented in front of him, although there are also shadows of modern society, the elements mixed in it make him feel confused. In the sky, from time to time, someone flew by on a sword, leaving a stunning trail. In Xingliu's view, this completely broke the common sense and cognition of modern society. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, who in modern society can fly on a sword? Isn't this a scene that should only appear in the world of immortals? When he turned his eyes to the billboard next to him, he was speechless. What was advertised on the billboard was actually elixirs. Moreover, these elixirs were advertised as health products, as if in this world, elixirs have become a household name and a must-have for everyone. This made Xinglu feel both amused and helpless. He remembered that in the original plot, there were only a few aliens, and the population red line was also an important setting. However, now it seems that this world has completely overturned his cognition. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ma Hongxian's pursuit has not yet begun, but it has been realized in this world. Just when Xinglu felt confused and helpless, a speeding motorcycle suddenly stopped in front of him. A uniformed policeman jumped off the car, walked in front of him, and showed his ID seriously. "Hello, comrade. I am a policeman. Teleportation is not allowed here. Please come back with me to register the relevant information." His words revealed a bit of seriousness. Xinglu looked at the righteous policeman in front of him and smiled bitterly in his heart. He wanted to say something to explain his situation, but he didn't know how to start. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Can this world learn from the fairy world? Why are there cameras everywhere when they have started to cultivate immortality?" However, Xinglu knew that his current situation was a bit embarrassing. He didn't have an identity in this world. If he followed the police back to register, his true identity would probably be exposed soon. This made Xinglu a little helpless. He had never seen this scene before. However, at this moment, the police suddenly took out a device similar to a mobile phone and scanned it lightly at him. He thought it was just a routine matter, but the police's next reaction stunned him. The police showed an unbelievable expression on his face and exclaimed, "Huh? How is it possible? Where is your identity information? Why is there no record at all?" Hearing this, Xinglu could only roll his eyes helplessly in his heart. How could an outsider like him be identified? However, this also saved him a lot of trouble. At least now he didn't need to bother to make up a reasonable explanation. So, while the police were still in a daze, Xinglu had already made a decision. He moved his fingers gently, and the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving the police standing there in a daze. After a long while, the police came back to his senses, hurriedly took out the walkie-talkie, and nervously reported, "I have a situation here. An unidentified suspicious person just disappeared suddenly, requesting immediate support." Regardless of how the police acted later, Xinglu had already arrived at a prosperous area. He looked up and saw a towering building. Next to the building were a few big words, Tianxia Group. Since there are huge risks in this world and you can't just rush in, it is particularly important to find a reliable partner. In Xingliu's heart, Feng Zhenghao is undoubtedly a suitable candidate. Although he is shrewd and cunning, he doesn't care about his face. But as long as he is a teammate, there is no problem. Chapter 206 Transaction. His sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. The security personnel at the door were even more like an enemy. They approached vigilantly. After all, this sudden appearance was too abnormal. "Excuse me, who are you? What's the matter with you here?" The security guards asked in a serious tone, their hands subconsciously reaching for the batons at their waists. However, Xinglu only glanced at them lightly, and had no intention of answering the question. After locking onto the strongest aura, his figure became blurred in an instant, and then disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was standing directly in front of the target person with the strongest aura. All this happened in a flash, leaving the people around no time to react, leaving only a ground of astonishment. Although Feng Zhenghao was a little surprised at the sudden appearance of Xinglu in front of him, he quickly regained his usual calmness and composure. He knew very well that Xinglu could appear in front of him without him noticing. Then, he would definitely kill him without him knowing anything. Therefore, Xingliu's high-profile appearance showed his sincerity. "May I ask what advice you have, young friend?" Feng Zhenghao pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose to cover the gleam in his eyes, and his tone revealed a hint of curiosity and inquiry. Xingliu smiled slightly, and was quite impressed by Feng Zhenghao's quick response and calm response. He knew that dealing with smart people was always easier and more pleasant. I came here for two things that require the assistance of President Feng. Of course, in return, I will also give corresponding compensation. Xingliu said straight to the point. Feng Zhenghao raised his eyebrows slightly, motioning Xingliu to continue. First, I need a reasonable identity information. Xingliu stated his first need. Secondly, I hope to borrow the soul binding and general sending book of President Feng's family heirloom. Hearing the words jump the spirit and dispatch the general, Feng Zhenghao's pupils shrank slightly. He was not surprised that Xingliu knew he could summon the spirit and dispatch the general. After all, he had used this power for Tianxia Group over the years. And everything has traces. Since it has been used, it will be exposed sooner or later. He was just shocked that Xingliu was too direct. Combined with Xingliu's first request, Feng Zhenghao couldn't help but start to doubt Xingliu's true identity and intentions. He was worried that Xingliu was a foreign force and intended to steal the unique skill of summoning the spirit and dispatching the general. Although Feng Zhenghao was a shrewd man, he absolutely could not tolerate such things that might endanger the security of his family and the country. So he secretly moved his qi and prepared to do something big. Even if he couldn't hit Xingliu, he could try to cause a stir and attract rescue. However, just as he was about to do this, his sixth sense suddenly warned him frantically. This is an intuition formed by years of hard work. This intuition told him that if he really did it, the consequences would be disastrous. So, the dark black qi on Feng Zhenghao's body disappeared in an instant, and he regained his calm. Looking at Feng Zhenghao's cautious actions in front of him, Xingliu nodded with satisfaction. He knew that what he said would cause some misunderstandings, but there was nothing he could do about it. Feng Zhenghao's ability would soon find out that he had no identity information. Rather than being exposed at that time, it would be better to be honest. President Feng is a smart man, don't worry, I won't take your things for nothing. Xingliu said, and took out a small mansion model from his arms. I can exchange this thing with you. Although this model is only the size of a palm, the workmanship is extremely delicate and exquisite, and you can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary item. This thing allows spirits to live in it, and the spirits can be strengthened at all times in it. Xingliu carefully observed the strength of Feng Zhenghao's breath, and then continued. According to my estimate, in about half a year, it will be possible to strengthen a spirit that is stronger than President Feng. This mansion model was built by Xingliu himself as a trial piece, and was specially prepared for exchange. In his opinion, there are definitely problems in this world, so it is always better to solve them peacefully than to resort to violence. Feng Zhenghao looked at the mansion model in front of him, and a gleam of greed flashed in his eyes. This thing is really suitable for his Feng family, and it can greatly enhance the family's strength and status. However, he finally restrained his impulse and did not reach out to take it immediately. He knew in his heart that if Xingliu was really a foreign force, then once this news spread, his Feng family would be completely finished. Therefore, he must remain calm and not make a decision easily. Xingliu admired Feng Zhenghao more and more. He was worthy of being the one who knelt down to Wang Ai without hesitation. President Feng, please rest assured. With my strength, who can really drive me? Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that this model can strengthen 10 spirits at a time. Xingliu's addition was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Feng Zhenghao's heart was surging at the moment. Originally thought that this mansion model could only strengthen 1 spirit, but unexpectedly it was 10. This was too tempting for the Feng family. He knew that Xingliu, who could produce such an extraordinary thing, must be unfathomable and could not be easily controlled by others. However, just when Feng Zhenghao's greed was about to overwhelm his reason, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Feng Xian rushed in with anxiety on her face. Father! The security report just now said that someone suddenly appeared here. Before she finished her words, her eyes fell on the extra person in the office, Xing Lu. Feng Xian was stunned, obviously not expecting someone to be here. At the same time, Feng Zhenghao's face suddenly darkened. He exuded black qi all over his body, and he shouted sternly, Xian, didn't I tell you to knock before entering? How can you behave like this now? Feng Xian was frightened by her father's sudden anger. She opened her mouth and was about to explain something, but was interrupted by Feng Zhenghao mercilessly. No need to say more. Get out now. Yes. Feng Xian bit her lip. Although she was unwilling in her heart, she nodded obediently and left the office. With Feng Xian's departure, the atmosphere in the office returned to calm again. Feng Zhenghao took a deep breath, slowly gathered the black qi around him, and his face gradually returned to normal. He turned to Xingliu and said apologetically, I'm sorry that I didn't discipline my daughter well enough. Then he changed the subject. I still need some time to think about the exchange of the spirit binding and general dispatching. But I'll start to deal with your identity issue right away. Chapter 207 Changes in One Person's World. Xingliu smiled lightly, flicked his fingers, and the small and exquisite mansion model flew steadily to Feng Zhenghao. Feng Zhenghao instinctively reached out to take it, but he didn't expect the model to be unexpectedly heavy and almost slipped out of his hand. He quickly adjusted his posture and held the model firmly in his palm, with an elusive surprise flashing in his eyes. Xingliu watched Feng Zhenghao's reaction, and the smile on his lips became stronger. President Feng, I believe you will make a wise choice. His tone was flat, but it revealed a kind of confidence and domineering that could not be ignored. He had given a chance by giving good advice, and if he didn't know how to appreciate it, that was fine. After all, in his eyes, even though the world has many secrets, Feng Zhenghao is just an ant that can be crushed at any time. Feng Zhenghao is such an experienced person that he can naturally understand the deep meaning in Xingliu's eyes and words. His heart was surging, but his face remained calm, only his clenched fists showed that he was not calm inside. However, he finally chose to retreat in order to advance, laughed, and tried to ease the atmosphere. Young friend is really generous, aren't you afraid that I will take this treasure for myself? Xinglu looked at Feng Zhenghao deeply, and his tone revealed an unfathomable meaning. President Feng is joking. Although I built this mansion model, it is just a practice. What's more, there is no free lunch in the world. If you take my things, you will naturally have to pay a price. Feng Zhenghao did not seem to hear the warning in Xingliu's words, and cleverly changed the subject. We have been chatting for so long, but I haven't asked you your name. Xinglu. Xinglu gave his name. Feng Zhenghao was slightly stunned when he heard the name, and then smiled and said, So you are from Sakura Island, no wonder your clothes are different from ours. Now it was Xingliu's turn to be surprised. What did he just hear, Sakura Island? Although he was surprised, he didn't show any expression on his face. He just said calmly, I'm not from there. Feng Zhenghao waved his hand and apologized, I see. I was arbitrary. He paused for a moment and then began to invite enthusiastically. Since you have come from afar, how about letting me, as the host, show you the local customs and practices here? Xinglu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and shook his head slowly. Just kidding, he didn't want to go out with a man. Seeing Xingliu's refusal, Feng Zhenghao didn't force it. In that case, why don't I let my daughter take you around my group? Xinglu thought about it for a while and thought that this proposal was not bad. He had just arrived and was in urgent need of finding the truth about what was wrong with this world. So, Xinglu nodded and agreed to the proposal, then I'll have to trouble President Feng. Feng Zhenghao saw that Xinglu agreed and showed a satisfied smile on his face. He immediately pressed the communicator on the table and told the other end. Xian, come to my office now and show Uchiha Xingliu around our group. Feng Xian on the other end seemed a little surprised, but quickly agreed. After a while, the door of the office was knocked, and Feng Xian appeared at the door. She was wearing a capable professional suit, looking heroic. "Father, are you looking for me?" Feng Xian walked into the office, her eyes inadvertently swept over Xingliu, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Feng Zhenghao pointed at Xingliu and introduced. "This is Uchiha Xingliu, you show him around our group." Feng Xian nodded to show that she understood. She walked in front of Xingliu and stretched out her hand. "Hello, I'm Feng Xian. Let me show you around in the next time." Xingliu didn't say much, just nodded, and followed Feng Xian out of the office. Then the two of them stepped into the building of Fengjia Group together. As the elevator slowly rose, Feng Xian began to enthusiastically introduce the various business departments of the group to Xingliu. She knew them all, and her tone was full of pride and love for the family business. However, Xingliu did not seem to be very interested in these, and there was a hint of boredom in his eyes. Feng Xian keenly noticed Xingliu's attitude, and she felt a little disappointed, but she still tried her best to maintain her enthusiasm. She took the initiative to ask, "Mr. Xingliu, are you not very interested in these? If you have anything else you want to know, I can answer you in detail." Xingliu came back to his senses and glanced at Feng Xian. He said lightly, "What I want to know more is the situation in this world." Feng Xian was slightly stunned, and looked at Xingliu with some confusion. She didn't quite understand what Xingliu wanted to know specifically. Xingliu sighed and explained, "I mean, why has the world become like this now?" Feng Xian listened to Xingliu's explanation, and a trace of confusion appeared on her face. She shook her head, saying that she didn't know much either. This made Xingliu a little helpless. He was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "Do you have a cell phone? Lend it to me." Feng Xian subconsciously took out her cell phone from her bosom and handed it to Xingliu. However, when she handed over the phone, she realized that this action seemed a little inappropriate. Her ears were slightly red, but it was too late to regret it. Xingliu didn't notice Feng Xian's embarrassment. He took the phone and began to check it attentively. His eyes quickly swept across the screen of the phone, as if looking for some important information. Not long after, he began to check the contents of the phone carefully with his eyes fixed. In the chaotic era of the last century, the world suddenly changed dramatically. The aliens were the first to notice the abnormality. The progress of their practice not only became faster, but also greatly increased in power. The practice that could only barely block bullets when practiced to the top before has become unfathomable, as if a new world has been opened. Moreover, the technique itself completes the subsequent path, allowing people to become stronger. The innate awakened aliens also became extremely powerful. The fire ability that could only be used to light a cigarette before can now burn rivers and boil seas, showing amazing power. The number of newborns awakening their abilities is also increasing, and they can become aliens by practicing casually. Therefore, in that era, the term population red line did not appear at all. Later people speculated after research that there was a revival of spiritual energy in that era. But they were also confused about the automatic evolution of the technique. Of course, this change is not only beneficial, it almost made that era more chaotic. Fortunately, at that time, the masters of the alien world such as Longhu Mountain and Wudang Mountain united to control the situation. They not only punished those who made trouble, but also expelled those who invaded. And the Sakura Kingdom was also merged into the Xia Kingdom at that time. After all, the Sakura Kingdom has been an inseparable part of the Xia Kingdom since ancient times. For these masters, cultivation is obviously more important than governing the country. So power returned to the hands of ordinary people, and the world gradually returned to stability. What made Xingliu feel weird was that even with such a big change, the 36 thieves still happened. The information on the mobile phone was simply passed by and did not describe the specific things in detail. But according to Feng Zhenghao's current situation, the plot does not seem to have deviated much. Xingliu put down the phone and couldn't help but feel confused. Chapter 208 Feng Bao Bao. However, no matter how complicated the situation is, Xingliu has already made a general assessment of Feng Zhenghao's strength. In his opinion, although Feng Zhenghao's strength is not weak, it will not hinder him from completing his mission. In this way, even Zhang Jiwei, who practiced martial arts while others practiced immortality in the original work, can't stop him. Afterwards, Xinglu searched for information about Lushan Dejiao on his phone. He found that Lushan Dejiao had already begun preparations, which meant that the plot had been unfolding for some time. Just as he was thinking this, Feng Xian's phone suddenly rang. Xinglu frowned slightly and looked at the caller ID on the phone screen, but he had no intention of answering it. He gently handed the phone back to Feng Xian, his face still keeping that indifference. Feng Xian took the phone and saw the caller ID, and a little surprised expression appeared on her face. She didn't understand why her father called her again now after just giving her a task. However, she didn't say much, just hesitated for a moment, and then answered the phone. "Xian, there is something you need to deal with." Feng Zhenghao's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Let Xinglu, little friend, be received by Xing Tong. Tell Xinglu that we agree to his request." "Okay, I understand." Feng Xian replied respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Feng Xian looked at Xingliu with a hint of apology. "I'm very sorry, I have to leave for something urgent. However, my younger brother Feng Xingtong will receive you on my behalf. My father said that we agreed to your request, and he has given the things to Xingtong, and he will pass them on to you." Xingliu chuckled and nodded slightly, showing his understanding. Not long after, a young man walked in. He looked a little younger than Feng Xian, with a handsome face and a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes. He politely introduced himself to Xingliu. "Hello, I am Feng Xingtong, Feng Xian's younger brother. My father has already told me, please follow me, the things are ready." As he said, he stretched out his hand to signal Xingliu to follow him out. Xingliu nodded slightly, followed him, and came to a quiet reception room. After the two entered the reception room, Feng Xingtong gently closed the door. He turned around, looked at Xinglu and said, "The practice method of Zhuling Qianzhong was dictated by me. Due to the importance of this thing, we did not record it in any written materials. I hope you can understand." Xinglu nodded in agreement after hearing this. So Feng Xingtong began to dictate the practice method of Zhuling Qianzhong. After a while, Xinglu looked at the message. One of the 8 wonders, Zhuling Qianzhong, was successfully obtained displayed in the system, and he couldn't help but feel a little happy. Being able to complete the system task so smoothly is undoubtedly a good start. At this time, Feng Xingtong also finished dictating, looked at Xinglu and asked, "Is there anything you don't understand? I can explain it to you again." Xinglu heard this and shook his head and said, "No, I have written it all down. Thank you for your help." Feng Xingtong was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect Xingliu's memory to be so amazing. He could remember all the content after just listening to it once. It seems that this person is really not an ordinary person. However, he thought about it again. If Xinglu was an ordinary person, how could his father let him get in touch with such a secret as the soul binding and general sending technique? Xinglu quietly closed his eyes and began to sort out the essence of the soul binding and general sending technique. In this magically modified one-person world, the soul binding and general sending technique is no longer just the original simple skill of manipulating souls. This strange skill is like being reborn in the new era, and has derived more powerful abilities. The current soul binding and general sending technique can actually allow the user to deeply experience the life of the controlled soul. This magical ability is like a door to countless knowledge treasures, allowing users to quickly master the skills that those souls were proficient in before they died. What's even more amazing is that this technique is closely related to the strength of controlling the soul. The stronger the controlled soul, the faster the soul binding and general sending technique will be practiced, the more amazing the power that can be absorbed. When the spirit binding and general sending skill is cultivated to the extreme, it can actually touch the edge of the reincarnation rules. Although this ability is not very helpful to Xing Lu, it is still good to bring it back for the girls to practice. At this moment, Xing Lu suddenly frowned slightly, as if he sensed something. He acted quickly and pulled Feng Xingtong, who was standing by the door, away. Then, the door of the reception room was hit by a huge force and flew out suddenly, hitting the wall of the corridor heavily, making a deafening noise. "Zhang Hulan, I was wrong, please forgive me." A girl in a pink skirt walked in. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, forming a sharp contrast with her pink skirt. The girl's eyes flashed with wisdom, and she was a clever ghost at first glance. However, she didn't seem to find the target after entering the house. She glanced at Xingliu and Feng Xingtong, then tilted her head and said cutely, "You made a mistake." After that, she turned around and prepared to leave. Feng Xingtong was a little confused by this sudden scene. Before he could react, the door had already flown out. At this time, he looked at the girl's back as she left, his face full of confusion. In contrast, Xingliu seemed much calmer. The moment he saw the girl, he had already recognized her identity. That was the heroine in the world of one person, Feng Baobao, who was extremely witty. Feng Xingtong finally came back to his senses at this time, and his eyes involuntarily turned to the door that had been embedded in the wall. He could imagine that if Xingliu had not pulled him away in time, he might have received the hospitalization package now. Thinking of this, Feng Xingtong couldn't help but feel a little scared, and at the same time, anger surged in his heart. He shouted loudly to the girl who had walked to the door, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Feng Baobao stopped when she heard Feng Xingtong's shout. She turned around and looked at Feng Xingtong, as if thinking about his question. After a while, she said innocently, "I'm here to find Zhang Hulan. Have you seen him?" Feng Baobao's answer was a reed reply. Feng Xingtong was choked by this answer. Just when he wanted to say something else, Xingliu, who had been watching silently, suddenly spoke. "The person you are looking for is upstairs. I will take you to find him." Feng Baobao's eyes lit up immediately when she heard this. She looked at Xingliu and showed a bright smile on her face. "You are a very nice person." Chapter 209 Dare to attack me, haven't you died before? After hearing Xingliu's words, Feng Xingtong chose to remain silent in the end, although there was still some reluctance and doubt in her heart. Xing Lu had just saved him and prevented him from possible harm. Moreover, his father had specifically told him that Xing Liu's requests should be met as long as they were not excessive. Accompanied by Feng Xingtong, the young master of Fenjian group, they passed through the layers of the group without any obstacles and finally came to a luxurious and magnificent reception room. Xing Lu pushed the door open without hesitation and saw Feng Zhengao chatting and laughing with a red-haired man. Feng Zhengao was originally a little unhappy because of being disturbed, but when his eyes fell on Xing Lu, the displeasure on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a warm smile. He stood up, greeted Xing Lu warmly, and asked with concern. "Oh, it's you, my friend. Did Xingtong treat you well?" However, Feng Zhengao's enthusiastic words made Jia Zhenjiu, who was sitting next to him, dissatisfied. He looked at Xing Lu sharply and asked in a bad tone. "Hey, who are you?" There was a hint of provocation and dissatisfaction in Jia Zhenjiu's question. Obviously, he was not used to seeing Feng Zhengao being so enthusiastic towards others. This made him feel that he was despised. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the reception room became a little subtle and tense. To everyone's surprise, Xing Lu completely ignored Jia Zhenjiu's question. He just nodded slightly to Feng Zhengao, and then prepared to leave with Feng Baobao and others. This scene completely angered Jia Zhenjiu. He couldn't accept being ignored like this, especially seeing Liu's indifferent eyes, as if he ignored him. Jia Zhenjiu, who was so hot-blooded, no longer cared about anything else, and directly used the art of controlling objects to control the flying knife to attack Xing Lu. Feng Zhenghao was horrified when he saw this and quickly shouted, "Be careful!" Xing Lu seemed not to hear him and continued to move forward. When the flying knife was about to hit Xing Lu, he suddenly stopped. Then, the flying knife returned at a faster speed and headed straight for Jia Zhenjiu. All this happened so fast that Jia Zhenjiu had no time to react and could only watch the flying knife flying towards him. Jia Zhenjiu was horrified at this moment. He did not expect that his attack would be rebounded so easily. Seeing the flying knife approaching, Jia Zhenjiu wanted to dodge reflexively, but it was too late to save the situation. At that moment, fear was like a cold tentacle, wrapping around his heart. Feng Zhenghao felt nervous when he saw this. He had invited the person here. If something happened here, the subsequent troubles would be self-evident. He was about to move, but was surprised to find that he was bound by an invisible force and could not move. There was a storm in his heart. Although he had foreseen Xing Liu's strength, he realized at this moment that his previous estimate was far from enough. Xing Lu simply stood there, but it seemed to have become an insurmountable mountain. He did nothing, but not only did he lightly bounce back Jia Zhenjiu's flying knife, he even unconsciously controlled himself. Recalling the teleportation ability that Xing Lu showed when they first met, Feng Zhenghao was shocked beyond words. He didn't dare to think any further, as the unfathomable nature of this young man was beyond his comprehension. At the same time, the flying knife was close to Jia Zhenjiu's eyes, and the cold blade was like the messenger of the god of death, carrying the breath of death. The extreme fear made Jia Zhenjiu's heart rise to his throat, and he even lost control of his body at this critical moment of life and death, and urine flowed down his trouser legs, wetting a piece. However, the expected severe pain did not come. On the contrary, a crisp metal collision sound echoed in the air. Jia Zhenjiu mustered up the courage to open his eyes, only to see Xing Lu still standing there like a still statue, and his flying knife had fallen to the ground powerlessly. At this time, Feng Zhenghao also regained his ability to move. He stretched his stiff body and looked at Xing Lu with awe and gratitude. "My friend, thank you for showing mercy." Xing Lu just glanced at him lightly. "I didn't say I was going to let him go." He slowly turned his head and stared at Jia Zhenjiu with a sharp gaze. "Dare to attack me? Have you never died?" Feng Zhenghao could only smile helplessly when he saw this. He knew that compared with the trouble that Xing Lu might bring, Jia Zhenjiu's matter was obviously a small matter. Moreover, Jia Zhenjiu was indeed wrong in this matter. If you attack others, you must be prepared to be retaliated in kind. So, he decided not to intervene in this matter. Jia Zhenjiu fell to the ground at this moment, his face full of fear and fear. When he heard that Xing Lu was not going to let him go, the fear in his heart reached its peak. He opened his mouth and wanted to beg for mercy, but the sound was stuck in his throat. Then, a sharp pain spread throughout his body, and he fell into endless darkness. In the eyes of the crowd, the fire on Jia Zhenjiu flashed, and then he disappeared without a trace. This scene undoubtedly announced his death, and Feng Xingtong, who was present, turned pale. Obviously, he had never experienced such a cruel scene. Although others were also touched, they were much calmer than Feng Xingtong. Feng Zhenghao looked at the scene in front of him, sighed helplessly, and asked Xingliu with a wry smile. "My friend, do you need my help this time?" As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Baobao emerged from Xingliu and said anxiously. "I'm here to find someone, Zhang Hulan, do you know where he is?" "I'm here to apologize to him." Feng Zhenghao was slightly stunned, and his eyes carefully looked at Feng Baobao, and then he showed an expression of realization. "Oh, so you are the Feng Baobao mentioned by Zhang Hulan." Feng Baobao nodded repeatedly, and his anxious look made people laugh. Even Feng Zhenghao, who was always known for his calmness, almost couldn't hold back the serious expression on his face. He shook his head helplessly and cast his eyes on seeing Lu beside him. Young friend, are you taking her with you to find Zhang Hulan? Not looking for her. Seeing Lu corrected lightly, paused, and made way. Then, the ceiling where he was standing before suddenly broke, and a person fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. It's waiting. At this time, Zhang Hulan touched his head and cried out in pain with a bitter face. But he deserved it. Who asked him to tease Feng Xian? When he stood up and saw the person in front of him clearly, his legs almost softened and he sat on the ground. Sister Bauer, why are you here? Chapter 210 Fishing. What made him even more unexpected was that Feng Bao actually bowed deeply to him and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, I was wrong before, please forgive me. This scene made Zhang Hulan completely stunned. He couldn't understand why Feng Bao had such a change, but her sincere eyes and tone didn't seem to be lying. He calmed down and said tentatively, "Since you come to apologize to me, from now on, you have to listen to me." Feng Bao looked at Zhang Hulan with her wise expression, and then nodded repeatedly. Listen to you, listen to you. Seeing Feng Bao agreed so straightforwardly, Zhang Hulan couldn't help but become a little tough. He repeated, no matter what, you have to listen to me. Feng Bao stood straight, opened her eyes and nodded again. Yeah, listen to you. Looking at this scene, Xingliu couldn't help but chuckle. This laughter made Zhang Hulan wake up from a dream, and he realized that the scene at this moment was not just him and Feng Bao. President Feng stood quietly by the side, his eyes deep, while seeing Lu was a strange face he had never seen before. What made him even more terrified was that everyone present looked at seeing Lu with obvious awe. He swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, "Who are you?" Seeing Lu did not answer his question directly, but turned his eyes to Feng Bao, with a meaningful smile on his lips. "I found the person for you. I helped you once, shouldn't you help me once?" Feng Bao's brain seemed to short-circuit instantly. She widened her eyes and looked at seeing Lu blankly. Although she felt that the other party's words seemed to be a little wrong, she couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. However, even so, she subconsciously nodded and replied in a daze, "Well, that's right. Then show me the old farmer's skill," Seeing Lu said while the iron was hot. Although Zhang Hulan didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, he also understood the character of this Sister Bauer through his time with Feng Bao. He knew that Feng Bao was easily fooled, and the man in front of him was obviously deceiving her. So he quickly interrupted and said, "Sister Bauer, don't listen to him. Didn't you just promise to listen to me? You can't tell him." His tone was urgent and firm, trying to pull Feng Bao back from her confusion. Unexpectedly, his words were particularly effective. Feng Bao nodded and said, "Well, I understand." After saying that, she looked at Xingliu and said seriously, "Zhang Hulan asked me not to promise you, sorry." Xingliu was not angry, but chuckled, "Then do you want to know your life experience?" This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples deep in Feng Bao's heart. Her always calm face now showed a rare eager expression. She walked quickly to Xingliu and held his arm tightly, her voice revealing an undisguised anxiety. "Do you know who I am? Do you know where I am?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear this. Are you kidding me?" At this moment, a discordant voice broke the tense atmosphere. Su Si walked in with a somewhat sloppy temperament, followed by Su San, who was wearing glasses and had a calm temperament. Su San pushed his glasses and looked at Xingliu sharply, with a warning in his tone. "You're right. If you cheat me, we won't let you go easily." However, their threats did not seem to have any effect on Xingliu. Xingliu just glanced at them lightly, and the next moment, the invisible gravity pressed on them like a mountain, causing them to fall to the ground instantly. They struggled to get up, but found that no matter how hard they tried, it was in vain. Fortunately, this force came and went quickly. After a few seconds, they felt the restraints on their bodies disappear, and hurriedly got up in a panic. The two got up from the ground in a panic. Although they still looked strong on the surface, they obviously no longer had the arrogance they had before. But Feng Baobao seemed not to notice this scene at this time. All her attention was focused on Xingliu. Xingliu looked at Feng Baobao's anxious eyes, chuckled and said, "Are you sure you want to say it here?" "I don't care." Feng Baobao nodded repeatedly, but Su San and Su Si said, "No, this is not the place to talk about this." Thinking of the possible consequences of Feng Baobao's secret being leaked, the two ignored the embarrassment just now and Xingliu's deterrence, and walked straight to Feng Baobao and tried to take her away. Even Zhang Hulan, who was standing aside, was temporarily forgotten by them. However, Feng Baobao, who had always been well-behaved and obedient, showed a rare stubbornness at this moment. She broke free from Su San and Su Si's restraints and quickly ran behind Xinglu to hide. Her firm eyes and movements showed her determination. She must find out her life experience. Su Si felt a headache when he saw the scene in front of him. But thinking of what Xinglu had just said, he had an idea. "Sir, why don't you go to our place to have a chat?" Xinglu wanted this effect. The old farmer's skill is very likely the source of qi, and this skill is now with Feng Baobao. Not only that, he also saw a lot of things wrong with Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao was very discordant in his eyes. So he was also very curious about what Feng Baobao was like. Su San and Su Si looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that this conversation might reveal some shocking secrets. But at the moment, they had no choice. So Su San and Su Si led the way in front and took Xinglu away from this place. Feng Baobao followed closely behind them, silently following behind them. Zhang Hulan was a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Didn't he say he was coming to see him? How come he left in the blink of an eye? Just then, Feng Zhenghao came over, patted his shoulder and said, "How about it, Zhang Hulan, are you interested in joining our Tiandihui?" Zhang Hulan came back to his senses and scratched his head awkwardly. "Thank you for your kindness, President Feng, but I still want to stay in Naruto." As he said this, he gave Feng Zhenghao an apologetic smile, then turned and left, intending to catch up with Xingliu and others. Feng Zhenghao looked at the backs of the group walking away, and the smile on his face slowly withdrew, replaced by a solemn look. He turned to his son Feng Xingtong and said, "Go and tell the people in Jiajia village what happened just now. Remember, tell them the truth, don't exaggerate or hide any details." Feng Xingtong nodded in agreement, then turned and left. Only Feng Zhenghao was left standing there, looking at the sky in the distance, feeling deeply moved. It's a troubled time. First, the news of the origin of the Qi body came out, and now this young man with unknown background has appeared. I don't know whether all this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 211 The origin of the Qi body is obtained. After leaving Tianxiawai, Xingliu, Feng Baobao, Zhang Hulan, and the brothers Su San and Su Si quickly came to a private hospital. Along the way, Su San was thinking about how to take Xingliu to Narutong. In his opinion, as long as they went to Narutong, they could take the initiative and Xingliu would be at their mercy. However, his idea was stopped by Su Si in time. Although Su Si seemed unruly and unreliable at ordinary times, he showed extraordinary wisdom and calmness at critical moments. He knew that Xingliu's strength was unfathomable, and the tip of the iceberg just revealed was enough to shock them. Even if they really took Xingliu to Narutong, they might not be able to subdue him. Moreover, Xingliu obviously knew something about Feng Baobao's life experience. If he shouted out Feng Baobao's secret at that time, the consequences would be disastrous. In order to keep this secret, their father Su Xiang even turned Feng Baobao into a temporary worker to protect her safety. If Feng Baobao's secret was exposed because of their reckless actions, they would not be able to forgive themselves without waiting for their father Su Xiang to teach them a lesson. Therefore, Su Si took the risk to bring Xingliu to his father. Although they knew that it might be a pity to rely on the kindness of others, Su San and Su Si had no choice at the moment. Xingliu's understanding of Feng Baobao's life experience has undoubtedly become a killer that they cannot avoid. Su San's face was gloomy, and he led Xingliu and others to Su Xiang's ward. In the ward, Su Xiang was already terminally ill, and the fire of life was swaying. After hearing the noise, he opened his eyes with difficulty and saw his two sons and Feng Baobao walking in. When his eyes touched Xingliu, a sharpness flashed in his eyes. However, before he could speak, Su Si whispered in his ear and briefly described the situation. After hearing this, Su Xiang angrily rebuked his two sons for their stupidity. But such a simple thing made him gasp for breath. After he calmed down, he turned his eyes to Feng Baobao. At this moment, Feng Baobao tightly grasped the corner of Xingliu's clothes, fearing that he would leave suddenly. Su Xiang's heart was trembling, but years of experience and wisdom allowed him to quickly regain his composure. He tried his best to make his tone sound calm. "May I ask this gentleman's name? If you need anything, we may be able to help." Xingliu leisurely pulled a chair and sat down, his tone indifferent. "Don't try, you can't help me. I need something from Feng Baobao, and she needs to hand it over voluntarily. Although Feng Baobao is smart, she can still understand it. But she is still a little hesitant when it comes to the old farmer's work, which does not belong to her. So she said to Zhang Hulan, this matter needs Zhang Hulan's consent." Zhang Hulan was watching the show on the side, and suddenly the matter happened to him, making him look at the people present in a daze. Then he pointed at himself and said in surprise, "Me? What does it have to do with me?" Xing Lu said jokingly, "Because your grandfather gave this thing to Feng Baobao before he died." Zhang Hulan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Feng Baobao in disbelief. He had never heard Feng Baobao talk about this matter. An inexplicable emotion surged in his heart, shock, confusion, and anger intertwined. However, before he could calm down, Xing Lu threw out a more explosive news. "Oh, by the way, your grandfather died at the hands of Feng Baobao." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and Zhang Hulan could no longer remain calm. He stood up suddenly, with lightning flashing from his body, and stared at Feng Baobao fiercely. His heart was full of anger and confusion. Why? Why did Feng Baobao kill his grandfather? However, in the moment of anger, he suddenly noticed the loophole in Xingliu's words. If his grandfather was really killed by Feng Baobao, then how could his grandfather let Feng Baobao keep such an important thing? There must be an unknown secret in this. So, he suppressed the anger and doubts in his heart, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. He knew that the most important thing now was to find out the truth of the matter, not to be swayed by emotions. Xingliu looked at Zhang Hulan's gradually calm face, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. This determination to quickly regain calmness in anger is indeed extraordinary. At this time, Su Xiang slowly opened his mouth and revealed the dusty past. Although your grandfather died at the hands of Feng Baobao, he was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. As Su Xiang narrated, Zhang Huai's experience in those days gradually unfolded before everyone. When he heard that his grandfather actually died at the hands of the Tang sect, Zhang Hulan was angry, but also secretly relieved in his heart. After listening to the whole story, he finally understood why Feng Baobao needed his consent. Recalling his time with Feng Baobao, he hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded to express his agreement. So, under the gaze of everyone, Feng Baobao directly faced Xingliu with his forehead pressed together, and taught him the old farmer's skill. This scene made the other people present almost bite their back teeth, with mixed feelings in their hearts. However, Xingliu did not care about this matter after receiving the system's prompt and confirming that the source of qi had been obtained. He frowned and stared at Feng Baobao, who was close at hand. At the moment of contact, he finally saw through the strangeness of Feng Baobao. This girl is not a human being born naturally at all. Her body was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish herself, as if she was pursuing a state of immortality. What was even more surprising was that deep in her soul, there were actually several fixed techniques hidden, like a computer program, running non-stop. All these discoveries undoubtedly verified his previous guess. At this moment, since the source of the chi body had been successfully obtained, he no longer had any reservations. Since I have obtained what I need, then next, let me reveal the mystery of your life experience. Xing Lu spoke slowly. Hearing this, Su Xiang immediately forgot about the pain in his body. He struggled to sit up from the bed, staring at Xing Lu with burning eyes, afraid of missing a word. You are not a real human. Xing Liu's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Except for Feng Baobao, who was still at a loss, the other people's faces suddenly changed, revealing an expression of disbelief. However, Xing Lu ignored their reactions and continued to calmly reveal the truth. You are a man-made product, the crystallization of the 8 wonders. The reason why you can live forever is precisely because of this reason. Chapter 212 My life is like walking on thin ice. Having said that, he couldn't help but look at Feng Baobao with a slightly pitying look. This girl was deprived of the right to choose from the beginning of her birth and became an artificially created existence. Even your soul was carefully shaped. Xing Lu sighed softly. However, the only thing to be thankful for is that these abilities have not brought you any sequelae. Hearing this, Su Xiang could no longer remain calm. He roared angrily. This is impossible. How could someone can you create a human being completely? You are lying. Right. After shouting this, Su Xiang suddenly ran out of breath and rolled his eyes and lay on the bed. Seeing this, Su San and Su Si hurriedly called a doctor and went forward to check on their father's condition. After a lot of haste, Su Xiang slowly came back to his senses. At this time, he had regained his composure. After all, he had just experienced a life and death situation, and he should calm down. He panted and said with difficulty, "What evidence do you have that the baby is an artificial person?" Xing Lu shrugged and replied, "I just told you what I know. If you want any evidence, then find it yourself." As he said that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, there was no need to stay here any longer. At this time, Feng Baobao also fell silent. Although she didn't quite understand what Xing Lu meant, judging from Su Xiang's reaction, this seemed to be a bad thing. So, she grabbed Xing Liu's clothes and asked innocently, "Don't leave, I still have something to ask you. Do you know who I am? Who are my family members?" Xing Lu looked at the ignorant girl in front of him, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, "Although you were created by someone, it is very likely that Wu Zhensheng presided over this ceremony. His purpose is probably to resurrect his wife or children." He paused and continued, "It seems that Wu Zhensheng should be your family member." Feng Baobao's eyes lit up when she heard this. She murmured to herself, "Wu Zhensheng is my family member, and I also have a family member." However, the Su family father and son were shocked when they heard this. Of course they knew who Wu Zhensheng was. The 36 thieves who were hunted down back then basically didn't have a good end. And all this is inseparable from Wu Zhensheng. He is simply a time bomb. Whoever touches him will die. If Feng Baobao really insists on treating Wu Zhensheng as a family member, then even they can't save her. So, they hurriedly looked at Xing Lu, hoping that he could deny this sentence. However, Xing Lu was almost gone at this time. In a hurry, they didn't care about anything else. Su San directly used his innate ability of telekinesis to stop Xing Lu from leaving here. However, the next moment, blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. At the same time, a chilling breath instantly enveloped the entire room. This breath was cold and bloody, as if it came from a sea of blood and corpses, with boundless murderous aura. Everyone present felt difficulty breathing, as if an invisible hand was strangling their throats. Feng Baobao also felt the breath, and she subconsciously took out her Akamoto kitchen knife. But when she found that the owner of the breath was Xingliu, she smiled and pretended to be calm and put away the kitchen knife. Seeing Feng Baobao's funny scene, Xingliu couldn't help but smile on his originally cold face. He waved his hand lightly, and the cold breath disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. The father and son of the Su family were completely shocked by Xingliu's strength at this moment, and they knew that they would never dare to act rashly again. Otherwise, they might not even be able to save their lives. At this moment, Xingliu suddenly remembered something and walked in front of Zhang Hulan. Before Zhang Hulan could react, he had already pointed a sword finger at Zhang Hulan's forehead. This sudden move almost frightened Zhang Hulan to death, but fortunately the information in his mind made him understand that Xingliu did not attack him. Instead, he was teaching him the old farmer's skill. Zhang Hulan looked at Xingliu with some complexity. He remembered Xingliu's unfathomable strength and indifferent attitude just now, and he couldn't help but feel a little awe and curiosity in his heart. He gritted his teeth and plucked up the courage to ask, "Brother, I wonder if I can ask some questions." Xingliu looked at Zhang Hulan with interest. "Oh? What do you want to ask? But I won't answer your questions in vain. You have to take out the corresponding things to exchange." Zhang Hulan thought about what he had, hesitated for a while, and said, "I can exchange the golden light curse with you." However, Xingliu refused without thinking, "Not enough." This made Zhang Hulan a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xingliu to reject him so straightforwardly. He gritted his teeth and said, "There is also thunder method. Thunder magic is one of the unique skills of Longhu Mountain, with infinite power and mysterious. However, it still has no effect on Xingliu, it's still not enough." Zhang Hulan was completely helpless now. He felt that he had nothing to attract Xingliu's interest. Seeing that Xingliu was about to lose patience and leave, Zhang Hulan suddenly flew towards Xingliu and slid to his knees in front of Xingliu. Qian said, "Chu Lan has been walking on thin ice all his life, and I don't know if he can reach the other side. If you don't abandon me, Chu Lan is willing to." Before he finished speaking, Xingliu's face changed. "Do you really think he hasn't read the Three Kingdoms? Although his strength is not afraid of any challenge, this is so unlucky." So he shouted directly to Feng Baobao, "Shut his mouth. Don't let him say it." Feng Baobao still had a good impression of Xingliu. After all, Xingliu told her family. So after hearing this, without thinking, he jumped to Zhang Chulan and blocked his mouth. The farce of several people also dissipated the tense atmosphere just now. The father and son of the Su family looked at several people with complex expressions, and then Su Xiang sighed and said to Su San and Su Si, "Let's leave it like this for the time being, I have no other choice." As he said that, he looked at Xingliu thoughtfully. According to his son, Xingliu followed them back from Tianxiahui. He knew the background of Tianxiahui, and there was definitely no person like Xingliu. Thinking of this, Su Xiang's eyes lit up, and he said to Xingliu tentatively, "Have you just arrived here? Do you have a place to stay? You have helped us so much, why don't we do our best to be a good host?" Xingliu looked at Su Xiang in surprise. As expected of the head of the region, he is really capable. With just a little information, some information about him can be inferred. And Xingliu posed a great threat to them just now, but he was still so easy to talk to. He is indeed a character. Chapter 213 Small Punishment and Big Warning. Xingliu had just arrived at this place and had not yet decided where to stay. Since someone was so eager to provide services, how could he refuse? So, he sat back on the chair, calm and composed. Xingliu slowly said, "I do have some things I want to know from you." Su Xiang was relieved when he saw this. As long as Xingliu was willing to stay, they would have a chance to make him change his previous words. What he feared most was someone like Xingliu who had no desires and could leave at any time. In that case, they really couldn't do anything to him. Su Xiang answered sincerely, "My friend, Please tell me everything I know. Xing Lu thought for a moment and then raised his question. After the spiritual energy was revived, didn't the technique you practice have the effect of increasing your lifespan? I see that your cultivation is not shallow, why did you die of old age? Su Xiang smiled bitterly and sighed, my friend, you have good eyesight. I am not sick, but my time has come. Although the power of the technique has greatly increased, it is still not possible to extend my life. At this point, he paused and added. Or rather, I can't do it. I think in the whole world, probably only the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain has reached this level. According to the records in ancient books, most people are still at the stage of refining essence into qi, and some elites can only reach the level of refining qi into spirit. A few people can break through to the realm of refining spirit into emptiness, but no one can touch the level of refining emptiness into Tao. These 4 stages are just the process of transformation. Only by transcending these 4 stages can we truly get rid of the shackles of lifespan. Although the breakthroughs in these stages will increase lifespan, it is too little. Altogether, it can only extend lifespan by 20 to 30 years. In addition, I was injured when I was young, so I ended up like this. Xing Lu nodded when he heard this. He understood that the time for the spiritual energy to recover was still short, and it was not yet the stage of talent burst. So he skipped this topic and asked about the 36 thieves. Then Su Xiang's answer was similar to the original, except that the number of casualties among the pursuers was a little higher. This also made the 8 wonders more popular than the original. In just these few days, even with the name of being able to go anywhere, Zhang Hulan has encountered many attacks. That is, Feng Bao Bao is also powerful enough, otherwise Zhang Hulan's body would be stinking now. The melon was eaten on his head again, and even if Zhang Hulan was thick-skinned, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed, and a blush appeared on his face. But soon, he regained his composure, and faced the gazes of the crowd, and even forced out a bright smile. When the people present saw this, they could only roll their eyes at him. Then Xing Lu asked about the situation of Lushan Dejiao, and learned that it would not be held for some time. Su Xiang also took this opportunity to invite Xing Lu to live in the place he arranged until Lushan Dejiao began to arrange for them to go together. He was very satisfied with Su Xiang's attitude, and nodded in agreement after thinking about it. Before leaving, Xing Lu looked at Su Xiang deeply, as if he was seeing into his inner world. Then, he followed Feng Bao Bao and Zhang Hulan and left this place. However, after they left, Su Xiang felt a chill on his back, and sweat dripped like cold rain. He arranged for Xingliu to live with Zhang Hulan and Feng Bao Bao, which was actually a deliberate calculation. In this way, Xingliu, who knew Feng Bao Bao's life experience, would not easily leave his sight. Of course, he also considered that Xingliu could protect Zhang Hulan, but the most important thing was that he had to ensure that Xingliu would not leak Feng Bao Bao's secret. Just as Su Xiang fell into deep thought, an unbearable pain came like a tide, as if every cell in his body was being burned mercilessly by a raging fire. He wanted to shout loudly, but was horrified to find that he could not even make a sound, and could only silently endure this endless pain. In his eyes, time seemed to be stretched and twisted by this pain, becoming long and endless. Every second was like the rotation of the annual rings, slow and heavy. He didn't know how long this torture lasted, he only knew that he struggled hard in pain, trying to get rid of the suffering that bound him. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of suffering, he suddenly broke free from his restraints, gasping for air as if he had regained his life. The feeling of having walked through the gates of hell left him with lingering fears, and he could not calm down his inner shock for a long time. After a long while, Su Xiang finally recovered from this state of panic. However, just as he had just regained his composure, he suddenly froze. He was surprised to find that his body, which had been terminally ill and dying, had regained its vitality at this moment. He moved his limbs incredibly, feeling the long-lost youth and vitality surging in his body. The corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously, revealing a happy smile. However, This smile froze after a short while. Su Xiang's heart was filled with enlightenment. The initial painful torture was a punishment for his calculations against Xing Lu, and the subsequent healing of his body was a reward for Xing Liu's answer to his questions. This mysterious ability instantly made Xing Liu's figure taller in Su Xiang's heart. He realized that this ability even surpassed the scope of the old Taoist priest. He was lucky this time. If Xing Lu hadn't been magnanimous, he would have been killed on the spot for his despicable behavior of calculating people. In fact, he also knew that his plan was very clumsy, but he was already panicking about Feng Baobao. However, Xing Liu's strength made him feel a little relieved. With this strength, no one could force Xing Lu to say anything, so Feng Baobao's secret should not be leaked. This finally relaxed Su Xiang's tense nerves, and coupled with the torture just now made him exhausted. He lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. At the same time, on the other side, Su Si drove Xing Lu and the other two to a house. After handing them the key, Su Si left casually. Just as they were about to go in to rest, Zhang Hulan touched the back of his head, showing an embarrassed expression, and said, "Sister Bauer, big brother, I have something to do and need to go out for a while. I will be back soon." Seeing Zhang Hulan like this, Xing Lu knew that he must not be telling the truth. So he raised his eyebrows slightly, and his heart moved, and he sensed the surroundings. Sure enough, in a place not far away, Xing Lu sensed a person with malicious emotions waiting there, obviously waiting for someone. However, this malice was not directed at him. After all, he had just come to this world not long ago. Even if the people of Jiajia village came to take revenge, it would not be so fast. So he waved his hand and agreed to Zhang Hulan's request. But Feng Baobao did not agree. After all, he promised Zhang Huai to protect Zhang Hulan. Chapter 214 Lul Yang. As mentioned before, Zhang Hulan's situation in this world is more difficult. Many greedy eyes were secretly peeping at the source of qi, trying to get a glimpse of its secrets. Although Feng Baobao had uncovered the mystery of her life, she still maintained her unique innocence. She kept her promise. Since she promised to protect Zhang Hulan, she would firmly fulfill her responsibilities. However, she accidentally annoyed Zhang Hulan these 2 days. At this moment, she stood beside him, her lips moved, but she didn't know how to persuade him. So, she chose the most direct way. Silently follow him, express your support and protection with actions. Zhang Hulan looked at Feng Baobao, who was serious, and felt both moved and helpless. He knew that Feng Baobao was out of concern and protection for himself, but the person he was going to meet this time was of great importance, so it was better not to let her get involved. Recalling what Feng Baobao said when he met her today, Zhang Hulan had an idea. He stopped and turned to face Feng Baobao, with a sly gleam in his eyes. "Sister Bauer, is it true that you listened to me in everything you said this afternoon?" Feng Baobao was stunned by the question. But soon she nodded subconsciously. Looking at her clear eyes, Zhang Hulan knew that she was not lying. "Well," he continued, "I will punish you to stand here and wait for me to come back." As he said that, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. He knew that Feng Baobao was honest and straightforward, and would definitely abide by his punishment. As expected, Feng Baobao nodded again and stood there motionless as soon as he finished speaking. She looked like a primary school student who was punished to stand, well-behaved and distressing. Seeing Feng Baobao standing there so obediently, Zhang Hulan couldn't help feeling a little guilty. He knew that he was a little too much, but in order to achieve his goal, he had to do this. He quickly put this guilt behind him and turned around to embark on the journey to his destination. He needed to know something, and Xingliu obviously would not tell him easily. Therefore, he could only find the answer himself. Not long after, he came to a remote and quiet place. After making sure that no one was following him, he shouted, "Come out! Didn't you ask someone to invite me here?" As soon as the voice fell, a breeze came quietly, bringing up a few falling leaves. Then, a figure slowly walked out of the darkness and gradually revealed his figure. A man wearing a green t-shirt and a mushroom head appeared in front of Zhang Hulan. He looked at Zhang Hulan, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Hulan, you are very courageous. You dare to come alone. Aren't you afraid that others will know that you have a secret deal with Quan Xing? The man said sarcastically. Zhang Hulan smiled coldly and responded. What if they know? Will it reduce the number of people who spy on the source of qi? Since I dare to come, I am not afraid of any consequences. When Lu Liang heard Zhang Hulan's answer, he was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. He pointed at Zhang Hulan and said, Good. You are so courageous. I was right about you. You will definitely bring me a lot of fun. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm, holding a flashing light spot in his hand. Under the reflection of this light spot, his face looked uncertain, as if hiding some unfathomable secret. This light spot contains what your grandfather saw before he died. He said temptingly, how about it? Are you interested? But the result was beyond Lu Liang's expectations. Zhang Hulan did not show any interest or curiosity. On the contrary, his face looked a little weird, with an expression of that's it, as if saying, you want to lure me into this little trick. Seeing this, Lu Liang couldn't help but frown. He originally thought that this light spot would arouse Zhang Hulan's interest, making it easier for him to take the bait. But the situation in front of him was completely beyond his expectations, which made him feel a little unprepared. At this time, Zhang Hulan asked, do you have anything else to tell me? If not, I'll go back first. This made Lu Liang even more confused. He said then looked at Zhang Hulan carefully, trying to read some clues from his expression and eyes. However, Zhang Hulan's expression was still very calm, and his eyes also revealed a signal of boredom. Lu Liang realized that he really seemed to be uninterested in the light spot. This made Lu Liang very confused and curious, and he couldn't help asking. Are you not interested in your grandfather's death? You know, this is the memory that can reveal the murderer. Zhang Hulan said expressionlessly. If you want to say that Feng Baobao killed my grandfather, then there is no need to say it. I already know the inside story, and I know she is not the real murderer. Lu Liang was so confused by these words. You have finished writing the answers before the test paper is issued, how can you play? Seeing that his plan failed, Lu Liang's heart tightened and he planned to evacuate this troubled place immediately. After all, staying there would only be more dangerous. Who knows whether Zhang Hulan, a seemingly simple guy, would attract people who know everything to take him down. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a big hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. This sudden touch made Lu Liang's hair stand on end. He almost instinctively used his Ruyi-jin and hit his side fiercely. But unexpectedly, his attack seemed to sink into the sea, and it disappeared quietly without even a ripple. Then, an invisible pressure fell from the sky, locking him firmly in place, unable to move. At this time, a familiar voice sounded in Lu Liang's ears. I said I forgot something, it turned out to be you, kid. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Lu Liang's heart trembled, and he looked up, only to see Xingliu appear between him and Zhang Hulan. He was looking at him with a half-smile, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Zhang Hulan also saw Xingliu appear. He was stunned for a moment, then put on a diligent smile. Brother, why are you here? Is there anything I can do for you? Xingliu glanced at Zhang Hulan and did not comment on his flattery. He said lightly, I'm not here to see you. Zhang Hulan's smile froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He came forward with a thick face, brother, you are joking. Whatever you want to do, I can help you. Xingliu looked at Zhang Hulan like this and couldn't help feeling a little funny. He suddenly had the idea of teasing, so he grabbed Lu Liang and threw him towards Zhang Hulan. Chapter 215 Double Hands. Zhang Hulan saw this and quickly caught Lu Liang, and then looked at Xingliu with a flattering face. He knew that since this elder brother had appeared, he must have his intentions. Sure enough, seeing Liu's next words instantly excited Zhang Hulan. I will keep your secret relationship with Quan Xing a secret. I can even go a step further and tell you some secrets about your grandfather. However, Xing Lu changed the subject and put forward a condition, but before that, you need to lend me a hand. Zhang Hulan's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and he nodded hurriedly to agree. Brother, please tell me, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Seeing Liu's mouth curled up a strange smile, which made Zhang Hulan's heart tighten, and he vaguely sensed a hint of ominousness. Since you are so straightforward, Xing Lu said slowly, then help me complete a small task. His tone was light, as if the next words were just a trivial matter. Do you know about human pigs? Turning LV Liang into a human pig is your mission. What? Zhang Hulan widened his eyes in astonishment, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Human pigs, what a cruel method, although he had heard of it, he had never thought that he would have anything to do with it. He had always been careful to hide his true thoughts and actions, so that he became a little numb in some aspects. In his opinion, even if there was a deep hatred, it was just to take the other party's life. The cruel practice of human pigs was really beyond his acceptance. At this moment, LV Liang was unable to move his whole body, and could only express his inner despair with a horrified look. He had no memory of when he had offended this terrifying existence named Xing Lu, and it was even the first time they met. This doesn't make sense. What kind of hatred would take it to this extent? Zhang Hulan looked at LV Liang's eyes full of fear and helplessness, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He clenched his teeth and finally decided to listen to his heart. This is too cruel, I can't do it. Xing Lu smiled indifferently, and then asked frivolously, which sect is LV Liang from? Hearing this, Zhang Hulan trembled all over, obviously remembering something. Quan Xing, this notorious organization in the alien world, is LV Liang's sect. It is undeniable that there are also straightforward people in Quan Xing, but there are more people who commit crimes. So, as long as you are a Quan Xing person, everyone can kill you. As long as you can do it, no one will bother you. Even if the means are cruel, not many people will bother you. So, Xing Liu's actions are strictly speaking still to eliminate evil. And LV Liang obviously thought of this, and he was terrified at this moment. It's good to eliminate demons and defend the way, but it's not so good if that demon is him. There seemed to be two villains arguing in Zhang Hulan's mind. An angelic voice said, even if LV Liang is Quan Xing, we shouldn't do such bad things. As human beings. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a devilish voice. Go to hell. You have been patient for 10 years, mediocre for 10 years, and your grandfather died innocently and tragically, and even his grave was dug up by these people. What's wrong with being a little cruel now? Zhang Hulan's heart fell into a fierce struggle. On the one hand, he felt that Xing Liu's request was too cruel, and on the other hand, he thought of his own forbearance over the years and the tragic death of his grandfather. In the end, he decided to listen to the devilish voice. He saw through the nature of the world of the jungle and believed that sometimes, cruelty is also a necessary means. He took a deep breath, restrained his previous flattery, stared at Xing Lu, and said in a low and firm voice, I hope you can keep your promise. After that, he no longer waited for Xing Liu's response, but resolutely walked towards Lu Liang. Looking at Lu Liang's eyes full of pleading, Zhang Hulan felt guilty. He whispered to Lu Liang, I'm sorry, look, I am indeed a shameless person. As the golden light flashed on his body, he raised his arm, gathered his strength, and prepared to cut off Lu Liang's arm. However, just when he was about to hit Lu Liang, Xing Lu suddenly made a move and blocked his attack. Xing Lu looked at Zhang Hulan with admiration and exclaimed, Interesting, you are indeed an extraordinary person. Even if 10 years have been wasted, I still believe that the future alien world will respect you. In Xing Liu's opinion, Zhang Hulan's scheming, talent and abilities in all aspects are top-notch. He is simply a combination of the advantages of Zhang Jiwei and Zhang Huai. 10 years of waste may be a good thing for him. Just like Sun Wukong was tamed after being pressed under the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years, although Zhang Hulan did not practice life and death in the past 10 years, the great sage in his heart has transformed into the fighting Buddha. This transformation makes him more stable and makes his future path smoother. Zhang Hulan, who was stopped by Xingliu, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had made that decision, the pressure in his heart was still heavy. And Lu Yang, it was like walking through the gates of hell, his eyes were full of relief for surviving the disaster. However, this relief did not last long, and an unbearable pain came from his arm. He widened his eyes and saw that his arm had been torn off alive, and blood even splashed on Zhang Hulan's face, causing the latter's pupils to shrink. In Zhang Hulan's eyes, Xing Lu calmly tore off Lu Yang's limbs and then lifted his restraints. Lu Yang, who had regained his mobility, immediately screamed miserably, and the pain made him roll on the ground. While rolling, he cursed, but all the curses were directed at Zhang Hulan. Because he didn't dare to offend the demon like Xing Lu again. After a while, Lu Yang stopped, his face full of despair. Tears and dust mixed together and smeared his face. At this moment, he was miserable and embarrassed. Lu Yang, do you want to recover your limbs? Xing Lu suddenly spoke, and this sentence rekindled a glimmer of hope in Lu Yang's eyes. He looked at Xing Lu eagerly, waiting for his next words. Your family's Minghun technique is actually the Shuangquan hand. As long as you can thoroughly understand its secrets, it is not difficult to regenerate your limbs. Xingliu said lightly. This sentence is undoubtedly a ray of light in the darkness for LV Yang. He was in despair and received clear guidance, and he entered into enlightenment in an instant. Late at night, the moon was on the railing. As time went by, new limbs began to grow slowly from the limbs of LV Yang that were torn off. However, at the same time, his qi was gradually weakening. This is a natural phenomenon, because even the powerful Shuangquan hand cannot violate the basic laws of nature. The use of skills is inevitably accompanied by the consumption of energy. Not long after, LV Yang's limbs recovered as before, as if they had never been hurt. Obviously, he has completely comprehended Shuangquan hand, one of the 8 wonders. Chapter 216 For Madmen. When LV Yang opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that Zhang Hulan had just walked to his side. And the limbs that were torn off before disappeared without a trace, as if everything was just his illusion. This is an illusion. Xingliu's voice broke Lu Yang's doubts. Now, are you willing to take the initiative to share the secret of Shuangquan hand, or do you want me to take it myself? Lu Yang blinked his eyes blankly for a while, as if he was still immersed in the shock just now and couldn't respond immediately. The pain of torn limbs and Xingliu's indifferent look just now left an indelible mark in his heart. He couldn't imagine that all this was just an illusion caused by magic. However, the sound of Xingliu's approaching footsteps woke Lu Yang up instantly. He looked at the devil-like figure close at hand, and a strong desire to survive surged in his heart. He trembled his lips and hurriedly said, Sir, don't worry, I will tell you the secret of Shuangquan hand right now. After that, LV Yang, without caring about Zhang Hulan next to him, began to describe in detail his feelings and understanding of Shuangquanshao. He knew that his life was in Xingliu's hands, and only by fully cooperating could he save his life. During the narration, LV Yang also demonstrated some basic skills of Shuangquanshao from time to time. He hoped that Xingliu could better understand and master this magical skill so as to let him go. As LV Yang's narration gradually came to an end, Xingliu also heard the prompt sound from the system. He nodded slightly, indicating that LV Yang could leave. This move was undoubtedly a relief for LV Yang. He left the scene quickly as if he had been pardoned, and ran away in a flash. Trace. And Zhang Hulan, because he was also pulled into the illusion space before, naturally knew everything that had just happened. However, the powerful strength displayed by Xing Lu today was enough to shock him. Therefore, he was only slightly surprised, and then focused his attention on the Shuangquan hand explained by Lu Yang. As Lu Yang left, Zhang Hulan came back to his senses and looked at Seeing Lu with some embarrassment. Fortunately, Seeing Lu did not care about these trivial matters, which made Zhang Hulan secretly relieved. However, just when he thought everything was over, Seeing Liu's voice suddenly came. Since you have learned Shuangquan hand, forget about what I promised to tell you before. Zhang Hulan was struck by lightning when he heard this. He was stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal. That familiar smile climbed up his cheeks again, and he said to Xingliu flatteringly, "Don't be like this, big brother, what are you doing? Tell me, please." Xingliu looked at Zhang Hulan's funny look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. "Haha, no way." After that, he no longer gave Zhang Hulan any chance, and teleported directly back to his residence. Only Zhang Hulan was left shouting in regret. "Don't be like this, big brother. I can't learn this pair of Quan hands." However, Xingliu had disappeared without a trace, leaving Zhang Hulan in the wind. On the other side, Lu Liang finally escaped, and he returned to Guangxing's station with a face full of shock. At this time, many people had gathered here, not only Xia He who had acted with him before, but also Dou Mei, Shen Chong, and Gao Ning who were the four madmen with Xia He. The four of them gathered here this time because of the request of Gong Qing, the acting leader of Quan Xing. Although Gong Qing was the acting leader, he was not completely convinced by everyone. Therefore, he used a bet to temporarily let the four people obey his command. Gong Qing's plan required an attack on Longhu Mountain. Naturally, the four people did not want to be cannon fodder, so they needed to gather some cannon fodder during this period of time so that they could get out at the critical moment. When they were plotting, Lu Liang's embarrassed look suddenly broke into their sight. Seeing Lu Liang like this, Xia He smiled charmingly. "Little brother Lu Liang, what's wrong? Who made you suffer? Do you want your sister to avenge you?" Her voice was delicate, as if it could seduce people's souls, and her figure was extremely hot. And her ability was the ability to arouse others' desire. This ability was not even controlled by her. Even if she disguised herself as a foot-picking man, she could easily fascinate others. However, Lu Liang smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Stop it, Sister Xia He. This time, something really went wrong." Hearing Lu Liang's words, the faces of several people present suddenly became solemn. Even Gao Ning, who was always smiling, restrained her smile at this moment. And Dou Mei, who looked like an ordinary middle-aged woman, asked, "What happened?" Lu Liang glanced at several people, sighed deeply, and then began to tell his experience today. He did not hide too many details, but only hid the fact that he had two hands. He told them that he was pulled into the illusion as soon as he met them, and in the end, the other party showed mercy and escaped with luck. After listening to Lu Liang's narration, the four Zhang Kuangs couldn't help but feel tricky. They originally thought that Zhang Hulan had only a temporary worker around him, but they didn't expect that there was such a master hidden. Once the attack on Longhu Mountain was launched, Zhang Hulan would definitely be there, and the mysterious master would definitely accompany him. Ordinary cannon fodder could not compete with him at all. However, the Lushan Grand Ceremony was imminent, and they had no time to change their plans. This put the four madmen in a dilemma. After thinking for a long time, Shen Chong suggested, "We may be able to lure Ding Shiman to join. With his character, this plan should not be difficult to succeed." He paused and continued to add, "If necessary, we can promise to help him contain others in the action and create an opportunity for him to fight with the old master. I believe that as a martial arts fanatic, he cannot resist such a temptation." Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that this was a feasible strategy. However, Lu Liang still felt a lingering fear when he thought of Seeing Liu's cold eyes and unfathomable strength. He cautiously suggested, "Just in case, we need to create more cannon fodder." He looked around and emphasized, "The top person's strength is unfathomable, and he has rejuvenated. With just us, I'm afraid it's still difficult to ensure that everything is safe. Lu Liang's words immediately resonated with everyone. They all knew that Zhang Jiwei suddenly rejuvenated a few years ago. Rumor has it that this makes them full of awe for the enemy they are about to face. More cannon fodder can indeed add a layer of security for them, although this requires them to spend more effort and time. Chapter 217 Fake News. After weighing the pros and cons, the four madmen finally agreed with Lu Liang's opinion. They decided to immediately prepare to make more cannon fodder and try to lure Ding Xian to join their plan. As soon as he said it, Xia He took out his mobile phone without hesitation and dialed Ding Xian's number. Not long after, the call was connected, and a rough and powerful voice came from the other end. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Xia He used her unique charming voice and said to the phone delicately, "Brother Ding, can't I talk to you if I have nothing to do?" However, Ding Xian on the other end of the phone did not seem to be interested in this method. He was silent for a while, then responded coldly, "I'm busy, I'll hang up if nothing else." Xia He immediately realized that her strategy was not working, so she quickly adjusted her attitude and became serious and serious. "Brother Ding, please wait. In fact, we have something important to discuss with you." Her tone suddenly became serious, which made Ding Xian on the other end of the phone slightly alert. Although there was no direct response, Ding Xian did not hang up the phone, which gave Xia He the opportunity to continue. She breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she didn't want to ruin the whole plan because of a momentary frivolity. Then, Xia He explained their plan to Ding Xian. When he heard that a new master had appeared, Ding Xian was obviously moved. Xia He keenly captured this change, so she took the opportunity to propose the conditions just discussed. They will do their best to delay others and create an opportunity for Ding Xian to challenge the old master. This tempting condition made Ding Xian fall into contemplation. For a martial arts fanatic like him, being able to fight a top master like the old master is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. So after thinking for a while, he promised to show up at the Lushan Grand Ceremony. After hanging up the phone, the expressions of everyone present were obviously relaxed. Ding Ximan's joining undoubtedly added a powerful force to them. Whether it was to contain the old master or to fight with the mysterious master, it would greatly reduce their pressure. However, while everyone was rejoicing, Lu Liang's heart was still difficult to calm down. He always felt that things would not go so smoothly, so he thought quickly and came up with another trick. He carefully wove a message on the internet. A young master appeared next to Zhang Hulan, who was suspected to have mastered the origin of the Qi body. This message was half true and half false, but it was enough to detonate the public opinion of the entire alien world. Although the authenticity of this message could not be confirmed, there were always people who were lucky enough to think that if others could succeed, they would also have a chance to share a piece of the pie. As a result, Zhang Hulan, who had been temporarily calmed down by the Lushan Grand Ceremony, once again became the focus of everyone's attention. And the unfamiliar name Xingliu also entered the public's field of vision. He had never been aware of hiding his identity, so soon people began to take an interest in him. Some people with ulterior motives began to move, trying to approach Zhang Hulan and Xingliu to explore the secret of the source of the Qi body. They soon discovered that this seemingly young face was actually cruel and merciless. No one could go back alive from him, and even the ashes were scattered. Even if it was someone from the Lu family and the Wang family, he would burn them to death and scattered their ashes without even looking at them. It's not that no one wanted to call the police to arrest him, but in the end nothing happened. It also made people understand that Xingliu might have an official uniform behind him. After the news spread, the Wang family and the Lu family were furious. They regarded Xingliu as a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh, and were determined to eradicate him. But in fact, the old master was more angry. As the grandson of his junior, Zhang Hulan was equivalent to his grandson. Although he did not say explicitly that he would protect him, anyone with a clear eye could see who Luo Tiandejiao was for. Now so many people went to harass Zhang Hulan, which was undoubtedly challenging the bottom line of the old master. Did they really treat him as a soft persimmon? So after the Wang family and the Lu family knew the news, they were ready to send people to kill Xing Lu and bring Zhang Hulan back. But they didn't expect that before they set off, a thunderstorm started at their base camp. Those who hid in the house had nothing to do, but if they dared to walk out of the house, they would die. Later, Lu Xi and Wang Ai, who were forced to do so, personally called the old master to calm the matter down. In fact, they should be thankful that if they really sent people, they could have started the feast that day. Although Xing Lu had a superb perception ability, he would not deliberately perceive these things when he had nothing to do. Otherwise, the endless information is enough to annoy him to death. During this period of time, LV Liang has been secretly following the development of the matter, but in the end he failed to stir up a bigger storm as he wished. His purpose of spreading this news was actually to find out the details of Xing Lu. However, the Lushan Daijiao will start tomorrow, and his purpose has not been achieved. More importantly, he seems to have reached the end of his life. At this moment, LV Liang looked at Xing Lu, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his heart was full of despair. He knew clearly why Xing Lu came to find him, but he still wanted to struggle. "Sir, we meet again. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you?" LV Liang asked calmly. Xing Lu looked at LV Liang, who was pretending to be stupid and stunned, and couldn't help but smile. He let LV Liang go that day. After all, there was no deep hatred between them. It can even be said that Shuangquan Han's was contributed by LV Liang. But the situation today is different. No matter what LV Liang's purpose is, he has touched Xing Liu's bottom line. With so many people attacking, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Xing Lu was so strong that he didn't suffer any harm. But this doesn't mean that Lu Liang can escape punishment. Since they have already made a feud, Xing Liu's character will naturally not let him leave alive. Lu Liang has personally experienced Xing Liu's methods, and he naturally knows that Xing Lu is not so easy to fool. Now he can only hope that his luck will be better, or that Xing Lu will show mercy and let him live. Seeing Xing Lu remain silent, Lu Liang's fear and anxiety became stronger and stronger. He could feel the cold breath emanating from Xing Lu, and the god of death had come to him. "Uncle, I know I was wrong, I really don't dare. Please let me live." Lu Liang finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. Xing Lu smiled slightly, but his tone was as cold as frost. "Oh? What's wrong with you? Why don't I know you are wrong?" Lu Liang's heart trembled when he heard this. He recalled the painful experience of losing his limbs in the illusion, and the despair and helplessness surged in his heart again. Chapter 218 Xia. He quickly knelt down in front of Xing Lu and begged. "Lu Liang shouldn't spread false news. I was wrong this time. Please spare me a way out." As he said that, he was so cruel that he tore off one of his arms. The arm and blood flew in the air in an instant, but were soon burned by the black flames. All this was seen by Lu Liang. He was terrified, but also glad that he made the right choice. Otherwise, it might be his whole body that was burned. However, just when he felt a little relieved, he suddenly felt that his arm seemed to be unable to recover. Even if he used the power of Shuangquan Hand, he could not make the broken arm grow again. This feeling made his heart sink to the bottom again. He looked up at Xing Lu, and saw that the other person still had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, he realized that his feeling was not an illusion. This realization made his face even paler, like paper, without any blood. And their movements here also attracted the attention of others. Unfortunately, in order to attack Longhu Mountain, there was only Xia He here today besides Lu Liang. Xia He walked out of the house, and what came into her eyes was the tragic scene of Lu Liang kneeling on the ground with one arm disappeared without a trace. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she was obviously shocked by this scene, but soon she adjusted her mood and regained her calm. The relationship between her and Lu Liang was not deep, and they only temporarily cooperated because of Gong Qing's order. Therefore, in her opinion, it was not wise to offend the seemingly dangerous character in front of her for someone she was not familiar with. But since they were all beaten at the door, it would be too embarrassing to not move at all. So she looked at Xing Lu, and seeing that he was young, she guessed that his concentration might not be strong. So, she decided to use her innate ability to test it out. She walked towards Xing Lu charmingly, put her hand lightly on his shoulder, and whispered in his ear. "Handsome boy, are you interested in doing something interesting with your sister?" Xia He easily touched Xing Lu, and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. But she did not notice Lu Liang's gloating eyes. Lu Liang was so grateful to Xia He at this moment. Although he cut off one arm to survive, he was obviously still in danger. At this time, someone came to share the pressure, which was undoubtedly a timely help for him. He secretly gave Xia He a thumbs up in his heart, and even wanted to erect a bodhisattva statue for her to express his gratitude. Xia He's ability had no effect on Xing Lu. Although the abilities of the people in this world have been greatly improved, Xia He's ability can even be compared with the Tsukuyomi of the kaleidoscope, but it is still far from enough to influence Xing Lu. Xia He was slightly surprised to see that Xing Lu did not react. She was absolutely confident in her ability, but the man in front of her did not seem to be affected by her. She tried again, getting closer to Xing Lu's ear, and her voice became more seductive. "Little brother, don't you really want to consider it? Sister can let you experience a feeling you have never had before." As soon as the voice fell, Xing Lu suddenly made a move and pulled Xia He into his arms. Xia He was stunned, and her heartbeat accelerated instantly. She thought her ability finally worked and successfully seduced this man. However, Xingliu's next words made her feel like she was struck by lightning, and her whole body was cold. "You brought this upon yourself, don't blame me for forcing you." Xia He's body stiffened instantly, and she felt the dangerous aura emanating from Xingliu. Just as Xia He was about to break free from Xingliu's embrace, an irresistible desire surged like a flood and swallowed up her reason in an instant. Her heartbeat accelerated, and her breathing became rapid, as if she was being pulled by this desire and couldn't extricate herself. Although Xingliu's Sharinan had evolved to a level beyond the Otsutsuki, its power and characteristics were still retained. Although Xia He's ability was unique in this world. But in front of Xingliu's upgraded Sharinan, it seemed so insignificant and was easily bounced back to her own body. At this moment, Xia He was completely trapped by her own ability, and fell into a state of confusion and loss. Her eyes were out of focus, her soul had left her body, and only her body was left struggling weakly. Xing Lu glanced coldly at the stunned Lu Liang next to him. The pressure and warning contained in that look almost made Lu Liang's heart stop beating. He knew his current situation very well, and was afraid that if Xing Lu was unhappy, he would end up like Xia He. Fortunately, Xing Lu had more urgent things to deal with, and did not pay much attention to Lu Liang. He just glanced at him lightly, then turned around and took Xia He, who was already soft on him, and disappeared in an instant. In Xing Liu's alien space, Xia He was completely unable to suppress her desire. She turned over and became the master directly. After the rain stopped, Xia He gradually recovered from the chaotic state. Her mood was extremely complicated, with an inexplicable light flashing in her eyes. Looking at Xing Lu in front of her, she didn't know how to speak for a while. In this world, due to the enhancement of her superpowers, she did not lose her voice to Zhang Lingyu as she did in the original plot. Not a typo. However, when her supernatural power went out of control, she accidentally affected Zhang Lingyu and a girl next to her, causing them both to fall into confusion and love. This unexpected incident not only brought Xia He and Zhang Lingyu's relationship to a freezing point, but also gave rise to some hatred. Zhang Lingyu's attitude towards her became cold and distant, which made her feel guilty and helpless. Now, facing this mysterious and powerful man in front of her, Xia He felt mixed emotions. She didn't know how to explain her past, nor how to face the future. Xing Lu embraced Xia He, looked at the complex emotions in her eyes and said domineeringly, "Although you provoked yourself, you will be mine from now on, understand? Xiaoyi was shocked by seeing Liu's words and was speechless for a while. Her heartbeat accelerated again, but this time, it was not because of the backlash of supernatural power, but because of seeing Liu's domineering and direct attitude. She had thought of countless possibilities, but never thought that she would be so strongly claimed by such a man. This feeling was both fresh and exciting to her. Because those people in the past were like clowns in front of her because of her special ability. There had never been such a domineering person. You, what do you mean? Xiaoyi tried to make her voice sound calm, but her slightly trembling voice revealed her inner fluctuations. Chapter 219 Lushan Daijiao begins. Xiaoyi did not understand the meaning of seeing Liu's words, she just pretended not to understand and wanted to escape this sudden reality. However, seeing Liu did not intend to give her this opportunity. He gently lifted Xiaoyi's chin and forced her beautiful eyes to meet his own. His eyes seemed to be able to see through Xiaoyi's inner thoughts. From now on, you, Xiaoyi, are my seeing Liu's woman. I will protect you, but at the same time, you also need to obey me. Seeing Liu's voice was low and powerful, and every word was deeply imprinted in Xiaoyi's heart. At this moment, Xiaoyi no longer had her previous frivolous and charming look. She was like an ignorant girl, her face flushed with shame. Her heart beat as fast as a drum, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. However, despite the turbulent waves in her heart, Xiaoyi still tried to stay calm. Because of Xiaoyi's ability, she was still a woman who had experienced ups and downs, and would not easily expose her heart. So, after being shy, she deliberately pretended to be hard-mouthed to hide her heartbeat. She took out a few hundred yuan from her clothes and threw it to Seeing Lu. Keep this money, then, ah! Before Xiaoyi finished speaking, she was pulled in front of her by Seeing Lu. Seeing Lu looked at Xiaoyi's pretending to be calm and couldn't help but feel funny in his heart. Since my sister wants to take me to experience something I have never experienced, let me repay my sister. After that, he looked at Xiaoyi's clenched feet, which was self-evident. After that, Seeing Lu took Xiaoyi back to Zhang Hulan's residence. Feng Baobao didn't feel anything special about it. She didn't even know much about these love affairs and still looked innocent. However, Zhang Hulan almost popped his eyes out. He never expected that Xiaoyi, who was known for her bone-scraping knife, would be conquered like this. Seeing her leaning against Seeing Lu like a little bird, Zhang Hulan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, Quan Xing's people also learned that their old nest was raided, Lu Liang's arm was broken, and Xiaoyi was taken away. They were so angry that their mouths were crooked, but they could do nothing about it. Because the Lushan grand ceremony was about to begin, they had no time to deal with these small things. As for whether the plan would be leaked, they were not too worried. Because from the beginning, they didn't intend to keep their plan secret. In their view, as long as they could create chaos to create opportunities for Gongqing, all means were acceptable. In this way, under the attention of everyone, the Lushan grand ceremony began as scheduled. Seeing Lu brought Xiaoyi, Feng Baobao and Zhang Hulan, and followed Su San to this grand venue. Unlike the original work, since everyone in this world is a cultivator, there is no so-called circle of extraordinary people. Therefore, this Lushan grand ceremony attracted more people to participate. At this moment, Longhu Mountain is crowded with people and very lively. There are people who come to join in the fun, some have ill intentions, and some cultivators who really want to compete. They gathered here to witness the arrival of this grand event together. In order to select the contestants, Longhu Mountain has also made sufficient preparations. They set up something similar to a formation, covering the entire Longhu Mountain. In the process of climbing, people with low cultivation and impure thoughts will be blocked by this formation. Although this formation can only be used once, it is enough to eliminate 99% of people. Seeing Lu and others naturally passed the test of the formation without any obstacles and successfully reached the top of the mountain. At this time, the top of the mountain was also crowded with people and very lively. In addition to the contestants who wanted to participate, there were many small vendors selling various items. Although Longhu Mountain is a place for cultivating immortals, not everyone pursues immortality. Therefore, this kind of secular atmosphere can be seen everywhere here. Feng Baobao was attracted by the hawking of an old monk as in the original book. She curiously approached and stretched out her hand for the old monk to read. The old monk looked carefully for a moment, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he exclaimed loudly, "The donor is really a heavenly person. He must be rich and long-lived." Feng Baobao nodded with satisfaction and said sincerely, "Master, you are right. I have no other skills, but I can live." Seeing Feng Baobao take the bait, the old monk was secretly happy. He stood up, took out a string of red Buddhist beads from his arms, and said mysteriously, "This is a string of red-colored glass. My master took out the crystal core of the fire Kirin after fighting it for 80,000 rounds. Today, I am lucky to be with you, so I am giving it to you. You can take it home for only 998. Feng Baobao's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he shouted excitedly, "Wow! So powerful, I want it, I want it!" However, at this moment, a small thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and hit the old monk accurately. The old monk was so shocked that his bones were softened, and he fell to the ground with a pop. Fortunately, he was a monk and had no hair, otherwise he would have a real afro now. The middle-aged Taoist priest at the side walked out slowly, his mouth slightly raised, and muttered to himself, "You are selling Buddhist things in my Taoist place. Aren't you looking down on me, Zhang Jiwei? If you want to sell, you should go to the foot of the mountain. Isn't it ruining the place here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd around him burst into laughter. The old monk got up from the ground in a mess and left the top of the mountain in disgrace. Feng Baobao looked at the old monk's back with disappointment. She seemed to really want to buy the string of Buddhist beads that were praised as magical. At the same time, Zhang Hulan's face became extremely solemn. He just heard that the Taoist priest called himself Zhang Jiwei, and this name caused a huge wave in his mind. As far as he knew, Zhang Jiwei was at least over 100 years old, but the man in front of him looked only 30 or 40 years old at most. Such a contrast made Zhang Hulan feel unbelievable. While he was trying to digest this shocking news, Zhang Jiwei had already walked in front of them. He looked Zhang Hulan up and down, and a glimmer of relief flashed in his eyes. "So many years have passed, I didn't expect the grandson of the big-eared thief to grow up so big. That guy liked to hide since he was a child, and it seems that his grandson has inherited his character." Zhang Hulan was shocked when he heard these words. He asked in a trembling voice, You are the old master." Zhang Jiwei nodded slightly, revealing a kind of vicissitudes and majesty in his voice. "So many years have passed, you must have suffered a lot." Chapter 220 Wang Ye appears. As he said, Zhang Jiwei slowly raised his hand and tried to touch Zhang Hulan's head. However, this sudden intimate move made Zhang Hulan instinctively take a step back, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Seeing this, Zhang Jiwei's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he quickly concealed his emotions and withdrew his hand calmly. He sighed softly, revealing vicissitudes and helplessness in his voice. Alas! If Huai had been allowed to come back, he might not have suffered those hardships. With me and the master here, we can protect him no matter what. It's a pity that he chose that difficult road. Zhang Jiwei's words made Zhang Hulan fall into a brief silence. He was told since childhood that he was different from others, and he learned to hide since childhood. Hiding so much that even his original personality may have changed. But what is the result? Grandfather died, father disappeared, and even himself, if it weren't for the name of being everywhere, he might have been eaten up by others. Thinking of this, he looked up at Zhang Jiwei, his eyes full of desire for the truth. "Master, my grandfather's matter. Why doesn't everyone want to tell me the truth?" His voice was trembling, revealing the helplessness and confusion in his heart. Zhang Jiwei looked at Zhang Hulan's eager and determined eyes, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. He understood that this young man had endured too much, but he still couldn't easily reveal the secret. So, he slowly spoke, his voice low and powerful. Chu Lan, there are some things that you should not know now. You need to win the Lushan Dejiao and become a heavenly master before you are qualified to explore those dusty past events. After hearing this, Zhang Hulan felt a surge of impatience and unwillingness in his heart. He couldn't understand why he didn't even have the right to know the truth. But just when he wanted to ask eagerly, Zhang Jiwei's eyes suddenly became solemn, and he looked at Xing Lu on the side. I don't know who you are? Why did you appear next to Zhang Hulan? Xing Lu heard this, and a subtle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's not right. It's not that I took the initiative to appear next to him, but he pestered me to ask about his grandfather. Zhang Jiwei heard this, and his vigilance in his heart trembled like a plucked string. He keenly felt that Xing Lu seemed to know some unknown secrets. So, he continued to probe. Oh? So, you know what happened back then? There was a subtle urgency in his tone. However, Xing Lu did not say anything more. There are too many mysteries in this world, and he himself can't figure it out. After all, the original work was not over before he crossed over. His purpose of coming here is very clear, that is, to get the Tongtian Talisman and Feng Haokuman, and wait for Quan Xing to attack the mountain before seizing the Liuku Immortal Thief. As for other secrets and disputes, this is not his world, and he doesn't want to get involved too much. Xing Liu's silence made Zhang Jiwei more confused. He was almost certain that the person in front of him had some mysterious connection with what happened back then. But just as he was about to take down Xing Lu and find out the truth, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. He hadn't felt this feeling for a long time, but it was so real at this moment. A chill suddenly surged in Zhang Jiwei's heart. He knew that this sense of crisis was by no means empty. The wind comes from the hole. If he takes action himself, he may fall into an irretrievable situation. He is not afraid of death, but he cannot take risks with Longhu Mountain and Zhang Hulan and others. His junior brother Tian Jinzong, the future of the entire Longhu Mountain, and Zhang Hulan, all make him not act rashly. Just like in the original work, even an invincible existence has flaws and weaknesses. Although he once made a big fuss and showed the world his strength that was far different from theirs. But in the end he chose to return to Longhu Mountain and no longer go down the mountain easily. Xingliu also noticed the sharp breath that flashed by Zhang Jiwei, but he did not regard the other party as an enemy because of this. After all, Zhang Jiwei did not really take action in the end, but just revealed a hint of intention. It is not possible to not let others think even if you want to, that would be too unreasonable. However, Xingliu has some interest in the strength of this old master and wants to find an opportunity to learn from him. At this moment, a clear voice broke the silence. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a Taoist robe bowing respectfully to Zhang Jiwei. Wudang Wang Ye, meet the old heavenly master. The young man's voice revealed a trace of admiration. Zhang Jiwei looked at the young man in front of him with a kind smile on his face. How do you know I am the heavenly master? There was a hint of curiosity in his words. Wang Ye raised his head and replied respectfully. The old heavenly master is joking. There is a photo of you in the introduction column of Longhu Mountain. Zhang Jiwei laughed and patted Wang Ye on the shoulder. Look, so many people are not as careful as a junior. His words were full of praise. However, after this pat, his face changed slightly. Hi! Zhang Jiwei exclaimed, looking at Wang Ye in a strange way. You are so seriously injured and you still come here to participate in the Lushan Dejiao? Are you really not afraid of dying here? Wang Ye smiled bitterly and said helplessly, as expected of an old Taoist priest, you can see the condition of my body at once. But I came here this time to deal with something very important. As he spoke, his eyes revealed a hint of firmness and determination. Despite the serious injury, he did not seem to regret coming here. Zhang Jiwei narrowed his eyes, looked at Zhang Hulan, Xingliu, and others, and seemed to have noticed something. He sighed softly. What did you ask when you entered the inner scene? Wang Ye widened his eyes when he heard this, and looked at Zhang Jiwei in disbelief. How do you know? Zhang Jiwei said unhappily, your injury is the same as when I was young and asked about the inner scene out of boredom. Why do you think I know? As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at Zhang Jiwei in a strange way, even Xingliu was no exception. This matter was not mentioned in the original book. But it is not surprising. After all, although the art of inner scenery is mysterious, for a talented person like Zhang Jiwei, it may really be just a pastime when idle and bored. Xinglu was a little curious about what the two asked. Then can you tell me what you asked? Wang Ye, forget it, I am a little curious about what the old master asked when he was young. Aren't you asking me what I know? As long as you tell me this, I can also answer your question. Wang Ye's head was full of black lines after hearing this. What do you mean by calling him forget it? After all, he is also the successor of this generation of Feng Haokuman, and he also has to save face, okay? Chapter 221 Feng Haokuman. After listening to this, Zhang Jiwei did not show any embarrassment, but a happy smile bloomed on his face. He laughed loudly, haha, you said it yourself. A person as powerful as you should not go back on his word. Then, he recalled, when I was young, I tried to explore the reason for the sudden change in this world in the inner scene. However, as soon as I asked the first word, I was hit hard and forced to exit the inner scene. Thinking about it now, I was very lucky to escape by chance at that time. If I had spoken faster at that time, I'm afraid that grass would grow in front of my grave now. He spoke quickly and anxiously, as if he was afraid that Xingliu would regret it. After saying this, Zhang Jiwei looked at Xingliu with burning eyes. I wonder if my answer is satisfactory to you. Although what Zhang Jiwei said was no different from nonsense, it actually revealed some information. As the successor of the Tianqi degree, the old Tianqi now does not know the reason for the changes in this world. Then the whole world probably doesn't know this secret. If it is not a change caused by the world, then it can only be a change outside the world. So this also intensified Xingliu's idea of running away after completing the task. So Xinglu raised his eyebrows and nodded. Okay, you can ask whatever you want to ask, but you can only ask one question in exchange. Zhang Jiwei touched his chin, thought for a while, and asked calmly, how much do you know about the Heavenly Master? Xinglu replied directly, I don't know at all. Such a straightforward answer made Zhang Jiwei's hand touching his chin freeze in midair. But he soon recovered his normal state, looked at Xinglu deeply, and nodded, I believe you. Although Xingliu's answer disappointed him a little, he saw a trace of sincerity and calmness in the other's eyes. Then, Zhang Jiwei left without waiting for others to react, leaving only one sentence echoing in the air, people have three urgent things. The old man left first. Zhang Hulan looked at the old heavenly master's back gradually going away, raised his hand as if he wanted to say something, but finally took a deep breath and returned to his usual playful appearance. Wang Ye seemed a little confused at this moment. He looked around at the people present and scratched his hair in distress. He originally came to visit the old Taoist priest with a purpose, but he didn't expect Zhang Jiwei to leave so unexpectedly, which made him feel uncomfortable. Just when he felt a little discouraged, Xinglu walked in front of him and asked softly, Are you Wang Ye? Wang Ye nodded subconsciously, then came back to his senses and looked at Xinglu and said, I wonder what you want to see me for. Xinglu smiled slightly, no big deal, I just want to borrow something from you. Wang Ye looked at Xinglu in surprise, and then suddenly realized, borrow money, right? I don't have money. Looking at Wang Ye's expression of do you want to borrow money from me, Xinglu couldn't help but frown. He considered that Wang Ye was actually a rich man, and someone might have asked him to borrow money in this way before, so he had such a reaction, so he didn't bother with him. In order to avoid another embarrassing scene, Xing Lu decided to directly explain his intention. I'm not asking you to borrow money, I just want your Fenghaokumen. Wang Ye was relieved at first when he heard that he didn't want to borrow money. After all, since he started practicing Taoism, his financial resources have been cut off by his father, and there are endless people asking him to borrow money, which has left him with some psychological shadows. However, when he heard that Xing Lu wanted Fenghaokumen, he immediately became cautious. You're wrong, he waved his hand and said, I'm a disciple of Wudang Mountain. I can only practice Tai Chi and don't understand the Fenghaokumen you are talking about. His tone was calm, his eyes were calm, and he lied with a serious face. Xing Lu looked at Wang Ye's reaction and was not surprised. After all, once the 8 wonders are exposed, their owners will often become the object of competition. He fully understood Wang Ye's caution at this time. But Xing Lu didn't want to continue to play dumb with Wang Ye, so he directly performed an illusion and pulled Wang Ye into an illusion space. In this space, everything is the same as it was just outside, just like a real world. Xingliu looked at Wang Ye and blinked, and seemed to appreciate it after noticing something. He said, Tell me, what conditions will you give me Fenghaokumen? After saying that, he paused and continued. This is an illusion space, and everything you say cannot be heard outside. You can speak freely without worrying about leaking secrets. After hearing this, Wang Ye closed his eyes, as if he was confirming the situation in front of him through the inner scene. However, when he opened his eyes again, his brows were tightly furrowed. He tried to enter the inner scene to ask about Xingliu, but the inner scene did not respond. Neither gave any information nor did it backfire on him. This abnormal situation made Wang Ye confused, and he couldn't help but start to think about what was going on. However, just as he was confused, an even more outrageous scene happened. The seemingly real world suddenly changed, and the fierce battle between Ultraman and the monster was staged in front of him. This absurd scene almost made Wang Ye unable to hold back the urge to complain, but it also made him realize that what Xing Lu said before was true, and he was indeed in the illusion space. Wang Ye took a deep breath, calmed down, and then said, You can drag me into the illusion silently, which is enough to show your extraordinary strength. My Fenghaokumen should be of no use to you. He paused, revealing a trace of worry in his tone. Moreover, Fenghaokumen has fatal risks. Why do you want to take this risk? This series of changes made Wang Ye understand that Xing Lu had confirmed that he had the Fenghaokumen, the 8 wonders, so he asked for it. However, he did not want to pass this skill to others easily. In his opinion, Fenghaokumen is a bit weird, and the premise of practicing it is to have no desires. If this condition cannot be met, the practitioner is likely to fall into madness. It's not that he is unwilling to share his skills, I just don't want to hurt others. Xing Lu saw Wang Ye was hesitant, thought for a moment, and proposed a direct solution. Give me Fenghaokumen, and I will help you stop Zhuqing. After Wang Ye heard Xing Liu's words, his defense line collapsed instantly. He never expected that Xing Lu actually saw through his purpose, and even guessed that Xing Lu might also be a sorcerer, which explained why the other party was so obsessed with Fenghaokumen. However, such a result may not be a bad thing for him. If Xing Lu is really willing to help him achieve his goal, then he can avoid exposing that he knows Fenghaokumen. This will save him a lot of trouble. As for whether Xing Lu will go crazy because of practicing Fenghaokumen, it depends on his own luck. Chapter 222 Quan Xing attacks the mountain in advance. After making up his mind, Wang Ye only felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He no longer hesitated and directly began to teach Xing Lu the secrets of Fenghaokumen. In this illusion space created by Xing Lu, time seemed to have lost its meaning. Wang Ye explained in full here that Feng Ho Chi Men had wasted a lot of time, but when he returned to the real world, he was surprised to find that time had hardly passed, and everything was the same as when he left. This discovery made Wang Ye have a higher evaluation of Xing Liu's strength. He knew that Xing Liu's strength must have reached an unimaginable height to be able to perform such an illusion so easily. But these had nothing to do with him, Wang Ye. Xing Liu had promised to help him solve Zhuge Qing's problem, so there was no need for him to stay here. After all, staying a moment longer would expose Feng Ho Chi Men. He did not notice that because his facial expression changed too quickly, everyone present felt a little curious. The next moment, Wang Ye cleared his throat and said, "I suddenly remembered that there were still clothes confiscated on Wudang Mountain, so I won't get involved this time. Everyone, goodbye." After that, he turned and left, leaving everyone looking at each other, not knowing why. Xing Liu knew what Wang Ye was thinking, but since his goal had been achieved, there was no need to hold on to one person. After this episode, everyone finally arrived at the venue of Lushan Dejiao. The venue had already been properly arranged, and the arena stood tall, showing the solemnity and intensity of the competition. The disciples of Longhu Mountain were busy maintaining order and presiding over the lottery ceremony. Xing Liu had agreed to Wang Ye's request before, and he also wanted the Tongtian talisman, so he naturally participated in the lottery. At the same time, Feng Baobao and Zhang Hulan also completed the lottery and were looking for a suitable competition venue. However, at this moment, there was a commotion outside the venue. The originally quiet air was broken by screams and exclamations, followed by a hurried and chaotic sound of footsteps. "Madman! Let me go, help me!" Someone shouted in fear, his voice full of despair. "What's going on? How come there are so many irrational people?" Someone asked in surprise, revealing deep uneasiness in his tone. "No, there are people controlling these lunatics, everyone run." Someone discovered the key to the problem and hurriedly reminded the people around him. The people in the venue were stunned by the sudden change and were at a loss for a moment. Feng Baobao, Zhang Hulan, and others also stopped and observed the situation around them vigilantly. They saw that a group of irrational people were rushing towards the venue frantically, and behind them, there seemed to be a more terrifying force hidden. As the riots got closer and closer, the irrational crowd also rushed into the Lushan Dejiao venue. Their eyes were dull and their faces were distorted, as if they were controlled by some invisible force. Under the fierce attack of this group of out-of-control people, the Lushan Dejiao venue, which was originally orderly, fell into chaos in an instant. The disciples of Longhu Mountain were well trained and quickly formed a defensive formation to block these irrational people. However, they were surprised to find that these people didn't seem to be afraid of getting hurt at all. Even if they were attacked, they still rushed forward like crazy. Fortunately, the people present were all elites from all over the country. They showed their magical powers and quickly stabilized their positions and limited the chaos to a certain range. But just when they were about to take heavy actions, they found that these attackers were ordinary people. Obviously, they were manipulated and became innocent pawns. This discovery made everyone afraid to act rashly and dared not to act easily. Although they still had the upper hand, it was difficult to get away for a while. At this time, Wang Ye ran to Xing Liu in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He smiled awkwardly and explained, "Xiaodao was unlucky. He happened to run into these people when he was going down the mountain. It was a mistake." Xing Liu looked at Wang Ye's embarrassment and couldn't help but smile slightly. He knew that Wang Ye was not unable to break through, but he couldn't bear to take heavy actions against these innocent people hand. At the same time, he also realized that this sudden change might be related to himself. His butterfly has begun to flap its wings, greatly changing the original plot. He recalled the previous signs and became more and more certain in his heart, the world has undergone earth-shaking changes because of his arrival. Events that should have developed according to the established trajectory now have many variables. Just like Quan Xing's early attack on the mountain this time, has the Sixth Treasury Immortal Thief also delivered himself to the door in advance? Just as Xing Liu was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped, with a meaningful smile on his lips. "Yes, I haven't found you yet, and you delivered yourself to the door, which saves me a lot of effort." As soon as Xing Lu finished speaking, everyone around him immediately became alert. Zhang Hulan's heart tightened. He knew that although Xing Lu had some bad tastes at ordinary times, he would never joke at such a critical moment. Moreover, although Xing Lu was powerful, Zhang Hulan knew that this did not mean that he would protect himself unconditionally. If the person who came here was really coming for him, maybe Xing Lu would just watch the fun from the side. The others were even more nervous because they didn't notice anything unusual. This showed that the person's strength was probably above theirs, or at least to a level that they couldn't easily detect. At this time, Xiaolai Yuking slowly emerged from the dark, with a foreigner standing beside him, staring at Xing Lu vigilantly. "Little kids, why don't you hand over the little girl next to you to us, so that we don't waste time?" Xiaolai Yuking said lightly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xing Lu was already smiling. He didn't expect that pie would really fall from the sky, and this good thing actually happened to him. He was also going to find Baron, a foreigner, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually come to him on his own initiative. So, Xing Lu stopped talking nonsense, he waved his hand lightly, and the crazy crowd suddenly stopped attacking, and then fell to the ground one by one with their eyes rolled. This scene made Xiaolai Yuking, who was a little arrogant just now, take a step back unconsciously, and Baron swallowed nervously. Xing Lu looked at the two people in front of him with a playful smile on his lips. "I didn't hear it clearly just now, can you repeat it?" Xiaolai Yuking felt embarrassed at this moment, and he laughed dryly twice, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. However, the uneasiness in his heart made him a little overwhelmed. He never expected that such a terrifying existence would be hidden in this next-generation competition venue that seemed to have no masters. Chapter 223 The Sixth Storage Immortal Thief is in hand. Xiaolai Yuking has scolded Shen Chong and others thousands of times in his heart. Recalling the righteous appearance when the task was assigned, they actually volunteered to hold the old master. Xiaolai Yuking also sighed that there were such loyal people in Quanxing. However, it seems now that the so-called human touch is just a joke, and his side is the real danger. He couldn't help but feel bitter. This mission might be dangerous. He even doubted whether he could see his beloved Golden Phoenix again. Facing Xing Liu's questioning, the two remained silent. Seeing this, Xing Lu said lightly, "Since you don't plan to say it, let me say it. Hand over the sixth treasury immortal thief, and I can consider letting you go." As soon as these words came out, the pupils of the two suddenly shrank. Especially Baron, he knew that few people knew that he had the sixth treasury immortal thief. However, now, this secret was easily revealed by Xing Lu. Baron can be sure that Xing Lu could not have known this information through normal channels. But the facts are in front of him, and he can't help but believe it. The strength that Xing Lu had shown before has completely exceeded Baron's cognition. He understood that the gap between him and Xing Lu was like a natural moat, which could not be crossed at all. Since he could not win, running away became his only choice. So, Baron turned around and fled without hesitation, trying to get rid of this terrible opponent. However, in front of Xingliu, how easy is it to escape? Xingliu gently waved his hand, and Baron, who had already run a distance, was instantly pulled back to his side, and then fainted without any resistance. Xingliu stretched out his hand and pressed it on Baron's forehead, and began to casually flip through the memories in his mind. This magical operation made Xiaolai Yuking on the side completely desperate. He understood that not only could he not beat Xingliu, but he couldn't even escape. At this moment, he had completely given up the idea of catching Feng Baobao to complete the task, and only hoped that Xingliu would spare his life after checking Baron's memory. At the same time, because Xingliu quickly solved all the crazy people on the field, the people who were dragged before also noticed the movement here. However, due to Xingliu's the action was so fast that, except for the people around him, no one else knew that Xing Lu had taken action to deal with these people. They could only guess that these people might have fallen because the people who controlled them were defeated, or because the time of the secret method had expired. And the sixth storehouse immortal thief mentioned by Xing Lu before was like a heavy bomb, which set off waves of greed in everyone's hearts. Among them, Wang Bing's reaction was the strongest. As a leader of the younger generation of the Wang family, Wang Bing has always been known for his arrogance and domineering. He always thinks highly of himself and thinks that he is a favored child of heaven and should have all the good things in the world. Although he was a little embarrassed in the entanglement with those crazy people just now, Wang Bing did not suffer any substantial damage, which further fueled his arrogance. When he learned that Xing Lu had captured the descendant of the sixth treasury immortal thief, he walked up to Xing Lu without hesitation and ordered in a condescending manner, "Hey, hand this person over to me, this thing is not something you can get your hands on." In Wang Bing's world, he is the center of the universe, and everyone should revolve around him. Therefore, he had no interest in understanding Xing Liu's identity and strength, and directly put forward his own requirements. He even added, "Also, I am very optimistic about the ability you just displayed. You should also copy it for me, do you hear me?" However, Wang Bing's arrogance seemed so vulnerable in front of Xing Lu. Xing Lu just opened his eyes slightly and glanced at him, and Wang Bing seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and fell into a bottomless illusion space. In this space, Wang Bing began his long journey to hell. Starting from the tongue-pulling hell, he fell down layer by layer, and every year he would descend to the next level of hell. When he finally survived 18 years and thought he was about to be freed, he found himself desperately back to the first level to start over. This endless cycle of torture made Wang Bing miserable, and his soul gradually dissipated in the illusion space. In reality, people only saw Wang Bing suddenly paused for a moment, and then fell straight down. His breathing slowly stopped, and his life disappeared silently. This display, like an invisible barrier, instantly shocked those greedy people present. Their steps, which were originally ready to move, were like being nailed down at this moment, and they dared not easily step forward to make trouble. However, there are always one or two people who insist on standing out. I saw a man with red hair and even red eyebrows, walking and talking on the phone, and came straight to Xingliu. He said words to comfort his mother, but his face revealed an irritability that was difficult to conceal. "I know, Mom. Although my brother deserves to die, as his younger brother, I still have to seek justice for him." The mother on the other end of the phone seemed to be still crying, and the red-haired man hurriedly comforted her. "Hey, don't cry, I won't fight with that man, don't worry. Your son always keeps his word and never lies. Okay, I'll hang up first." After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked up at Xingliu. Although he didn't directly say his purpose, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was here to cause trouble for Xingliu. At this moment, Xingliu had already mastered the sixth treasury immortal thief, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. He let go of Baron and turned his gaze to Jia Zhengliang. "Are you Jia Zhengliang?" Xing Lu asked calmly, "Are you here for your brother's matter?" Jia Zhengliang raised his eyebrows and answered without hesitation. "Yes, I am here for this. Although my brother deserves to die for attacking you, he is my brother after all. So, I came here to ask for an explanation." Xing Lu smiled disdainfully after hearing this. "Explanation? What explanation do you want?" As he said this, he snapped his fingers lightly. Jia Zhengliang felt as if he was thrown into a boiling oil pan in an instant, and every cell was wailing in pain. However, this feeling was fleeting, and then he knelt down uncontrollably. "This is the explanation you want?" Xing Lu said coldly. "Your brother attacked me at the time. If I didn't have enough strength, I would have died at his hands long ago. So, will you go to your brother to ask for an explanation for my death?" Jia Zhengliang was in so much pain that he couldn't speak at this moment, and could only shake his head in pain. In the final analysis, this world is nothing but the law of the jungle. Xing Lu continued. "What you said is not worth mentioning to me. If you dare to provoke me again, I don't mind destroying your Jia village." Chapter 224 The Price of Arrogance. After Xing Lu finished speaking, he coldly looked around at the frightened greedy people around him. His eyes were like a sharp sword, piercing people's hearts, making people dare not look at him. Those who were originally aggressive now bowed their heads silently, their hearts filled with awe and fear. Seeing Liu's gaze finally fell on Jia Zhengliang, who was kneeling on the ground. Jia Zhengliang felt seeing Liu's gaze, and his body couldn't help but tremble. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, which kept sliding down and dripping on the ground. He felt as if he was in an ice cellar, and his whole body was cold. Jia Zhengliang's heart was full of regret and despair. He knew that the gap between him and Seeing Lu was so big, it was like a world of difference. He once thought he was already very powerful, but in front of Seeing Lu, he found that he was so small and fragile. Jia Zhengliang spoke with difficulty, and said in a trembling voice, I understand. His voice was full of bitterness and helplessness, as if every word had exhausted all his strength. It's me. I don't know my own limits. I'm leaving now. Seeing Lu smiled coldly and said, You come and go as you please? What do you think of me? Although he said that, Jia Zhengliang obviously felt his body relax and felt much better. Although Seeing Liu's tone was cold, he did not put pressure on him again. Jia Zhengliang knew that Seeing Lu had actually let him go. But because of the lesson just now, he did not dare to despise Seeing Lu, and he still knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Jia Zhengliang was full of gratitude and awe. He knew that Seeing Lu let him go because he did not pose a substantial threat to Seeing Lu. If Seeing Lu really wanted to deal with him, he would have died long ago. Seeing Lu frowned when he saw that Jia Zhengliang had no intention of getting up and leaving. He said calmly, Since you have understood your situation, leave quickly. Don't do such things that are beyond your ability in the future. Jia Zhengliang kowtowed and thanked, Yes, I understand, thank you for your teachings, Master Xingliu. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. He felt that his legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and every step he took required great effort. Jia Zhengliang walked to the door with difficulty, he turned around, looked at Xingliu deeply, and then turned and left. He knew that he would never forget the lesson of today in his life. He also understood that he would never be qualified to challenge Xingliu again in the future. And the power displayed by Xingliu at this moment also completely shocked those people with evil intentions. Their hearts, which were originally eager to move, were now covered by the frost of winter, and they could no longer ignite the flame of greed. Jia Zhengliang himself did not realize that he had inadvertently become a knife. If Seeing Lu had not shown his thunderous anger just now, what awaited him next would probably be a melee of mass attacks. In this world, the concept of the law does not punish the masses is deeply rooted in people's hearts, and those greedy people are planning to use this to force Seeing Lu to surrender with the power of the group. Either hand over the source of Qi or hand over the sixth treasury immortal thief. But they are lucky. If Jia Zhengliang had not stepped forward, they would have done so. It is estimated that this day next year would be their death anniversary. Xia Yi's eyes flashed with charming brilliance. She stared at Seeing Liu's majestic figure, and the desire in her heart surged like a tide. She wanted to swallow Seeing Lu immediately and completely indulge in his world. Although she had not been with Seeing Lu for a long time, her body had already developed a deep dependence and obedience to Seeing Lu. And she knew clearly that Seeing Lu did not like her past behavior of flirting in public. Therefore, she could only resist the urge in her heart and licked her lips gently, expecting to taste the power and depth of Xingliu again when no one was around. At the same time, Wang Ye felt a little dazed and confused. Everything that happened before his eyes was completely different from what he had predicted in his inner vision. The sudden change of Xingliu broke his original plan, making the whole situation more complicated and unpredictable. And Quan Xing's attack on the mountain is likely to force the postponement or even cancellation of this Lushan grand ceremony. If the appearance of Xingliu was just a small change, then everything that happened now was far beyond his expectations and control. What made Wang Ye even more curious was that Tianqi Zhang Jiwei had not appeared yet. With Zhang Jiwei's cultivation and strength, would he encounter any danger that was difficult to deal with? Zhang Jiwei, a powerful existence respected by the world as a person of Tiantong, naturally had never encountered any danger. In this world where personal strength has been significantly enhanced, he is undoubtedly the existence standing at the top, and no one can defeat him. However, despite his near godlike powers, he is not truly all-powerful. Those who are capable. He cannot penetrate all the mysteries of the world, nor can he predict all the future. Therefore, when Quan Xing quietly launched an attack on the mountain, he did not immediately realize that his real target was his junior brother Tianjin Zong. So, with an almost natural arrogance, Zhang Jiwei started fighting with Shen Chong and others as if he were playing with children. He pointed out Ding Shanan's shortcomings from above, and even regarded this all-out mountain attack as a good opportunity to train his disciples. To him, it seemed like an inconsequential farce. However, when Rongshan hurriedly came to report to him, Zhang Jiwei realized the seriousness of the situation as if he had just woken up from a dream. He immediately repelled Shen Chong, Ding Zhangjian, and others as quickly as possible without wasting any time. But unfortunately, he was already a step too late. Even if he had the power to reach heaven and earth, he could not restore Tianjin Zong's lost life. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei finally deeply realized the heavy consequences of his arrogance and ignorance. He stood there quietly, his eyes deep and solemn, as if he was having a profound reflection deep in his heart. There was no expression on his face, making it impossible to discern his inner emotions. However, at this moment, the sky above Longhu Mountain suddenly began to darken. Large swaths of dark clouds gathered quickly, with terrifying electric lights flashing in them, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. Not long after, Longhu Mountain was shrouded in darkness, as if night had fallen. Immediately afterwards, deafening thunder echoed across the sky and the earth, and the sound of rumble was frightening. The boundless lightning surged in the dark clouds like an angry dragon, and then struck hard at those who had no time to retreat. In that instant, lightning took away their lives and wiped them completely from this world. At this moment, all the people on Longhu Mountain were spared. This sudden divine punishment was like the wrath of the gods, immersing the entire Longhu Mountain in a state of solemnity and silence. Chapter 225 Exchange. However, all this punishment and destruction could not make up for the huge pain in Zhang Jiwei's heart. The decades-long friendship between him and Tianjin Zong as senior fellow apprentices has gone beyond simple friendship. Tianjin Zong has long existed in his heart like a close relative. Recalling his early years, Tianjin Zong learned the secret of his ability to talk in his sleep because of his unintentional words. In order to protect that important secret, Tianjin Zong resolutely chose to practice meditation and practiced it for decades, just to stop sleeping. Such sacrifice and perseverance make Zhang Jiwei's heart ache every time he thinks about it. Tianjin Zong's death is undoubtedly a huge blow to Zhang Jiwei. At this time, Rongshan also arrived at the scene. He already had an ominous premonition at the moment of lightning and thunder. However, when he saw Tianjin Zong falling in front of him, he still could not accept this cruel reality. The task his master once gave him was to protect Uncle Tian, but now, Uncle Tian's death makes him feel that he has an unshirkable responsibility. Ah! It's all my fault. If I hadn't left, nothing would have happened to Uncle Tian. Rongshan screamed in pain, his voice full of self-blame and regret. The old heavenly master stood quietly aside, staring calmly at Rongshan, who was in a state of madness. He took a deep breath, feeling unspeakable grief in his heart, but he knew that Rongshan must break free from this state at this time. So, he waved his arm, and a powerful force instantly knocked Rongshan away, causing him to fall heavily to the ground, but he also regained some of his sanity. The old heavenly master's voice was stern and firm. Okay. What do you look like? You have a destiny of life and death, just look at it. Although his words were merciless, there was an imperceptible sadness in those deep eyes. And this sadness disappeared in an instant, replaced by sharpness and determination. He said to Rongshan in a deep voice, "Go and inform Lingyu and the others, and let them take on the heavy responsibility of Longhu Mountain during this period." Immediately afterwards, his words revealed a fierce murderous aura. "I want to go down the mountain and wipe out Quan Xing." At this moment, a burst of footsteps came from far and near, and Zhang Jiwei subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Xingliu walking leisurely from not far away, with an elusive smile on his face. He asked curiously, "I'm curious, after you come down the mountain, will the Lushan Daijiao still be held?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwei stared at Xingliu with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see into the heart of this mysterious figure. He did not directly answer Xingliu's question, but instead asked a question. "I asked someone to check your details, but you just appeared out of thin air and left no trace in this world. Any trace? So, can you tell me, are you Quan Xing?" Xing Lu said lightly, "Quan Xing? They are not worthy." Zhang Jiwei nodded and believed what Xing Lu said. After all, the strength shown by Xing Lu is indeed qualified to say that Quan Xing is not worthy. Even Quan Xing in Wu Zhenshen's era is the same. Then he answered Xing Liu's question, "Since I have gone down the mountain, Lushan Daijiao will naturally stop. Let's talk about this matter after a while." However, Xing Lu shook his head and said, "That won't work. I am very interested in Tongtian Lu. If you don't continue to hold Lushan Daijiao, won't I have to wait for a long time? I don't have that patience." Zhang Jiwei had lost patience with Xing Lu at this time, and he was not interested in entangled with Xing Lu over these trivial matters. If Luo Tiandejiao was still a top priority in his mind before Tianjin Zong was killed, then now this matter has become insignificant. He just wanted to go down the mountain as soon as possible to wipe out Quan Xing, and everything else was unimportant. Therefore, he ignored Xing Liu's questions and tried to bypass Xing Lu directly. However, just as he was about to bypass him, Xing Lu suddenly stretched out his arm to block his way. "How about this?" Xing Lu suggested with a smile, "You go and help me get the Tongtian talisman, and I will help you revive Tianjin Zong, how about it?" Zhang Jiwei's footsteps stopped abruptly. He was silent for a moment, staring at Xing Lu deeply. Finally, he slowly said, "Okay, I promise you." Following Zhang Jiwei's answer, Xing Lu did not say much, but led him directly back to Tianjin Zong's body. The next scene made Zhang Jiwei dumbfounded. The wounds on Tianjin Zong's body gradually healed as if time was reversed, and his breathing also recovered, as if he had just woken up after a deep sleep. While Xing Lu was doing all this, he always had a relaxed smile on his face, as if it was just a trivial matter he did casually. Zhang Jiwei thought that such a heaven-defying act of resurrecting the dead would bring a huge burden to Xing Lu, but what he saw was completely beyond his expectations. Xing Lu really didn't have to work hard. If Tianjin Zong had been dead for decades, even Xing Lu would be powerless. After all, in this world, death represents the complete extinction of the soul, and there is no so-called underworld to preserve the soul. But fortunately, Xing Lu has the ability to reverse time, allowing Tianjin Zong to return to the world. Watching Tianjin Zong slowly open his eyes, Zhang Jiwei's heart was filled with indescribable emotions. He felt both delighted and a little unreal. After all, this was a scene he had never imagined seeing again. Tianjin Zong looked around in confusion, and finally fixed his eyes on Zhang Jiwei. "Brother, I am." Before he finished speaking, he was hugged tightly by Zhang Jiwei. "You are back, Jin Zong." Zhang Jiwei's voice was a little trembling, but full of determination and joy. "No matter what happened, it's good that you are back." In Zhang Jiwei's warm embrace, Tianjin Zong gradually felt the joy and excitement of his brother. However, as his consciousness gradually became clear, his memories before his death began to surge back to his heart like a tide. "Brother, I failed your expectations." Tianjin Zong's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was full of self-blame and regret. "Those secrets, I have guarded for decades, but they were eventually taken away. What is the meaning of my persistence and sacrifice over the years? The pain and despair in Tianjin Zong's heart were like a blazing flame. He could not accept that his years of hard work had gone to waste. Decades of useless life, coupled with the blow of having his secret taken away, made him determined to die. Gong Qing saw through his heart and let him leave peacefully, bearing the crime of murdering him. Zhang Jiwei felt the trembling and pain in Tianjin Zong's heart, and he slowly said, "Jin Zong, what's the big deal? When I get down the mountain, I'll see who dares to say anything more." Chapter 226. The matter came to an end. After hearing Zhang Jiwei's words, Tianjin Zong's face suddenly changed. He could clearly feel the strong murderous intent hidden in his senior brother's words. This accidental death actually caused such serious consequences, which was beyond his expectation. He was extremely anxious. He knew Zhang Jiwei's character very well. Once a decision was made, it would be difficult to change it. But he couldn't watch the Longhu Mountain Tianqi mansion fall into a bloody storm because of him. The secret he had been silently guarding for decades was not only to protect the reputation of his senior brother Zhang Huai, but also to maintain the lofty status and reputation of Longhu Mountain. "Senior brother, this is absolutely not allowed." Tianjin Zong hurriedly dissuaded him, and his voice revealed deep worry. "We can't let Longhu Mountain fall into endless disputes and killings because of my own affairs." Zhang Jiwei said lightly with empty eyes, "Master brother, I have made up my mind about this matter. You can rest assured and don't worry about it." Although Tianjin Zong was resurrected, he had experienced death after all, and Zhang Jiwei's anger was hard to calm down. As the top of the world, he actually let his junior brother die tragically on his own territory. This is simply a great shame. If this matter gets out, how can Longhu Mountain keep its face? Therefore, whether from an emotional or logical point of view, Zhang Jiwei believes that he must go down the mountain and must teach those who dare to provoke Longhu Mountain a severe lesson. Just as the two brothers were talking and even had some disputes because of disagreements, Xing Lu broke the silence. He walked up to Zhang Jiwei and asked bluntly, "Since your junior brother has been resurrected, it is your turn to fulfill your promise. When can the Tongtian talisman be handed over to me?" Zhang Jiwei had a headache after hearing this, although Lu Jin would definitely give it to him if he asked for it in person. But he would definitely be mocked again, and since he decided to go down the mountain to wipe out Quan Xing, asking for the Tongtian talisman would be a hindrance. So he was stumped for a while. Xing Lu saw Zhang Jiwei's difficulty, and after a little thought, he understood the reason. In the original work, when Zhang Jiwei went down the mountain to kill people, Lu Jin also came to persuade him, and this time would be no exception. But unlike the original work, because of Xing Lu, Zhang Jiwei needed to ask Lu Jin for the Tongtian talisman. As the saying goes, a man who eats someone's food will be short-sighted, and a man who takes someone's money will be soft-handed. When Lu Jin comes out to dissuade Zhang Jiwei can't ignore this favor and attack Lu Jin directly, right? Thinking of this, Xing Lu couldn't help but smile slightly, and felt that this matter was becoming more and more interesting. At this moment, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he took out a dusty videotape from the alien space. He smiled proudly and said to Zhang Jiwei, "Old Heavenly Master, I have something that may help you solve your current predicament." Zhang Jiwei looked at Xing Lu curiously, wondering what he was up to. Xing Lu did not keep him in suspense, and directly raised the videotape in his hand and said mysteriously, "Old Heavenly Master, do you still remember the contest with Lu Jin when you were young?" Zhang Jiwei's mouth corners slightly raised, he already understood Xing Lu's intention. Although he didn't know how Xing Lu got this videotape, it didn't matter. He said confidently, "With this thing in hand, I can get the Tongtian talisman back today." Xing Lu smiled and nodded, and handed the videotape to Zhang Jiwei. The two smiled at each other, and there was a hint of cunning and ill intention in their smiles. Tianjin Zong was confused and had no idea what they were talking about. However, he instinctively felt that he should pray for Lu Jin. The appearance of this videotape seemed to indicate that a wonderful show was about to be staged. Xinglu chose to leave after handing the videotape to Zhang Jiwei with confidence. He had no doubt about the credibility of the old Tianji, and he believed that Zhang Jiwei would not break his promise for such a small matter. After all, in the eyes of the old Tianji, although the 8 wonders were unique, they were not something that could not be shared. He was completely relieved to give it to someone like Xinglu who was stronger than him. Because he wanted to help Xinglu ask for the Tongtian Lu, Zhang Jiwei was not in a hurry to go down the mountain today. After he went out to arrange the aftermath, he left to find Lu Jin. Tian Jinzong naturally followed him. Today's events had already made Zhang Jiwei afraid. If it weren't for seeing Lu, he would have completely lost his junior brother. On the other hand, Xing Lu had returned to the venue and met up with Xia He and others. Due to Quan Xing's attack on the mountain, the Lushan Grand Ceremony was temporarily cancelled. However, for Xing Lu, the purpose of his trip had been fully achieved, and there was no need to stay any longer. It was just that the Tongtian talisman had not yet been obtained, and he needed to wait for another day. During the days he spent with Zhang Hulan, he had been busy serving Xing Lu. His attentiveness made Xing Lu sigh that this kid really knew how to behave. Whether it was serving tea or preparing food, Zhang Hulan was always able to meet Xing Lu's needs just right. Although he was very purposeful, this diligence and thoughtfulness still made Xing Lu feel very useful. Xing Lu was not a heartless person, so he naturally knew what Zhang Hulan wanted. However, he really had nothing to tell him about Zhang Hulan's grandfather. As the person involved, Zhang Jiwei knew the inside story better than Xing Lu. Since he couldn't help Zhang Hulan in these aspects, Xing Lu decided to help him from another angle. He knew that so many people coveted Zhang Hulan's qi source, so let Zhang Hulan have the power to protect himself. After parting with Zhang Hulan this time, there was a high probability that they would not meet again, so Xing Lu planned to leave something for Zhang Hulan before leaving. With Xing Lu's current ability, he could already greatly improve his own ability. After the amplitude weakened, it was sealed on others. So, Zhang Hulan had the honor to become the first user of this technology developed by Xingliu in 5 minutes. When Xingliu gently patted Zhang Hulan's shoulder and injected the power into his body, Zhang Hulan only felt a warm current flowing through, as if something was engraved in the depths of his soul. He groped his body in surprise, trying to feel the new power. Xingliu looked at Zhang Hulan's surprised and slightly uneasy expression, and explained with a smile. "Don't be nervous, I just left some power in you. This is a fire ability with the property of destroying everything. When you are in crisis, it can be your life-saving straw." He paused and added, "This power can be used 10 times, and it will dissipate by itself after 10 times. So, you have to use it carefully." Zhang Hulan listened to Xingliu's explanation, and his heart was filled with complex emotions. He was grateful for Xingliu's generous help, but also felt a little uneasy about this unknown power. He couldn't help but ask, "This flame won't burn through the engraving and set me on fire, right?" Xinglu looked at Zhang Hulan's nervous expression and couldn't help but raise his lips slightly. He pretended to be guilty and turned his head away, but said firmly, "Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen. Don't you know what my strength is? The power I left behind is absolutely safe." Then he added, "Well, probably not." Chapter 227 Tongtian Lu. Zhang Hulan was a little amused by seeing Liu's words "probably not," and he suddenly shouted, "What do you mean by probably?" Xing Lu looked at Zhang Hulan's nervous and slightly funny expression and couldn't help laughing. He patted Zhang Hulan's shoulder gently and comforted him, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Since I dare to leave the power to you, I am absolutely sure to guarantee your safety." The two smiled at each other and ended this little farce tacitly. Zhang Hulan knew that Xingliu was teasing him, but he pretended not to know and continued to act with Xingliu. Xingliu also knew that Zhang Hulan was deliberately cooperating with him, but he was happy to continue like this. Then, Zhang Hulan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xingliu. "Xingliu, thank you for your generous help. I, Zhang Hulan, will remember this kindness in my heart. His voice was full of sincerity and gratitude, which made Xingliu feel his sincerity. However, Xingliu responded in his usual free and easy way, you are so nagging, are you still a man? Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and left with Xiaoyi, leaving Zhang Hulan with a look of surprise. Feng Baobao looked at their backs hesitantly, not knowing what she was thinking. After leaving with Xingliu, Xiaoyi saw that there were no people around, and her true nature began to be exposed. She looked at Xinglu with a look of teasing and expectation, and she said softly, you are so majestic today, I wonder if you will be so majestic in the future. Xinglu felt the softness and warmth of Xiaoyi's arms, listened to her provocative words, and an irresistible impulse surged in his heart. He smiled and responded, Don't you know whether I am majestic or not? As he said, he picked up Xiaoyi and disappeared on the spot. When they appeared again, they had come to a strange space full of mysterious atmosphere. The residence here is warm and comfortable, as if it is a secluded paradise. As soon as she returned here, Xiaoyi's eyes became more charming and moving. She stretched out a white and tender arm and gently pushed Xinglu away, saying coquettishly, you gave everything to that Zhang Hulan, where are mine? There was a hint of coquetry and expectation in her words. Xinglu raised his eyebrows and pulled Xiaoyi into his arms again. He looked down at Xiaoyi's charming face and said, what nonsense are you talking about? You are all mine, and I will naturally do my best to protect you. Then the door of the room closed slowly and automatically, isolating them from the outside world. All you can see is Xiaoyi's feet in silk stockings curling up constantly. Afterwards, Xiaoyi's hair was disheveled, and her skin was as white jade, rosy and glittering, as if she had sublimated. After a long while, Xiaoyi came back to her senses. She looked up at Xingliu's mysterious eyes and asked softly, I can't leave you anymore, so you should tell me your origins, right? Xinglu would naturally not hide his own people in such a small matter, so he simply told his origins. Xiaoyi listened with great interest. Especially when she heard that Xinglu was the actual controller of a world, she was even more emotional, and couldn't help but provoke Xinglu again. Although she was not the kind of vain woman, but when he knew that his beloved was a fairy, his inner satisfaction was overflowing. How could Xinglu accept such a challenge, so he responded to her immediately. Accompanied by a captivating hum, the battle started again. After an absurd day, Xinglu went to visit Zhang Jiwei, the old Taoist priest, early the next morning. However, when he saw this respectable old Taoist priest, he couldn't help showing a little surprise. Zhang Jiwei's face was clearly printed with a panda eye, and his junior brother Tianjinzong also had a purple face and looked quite embarrassed. As a professionally trained ninja, Xinglu should have been able to control his emotions well. But the scene in front of him was so funny that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing, Xinglu also realized his own loss of composure, and quickly changed the subject and asked, Old Heavenly Master, what happened to you? Zhang Jiwei did not seem to feel embarrassed, and said lightly, I had a problem with my qi last night, and my face was swollen, but it's not a big deal, it will be fine in a few days. Xinglu couldn't help laughing again when he heard this. He looked at Tianjinzong's face and asked curiously, then what happened to your junior brother? Zhang Jiwei touched his chin and explained seriously. You are still a shallow cultivator, and you don't understand the mystery. When I had a problem last night, Jinzong happened to be next to me and was injured by my power, so it became like this. But it doesn't matter, it will be fine in a few days. He said it righteously, as if it was really the case. However, Tianjinzong did not tolerate him and directly exposed his lies. Brother, your face was obviously swollen from Lu Jin. I was wondering why you had to bring me with you yesterday, it turns out you were using me as a shield. Look at you, why don't you bring something else, but you have to bring something that can kill Lu Jinshi to him, aren't you asking for a fight? Tian Jinzong's words were full of helplessness and complaints. Hearing this, Xing Lu stared at the old Taoist priest, wanting to see how he would step down after his lies were exposed. However, the old Taoist priest was worthy of being the old Taoist priest, and he said lightly, "I am worthy of being the best in the world, and my skills are so profound that Jinzong became unconscious and started talking nonsense." Hearing this, Xing Liu's eyes instantly changed from watching a show to watching a role model. He couldn't help but sigh, "I admire you." Zhang Jiwei laughed and responded modestly, "No, no." Then the laughter of the two intertwined in the air, creating a relaxed and happy atmosphere. After playing, the old Taoist priest took out the secret book of Tongtian Lu from his arms and handed it to Xingliu. After Xingliu got it, the system prompt sounded directly, letting Xingliu know that the old Taoist priest gave him the real thing. But think about it, given the old Taoist priest's personality, if he really didn't give it to you, he would directly reject you instead of making a fake one to fool people. After getting this thing, Xingliu didn't need to waste it here. He needed to go to Baiyu village, find Ma Hongxian, and finally follow him to find Chu Tong. Because now he only needs to get the Shenji Balian and Deluo Dongguan, and all the system tasks will be completed. Shenji Balian is easy to say, but Deluo Dongguan is a headache. In the entire original work, no one who used this ability appeared, or the person who used this ability had disappeared without a trace. Therefore, Chu Tong became his key target. In the original work, Chu Tong's identity and background were full of mystery, and it was suspected that she knew many unknown secrets. Xing Lu believed that as long as he found Chu Tong, he might be able to uncover the mystery of Deluo Dongguan. Chapter 228 The Heavenly Master Goes Down the Mountain. Xing Liu's commission had been completed, and Zhang Jiwei did not delay any longer. That morning, he left Longhu Mountain and embarked on the journey down the mountain. The sudden departure of the Heavenly Master, who had not come down the mountain for a long time, coupled with the various events that happened yesterday, the whole world smelled a breath of impending storm. Everyone understood that a shocking war was about to break out, and the Quanxing organization was undoubtedly the center of this storm. Although everyone knew it well, no one could stop Zhang Jiwei's determination to wipe out Quanxing. Although this over 100-year-old man looks amiable on weekdays, he is actually a legendary figure who has experienced countless storms. Deep in his heart, there is an indescribable majesty and power. The Quanxing organization's attack on the mountain is undoubtedly a blatant provocation to Longhu Mountain. Coupled with the tragic death of Tian Jinzong, the murderous intent in the heart of this old master has boiled to the extreme. In this world, the power of individuals is greatly enhanced, so when facing Zhang Jiwei's anger, the members of the Quanxing organization can only fall one by one. The cruelty of this battle is far beyond description in the original book. As the situation escalated, the 10 lords also came out to persuade. However, Zhang Jiwei, who was determined this time, did not give anyone face. The anger in his heart could only be calmed by the blood of the Quanxing organization. Lu Jin chose to avoid it wisely. He didn't want the videotape of his social death to be spread out. The embarrassment and shame were simply unimaginable. Besides, he also saw it. This time Zhang Jiwei was determined to do this. Instead of trying to persuade him in vain, it would be more practical to find the Quanxing acting leader who killed Tian Jinzong to take the blame. The Quanxing organization has always been despised by major sects. Its existence seems to be a garbage can for garbage. Now, as the situation escalates, more and more people are beginning to add insult to injury to this organization. Many Quanxing members who have not done evil have also publicly announced their withdrawal from Quanxing on the internet to sever their ties with the organization. Seeing that Quanxing was about to fall apart, the acting head Gong Qing resolutely stood up and chose to take responsibility. His move undoubtedly put an end to the storm. After Gong Qing was shot dead by Zhang Jiwei, the old master did not continue to pursue the matter, but chose to return to Longhu Mountain. With the death of Gong Qing, the storm that swept the entire alien world finally gradually subsided. Xingliu was indifferent to the turmoil in the outside world. He was only focused on his own goals and had successfully found the traces of Baiyu village. "So, your village chief is not in the village at this moment?" he asked. His eyes fell on Lu Yukui, who was bound by the seal and suspended in the air. Lu Yukui seemed particularly well behaved at this moment. She nodded, and a hint of helplessness appeared in her voice. "Yes, so can you let me go now?" She was controlled by Xingliu's seal and could not move, so she could only be at the mercy of others. Seeing Lu Yukui's embarrassed look, Xinglu couldn't help but smile. Because of Lu Liang's previous actions, Xinglu established a ruthless image in the eyes of everyone. Therefore, when Lu Yukui learned that Xinglu was looking for their village chief Ma Xianhong, she chose to take action without hesitation. She mistakenly thought that Xinglu was looking for trouble, and coupled with her own belligerent character, she rushed towards Xinglu without saying a word. The result was an unexpected defeat. She was almost controlled by Xinglu in an instant and had no power to fight back. "Then do you know where he went?" Xinglu continued to ask. Lu Yukui seemed a little hesitant, and she seemed to be weighing whether she should tell Xinglu the truth. However, after seeing that Xinglu had no intention of hurting her, she finally chose to believe that Xinglu really came to Ma Hongxian to discuss something. Therefore, Lu Yukui answered truthfully, "The village chief went out to find the person who stole his magic weapon." Hearing Lu Yukui's answer, Xingliu immediately recalled this plot in the original work. This is the beginning of the Chen Duo chapter, and it is also the moment when Ma Hongxian first met Chen Duo. Xingliu is full of sympathy for Chen Duo, a girl with an unfortunate fate. Her whole life has been bound by the Guxian Club, and she has become a tragic figure who cannot integrate into normal society. Chen Duo's distorted values make her look out of place in the crowd, as if she can never get rid of the loneliness and pain. Of course, it is difficult to say whether the existence of the Nadutong company has also aggravated Chen Duo's condition to a certain extent. After all, because of her identity as a Gu body saint child, Chen Duo herself is like a bomb that may explode at any time. Before an effective solution is found, she cannot contact and feel the world like a normal person. Xingliu can understand the company's position and choice, but he cannot accept such a reality. In his opinion, Chen Duo is not hopeless. However, the company chose to give up because of her instability and potential danger, depriving her of hope for redemption. Perhaps in the eyes of the company, the best way to deal with a bomb that could explode at any time is to make it disappear completely. Therefore, Chen Duo was placed under house arrest in a dark bunker until she became a temporary worker and gained limited freedom. And this freedom was only a flash in the pan, followed by a more cruel fate. Thinking of this, Xinglu couldn't help but sigh. The famous saying came to his mind, "All the unfavorable conditions in this world are caused by the lack of ability of the parties involved." Is Liao Zhong a good person? The answer is yes. He has always been trying to help Chen Duo out of the predicament, hoping that she can live like a normal person. However, because he could not solve the fundamental problem of the Gu body holy child, his efforts eventually turned into a bubble. Chen Duo's ending is destined to be tragic, which is a fact that no one can change. Even a powerful old Tianqi cannot change Chen Duo's tragedy ending. Because saving people is much more difficult than killing people. But at this moment, Xinglu had an idea in his mind, "Since no one in this world understands this twisted flower, let me take it away." Xinglu didn't care whether Chen Duo was in danger or not, anyway, she was not as dangerous as him. Even if Chen Duo's poison was strengthened, it would only kill people in a city at most. If Xinglu used all his strength, all the people on the planet would be dead. So he didn't waste any words, put Lu Yukui down and turned away. This small commotion finally attracted the attention of other people in Baiyu village. However, when they hurried to the scene, they only saw Xingliu's back. From Lu Yukui, they learned the purpose of Xingliu's trip. This news was like a bombshell, and it instantly set off an uproar in Baiyu village. Chapter 229 Give Choice. Fu Rong looked at Lu Yukui, who was unscathed, and couldn't help but sigh, the little girl is really lucky. I heard that the ruthless man never left anyone alive. Her words revealed a trace of relief. Lu Yukui retorted expressionlessly, Sister Fu Rong, don't you hope that I'm fine? Are you disappointed that I'm fine? Her words made Fu Rong a little embarrassed, and she waved her hand and explained, No, I didn't mean that. Looking at Fu Rong's panic, Lu Yukui suddenly laughed and showed an expression of a successful prank. Chu Rang frowned and said in a deep voice, Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. He looked around and continued. It is probably not a good thing for this killer to come to village Chief Ma. We must be prepared to deal with it. I suggest that a few people go to support village Chief Ma, how about it? Then his proposal was agreed by everyone present. Finally, Zhao Gijin, Hori Chagai and Fu Rong were selected to support village Chief Ma, and they left Baiyu village with their own thoughts. The rest of the people stayed in the village, ready for possible crises. After learning the news, Xing Lu had never seen Ma Hongxian and Chen Duo, so his perception ability was difficult to accurately locate them in this situation, so he called Su Xiang without hesitation. Su Xiang, the former head of the North China region who survived due to Xing Liu's intervention, is no longer in his position, but he still retains some connections. Finding Chen Duo may be a little difficult for him, but with his efforts, it is not a big problem. Sure enough, not long after, a message about Chen Duo's current location was sent to Xing Liu's mobile phone. With accurate location information, Xing Liu immediately used his teleportation ability to directly come to Chen Duo's location and quickly started to perceive. Coincidentally, his appearance was just in time. When he arrived at the scene, he saw Ma Hongxian and Chen Duo fighting fiercely. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, and every confrontation was full of strength and speed. However, as time went on, Chen Duo gradually showed signs of defeat, and she seemed unable to withstand Ma Hongxian's fierce attack. At this critical moment, Xing Lu suddenly appeared between the two like a divine soldier descending from the sky. He casually stretched out a hand, but blocked Ma Hongxian's winning blow with incredible strength and speed. This move not only shocked Ma Hongxian, but also allowed Chen Duo to breathe for a while. Xing Liu's sudden appearance broke the balance of the battlefield. Ma Hongxian looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but start to guess the other party's identity and strength. Village Chief Ma, who usually only cared about his stove, felt that Xing Liu looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. After a moment, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face, and he blurted out, "You are the killer beside Zhang Hulan." His vigilance and alertness towards Xing Liu were obvious during his words. Xing Liu did not immediately respond to Ma Hongxian's question, but waved his sleeves lightly, and the bomb around Chen Duo's neck disappeared out of thin air and appeared in his hand instead. With a sharp sound, the bomb turned into scrap metal in Xing Liu's hands. Chen Duo subconsciously touched her neck, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. She didn't understand what the sudden stranger's intention was, why he took the bomb around her neck, and why he looked at her with such eyes. After dealing with all this, Xing Liu turned his gaze to Ma Hongxian and said in a calm tone, "Village Chief Ma, I have a favor to ask." Ma Hongxian frowned, and although he was confused, he maintained basic courtesy, "Please tell me, if I can do it, I will do my best to help." Xing Liu smiled slightly and stated his purpose, "I want to borrow the village chief's magic machine for a while." As soon as these words came out, Ma Hongxian frowned even deeper. In his opinion, the magic machine is not something that cannot be taught, and it can even be taught to qualified people. But he is not familiar with Xing Liu. How could he easily teach such an important secret method to someone they just met for the first time and didn't know each other well? Just when Ma Hongxian was about to refuse politely, Xing Liu offered him a condition that he couldn't refuse. "How about I help you recover your memory in exchange?" Ma Hongxian was stunned at first, and then showed an expression of disbelief on his face. His lost memories have always been a knot in his heart that is difficult to untie. If he can recover those lost memories, it will undoubtedly be a huge temptation for him. Even the purpose of establishing Bayou village is to recover his memories, and establishing a new village is secondary. He looked at Xing Lu, trying to see some clues from the young man's face, but Xing Lu still kept smiling. Ma Hongxian knew that the young man in front of him was by no means an ordinary person. Since he dared to put forward such a condition, he must have a certain degree of confidence. The balance and struggle in his heart lasted only for a moment. Ma Hongxian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Can you really help me recover my memory?" Xing Lu nodded and said affirmatively, "I can." Ma Hongxian was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. Then his eyes became firm. "Okay, I promise you. As long as you can help me recover my memory, I can offer you the Divine Machine 100 refinements with both hands." After that, he was ready to tell Xing Lu the practice method of the Divine Machine 100 refinements, completely ignoring Chen Duo next to him. However, just as Ma Hongxian was about to speak, Xing Lu suddenly stopped him. "No hurry, I'll deal with other things first." As he said that, he turned to Chen Duo, revealing a trace of concern in his eyes. Chen Duo was originally in a state of high alert. Seeing Xing Lu turning to her, she instinctively released the poison in an attempt to protect herself and control the other two. However, her little move was seen through by Xing Lu at a glance. Xing Lu waved his hand lightly, and a breeze blew by. The poison released by Chen Duo was easily blown away by the breeze. Chen Duo blinked in disbelief. She had never seen such a strange scene. Her poison has always been effective, how could it be blown away by a breeze? So, she released the poison again, trying to verify whether it was just an illusion. However, the result was still the same, and the poison was blown away by the breeze again. This time, Chen Duo finally realized that someone was secretly attacking. And Xing Liu's half-smile expression also made her cast a suspicious look at him. She hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, "I wonder what you want?" Xing Lu smiled slightly and said calmly, "I'm here to make a choice for you." Just a few words exploded in Chen Duo's ears like a thunder, causing a storm in her heart. She couldn't believe her ears, so much so that her voice trembled slightly. "What did you say?" Chapter 230 Healing Chen Duo. Xing Lu was not angry because of Chen Duo's loss of composure. He still kept smiling and repeated his words. "I am here to give you a choice." As he said that, he ignored Chen Duo's slight dodge and gently touched her head, as if he was comforting a frightened bird. His voice was low and magnetic, as if there was a kind of magic that could soothe the waves in people's hearts. "You can choose to follow me, I need you. You can also choose to live freely in the future. As for the matter of the Gu body holy child, I can solve it. How about it? What do you want to choose?" Chen Duo was stunned. Xing Liu's words were like a warm sun shining into her heart that had been shrouded in haze for a long time. She had never had a choice. She was adopted by the Medicine Fairy Society since she was a child and became a Gu body holy child. In the end, she became a temporary worker because of Liao Zhong's expectations. Her fate seemed to have been controlled by an invisible big hand. But now, Xingliu told her that she could choose. This sudden freedom made Chen Duo a little confused, but also mixed with some expectations and uneasiness. Can she choose to break free from the shackles of the past and pursue the life she wants? Xingliu quietly waited for Chen Duo's answer. He knew that this choice was of great significance to Chen Duo. Under Xingliu's gaze, Chen Duo experienced a fierce struggle in her heart. Finally, she took a deep breath, as if to put all the uneasiness and doubts behind her. Chen Duo bravely raised her head and met Xingliu's gaze. Although her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, it revealed an unwavering strength. I want to go with you." These simple words seemed to have exhausted all her courage. "I don't want to go back to that place." Xingliu heard this, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. He smiled and stretched out his hand, gently holding Chen Duo's slender wrist. This grip seemed to have a warm current injected into Chen Duo's body, giving her unprecedented strength and courage. However, thinking of the poison in her body, Chen Duo unnaturally wanted to withdraw on hand. Xing Lu was keenly aware of her uneasiness, and he gently embraced Chen Duo in his arms. At this moment, Chen Duo did not feel shy or uncomfortable, but felt warm inside. Because of the poison, she had never been hugged like this before. This novel and warm feeling made her a little intoxicated. But soon, she wanted to struggle. Although she had controlled the poison well, there was still a risk of losing control, otherwise the company would not regard her as a time bomb. However, her weak thrust seemed so weak in front of Xing Lu, and it gave people a feeling of a couple playing around. As time went by, more wonderful emotions surged in Chen Duo's heart. She was immersed in this emotion, and her struggle became less and less. Xing Lu embraced this tiny person, but there was no lust in his heart. He just deeply sympathized with this girl who could not control her own destiny and wanted to give her a warm embrace. Of course, he could not guarantee what would happen in the future. Moreover, Xing Lu was not just hugging Chen Duo simply. When her emotions gradually calmed down, Xing Lu began to use the life rules he mastered to treat Chen Duo. Under the effect of this magical power, the original poison in Chen Duo's body began to be forced out of the body. The cells eroded by the poison were repaired little by little, and the transformed parts gradually returned to their original state. Chen Duo felt that her body was more relaxed and comfortable than ever before. The pain and torture brought by the poison in the past all disappeared, as if they had never existed. Not long after, she was surprised to find that she had lost the ability of the holy child of Gu body. She finally got rid of the nightmare that had been following her like a shadow, and all these changes made Chen Duo feel a little unbelievable. She couldn't imagine that she could get rid of the shackles of the past so easily and regain her life. She raised her head with joy, and her eyes met Xing Lu. She opened her mouth and tried to express her gratitude at the moment with words. However, the overly simple experience in the past made her not know what to say at this moment. She found that all the words could not fully express her inner gratitude and joy. At this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed through Chen Duo's mind. She recalled the TV series she had seen on TV before, where the heroine chose to kiss to express her emotions in a similar situation. So, she plucked up her courage and stopped hesitating. She tiptoed, gently approached Xing Lu, closed her eyes, and gently pressed her lips against his lips. Xing Lu was a little surprised by Chen Duo's sudden move. However, when he saw her innocent and firm eyes, his surprise quickly turned into tenderness. He understood that this was Chen Duo expressing gratitude and trust in her own way. So he gently responded to her kiss and gently stroked her hair. This response made Chen Duo, who had never been shy, suddenly feel shy. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heartbeat accelerated a few points. This was her instinctive reaction after her body recovered. Although it had nothing to do with her emotions, it made her experience an unprecedented wonderful feeling. Chen Duo's shyness did not last long, and she quickly recovered from this novel feeling. She opened her eyes slightly and saw Xing Lu looking at her with a smile. This made her let go of Xing Lu in a panic, and then looked at the ground with a rosy face. At this moment, her mind was in a mess, and she didn't know what to say. Xing Lu chuckled at her like this, which made Chen Duo's ears turn red. Then he stopped teasing Chen Duo, but turned his eyes to Ma Hongxian and said in a calm voice, "Village Chief Ma, our deal is still valid. Now, please tell me how to practice Shenji Bai Lian." Ma Hongxian watched Xing Lu heal Chen Duo, and he believed in Xing Liu's claim that he could restore his memory. So he stopped hesitating and began to describe in detail how to practice Shenji Bai Lian. Not long after, Xing Liu's heart moved, and he felt the prompt from the system. So far, he has successfully acquired 7 of the 8 unique skills, leaving only the mysterious Deluo Dongtian, whose inheritor is not clear in the original work. After getting the things, Xing Lu did not delay any longer and directly treated Ma Hongxian's memory that was erased by Chu Tong with Shuangquan hand. As he treated him, Ma Hongxian covered his head in pain and groaned. Then, those sealed memories came like a tide. He saw the tragic scene of his grandfather being hunted down and having one leg chopped off because he had the divine machine 100 refinements. He saw his determination and courage to take him away despite his grandfather's orders. He also saw the final ambush. The face of the woman they captured, Chu Tong. Chu Tong. Chapter 231 Bait Plan. Ma Hongxian's face twisted instantly, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. He didn't expect that the person he always called sister was actually his enemy. No wonder he couldn't see her all the time. It turned out that he had been kept in the dark by her like a fool. This feeling of betrayal and deception made Ma Hongxian feel cold all over, as if he was in an abyss. He couldn't accept this fact, but he was more angry and hateful towards Chu Tong. Ma Hongxian trembled, the anger and hatred in his heart intertwined, making him almost unable to control his emotions. He looked up at Xingliu, with the flame of revenge in his eyes. "Thank you for helping me restore my memory. Now, I'm going to find Chu Tong to settle the score." Xingliu nodded slightly, not surprised by Ma Hongxian's reaction. He said calmly, "Village Chief Ma, I can understand your feelings. But Chu Tong is not a simple person, and there may be more complicated forces behind her. If you want revenge, you must be fully prepared." Ma Hongxian's anger subsided a little after hearing this. He knew that his emotions were extremely unstable now and he needed to calm down and plan carefully. However, whenever he thought of the scenes in which he was fooled, the anger in his heart was hard to contain. What's more, his grandfather Ma Yuanlu might still be suffering in Chu Tong's hands at this moment. These thoughts surged in his mind, making him feel extremely painful. Just when Ma Hongxian was suffering and angry, Xingliu gently patted his shoulder and said, "Can't think of a way. I can help you." This voice was like a ray of clear spring, instantly extinguishing some of the anger in Ma Hongxian's heart. He looked up at Xingliu in confusion, not knowing why he wanted to help him. Although they had just met not long ago, he could feel that Xingliu was not the kind of person who would lend a hand for no reason. However, he had no choice but to accept the help, even if there might be a trap. So, he looked at Xingliu with a complicated expression and said helplessly, "Then I'll trouble you, sir." Xingliu looked at Ma Hongxian's complicated expression and knew what he was thinking, but he didn't explain. He didn't need Ma Hongxian to understand the inside story, he just needed him to act according to his plan and lead Chu Tong out. At that time, everything will be clear. This is Xingliu's confidence. In order to lead Chu Tong out, Xingliu already has a plan in his mind. Chu Tong still doesn't know anything about Ma Hongxian's memory recovery. In addition, Chen Duo is a company employee, so this can be used to create an information gap. Let Ma Hongxian pretend to be defeated by the illusion created by Chen Duo and Xingliu, and then be taken away by the company's people. And Chu Tong also has his own internal response in the company, and he will definitely take Ma Hongxian away. In this way, Xingliu can directly find Chu Tong's hiding place through Ma Hongxian and put an end to everything. After careful consideration, Xingliu told Chen Duo and Ma Hongxian about his plan in detail. After listening, Ma Hongxian nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, Chen Duo seemed a little hesitant. She still had a grudge about returning to the company and was unwilling to return to the bound life in the past. Looking at Chen Duo's embarrassed expression, Xingliu comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to return to the company. I just need you to help pass on a message. As long as you don't want to, I'm here, and no one can force you to do anything." Hearing Xingliu's firm promise, Chen Duo's uneasiness instantly dissipated. She nodded obediently and agreed to Xingliu's request. Afterwards, Xingliu and Ma Hongxian further discussed the details of the plan. In order to ensure that the message could be transmitted to Chu Tong quickly and accurately, they decided that after Ma Hongxian's support arrived, Xingliu would defeat those supporters and then pass the message back to the company. In this way, it can be ensured that everyone in Baiyu village will know the news of the arrest of village chief Ma in a timely manner. In this process, Chu Tong's secret line in Bayou Village will definitely know the news. Therefore, this method is more reliable than the previous plan. After all, if the company acts too quickly and directly executes Ma Hongxian secretly, he will be wronged. As for how they knew that someone came to support village chief Ma, we have to mention Fu Rong and others. After the Xingliu hit, they directly sent a text message to Ma Hongxian, reminding him to be careful of the Xingliu. When Ma Hongxian saw this text message, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Some things can't be avoided by being careful. Just like the current situation, he never thought that he would join forces with Xingliu to fight Chu Tong. After the plan was finalized, Ma Hongxian bowed deeply to Xingliu. He looked into Xingliu's eyes and said sincerely, "No matter what your purpose is, you are helping me at this moment. Without you, I am afraid I will never be able to avenge Chu Tong." At this point, he hesitated, but continued, "I have an unwelcome request, I hope you can agree." However, Xingliu waved his hand, "Since it is an unwelcome request, forget it." Although Ma Hongxian was a little disappointed when he heard this, he could only nod helplessly. He understood what Xingliu meant, some things cannot be obtained by asking. "I understand, then I will leave first. When I receive news from Fu Rong and others, I will come to inform you again." Ma Hongxian said, and after seeing Xingliu nod in agreement, he turned and left. Watching his back disappear from sight, Xingliu knew that his mood must be very complicated. But in any case, this is his own life. Xingliu was not his babysitter either. The initial deal had been completed. Ma Hongxian gave him the divine machine, and he helped Ma Hongxian recover his memory. This seemed fair to him. After Ma Hongxian left, Xingliu turned around and looked at Chen Duo. He patted Chen Duo's head gently and asked with a smile, "How is it? What are your plans next?" When Chen Duo heard this question, her confused eyes immediately brightened up. She came to Xingliu, looked up at him expectantly. "I want to go shopping, eat ice cream, play games, and there are so many things I want to do." At the end, she lowered her head a little embarrassedly, "Am I wanting too much?" Xingliu looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help laughing. He knew that the reason why Chen Duo had such a change was because her body had returned to normal. Although her values and personality still needed time to slowly change, at least her body was no longer affected by the poison. This was already a good start for her. Chapter 232 The plan begins. Seeing Lu smiled at Chen Duo, his eyes full of tenderness and encouragement. "Not much, as long as you like, we can realize it one by one." He knew that for Chen Duo, these simple wishes were the life she most desired now. Chen Duo's eyes sparkled with happiness when she heard Xingliu's words. She had never thought that one day she would be able to live like an ordinary person and have such simple happiness. And now, all this seemed to be waving to her. "Really? Can we really do these things?" Chen Duo asked in disbelief. "Of course, we'll set off now," Xingliu said, and then stood up, ready to take Chen Duo to realize her wish. They went to a nearby shopping mall first. Chen Duo flew around the mall like a happy little bird, picking out her favorite clothes and accessories. And Xingliu followed her silently, helping her carry the shopping bags and giving some suggestions from time to time. Then, they went to the ice cream shop. Chen Duo ordered a big ice cream and ate it with relish. Xingliu looked at her satisfied expression and felt very relieved. Finally, they came to the game hall. Chen Duo had a lot of fun, and Xingliu stayed with her, sharing this simple happiness together. This day was an extremely beautiful and unforgettable day for Chen Duo. And in the following days, Chen Duo was full of novelty and surprises every day. They went to every corner of the city, tasted all kinds of food, and experienced different things. Chen Duo smiled more and more, and she began to gradually open her heart and accept this world that once made her feel strange and scared. Xingliu also got to know Chen Duo better in the process. He found that although Chen Duo's experience made her a little distorted, she still retained a sense of innocence and kindness in her heart. This innocence and kindness gradually awakened under seeing Liu's guidance, allowing Chen Duo to begin to look at herself and the world around her from a new perspective. One evening, they sat on a bench in the park, watching the afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on the lake, and the golden light illuminated their faces. Chen Duo suddenly turned around, looked at Seeing Lu seriously and said, "Thank you, Seeing Lu. If it weren't for you, I might never be able to experience such a life." Seeing Lu smiled and shook his head, saying, "These are all you have worked hard for. I just opened a door for you. What really allows you to get these is your own courage and determination." Chen Duo listened to Seeing Liu's words, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. "I will continue to work hard to fight for more freedom and happiness. I believe that as long as I don't give up, the future will definitely be better." Seeing Lu nodded, his eyes full of affirmation and encouragement for Chen Duo. He knew that she had taken an important step. Although the road ahead was still long, Chen Duo would definitely walk more firmly and confidently. Fu Rong and others did not let Seeing Lu wait for long. They hurried over with a bit of anxiety on their faces. After learning of their arrival, Ma Hongxian notified Seeing Lu as soon as possible, and the signal for action had already been lit. So when Fu Rong and others stepped into this place, they were greeted by a shocking news. Ma Hongxian had actually been defeated by the company's temporary workers. This news was like a bolt from the blue, which caught them off guard. But despite this, Fu Rong and others did not show any intention of giving up. Ma Hongxian's care and support for them made them determined at this moment. Although Zhao Gijin was reluctant in his heart, he had a high opinion of himself and felt that temporary workers were not to be feared, so he did not raise any objections. This important news soon spread throughout Baiyu village. As the head of a village and the leader of the new Jijiao, Ma Hongxian's defeat undoubtedly caused an uproar in the village. Although the superiors wanted to come to help, they had to give up because of the distance. In this world, because everyone can become a supernatural being, the power and status of the company are very important, and they are specifically responsible for managing and dealing with those supernatural beings with high cultivation. The purpose of the new Jijiao founded by Ma Hongxian is still to teach without distinction. But his improved self-cultivation furnace is really magical, which can awaken people's supernatural powers and improve their cultivation talents. This treasure, which can be called a heaven-defying and fate-changing treasure, will naturally attract the covetousness and competition of countless people. Therefore, everyone in Baiyu village knows that the company will intervene in this matter sooner or later. In addition, the company has always had a bad reputation. If they are silenced, they may not be able to escape. Therefore, after the news of Ma Hongxian's arrest came, many people chose to leave quietly, and Baiyu village fell into unprecedented chaos. In this chaos, someone was sending messages in a secret room. Just as Seeing Lu and Ma Hongxian expected, there was indeed an insider of Chu Tong hidden in Baiyu village. At this moment, this insider was passing this important information to Chu Tong, and a bigger storm was coming. Thousands of miles away, a charming woman picked up her mobile phone elegantly. When she saw the message on the screen, her originally calm brows were instantly furrowed. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice revealed unquestionable majesty, "Come here." Following her order, several men quickly appeared in front of her, half knelt on the ground, waiting for her instructions. She said in a deep voice, "The company has noticed Ma Hongxian, and now he has been arrested. You should prepare immediately in case he is taken to the company." "Yes." The men answered in unison, and then turned away without hesitation. Chu Tong stood up, walked to the window, stared at her reflection in the glass, and felt uneasy. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. She couldn't help but pick up her phone and dialed a number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, and the other party's voice revealed a trace of fatigue. "What's the matter?" Chu Tong said bluntly, "Help me see if I will have any problems next." The other end of the phone fell into silence, and after a long while, he slowly spoke. "As the developer of Shuangquan Hand, you should know the problem in the 8 wonders. I can't use this ability now. Chu Tong took a deep breath, thought for a moment and said, I have a way to solve this problem. As soon as she finished speaking, a low laugh came from the other end of the phone. Haha, you said you can solve it? If you can solve this problem, there will be no such thing as Tian Shidu. 8 wonders should not appear at all. If we go deeper, we are all sinners, can't you see it clearly? When Chu Tong heard this, the red light in her eyes became more intense. She gritted her teeth and said, Gu Jiding, you want me to give up? Impossible. I must take revenge on those who chased us back then, even if I become a sinner for all eternity. Chapter 233 Chu Tong. The laughter on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped, as if it was shocked by Chu Tong's cold and resolute words. For a while, only silence lingered between the two. After a long time, the other party slowly spoke, revealing deep helplessness in his voice. Duan Muying, I know you hate deeply, but some things are indeed beyond our control. 8 wonders, that is the power from the devil. If we continue to indulge in it, it will only cause greater disasters. Chu Tong's mouth curled up with a sneer, and his eyes flashed with disdain. Disaster? Humph, so what? When they hunt us and force us when you were in a desperate situation, did you ever think that there would be retribution today? I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. If you're afraid, just leave. I won't stop you. She paused, and her voice revealed a bit of chill. Also, don't call me that name anymore. Duan Muying is dead, and now I'm Chu Tong. The other party seemed to sigh softly, and her voice revealed a bit of vicissitudes. Chu Tong, you've really changed. You used to have the world in your heart and were determined to cure all diseases in the world. But now you are driven by hatred and embarked on this road of no return. Road of no return. Chu Tong sneered. So what? Do you know how I've been through all these years? Every time I close my eyes, I see the faces of those pursuers and the beastly faces of the Liu family. I wish I could tear them into pieces and grind their bones to ashes. Her voice revealed deep hatred and endless fatigue. You want me to give up? Humph, I can't do it. No matter what, I will make them pay for what happened back then. The other end of the phone fell into silence again, as if he could feel Chu Tong's deep hatred and determination. After a long time, he heard the other party whispered, in this case, then you can do it yourself. But I hope you can understand that some things can't be turned back once they are done. You can do it yourself. After saying this, the other party fell into silence again. After a long time, he heard his leisurely voice again. Since the Lushan Daijiao started, I found that I can no longer see the direction of the future. Then, there was a beep sound from the phone, cutting off the thin connection between the two. Chu Tong's hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and the mixed feelings in her heart were like surging waves, difficult to calm down. She knew that the other party was right. But for her, turning back was no longer an option. Hatred was like a blazing fire, driving her further and further on this road full of blood and revenge. No matter what, I will make those people pay for what happened back then. Chu Tong swore again in her heart, and the firm light in her eyes was brighter than ever. She seemed to have seen the end of revenge, where she had longed for relief and peace. Suddenly, the figure of a girl flashed in her mind. That figure was so familiar and so far away. The corners of Chu Tong's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a complicated smile. Gu Jiding, you claim to be able to see everything, but you can't think of the inside story of creating Feng Bao back then? She shook her head gently, as if laughing at the impermanence and absurdity of this world. That child, she is the devil. All the secrets are hidden in her, and all the puzzle pieces have already been put together. Then a trace of respect and complexity flashed in Chu Tong's eyes. Wu Zhensheng, worthy of being Wu Zhensheng. If he hadn't discovered the strangeness, the devil would have been reborn long ago. The spirit of the gods is amazing. She took a deep breath, with a blazing light flashing in her eyes. Wu Zhensheng only stole 3 puzzles back then, the source of qi, the double-handed hand and the Deluo cave observation. As long as I get the key to the source of qi, everything will be over. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something important, and a sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. She stood up and walked outside to call her men, revealing an unprecedented urgency in her voice, add more people to rescue Ma Hongxian. After giving her orders, she silently said in her heart, he can't die before the self-cultivation furnace is ready, otherwise how can I take away the power of the devil? After making all these arrangements, Chu Tong's heart finally calmed down a little. Her patience for so many years, all her dormancy and waiting, were all for the self-cultivation furnace and the source of qi. Now, these two goals are already within her sight and within reach, so she naturally does not want any accidents to happen. However, she changed her mind and thought that if something really went wrong, it would not matter. Her ultimate goal is revenge. As long as she can achieve this goal, the process is not important. If it really comes to the point where it is impossible, she will not hesitate to revive the demon and perish with the whole world. Anyway, she has long been tired of this world full of pain and hatred, and death is a relief for her. However, Chu Tong also clearly knows that the joy of being able to take revenge with her own hands must be stronger than dying together. Therefore, she will not choose to take that step unless it is absolutely necessary. In short, she is crazy, but not completely crazy. At this moment, Xing Liu's plan was still proceeding in an orderly manner. After Fu Rong and others found Xing Liu and Chen Duo, they immediately tried to kidnap them in exchange for Ma Hongxian. However, the cruel reality was that they were easily defeated by Xing Liu. Before they even had time to take action, they were fixed in place by Xing Liu and could not move. Yes. Fu Rong looked at the handsome man in front of her with some complex feelings, and deep in her heart, she actually had an impulse to fall in love again. However, when she thought of the piles of bills and Chen Duo who was leaning on Xing Liu, she immediately gave up the idea. After all, the few boyfriends she had dated were all scumbags, which made her very taboo about love. Unlike Fu Rong, who could still have wild thoughts, Zhao Guijin was different. He was looking at Xing Liu in front of him with a cold sweat on his face, especially when he felt the strong murderous intent emanating from Xing Liu. He had originally thought highly of himself and did not take temporary workers seriously, but he did not expect that he would be killed in seconds after meeting him. What made him even more frightened was that Xing Liu seemed to have a special murderous intention towards him for some reason. This feeling made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar, as if he was being stared at by the god of death. He tried to force out a smile, trying to ease the tense and suffocating atmosphere. I don't know where I have offended you, sir. If there is any misunderstanding, please let me know. Chapter 234 Complaints. Xing Liu smiled slightly and shook his head gently, as if to deny some of Zhao Guijin's conjectures. This made Zhao Guijin feel a little relieved, thinking that Xing Liu was not really hostile to him. However, Xing Liu's next sentence made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. In fact, there is no special reason, it's just that what you did makes me feel uncomfortable. It just so happens that killing you is also a convenient thing for me. Xing Liu said lightly, his tone was flat as if he was talking about a trivial matter. When Zhao Guijin heard this, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the anxiety in his heart surged like a tide, almost drowning him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but was horrified to find that he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth, as if he was imprisoned by an invisible force. Then, the world in front of him suddenly became blurred, as if he was forcibly pulled into a terrifying hell by some force. So after Wang Bing, Zhao Guijin also experienced the happiness of the 18th level. Soon, his eyes became empty and the breath of life quickly dissipated. With his death, the evil technique 7 evils he practiced was naturally lifted. The souls of the 7 children floated out of Zhao Guijin's body. As soon as they appeared, they rushed to Zhao Guijin's body angrily, trying to avenge themselves. However, they were only in the state of souls and could not affect the real world at all. After trying several times, they gave up unwillingly. The souls of these children turned to Xing Liu and bowed to him to thank him. Although they could not express it in words, their eyes were full of gratitude and respect. Then, they began to gradually dissipate. Xingliu waved his hand lightly, and the rules of reincarnation emerged in his hands. Under his power, these children will be reborn in the next life and live a happy life. All these wonderful and sacred scenes were quietly carried out at the soul level, and they were naturally invisible and intangible to the mortal eyes of the world. Fu Rong and others only saw Zhao Gijin's body suddenly stiffen and fall, and the breath of life disappeared instantly, but they didn't know why. But all this made their originally passionate and ready to rescue Ma Hongxian heroically poured with a basin of cold water, and instantly cooled down. As Xing Liu's eyes slowly turned to them, they unconsciously lowered their heads and avoided the eyes that seemed to see through everything. Xing Liu chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous, everyone. Now it's a society ruled by law. I won't do anything to you." Hearing this, Fu Rong couldn't help but complain in her heart, "You look at Zhao Gijin's body and say it again, I will believe it." However, on the surface, she still nodded repeatedly to echo Xing Liu's words to show that she believed it. Xing Liu seemed to see through their thoughts and continued to explain, "Zhao Gijin has always been in poor health, and it is reasonable that he died suddenly. Do you think I look like I did it?" Fu Rong thought about it and it was true. Xing Liu had never touched Zhao Gijin from beginning to end. So she began to wonder if she was overthinking. What the hell? You just said in front of us that killing him was a piece of cake. Fu Rong was madly complaining in her heart, now you turn around and put the blame on his poor health? Do you really think we are fools? She was immersed in her inner monologue, but she didn't notice the teasing look from Xing Liu. When she finally raised her head and met Xing Liu's eyes that seemed to see through everything, her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Xing Liu said lightly, "Your name is Fu Rong, right?" Fu Rong nodded, her movements were a little stiff, and her heart was full of anxiety and doubts. She didn't know how Xing Liu knew her. Then, she heard the words that seemed to come from hell, "ICBC 1050,000, 100,000 from China Merchants Bank, 200,000 from Luzhong Bank, and 30,000 as much as you can." Every word of Xing Liu hit Fu Rong's heart like a heavy hammer. She felt as if her world had collapsed in an instant. She originally thought that she could escape to Bayou Village to get rid of the shadow of the past and start a new life. However, now, all her secrets were easily exposed by Xing Liu. She felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Don't say it, I know I was wrong, please let me go." Fu Rong finally couldn't stand the torment in her heart anymore, and she begged for mercy loudly. Her voice was full of pleading and despair. She couldn't imagine how she would face the people present if Xing Liu continued to reveal her secrets, especially Hori Chagai, who was also from Bayou Village. Fortunately, Xing Liu didn't intend to delve into it, and stopped talking after hearing Fu Rong's plea. This made Fu Rong feel a little relieved. After all, she knew that the information Xing Liu had was enough to reveal her past that she couldn't bear to look back on. The playful light flashing in Xing Liu's eyes also confirmed her guess. If Xing Liu really made her failed emotional experiences public, she would probably be ashamed. At this time, Chen Duo curiously approached Xing Liu, looking at him with eyes full of curiosity, obviously wanting to know the hidden story. This made Fu Rong's heart rise to her throat again. However, under Fu Rong's anxious gaze, Xing Liu began to tell Chen Duo about Fu Rong's emotional history. She had several relationships, and all the men she met were scumbags. That's fine, after all, everyone has bad luck sometimes, but she is a love-brained person. Not only did she not ask for anything, but she cheated those men out of a lot of money. What I just read was her debt. Chen Duo seemed a little confused after hearing this, because she had not yet understood the complex emotion of love, but simply felt that Fu Rong seemed to have been deceived. At the same time, Hori Chagai looked at Fu Rong with an expression of "I didn't expect you to be a love-brained person." This made Fu Rong feel ashamed, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She had to bury her head in her arms, looking like an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. After this frolic, the matter came to an end. Since Chu Tong eliminated all the extra people when hijacking Ma Hongxian in the original work, Xingliu did not intend to involve Fu Rong and others. After all, they did not do evil, nor did they offend themselves, so there was no need to let them die in vain. So, after letting them go, Xingliu took Chen Duo away. At the same time, Chen Duo also reported the news of Ma Hongxian back to the company. In fact, the company had known about Ma Hongxian's existence for a long time, but had never interfered. It was just that Chu Tong had planted an insider in the company's senior management, so if it weren't for the unexpected factor of Chen Duo, Ma Hongxian's self-cultivation furnace would probably have continued to be completed without any obstacles. Chapter 235 Getting rid of the company. Now, after learning about the effectiveness of the self-cultivation furnace, the company responded quickly and sent someone to pick up Ma Hongxian on the same day. After Ma Hongxian was taken away, one person stayed, that was Liao Zhong. Liao Zhong's eyes were fixed on Chen Duo, especially when he found that the bomb on Chen Duo had disappeared. His inner worries surged like a tide. He didn't know that Chen Duo's body had been cured, he only knew that the company would never let Chen Duo go free. In his opinion, the bomb was just a means for the company to control Chen Duo, but it was by no means the only one. Chen Duo's behavior of disarming the bomb without authorization had undoubtedly touched the company's bottom line and was likely to bring fatal consequences. So, he said to Chen Duo with a somewhat pleading tone, "Chen Duo, come back with me, don't be willful anymore." However, Chen Duo just glanced at him indifferently and said firmly, "Uncle Liao, I won't go back. I have found the path I want to choose. Whether it is good or bad, I want to go on my own." After hearing this, Liao Zhong's anger was instantly ignited. At this time, the voice from the headset made his emotions reach a peak. "Liao Zhong, Shengtong is already unstable, you come back, we will deal with it. This is the company's order, but it is also the result he least wants to hear." His face suddenly changed, and he pressed the headset anxiously and said, "Wait a little longer, I will knock her out and take her back." As he said, he walked towards Chen Duo, ready to knock her out and take her away by force. However, just when he was about to touch Chen Duo, Xing Lu suddenly stopped him. Xing Liu's voice was cold, "Do you really think I don't exist? Leave here, I will solve Chen Duo's problem, and your company doesn't need to intervene." Liao Zhong looked at Xing Lu in front of him, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He knew that Xing Lu was very powerful, but it was related to Chen Duo's safety. He was in danger, and he had lost his mind a little. He said in a hoarse voice, "Go away, boy. Chen Duo's matter is not as simple as you think. If she leaves the company, she will die." Xing Lu looked at Liao Zhong's anxious look, but he felt a little funny in his heart. However, he felt more strange. As a senior executive of the company, Su Xiang didn't report his affairs to the company. However, he soon understood the reason. He knew too much about Feng Baobao. If Su Xiang informed the company of his information, Feng Baobao would be exposed. So, Su Xiang chose to help him conceal it. Without Su Xiang's information, the company's understanding of Xing Lu was limited to his strength and ruthlessness. This was obviously not enough to make a behemoth like the company feel jealous of him. After understanding this, Xing Lu couldn't help but laugh and cry. He didn't expect that his low-key behavior would have such a disadvantage. So he thought about it, and he directly caught all the senior executives who were monitoring here through the network. These people suddenly appeared here, their faces were full of confusion. However, they were the company's senior executives after all, and their psychological quality was incomparable to ordinary people. The moment they saw Chen Duo and Liao Zhong, they understood what happened. Therefore, they looked at Xing Lu with fear. They knew that Xing Liu's strength was definitely beyond their imagination to be able to catch them from the company so easily. These senior executives exchanged glances with each other, and one of them who seemed to be the leader stood up. He tried to make his voice sound calm, "Mr. Xingliu, we have no intention of offending you. But Chen Duo's situation is indeed special. She is an important part of our company. We can't let her leave like this. Xingliu looked at them, with a sneer on his face. Important part? Do you treat her as a person? Or just a tool that can be manipulated at will? The leading executive was choked by Xingliu's words, but he quickly regained his composure. We do have our considerations and practices, but please believe that we are also doing this for Chen Duo's good. For her good. Xingliu laughed. What a high-sounding reason. So may I ask, have you ever considered Chen Duo's feelings? What does she want? What does she want to do? Have you ever cared? A series of questions left the leading executive speechless. They really didn't consider Chen Duo's feelings. They only cared about Chen Duo's instability as a holy child. Xingliu looked at their silence and continued, from today on, I will take over Chen Duo's freedom. If your company dares to harass her again, don't blame me for being rude. After that, Xingliu turned and looked at Chen Duo. Chen Duo, come with me. I will help you find what you really want, the sky that belongs only to you. Chen Duo met Xingliu's gaze. She saw her reflection in those eyes, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart, like a long-lost warmth, and like hope for the future. She nodded gently, her voice was light but firm, okay. Then, Xingliu turned and left with Chen Duo. Liao Zhong and the company's senior executives stood there, watching the two disappear into the sky, and an indescribable sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts. They understood that what they lost this time was not only the control over Chen Duo, but also a serious challenge to the order and authority that the company had maintained for a long time. The leading senior executive took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner shock. He looked back at Liao Zhong and found that this capable man, who was always known for his calmness, also showed a rare loss of composure at this moment. He knew that this incident might have dealt a heavier blow to Liao Zhong than anyone else. After all, he was the one who brought Chen Duo into the company and watched her grow up step by step to what she is now. Liao Zhong, The leading senior executive just started to speak, but was interrupted by Liao Zhong waving his hand. A trace of complex emotions flashed in Liao Zhong's eyes. He touched his face, as if to hide his inner loss. He pretended to be lost and said, "Don't say anything, go back first." However, deep in his heart, he felt a little relieved that Chen Duo could get rid of the company's control. He understood that if Chen Duo could not leave the company, sooner or later she would have a tragic ending. Therefore, he would rather see Chen Duo find her own future with the help of Xingliu. Faced with Liao Zhong's loss and the silence of other senior executives, several people looked at each other in silence and could only nod in agreement silently. They knew that this incident was not accidental and was not the end. The name Xingliu had undoubtedly entered their sight. As the top management of the company, their usual approach when facing such unstable factors was to control and eliminate them. Especially before they suffered losses. Chapter 236 Chu Tong was fooled just as Xingliu planned. After Ma Hongxian was captured, Chu Tong quickly arranged for someone to kidnap him back. Chu Tong did not take it lightly because she successfully took Ma Hongxian back. She knew that every action must be cautious. Therefore, she immediately started to investigate the relevant personnel information of this incident. Chen Duo, as a temporary worker of the company, had a clean background and did not attract much attention from Chu Tong. However, the appearance of Xingliu made her alert. Especially after learning about the strong strength that Xingliu showed when facing Liao Zhong, Chu Tong's vigilance reached its peak. She knew that this seemingly sudden Xingliu was not an ordinary person. If he had some connection with Ma Hongxian, her carefully planned plan might face huge variables. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Chu Tong decided to stay put for the time being and waited quietly for a week. During this week, she kept exploring the news of Xingliu, trying to understand his whereabouts and purpose. When she learned that Xingliu had been traveling with the two women and enjoying life, her vigilance was slightly relaxed. So, a week later, she decided to meet Ma Hongxian in her secret base. However, the asymmetry of intelligence still made this woman, who had always been shrewd, make a fatal mistake. The moment she saw Ma Hongxian, she immediately realized that the problem was serious. Ma Hongxian's eyes full of hatred and anger told her that he had recovered his memory. This made Chu Tong realize that she might have been deceived by Xing Lu. Thinking of the spatial ability shown by Xing Lu and his contact with Ma Hongxian, Chu Tong realized that she might have fallen into a carefully designed trap. However, it was impossible for Chu Tong to give up easily. After a brief shock and anger, she quickly regained her composure and turned away. Unfortunately, when the bird was hooked, how could the hunter let her leave easily? Although her steps were hurried, she remained stable. She knew that she could not panic at this time. The exit of the secret base was right in front of her. As long as she could leave here, she would have a chance to regain the initiative. However, just as she was about to step out of the exit, a powerful force suddenly descended from the sky and firmly suppressed her in place. Chu Tong was startled and looked up, only to see Xing Lu standing not far away, staring at her coldly. A bitter smile bloomed at the corners of Chu Tong's mouth, and she said helplessly, "You are here after all." Her voice revealed an unspeakable sense of frustration. "I remember that I didn't offend you, why did you treat me like this?" While speaking, she struggled hard, trying to break free from the force that bound her, but it was in vain. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move at all. This feeling of powerlessness reminded her of the days when she was hunted down, the past that almost made her collapse. Xing Lu said lightly, "You have never offended me, but you have something I need." Chu Tong's heart tightened instantly, and she instinctively thought of the pair of hands and the mysterious key seed of Deluo Dongguan. These things are related to too many of her secrets and plans. However, Xing Liu's next words were like a thunder, exploding in her heart, "I need Deluo Dongguan, you should know, right?" Chu Tong was stunned, and the eyes that were originally full of calculations and cunning now showed a blank look. Her red lips opened slightly, and she seemed unable to digest this sudden information for a while. She never thought that what Xing Lu wanted was so simple. This was completely different from the various complex conspiracies and calculations she had expected in her heart. This sudden change made Chu Tong feel relieved, and at the same time, an inexplicable feeling surged in her heart. She always thought that the seeds of the 8 wonders were Xing Liu's goal. After all, Xing Lu had planned so much, which made her think that Xing Lu also understood the mystery of the 8 wonders. The 8 wonders and the seeds of the 8 wonders have the same origin but different qualities. Only when the 8 wonders are cultivated to the pinnacle can the unique seeds be bred. Once the 8 seeds gather in one person, the legendary demon will revive and bring unpredictable disasters. More importantly, the uniqueness of the seed determines its preciousness and rarity. Once someone successfully condenses the seed, no matter how hard the later ones practice, they will not be able to condense the same seed again. If it weren't for this limitation, Chu Tong would have completed her plan long ago. But at this moment, she had to face the reality in front of her. So after a brief daze, Chu Tong quickly regained her composure. She carefully observed every change in Xing Liu's expression, trying to read his true intentions from it. When she realized that what Xing Lu said was true, countless thoughts suddenly surged in her mind. "I can give you what you want, but you have to let me go." Chu Tong's voice was firm and decisive. She knew that this was her only bargaining chip. Xing Lu looked at her deeply, and his eyes seemed to penetrate her soul. "Okay, it's a deal." His voice was equally unambiguous. However, Xing Liu's straightforward agreement made Chu Tong doubtful. She understood that she was now completely at a disadvantage, and there was no other way but to choose to believe. So, after a moment of uneasiness, she decided to continue to deal with Xing Lu. "I don't have the practice method of Deluo Dongguan, but I know who has it, and I am sure I can get it." Chu Tong spoke quickly, fearing that Xing Lu would lose patience because of her pause. At the moment when she said there was no practice method, she keenly caught a slight change in Seeing Liu's eyes. It was an extreme indifference and murderous intent, as if even the space was frozen at this moment. This made her more convinced that she must provide valuable information as soon as possible. Fortunately, when she told the follow-up plan, Seeing Liu's eyes gradually returned to normal. Then, she felt that the invisible binding force disappeared. This was Seeing Liu's sincerity and his patience. Chu Tong did not dare to be negligent, and immediately took out the phone and dialed the number that she remembered by heart, and thoughtfully chose to put it on the speaker. She knew that this was to let Seeing Liu hear the next conversation and further prove her value. The phone was quickly connected, and a familiar voice came, "What's the matter, Chu Tong?" Hearing this voice, Chu Tong hurriedly said, "Help me, Gu Jiting." There was a hint of urgency and pleading in her tone, because she knew that whether she could get out of it depended on Gu Jiting's next move. But after she finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell into a long silence. Chu Tong knew what Gu Jiting was doing, which was nothing more than using the Luo cave to see what was happening here. Chapter 237 Mission completed. The long silence made Chu Tong's nervousness reach its peak. She could even feel the sweat sliding down her back, fearing that Seeing Liu would suddenly attack her because of impatience. This feeling of life hanging by a thread made her feel like sitting on pins and needles every second. At this moment, a violent cough suddenly came from the other end of the phone, as if someone was suffering great pain. This made Chu Tong come back to her senses instantly. She nervously held the phone and asked anxiously, "Gu Jiting, what's wrong with you?" However, the cough did not stop because of her questioning. Instead, it was accompanied by the sound of vomiting, which made Chu Tong's heart rise to her throat. She could imagine what kind of torture Gu Jiting was suffering at the other end of the phone at this moment. After a long while, Gu Jiting finally spoke with a gasp, his voice weak and hoarse. "What did you do? Why can't I see anything with Deluo Dongguan, and I was backfired?" Chu Tong was shocked when she heard this, and she looked at Seeing Liu in some horror. She understood that all this was done by Seeing Liu. However, she knew better that she could not show any unusual behavior now, otherwise it would probably anger Seeing Liu and put herself in a more dangerous situation. However, Seeing Liu seemed to have no more patience. He waved his hand lightly, and an old man instantly appeared in front of the two of them. The man looked miserable, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his skin was cracked in many places. His eyes were a little dazed, and he obviously hadn't reacted to what happened. However, the moment he saw Chu Tong and Seeing Liu, he understood everything. Gu Jiting subconsciously wanted to use Deluo Dongguan to see through the space and seek a glimmer of hope. However, he was shocked to find that the surrounding space was flawless under his insight, and the hope of escape was instantly shattered. Recognizing the reality, he sighed helplessly, ignored the filth on the ground, and sat down. Knowing that at this moment, he was already a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. "I wonder what exactly do you want me to do?" Gu Jiting tried to make his voice sound calmer. Seeing Liu said 4 words in a cold tone, "Deluo Cave View." Gu Jiting nodded without hesitation and agreed, "Okay, I'll give it to you right away." He did not ask Seeing Liu about his motives and purpose, because in the face of absolute strength, any extra words seemed pale and powerless. Because Seeing Liu's strength has exceeded his imagination, even if he faces Zhang Jiwei, he is confident that he can escape. The man in front of him, without even showing his face, easily detained him here through the internet and blocked all possibilities of escape. In his opinion, this is more than 10 times more terrifying than the old Tianji. Even, he thinks that the so-called demon is just like this. And the situation is beyond one's control. Is asking so clearly because he dislikes that he is not dying fast enough? Yes, he stopped talking nonsense and started to tell the secret of Deluo Dongguan directly. Seeing Liu was satisfied with his performance and nodded slightly. Gu Jiting's decisiveness was beyond his expectation, but it also saved him a lot of trouble. However, he did not notice that at the moment when Chu Tong turned off the phone, she lightly pressed a button. This subtle action was completely ignored by Xing Lu when he was concentrating on Gu Jiding. In other words, Chu Tong pressed this button not for Xing Lu at all, otherwise Xing Lu would have noticed it. Not long after, Xing Lu saw the prompt in the system that the task was completed, and he couldn't help feeling a little happy. At this time, Ma Hongxian also solved the other people who hindered him in the base and hurried here. When Ma Hongxian saw Chu Tong, he was obviously relieved. He endured for a full 7 days and finally waited for Chu Tong to appear. However, Chu Tong's vigilance exceeded his expectations. She chose to leave the moment she noticed something was wrong. Ma Hongxian wanted to chase him immediately, but was surrounded by a group of people in the stronghold. Fortunately, he was strong and finally broke out of the siege after a fierce battle. He thought the plan had failed, but Ma Hongxian didn't expect that Xing Lu was not bragging. When he saw Chu Tong, the matter really came to an end. Ma Hongxian saw his enemy and could no longer suppress his anger. He stepped forward, pulled Chu Tong up and slammed her against the wall. "Where is my grandfather?" he roared. Although Chu Tong had some strength, she knew that she had no chance to resist at all in the presence of Xing Lu. Therefore, when Ma Hongxian pulled her up angrily and slammed her against the wall, Chu Tong chose not to resist. This collision made her scream in pain, and her face turned pale as paper in an instant. Ma Hongxian's anger seemed to burn the whole room. He widened his eyes and stared at Chu Tong fiercely, eagerly waiting for her answer. Chu Tong knew that she still needed time to prepare her backup plan, so she gritted her teeth, endured the pain in her body, and spoke with difficulty. "Your grandfather had already passed away when I found him. He lost too much blood and couldn't hold on for too long." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongxian's face suddenly changed, and it seemed that all the blood color faded from his face in an instant. Memories came back like a tide. He remembered his grandfather's injuries at the time, and remembered his original intention to take his grandfather away. After being ambushed by Chu Tong and wasting precious time for treatment, he actually had the worst premonition. And now, this premonition has been cruelly confirmed. Ma Hongxian felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, anger and grief intertwined, making him almost unable to control his emotions. His hands clenched into fists, trembling, and sparks of hatred flashed in his eyes. Driven by this extreme emotion, he did not hesitate to launch a fatal attack on Chu Tong. Facing Ma Hongxian's thunderous attack, Chu Tong did not care that Xing Lu was on the sidelines and immediately launched a counter-attack. The two fought fiercely in this small space, with each move fatal and neither giving in. Xing Lu stood quietly aside, watching the battle with cold eyes. His deal with Ma Hongxian had been completed, and the remaining disputes had nothing to do with him. His indifferent attitude also made Chu Tong realize that Xing Liu's purpose of this trip was purely to find Deluo Dongguan, and his relationship with Ma Hongxian was not that deep. This cognition made Chu Tong regretful in her heart. Her strength was not weak. If there was no interference from Xing Lu, Ma Hongxian would not be her opponent at all. In that case, her original plan could still proceed smoothly. However, it was too late to regret now. According to her estimation, her backhand should have been arranged. Thinking of this, Chu Tong lost interest in the battle in front of her. After repelling another fierce attack from Ma Hongxian, she took the opportunity to jump far away and distanced herself from the battle circle. Chapter 238, The Strange Changes in Mount Longhu. She glanced at Xing Lu, Gu Jiding, and others with a complex look, her voice carrying a hint of helplessness and fatigue. "The demon should have awakened, Gu Jiding, go ahead. With your ability, you may be able to live a little longer." Chu Tong originally thought that she would feel hysterical pleasure at the end of her life, but when she really looked back, she found that she actually had nothing. Her husband waited for her until his death, but she had already changed her name and could no longer face him as Duan Muying. Because once her identity was exposed, what awaited her would be endless pursuit and hatred. In this long journey, she lost too much. And at the end, she was surprised to find that she only had the deep friendship with Gu Jiding, who was also a master of the 8 wonders. This friendship was like a ray of sunshine in winter, giving her the last warmth and comfort. She couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and an indescribable sadness surged in her heart. Gu Jiding was shocked after hearing this, and looked at Chu Tong with some disbelief. Although he knew that Chu Tong was a little crazy, he never thought she could do this. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He knew that no matter what he said at this time, it would not change the status quo. Xing Lu and Ma Hongxian were confused and didn't understand what Chu Tong was saying. Chu Tong didn't intend to explain, but just looked up at the sky in the distance, wondering what she was thinking. Seeing that she ignored him, Ma Hongxian's anger, which had just cooled down, surged again. Do you think you can let me let you go by saying something inexplicable? Die! As he said that, he sacrificed the magic weapon and attacked Chu Tong, but Chu Tong was determined to die at this moment, so she didn't dodge or avoid this attack. At this critical moment, a figure flashed by and blocked the fatal blow for Chu Tong. Gu Jiding stood in front of Chu Tong, glaring at Ma Hongxian and loudly questioning Chu Tong. Duan Muying, what are you thinking? Is this all the hatred you mentioned? You said you wanted to die with your enemies, but the people of the Lu family are still alive and well, and you want to die here like this. His voice was full of disappointment and anger. Facing Gu Jiding's provocation, Chu Tong just smiled indifferently. She raised her hand and gently brushed the messy hair at her temples, revealing a kind of detached calmness in her eyes. It doesn't matter anymore. The devil will avenge me, and he will not let go of anyone who has learned the 8 wonders. The Lu family has a pair of full hands, and they are destined to be doomed. Gu Jiding felt a chill in his heart when he heard Chu Tong's cold words. He gritted his teeth and asked, what about me? What should I do? You said that you would make those who chased us pay the price, and this is how you made them pay the price. Hearing this, Chu Tong stared at Gu Jiding's back and sighed deeply. It's too late, everything is a foregone conclusion. We can't go back. At this moment, Xing Liu's face suddenly changed. He felt a strong energy fluctuation appear in the distance, and the breath was strong and evil, as if it was going to swallow up the whole world. He looked in that direction, and there was Longhu Mountain. Fortunately, he could feel that although this breath was strong, it was not to the extent that he could not deal with it. However, he did not intend to intervene in this matter. In his opinion, this was the evil result planted by the people of this world themselves, and they should bear it themselves. Just as Xing Lu was about to submit the task and take Chen Duo and Xia He away from this chaotic world, his mobile phone suddenly rang. You love me, I love you, Michelle, sweet. This ringtone seemed particularly abrupt at this time, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Xing Lu smiled awkwardly, but secretly cursed Xia He in his heart. This dead girl, she secretly changed my ringtone without telling me, let me see how I deal with her when I go back. She can't get out of bed for at least 3 days. Although somewhat reluctant, Xing Lu still answered the phone. Zhang Hulan's anxious cry for help came immediately from the other end of the phone, Uncle, help! Sister Bauer seems to have a problem, the old Taoist wants to kill her. Xing Lu frowned, he didn't want to get involved in this dispute. Zhang Hulan on the other end of the conversation saw that Xing Lu had not responded for a long time, and hurriedly continued. Sister Bauer has something to say to you, please, uncle, just treat it as a good deed. Hearing this, Xing Lu sighed slightly. He still liked Feng Bao, but he felt that dating her was a crime, so he didn't continue to have a close relationship with her before. Besides, even if he went, he didn't have to get involved in this matter. If the situation was not right, he could just run away and return to the Naruto world. So, Xingliu no longer hesitated and moved to Longhu Mountain in an instant. When he arrived, Longhu Mountain had changed. When he arrived, Longhu Mountain had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally straight mountain peak was cut in half, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Zhang Jiwei and Feng Baobao were fighting fiercely in the sky. Each blow of Zhang Jiwei could drive thousands of thunders, rumbling towards Feng Baobao. However, these thunders were dissolved by the invisible qi when they approached Feng Baobao, and when they were in front of Feng Baobao, they were as threatening as a breeze. This made Zhang Jiwei feel a little tricky, and he frowned and thought about countermeasures. Feng Baobao stood frozen in the air with a painful expression on her face, as if she was suffering from unspeakable torment. Although her occasional attacks were powerful enough to destroy the world, the surrounding space was shaken. But her attacks were surprisingly slow, which allowed Zhang Jiwei to dodge easily. Get out of the way. However, it cannot be ignored that Feng Baobao's attack frequency and speed are rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if an unknown force is awakening in her body. At the same time, Zhang Hulan was looking up at the battle in the sky on the ground, feeling extremely anxious. He knew that he was powerless to intervene in such a duel, and could only hope that Xingliu could arrive in time. So, he said anxiously to the phone again. "Uncle, Sister Bao really has something important to say to you. You left in a hurry last time, and she didn't have time to tell you." As soon as Zhang Hulan finished speaking, he suddenly felt a hand patting his shoulder heavily. He turned back in shock, only to see Xingliu standing behind him, holding a mobile phone that was still on the phone. Xingliu stared at him with a sharp gaze. His tone was calm but revealed unquestionable majesty. "Boy, if you lie to me, I will tie your neck into a Chinese knot." Xingliu's calm words made Zhang Hulan's neck shrink unconsciously. Chapter 239 I Want to Live. He knew Xingliu's strength and means very well, so he waved his hands and explained. "No, no, no, how dare I lie to you? Everything I said is true." As he said that, he seemed to remember something important, and his face became more anxious. Yes, Sister Bauer started to feel something wrong after she looked at the two pictures. It seemed that something was fighting with her for control of her body. Then the old Taoist priest appeared and wanted to kill Sister Bauer without saying a word. I was scared at the time, but fortunately Sister Bauer reacted quickly and dodged. Before Sister Bauer flew into the sky, she asked me to call you. She said she had something very important to tell you, and maybe only you could help her. Zhang Hulan told everything in one go, hoping that Xingliu could help as soon as possible. Xingliu nodded slightly, and his figure shot straight into the sky like a meteor, and instantly came to Feng Baobao's side. Seeing Xingliu appear, a faint smile appeared on Feng Baobao's pale face, just like the rising sun dispelling the haze. "Xingliu, you are here," she said softly, as if she was reminiscing with an old friend. "I have something to say to you." Xingliu stood quietly beside her, without interrupting, but conveyed silent encouragement with his eyes. Feng Baobao didn't seem to care about Xingliu's silence. She continued to talk to herself. "I remember everything. I was really a man-made thing, and it was incomplete. Now I am complete, but this also means that I am about to die." At this point, she paused, as if to calm herself down. Then, she continued, "But I am very happy. After so many years, there have always been so many people who care about me and take care of me. Su Xiang, Su San, Su Si, Zhang Hulan. Each of them is very good to me, always accommodating me and protecting me. And you too, Xingliu. You told me so much about myself and let me know my life experience. Thank you for preparing me so that I would not die without knowing it." Feng Baobao's eyes were slightly red, and 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. However, her eyes were still firm and pure, and she was not troubled by the impending death. Xingliu looked at Feng Baobao like this, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He felt something was wrong. How could Feng Baobao say such a thing before? However, when her pure eyes met his, he knew that the girl in front of him was still Feng Baobao herself, and she was not possessed by other consciousnesses. Feng Baobao looked at Xingliu's puzzled expression and suddenly burst into laughter. "Are you confused? How come I suddenly got it?" Without waiting for Xingliu to answer, she continued to explain, "Didn't I say it? I was incomplete before, so I couldn't understand some things. Now that I am complete, of course I understand." As she said that, she made a playful face. "They all say I am stupid, but in fact I am not stupid at all. Sometimes I am very smart." Xingliu stared at Feng Baobao quietly, who was both familiar and unfamiliar, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He was silent for a moment, and his thoughts surged like a tide. He always said that he wanted to do things. He used to emphasize that he should be open-minded and do what he wants. However, now, he found that he has become timid and hesitant. He didn't know when he became so arrogant and afraid of things, always wandering in the thinking of worrying about failure before thinking about success. Hesitating and hesitating, is this the life he wants? Recalling his ambition when he first entered the world of Naruto, Xingliu felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. At that time, he was only 6 years old, but he dared to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's flaws and force him off the stage. But now, as an adult, he seems to have lost that courage and always retreats habitually when encountering danger. Xingliu he took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew that he couldn't go on like this. If one day his relatives and lovers were threatened in the same way, he would never give up and escape. He wanted to regain his courage and move forward to protect the one he loved. Moreover, he was not without confidence. Although Feng Baobao was surrounded by a powerful rule power, only slightly weaker than him, the gap between the rules was enough to give him the upper hand in the battle. This confidence came from his deep understanding of his own strength and his thorough understanding of the rules. So, he smiled and asked Feng Baobao, "Do you really think so? Do you have any other ideas to tell me?" Feng Baobao was slightly stunned after hearing Xingliu's words, and didn't understand what he meant specifically. Although she has become complete now and can understand things that she couldn't understand before, she still doesn't believe that anyone can solve the demon that is about to revive, let alone save her. In her opinion, this is an irreversible fate. The reason why the demon was sealed before was because the spiritual energy had not yet revived at that time. Although the demon mastered the deep application of the 8 wonders, he could not resist the attack of the human wave tactics. In desperation, he could only store his consciousness in the 8 wonders and wait for the opportunity to revive. However, the Tianqi decree, as the power to seal the 8 wonders, was pried open by Zhang Huai and Wu Zhensheng, allowing the 8 wonders to appear again. This also gave the demon hope of revival, so he cooperated very well to let them understand the power of the 8 wonders. Fortunately, at the critical moment when the demon was about to revive, Wu Zhensheng discovered his existence and used his last strength to separate the 3 keys, temporarily preventing the demon from reviving. With the revival of spiritual energy, not only did humans become stronger, but the power of the demon also reached an unprecedented height. At this time, the number of people has lost its meaning, because the gap in strength has become irreparable. So Feng Baobao said words like a last word. Seeing her stunned, Xingliu continued, "You don't want to live." This time, Feng Baobao understood. She recalled the past memories in a trance. At that time, she was not complete and did not understand many things in the outside world. She did not understand pain, did not understand feelings, and had only one obsession, to find memories and family. Now she has finally become a complete human being and understands what feelings are. But she didn't even feel a heartbeat, and she was going to die like this. If she was confused before, she might have accepted her fate. But now, how could she be willing? So looking at Xingliu's encouraging eyes, she opened her red lips, a blush appeared on her pale face, and she said slowly, "I want to live." Chapter 240 Equally Matched. After hearing the expected answer, Xingliu raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, the power of rules he had comprehended in his body surged out like a raging tide, and produced a violent collision with the rules surrounding Feng Baobao. The 2 invisible forces collided in an instant, causing an earth-shaking explosion. The shock wave stirred in the air, forming ripples that quickly spread to the surroundings. And Feng Bao, no, it should be said that demon, under the influence of this power, also experienced earth-shaking changes. Energy surged in his body, constantly transforming his body. His height gradually increased, his physique became more and more sturdy, and his original feminine features gradually disappeared, replaced by a neutral appearance. A natural god is waking up from his slumber, or in other words, he has completely awakened. The face of the demon has returned to calm, he stares at the star stream, and there is no longer the rich emotion in his eyes. What is left is only a deep and indifferent gaze, as if in his eyes, everything in the world is as insignificant as an ant. You are quite strong. The voice of the demon was calm and majestic, and the original gender could no longer be heard. However, Xing Lu sneered and responded, "Stop talking nonsense. If you are really fearless, why didn't you show up and fight me just now? You are using women to delay time. Do you think I can't see it?" At this point, Xing Lu raised his mouth sarcastically and continued coldly. "You don't really think that you are the only one delaying time?" Before the words fell, countless complex runes suddenly emerged in the surrounding air. They were like ignited stars, flashing dazzling light, and blocked the space around the demon with lightning speed. These runes seemed to contain the most original rule power between heaven and earth. They intertwined into an airtight net, which not only completely sealed the power of the demon, but also tried to drag Feng Bao's soul and his body. The sudden restraint made the demon's face look ugly in an instant, and his eyes flashed with rage and unwillingness. The demon did not sit and wait for death, but immediately urged the remaining power of rules in his body to try to break free from the bondage. This is the place where he was born and his home ground. He believes that no one can really trap him on this land. However, Xing Liu's preparations are obviously much more sufficient than the demon imagined. Those runes flashing with the power of rules seem to have their own lives. They are tightly wrapped around the demon's body, and no matter how the demon struggles, he cannot break free. Anger and disbelief intertwined, causing the demon to roar deafeningly. But this roar did not change the status quo, but made Xing Liu's eyes more playful. After a period of stalemate, a soul emitting a bright blue light was finally forcibly pulled out of the demon's body. Xing Lu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and grabbed the soul in his hand, and then transferred it to his own space. At this moment, the power of the rune array also dissipated, but Xing Lu knew that he had succeeded halfway. "Ah! You deserve to die." After losing Feng Bao's soul, the demon's breath instantly weakened a lot, but anger still made him lose his mind. He roared and rushed towards Xingliu, trying to tear him into pieces in the most direct way. However, Xingliu was faster than the demon. His figure was like lightning, and he drew a strange trajectory in the air and instantly came in front of the demon. He punched out and went straight to the demon's chest. This punch condensed the power of Xingliu's whole body and the power of rules, as if to completely pierce the demon's chest. Although the demon reacted quickly, he was still accurately hit by Xingliu's punch. An indescribable huge force surged into the body, shaking the demon's internal organs as if they were about to shift. However, the demon did not fall down. With his strong willpower and home advantage, he endured the pain and fought back. The fists of the two collided in the air, and an amazing energy wave broke out. The figures of Xingliu and Mo were crossing each other rapidly in the air, and every collision between them caused a shocking explosion. The surrounding space was constantly twisted and broken under their attacks, and then healed again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xingliu always kept suppressing Mo with his superb fighting skills and powerful rule power. Each of his attacks was precise and fierce, making Mo feel unprecedented pressure. However, Mo was not an easy opponent. With his home advantage and tenacious willpower, he got out of trouble again and launched a fierce counter-attack. As time went by, the battle had entered a white-hot stage. The starry sky became the stage for their decisive battle, which was deliberately done by Xingliu. He knew that with the fighting power shown by the two of them, even the aftermath of the battle was enough to cause immeasurable damage to Blue Star. In the fierce confrontation, although they both had the ability to recover from injuries quickly, the continuous attacks left them no time to take care of those seemingly minor wounds. Therefore, both of them looked a little embarrassed at the moment. Under the torn clothes, the small wounds all over their bodies were slowly oozing blood. After a fierce collision, Xingliu and Mo separated again. Xingliu panted slightly, with a fanatical light flashing in his eyes. He tore off the torn clothes, revealing his strong upper body, and his muscles looked more solid and powerful under the starlight. This was the first time that Xingliu met an opponent who could match him, and the blood in his heart was completely boiling at this moment. The long-dormant fighting instinct was also gradually awakening, making him more eager to win this battle. Unlike Xingliu's fanaticism, Mo had gradually calmed down after a fierce battle. He began to assess the situation and think about the next strategy. Facing Xingliu's powerful strength, he had already thought about retreating. In this battle, Mo deeply felt the power of Xingliu. Even if he was fighting on the home court of this world, the rule power he blessed was only equal to Xingliu. In other words, if it were a different battlefield, he might have been defeated by Xingliu. What made Mo even more uneasy was that he could clearly feel that the blessing power of this world was gradually weakening. He understood that this was because the world had discovered that its child, that is, him, was trying to use the world as a sacrifice to improve himself. This malice made the world begin to withdraw its support for him, which made his situation even more unfavorable. Waves began to rise in Mo's heart, and the originally invincible mentality began to crack at this moment. This invincible belief was engraved in his heart since the day he was born. Even if he was defeated and sealed, he could not be shaken. But now he began to doubt whether he could really defeat the man in front of him. Chapter 241 The Demise of Mo. Xingliu did not give Mo too much time to think. He was as swift and fierce as a cheetah. He decisively launched another attack. Against the backdrop of the vast starry sky, his figure turned into a series of brilliant light marks, and every collision and slash was full of destructive power, as if to completely wipe out the demon from this universe. Facing the man in front of him, the demon's eyes flashed with an unprecedented light, which was the desire and enthusiasm for fighting, which made the demon feel fear for the first time. This fear was like a cold tentacle, entwining his heart, making him increasingly stretched in the battle. The wounds were like blooming dark flowers, blooming one by one on the demon's body, taking away his vitality. Just when the demon was thinking about retreating and thinking about how to get rid of this bitter battle, Xingliu suddenly withdrew his offensive. He floated in the starry sky, regaining his former calmness and indifference, as if the thrilling battle just now was just a game for him. In this starry sky, sound is no longer the only way to convey information. Xingliu's voice rang directly in the demon's consciousness, clear and indifferent. It's so boring. I thought I could meet a decent opponent, but I didn't expect you to give up so quickly. It seems that you are just a coward. As he said this, Xingliu's eyes showed a trace of contempt, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife, piercing the demon's heart. Under the gaze of this gaze, the demon was silent, because he knew that he had been eroded by fear at this moment, and his fighting spirit was gradually dissipating. The pride in his heart made the demon unwilling to surrender, but the fear surged like a tide, making him hesitate. The interweaving of these two emotions put the demon in an unprecedented dilemma. However, Xingliu did not give the demon too much time to think. He knew that for a strong man, hesitation are fatal weaknesses. Therefore, he decided to end the battle himself and let everything return to peace. So when the demon was struggling and hesitating, Xingliu suddenly launched a fatal attack. Endless light burst out from him, dyeing the entire starry sky into brilliant colors. This light contained the power of destruction, as if it was going to devour everything. Under the illumination of this light, the demon felt unprecedented pressure. He understood that this was the light of destruction released by Xingliu in response to his soul loss, and he could not resist it at all. At this last moment, the demon did not choose to escape or beg for mercy. He straightened his body and faced Xingliu's attack. Although the defeat was certain, the demon still wanted to end the battle as a strong man. The light finally submerged the figure of the demon, and the entire starry sky trembled under this power. When the light dissipated, the demon had completely disappeared, leaving only an empty starry sky and Xingliu's figure. At the moment when the demon disappeared, the whole world seemed to cheer. The invisible shackles broke at this moment, and everyone felt a lightness on their bodies, as if the heavy burden that had been weighing on their hearts for a long time was instantly lifted. Especially for those practitioners who have accumulated a lot of experience, the breakthrough at this moment is so natural. Many of them have directly broken through the long-standing bottleneck and their strength has made a qualitative leap. On Longhu Mountain, Zhang Jiwei looked up at the sky and his feelings were particularly strong. He clearly felt that the degree of the heavenly master in him disappeared at this moment, and the constraints that once bound him also disappeared. This sudden freedom allowed him to directly break through the original realm and return to his youth. What surprised him even more was that he felt the power of rules. This is a new and higher level power, which made him understand many truths that he could not understand before. He realized that the devil, as a god between heaven and earth, has always occupied too many rules. It is the restrictions of these rules that prevent people in this world from truly touching higher level power. And now, with the demise of the devil, these rules have returned to the world and become the nourishment that nourishes all things. Originally, the demon was going to use the whole world as nourishment to break through himself, and then leave this small world to go to a wider world. But now, everything is reversed. The demise of the demon not only did not cause the world to collapse, but instead made the world sublimate and reborn. As the one who defeated the demon, Xingliu also received the gift of the world at this moment. He looked at the prompt message popped up by the system, and his heart was filled with joy. The gift of the world is detected, and the task reward is increased. Current reward, hang up speed plus 2000%. The origin of the world is increased, and the progress of promotion to the Naruto world is 90%. After a series of unexpected changes, the original reward has increased by 20 times, which has made Xingliu's hang-up speed achieve a qualitative leap. He can deeply understand that if he continues to develop at this speed, within 5 years, his various abilities will inevitably be fully upgraded again. Thinking of this, Xingliu couldn't help but sigh. He thought to himself, no wonder the system said that the color ability is the starting point. It turns out that the idle time required behind this is so long. Shaking his head, Xinglu woke himself up from his meditation. He almost forgot an important thing. Feng Baobao's soul is now in his alien space. In this world, once the soul is separated from the body, it cannot be maintained for a long time without special secret protection. What's more, Feng Baobao's soul was forcibly stripped from the control of the devil by Xinglu with the help of the power of the talisman array. Its fragility can be imagined. Xinglu did not dare to delay at all and immediately returned to his own alien space. As soon as he stepped into this area, he saw Xiaoyi and Chen Duo curiously looking at Feng Baobao's soul emitting a faint blue light. Without the protection of the body, Feng Baobao's soul has become a ball in order to slow down the speed of dissipation. Seeing this scene, Xingliu's heart tightened, and he did not hesitate to activate the power of the rules of life, creation, and reincarnation. Under the influence of this power, he carefully shaped a new body for Feng Baobao's soul. As the power of rules in Xingliu's hands surged, Feng Baobao's soul gradually merged with the new body. The blue light gradually converged and finally completely disappeared into the new body. Xiaoyi and Chen Duo looked at the changes in front of them with surprise in their eyes. They looked at Xingliu's transformation and were a little unbelievable. Although they knew that Xinglu was very strong, they didn't expect that he could do such a thing. Xinglu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his efforts were not in vain. Although Feng Baobao had lost her original body, this new body now fits her soul perfectly, as if it was born this way. Chapter 242 After the War. Feng Baobao, how do you feel? Xingliu's voice was soft and concerned. Feng Baobao slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes seemed a little blurry for a moment, but soon refocused and restored her former clarity. She felt her new body carefully, and a faint smile appeared on her face, like the rising sun, warm and bright. "No problem," she said softly, with a hint of dialect in her accent. Hearing this, Xinglu couldn't help but pat his forehead gently, with a helpless smile on his face. Feng Baobao was also stunned after she finished speaking, and seemed to realize something, with a trace of panic on her face. She tried hard to express her meaning, but found that she was not able to express herself well, and her face flushed involuntarily. Obviously, although her soul got a new body, it has not yet fully adapted, and there are some small problems. Looking at Feng Baobao's bulging mouth and flushed face, Xinglu couldn't help laughing. He gently checked her physical condition, and then comforted her softly. "Don't worry, these are just some minor problems caused by soul damage. After a while, you will be fully recovered." Hearing Xingliu's comfort, Feng Baobao breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to return to her previous state of ignorance. At this time, she suddenly realized that although she was resurrected, she had nothing on her body, and her jade-like skin was completely exposed to the air. Because her soul had not yet been fully integrated, although she felt something was wrong, she just tilted her head with a little confusion and looked at Xinglu, revealing a little confusion in her clear eyes. Xinglu looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but gently tapped her forehead. Feng Baobao covered her forehead in pain, and Xinglu took the opportunity to hand her a set of clothes. Then, he pulled away Xiaohe and Chen Duo who wanted to join in the fun, briefly explained Feng Baobao's situation, and asked them to take good care of her. After that, he left this alien space. When Xinglia returned to the world of Under One Person, he immediately felt a blessing from the unknown luck. The rules of the whole world seemed to be unfolding in front of him, and his thoughts became clearer than ever before. He understood that this was the world expressing gratitude to him. On the one hand, it was because he eliminated the demon who attempted to sacrifice the world, and on the other hand, it hoped that he could stay in this world. However, for Xingliu, these rewards were far less than the recognition of him by the Naruto world. After all, the Naruto world made him the master of the world, just short of calling him daddy. What's more, all his ties were in the Naruto world, and he couldn't stay in a strange place. As if sensing his thoughts, the rules that were originally at his disposal disappeared quietly. This made Xingliu a little amused and sad. This world was really very realistic. But he was not unhappy with the stinginess of the world. After all, the will of each world was basically mechanized and emotionless. Only the one that was beneficial to him would be chosen. Without taking it to heart, Xinglu sensed the breath of Zhang Hulan and others and teleported directly over. He found that all the people who knew Feng Baobao had gathered around Zhang Hulan, and Zhang Jiwei was explaining Feng Baobao's situation to them. Su San and Su Si were like eggplants hit by frost at this moment, completely wilted. They were originally very angry that Zhang Jiwei attacked Feng Baobao for no reason, but after learning the inside story of the matter, they realized that they really couldn't blame the old Tianji. Zhang Hulan's mood was a bit complicated. Because of the disappearance of Tianqidu, Zhang Jiwei had explained everything to him. Back then, his grandfather Zhang Huai and Wu Zhensheng pried a small hole in Tianqidu together and learned that the demon's body was sealed in the 24 sections Tongqian Valley. So, they led 36 thieves to comprehend the 8 wonders there. Of course, all this was carried out under the promotion of the demon. If it weren't for the demon's push, they wouldn't have been so smooth. Wu Zhenshen's goal is to resurrect his daughter, Feng Baobao. Fortunately, at the last moment, Wu Zhensheng saw through the devil's conspiracy in time and stopped it at the cost of himself. Otherwise, the devil might have revived that year. Unfortunately, with the revival of spiritual energy, the power of the devil has also been greatly enhanced. In this era, even as strong as Zhang Jiwei, it is difficult to compete with the devil alone. Fortunately, there are anomalies outside the world of Xingliu who stand up, otherwise the outcome of the matter may be unpredictable. When Xingliu appeared, he was surprised to find that Zhang Jiwei's strength had improved significantly and his appearance had returned to his youth. He walked up, patted Zhang Jiwei on the back gently, and teased, "You have become younger, but you are not as handsome as when you were older." Zhang Jiwei was patted from behind, and was slightly stunned at first. You know, with his current strength, there are actually people who can approach him quietly. However, after hearing Xingliu's voice, he was relieved and laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, I knew that my friend would be fine." Xingliu saw that Zhang Jiwei did not care about his teasing and smiled and shook his head. At this time, Su San and Su Si also came up and asked anxiously, "How is the baby? Is she okay?" Seeing their anxious looks, Xingliu couldn't help but want to play a little game. He restrained his smile and pretended to be silent. Sure enough, the two of them immediately panicked when they saw this. Su San sat on the ground and cried loudly, "Baby, how could this happen?" And Su Si took out a cigarette with trembling hands, and picked up the lighter with his other hand but couldn't light it. The expression on his face was both anxious and helpless. Seeing them like this, Xingliu finally couldn't help laughing out loud. He waved his hand, undoing his little trick, and then said, "Don't worry, Sister Bauer is fine." Hearing this, Su San and Su Si were stunned at first, then burst into laughter and hugged Xinglu excitedly. Xinglu was a little amused by Su San and Su Si's sudden enthusiasm. He gently pushed them away and signaled them to calm down. Then, he told them in detail about Feng Baobao's situation and how he resurrected her. After listening to Xingliu's story, Su San and Su Si were full of gratitude and respect for Xinglu. They knew that if Xinglu hadn't rescued her in time, Feng Baobao might have really left them. "Brother Xinglu, you are really our great benefactor," Su San said excitedly. "Yes, if there is anything we brothers can do in the future, just ask." Su Si also echoed. Chapter 243 Tongtian. Xingliu shook his head gently, with a gentle smile on his lips, "It's okay, I like her too." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su San and Su Si's expressions instantly became alert, looking at him as if they were guarding against a thief. It's no wonder that they reacted like this. After all, in their opinion, Xingliu was first involved with Xiaoyi, and then provoked Chen Duo. This behavior undoubtedly gave people the impression of a scumbag. Xingliu looked at their expressions as if they were facing a great enemy, and the slight apology that had just risen in his heart for teasing them suddenly disappeared, replaced by a burst of laughter and tears. At this time, Zhang Hulan also came over, and it was obvious that he had just heard Xingliu's words. Zhang Hulan's feelings for Feng Baobao have always been complicated, with both family ties and the budding of love. However, at this moment, he seemed to realize that this relationship was about to come to an end. Because Xinglu had just made it clear that only he could repair the injuries on Feng Baobao's soul, which meant that Feng Baobao might need to follow Xinglu to leave in the future. In addition, Zhang Hulan's heart also experienced a huge shock regarding his grandfather's affairs. He once thought that his grandfather was hunted down because of the origin of his chi body and was an innocent victim. However, the truth is far more complicated than that. What he imagined was much more complicated. Grandpa actually pried open the Heavenly Master's degree, which triggered a series of serious consequences. This also explains why Grandpa has never returned to Longhu Mountain. He knows that he has no face to face his master. All these discoveries have fundamentally changed Zhang Hulan's view of Grandpa. He even began to wonder if Grandpa was really as innocent as he thought. These things have set off huge waves in Zhang Hulan's heart. He wants to confide in Xingliu, but he doesn't know where to start. Seeing his embarrassment and confusion, Xingliu calmly enlightened. The past has become history. No matter how much we struggle, we can't change it. Instead of indulging in the past, it is better to grasp the present and the future. As he said, he gently pushed Zhang Hulan in front of Zhang Jiwei and continued, "I think you might as well worship the old Heavenly Master as your teacher, and talk about the future later." Zhang Hulan raised his head and faced Zhang Jiwei's smiling face. Zhang Jiwei looked at him kindly and said, "Chu Lan, don't think too much. Although Hui did a lot of wrong things, we never blamed him. From now on, you should treat me as your grandfather and follow me." After saying this, Zhang Jiwei reached out and touched Zhang Hulan's head. The doting and care in his eyes made everyone present smile. This warm scene also made Zhang Hulan, who was just immersed in sadness, feel a little warm and comforted. After explaining everything, Xingliu was also ready to embark on his journey home. At this moment, Su San and Su Si's eyes were no longer full of defense. They knew that Feng Baobao's departure was inevitable. However, the reluctance was still difficult to conceal, and the emotions in their eyes made Xingliu a little moved. Xingliu thought that Feng Baobao's condition should have improved a lot at this moment, and it might be more appropriate for her to say goodbye in person. After all, the Su family has taken care of her for so long, whether out of emotion or courtesy, she should be allowed to say goodbye in person. So, Xingliu no longer hesitated and began to communicate with Feng Baobao, who was in his space. After receiving Feng Baobao's affirmative answer, Xingliu gently waved his hand, and a dazzling portal instantly appeared in front of everyone. Then, Feng Baobao's figure slowly walked out of the door, and her appearance made Su San and Su Si overjoyed. The two hurried forward, tightly holding Feng Baobao's arm, and asked with concern, "Baby, how are you? Are you uncomfortable?" Although Feng Baobao seemed a little sluggish because of her soul damage, her emotional intelligence has improved greatly. She knew that at this time, she needed to say some comforting words to reassure her friends. So Feng Baobao gently shook her head, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "I'm fine, don't worry." Although her voice was not loud, it had a magical power that instantly soothed the tense nerves of Su San and Su Si. They looked at Feng Baobao in front of them with some relief, and their hearts were filled with emotion. For so many years, they have witnessed Feng Baobao's growth and changes with their own eyes. Although she used to be innocent, she was easily deceived and used. Now, although she still maintains that innocence and kindness, she has become more mature and wise. They know how difficult it is for Feng Baobao to change like this. Such a change is undoubtedly a qualitative leap for Feng Baobao. Looking at her current appearance, their worries are also relieved a lot. Then Feng Baobao expressed her gratitude to them with simple and sincere words. These words flowed into their hearts like a warm current, making these two men who are usually as strong as iron couldn't help but have red eyes. Finally, Feng Baobao called Su Xiang. On the other end of the phone, Su Xiang lost control of his emotions and cried like a child after learning that Feng Baobao was about to leave. But even so, he still resisted the grief and respected Feng Baobao's decision. Feng Baobao waved goodbye to them one by one, then turned around and walked back to the portal. However, just as Feng Baobao stepped into the portal and Xingliu was about to start leaving, the whole world seemed to be paused, everything was still, and time seemed to be frozen by the cold frost. But surprisingly, this power that froze everything did not have any effect on Xingliu. He fixed his eyes and found that the prompt that suddenly popped up in the system made his face change suddenly. Warning: high-dimensional existence is interfering with the host, and the host has blocked this interference. This sudden warning made Xingliu alert, and he prepared to leave this place of trouble immediately through the system without hesitation. Although he once thought that some things could not be avoided, the situation in front of him was obviously beyond his response range, and it would be really stupid not to slip away. At the same time, Tong Qian, who was outside the world, saw this scene and couldn't help but stir up a storm in his heart. He knew that Xingliu had a great opportunity, but Xingliu at this moment was still very different from him. However, such a seemingly insignificant existence could actually ignore his power interference, which simply overturned his cognition. Tong Qian saw that Xingliu was about to run away, and he didn't care about much. He hurried to Xingliu's side, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile on his face, "My friend, please stay." These words reached Xingliu's ears, but he was struck by lightning. Isn't this familiar line the opening remark often used by those legendary Western powers? Is he really going to fall here today? Chapter 244 Tongtian's Gift. Seeing Liu's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to stay for a moment. He turned around and fled towards the system's gate of the heavens. At this moment, he just wanted to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible, away from this seemingly kind but actually unfathomable existence. Tongtian looked at Seeing Liu's panicked back, and the smile on his face became brighter. He knew that Seeing Liu had thought of something bad, but it didn't matter. After all, there were many people who hated Zishan, and he was no exception. But at this moment, he still needed to explain to Seeing Liu why he came. So he waved his hand, and a bright stream of light instantly sank into Seeing Liu's body. Seeing Liu, who was about to escape, suddenly felt a strange force surging into his body, and then the prompt in the system sounded again. A gift from a high-dimensional existence was detected, and the hang-up speed was plus 100%. This sudden change made Seeing Liu stop. He turned around, staring at Tongtian with a hint of doubt and vigilance in his eyes. He secretly wondered in his heart, what exactly did this high-dimensional existence want to do? Why did he give him such a gift? Tongtian looked at Seeing Liu's alert expression and couldn't help feeling a little funny in his heart. He knew that his sudden appearance and gift must have made this little guy wary, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could also understand Seeing Liu's caution, and even felt that Seeing Liu's behavior was quite in line with his wishes. So, Tongtian cleared his throat and slowly said, "My friend, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. I just saw that you have extraordinary talents and wanted to make a good relationship with you." After hearing Tongtian's words, Seeing Liu did not relax his vigilance. He knew very well that there is no free lunch in the world. Although this principle is simple, it is very practical. He is not related to him, who would be nice to him for no reason. This person of unknown origin gave him a big gift right away, which made him doubt Tongtian's intentions. Therefore, Seeing Liu was not shaken by Tongtian's words. On the contrary, he stepped into the system's portal more cautiously, ready to escape from this unknown danger at any time. However, just as he was hesitant, the system's prompt sound in his mind sounded again. The gift from the high-dimensional existence is detected to be harmless, so you can accept it with confidence. Hearing this, Seeing Liu's doubts immediately dissipated. The system has always been his most reliable support. Previously, the system successfully blocked the interference of the person in front of him, so he still has a high degree of trust in the system in his heart. Seeing the change in Seeing Liu's expression, Tongtian couldn't help laughing. "Are you afraid that I will hurt you? If I really have that intention, I don't need to use such roundabout means with my strength." Seeing Liu nodded after hearing this. What Tongtian said is indeed true. His vigilance in his heart gradually relaxed under Tongtian's gentle attitude. After all, if Tongtian really wants to harm him, there is really no need to go to such great lengths. So, he asked in a respectful and slightly curious tone, "Senior, may I ask your name?" Tongtian Patriarch stroked his chin, a subtle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and replied, "I am Shangqing Lingbao Tianzun." When Xingliu heard this name, something seemed to flash through his mind, making him feel a little familiar. However, before he could think about it, Tongtian Patriarch added, "You can also call me Tongtian Patriarch." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and Xingliu's eyes widened instantly, staring at Tongtian Patriarch in disbelief. He never expected that this legendary saint would suddenly appear in front of him and talk to him so kindly. Tongtian Patriarch looked at Xingliu's shocked expression, and a sense of pride surged in his heart. Although he knew that he was famous in the heavens and the worlds, seeing Xingliu's reaction still made him feel very satisfied. However, Tongtian Patriarch did not indulge in this pride, he quickly thought of his business. He did so many things just to see if this boy who was chosen by chance had enough ambition and potential. Now that Seeing Liu has proved himself with his performance, it is time for him to take action. But in the eyes of Tongtian sect master, when he was about to express his willingness to accept a disciple, he unexpectedly found that he could not say this sentence. At this moment, he was extremely shocked and suddenly realized that he might have underestimated the great opportunity contained in seeing Lu. As a saint, Tongtian Patriarch was not qualified to accept seeing Lu as his disciple. The depth and breadth of this opportunity was really unimaginable. Although his heart was turbulent, Tongtian Patriarch remained calm and composed on the surface. He quickly adjusted his mentality and thought about the next strategy. Since he could not accept seeing Lu as a disciple, he did not want to have a bad relationship with this young man with unlimited potential. Maybe in the future, seeing Liu's realm will rise rapidly and become a great help to him. So, Tongtian Patriarch continued to maintain a kind smile, as if everything before was just a brief loss of consciousness. In seeing Liu's eyes, Tongtian Patriarch was just stunned for a moment, and then he returned to normal. He didn't know what kind of mental journey Tongtian Patriarch had experienced in this short moment. I traveled through the heavens and the worlds, and happened to observe your heroic act of saving the world here. Master Tongtian spoke slowly, revealing his admiration for Xingliu in his tone. Although you have a complicated mind, you are decisive and clear-minded, and you are indeed a promising talent. As he spoke, he used his supreme magical power to absorb the source of the world and generously gave it to Xingliu. At this moment, Xingliu only felt a vast and boundless power pouring into his body, as if to completely change his world. Then, the system's prompt sound rang in Xingliu's mind. Master Tongtian's gift is detected, do you accept it? Although Xingliu was a little confused, he naturally would not hesitate in the face of such a great thing. So, he chose to accept it without hesitation. With his confirmation, the system began to refresh the screen frantically. The source of the world was continuously infused into the Naruto world, causing this world to be promoted at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the Naruto world was promoted from the edge of the Middle Thousand World to the real Middle Thousand World. Moreover, the promotion process did not stop there, but continued to advance at an astonishing speed. When the system finally stopped, seeing Lu was surprised to find that the Naruto world had not only been promoted to the Middle Thousand World, but also the progress of being promoted to the Great Thousand World had reached an astonishing 30%. As the Lord of the World, he also got real benefits at this moment. Chapter 245 Upgraded. With the promotion of the Naruto world, all the rules within it have undergone a thorough sublimation and transformation. In this process, the rules that Seeing Lu himself comprehended and the rules of the world produced a wonderful resonance, which made his understanding of the rules also advance a big step. He clearly felt that he was getting closer and closer to the moment when his ability was upgraded to level 2. This feeling of being within reach filled Seeing Liu's heart with anticipation and excitement. As a saint, Tongtian Jiaozu naturally noticed this change in Seeing Lu. Based on the principle of being a good person to the end, he decided to lend a helping hand to Seeing Lu. So, he smiled indifferently and began to talk about his unique insights into the rules. The voice of Master Tongtian seemed to have a magical power, which instantly immersed Xingliu in it. His narration was profound and simple, presenting complex rules in a simple and easy-to-understand way. At this moment, Xingliu seemed to see a new world slowly unfolding before his eyes. As Master Tongtian spoke, the ceiling around him seemed to be full of flowers, and golden lotuses emerged on the ground. Fortunately, this world was blocked by Master Tongtian, otherwise, if these voices were spread out, they would be enough to shake the heavens and the worlds. The saint's preaching, even if it was just a simple application of the rules, was enough to benefit countless creatures. Just as Xingliu was concentrating on listening to Master Tongtian's narration, the system's prompt sound suddenly sounded, breaking the moment of silence. Xingliu was awakened, and Master Tongtian stopped preaching. Xingliu felt a little annoyed, and he felt that he had missed a great opportunity to comprehend. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality, took a deep breath, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He understood that some things cannot be forced. If I get it, it's my fate. If I lose it, it's my luck. With the existence of the autoplay system, he believed that he would be able to improve his ability sooner or later. There is no need to worry about gains and losses for a while. Xing Lu quickly calmed down and cast a grateful look at Tong Tianjiazu. Although his sermon was interrupted, he still understood many rules and mysteries that he had never touched before from Tong Tianjiazu's words. Thank you for your teachings, Senior Tong Tian. I have benefited a lot. Xing Lu thanked sincerely. Tong Tianjiazu gently waved his hand, indicating that you are welcome. He looked at Xing Lu with admiration in his eyes. He admired the talent and mentality of this little guy very much, and he believed that Xing Lu would be able to achieve extraordinary success in the future. Since you have already understood something, I will not say more. Tong Tian said. You need to walk, explore, and practice the future path by yourself. Remember, the way of rules is boundless. Only by constant pursuit and practice can you truly understand its true meaning. Xing Lu nodded respectfully and kept Tong Tian's words in mind. He knew that this was the expectation and encouragement of his predecessors for him, and also the guidance for his future practice. Then, Tong Tian took out another treasure and handed it to Xing Lu and said, "This is my token, you keep it. If you meet someone from my Jijiao in the future, you can show this token. They will know your identity and will not embarrass you." Xing Lu took the token, and ecstasy surged in his heart again. With this token, it is equivalent to having the protection of Tong Tian. Who dares to disrespect him when walking in the heavens in the future? This is undoubtedly a huge guarantee and help. Thank you for the generous gift from Senior Tong Tian. Xingliu said excitedly. He knew the preciousness and importance of this token. Tong Tian smiled and nodded, and then his figure gradually became illusory and finally disappeared on the spot. He knew that his fate with Xingliu had ended this time, and Xingliu needed to walk the next road by himself. But he believed that this little guy would be able to find a path of his own. After Tong Tian left, the frozen world returned to its original appearance. Xingliu stood in place and checked the harvest this time. He silently said in his heart, "Open the system panel." Host, Uchiha Xingliu. Skills, Time Rule, Color, LV2, Space Rule, Color, LV2, Destruction Rule, Color, LV2, Creation Rule, Color, LV2, Order Rule, Color, LV2, Life Rule, Color, LV2, Reincarnation Rule, Color, LV2. Hang Up Bar, Time Rule, Color, LV2, Space Rule, Color, LV2, Destruction Rule, Color, LV2, Creation Rule, Color, LV2, Order Rule, Color, LV2, Life Rule, Color, LV2, Reincarnation Rule, Color, LV2. Combat Power, Can Fight Xian. Okay, you can't challenge across borders. You are not the protagonist, right? You have to be the one. Tianxian, Sublimate through eternity, the only one in eternity, the years are my only proof, there is no other, can move the power of heaven and earth, step into the dimension of time and space, and keep my body. Next stage, Xian. Owned world, Naruto. World level, middle 1000 world, hanging speed plus 2000%. Current world promotion progress, 30%. Completed tasks, 1. Hanging speed plus 2000%, gift from one person's world. 2. Attention from high dimensional existence, hanging speed plus 500%, gift from Tongtian Sect Master. Task, no tasks at present, waiting for the world gate to cool down. Tip 1, current hanging bar, 7. Tip 2, the world gate enters cooling, and it currently takes a natural month in the Naruto world. Tip 3, breaking through Xian requires the power of rules to break through LV4. Tip 4, it takes an uncertain time to search for a new world, please look forward to it. Xingliu looked at the hanging speed on the system interface and nodded with satisfaction. He estimated that at the current hanging speed, it would only take a few years for him to usher in a new ability upgrade. Recalling his hesitation and worries at the beginning, Xingliu couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. If he had chosen to escape because of fear of danger, he would probably still be worried about how to break through the second level. Now, he has not only passed that hurdle, but also gained such rich rewards. At this moment, Xing Lu knew clearly that the mysterious prompt of the system when he entered the world of one person was actually arranged by Tongtian Patriarch. He never believed that there would be such coincidences in the world. Behind everything that seemed accidental, there were actually inevitable factors. However, judging from the final result, this experience was undoubtedly a good thing. He not only received valuable guidance and tokens from Tongtian Patriarch, but also realized the extraordinariness of his system more deeply. Being able to resist the secret interference of Tongtian Patriarch and shield the investigation and interference of the saints is not something that ordinary systems can do. Xing Lu knew that his system contained extremely powerful power and potential. This also made Xing Lu more convinced that his future path of cultivation would go farther and more brilliantly. Chapter 246 Return to the Naruto World. After checking the harvest, Xingliu stepped into the world gate of the system and left the world of one person. As soon as he returned, he could feel the completely different atmosphere around him. The natural energy that was once violent and difficult to control seemed to be comforted at this moment, becoming gentle and easy to guide. What's more amazing is that this energy, the concentration, has been significantly improved compared to before, like a concentrated essence, purer and more powerful. For an existence like Xingliu, he can have a deeper insight into the changes behind this. The rules of the world, those forces that were once hidden under the surface, are now like a veil that has been unveiled, revealing a clearer appearance. This not only allows people living in this world to feel the existence of rules more intuitively, but also means that the upper and lower limits of this world have been greatly expanded. As the ruler of this world, Xingliu naturally benefits a lot from it. He just set foot on this land, and the system's prompt sound came as promised. Due to the manifestation of the world's rules, his hang-up speed has increased by 500%. This is undoubtedly an unexpected surprise, which makes his already happy mood even better. Concealing his inner joy, Xingliu quickly sensed the breath of Tsunade and others. With a thought, he instantly appeared in front of them. As soon as he appeared, he was hugged tightly by Tsunade, as if to integrate him into her own bones and blood. "You are back, Xingliu." Tsunade's voice revealed deep attachment and joy. Xingliu smiled and stroked Tsunade's cheeks that were flushed with excitement, and said softly, "Yes, I am back. Miss me?" Tsunade nodded without hesitation, her eyes full of longing and attachment to Xingliu. The separation during this period made her more deeply aware of the importance of Xingliu in her life. Xingliu's heart was surging with warmth, and he also missed Tsunade very much. They have been together since childhood, and this separation is indeed unprecedentedly long. He can feel Tsunade's deep affection and attachment to him, which makes him feel both relieved and a little guilty. He should have taken Tsunade and others to that world together, but considering the unknown risks and changes, he finally chose to go alone. But now it seems that his decision was correct, because he not only successfully solved the problem, but also brought back unexpected gains. However, thinking of the 3 girls he brought back, Xingliu's face was slightly embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain all this to Tsunade. But to his surprise, Tsunade did not show any dissatisfaction or jealousy, but comforted him that it didn't matter. The diamond pattern on Tsunade's forehead suddenly lit up, and she entered the sage mode in an instant. This is her progress, and it is also the credit of Xingliu. Tsunade told him that not only she herself has made such progress, but also Nono and Zhizi and others. Their bodies have undergone wonderful changes, their lifespans have increased, and they can better accompany Xingliu. Tsunade caressed Xingliu's hair tenderly and whispered in his ear, "Have you missed me during this time?" Xingliu couldn't stand such temptation. When he was about to fight with Tsunade, the door was suddenly pushed open. Nono, Jiji, Hinata, and Chinitsu all appeared here. Their arrival broke the warm and ambiguous atmosphere, making Xingliu a little bit amused. Jiji saw the intimate behavior of the two and his face turned slightly cold. She was not angry because Xingliu made such a move just after returning, but because she found that the person who was intimate with Xingliu was not herself. An indescribable emotion surged in her heart, making her feel a little irritated. Nono and Chinitsu smiled at each other. They all knew Xingliu's personality, so they were not surprised to see this scene. Although Hinata had not experienced such a scene for the first time, she felt a little shy every time she saw it. However, what was different was that she felt a little bit of excitement deep in her heart. This contradictory emotion made her feel both shy and excited. She covered her eyes with a red face, but her fingers were spread wide apart. Through the separated fingers, you can see that her excited eyes are flashing with a strange light. Xingliu was interrupted by the sudden interruption, and felt a little embarrassed, and the impulse in his heart dissipated. However, the arrival of several ladies was not just to relieve the pain of lovesickness, they had more important things to tell Xingliu. During this period of time, the development of the Naruto world can be said to be rapid. Due to Xingliu's benevolent act, the 5 major countries achieved unification without experiencing too much blood and grief. Although doing so will inevitably bring some adverse effects, the benefits are obvious. Because large-scale deaths were avoided, the hatred between people did not reach the point of being unforgettable. And those ninjas who struggled at the bottom and had no talent also found a new way out after the reform. They gave up the profession of ninja and devoted themselves to other industries, contributing their own strength to the rapid development of the world. More importantly, Xingliu's feat of promoting the world this time has benefited everyone. The gentle and harmonious natural energy and easy-to-understand rules nourish everyone, allowing their lives to evolve initially. Although ordinary people cannot become supermen, under the influence of this power, their physical fitness has increased by 50% and their lifespan has doubled. For those ninjas who can refine chakra, the benefits they have gained are immeasurable. In short, their strength has been comprehensively improved. Genin became Chinin, and Chinin was promoted to Jonin. Such changes make them more comfortable in future battles. In addition, Tsunade also brought an exciting news. Children born after the world's promotion have the ability to absorb natural energy. Although their absorption speed varies, after examination, it was found that these children's future achievements can at least reach the level of special Chinin. This made Xingliu sigh with emotion. The promotion of the world is indeed a comprehensive blessing. However, while learning these good news, Xingliu also had some doubts. In his opinion, since the world has been promoted, animals and plants should also evolve accordingly. But this is not the case. After asking the subconscious of the Naruto world, he learned that the protagonist of this world was destined to be human beings. As the master of the world, he also subconsciously believed that it is better for animals and plants not to be promoted. Therefore, in the process of the promotion of this world, all human beings have been greatly promoted, but animals and plants have not gained much benefit. At this time, Xingliu also realized a problem. The system just reminded the Naruto world to be promoted, and he rushed back. There was not much interval between them. How did Tsunade and others count so many things? Chapter 247 Meeting. Xingliu, who realized this important issue, suddenly interrupted the women who were discussing. He asked in a deep voice, "Wait a minute, how long have I been away from this world?" He paused for a moment and said further, "Or, how long has it been since the world changed?" Hearing his question, Tsunade showed a puzzled expression on her face. However, she quickly answered Xingliu's question, "It has been about a month since the world changed." As soon as Tsunade's voice fell, Xingliu's face suddenly became solemn. He remembered that after the world was promoted, he listened to Tongtian's preaching. It must be that time that made him forget the passage of time. His thoughts jumped to the 3 women who were left in the alien space like lightning. Although there were enough supplies to support decades of life there, the monotonous environment and the endless torture of loneliness were a severe test for anyone. What worried him even more was that among the 3 women, only Xiaohe's mental state was relatively stable. As for Chen Duo and Feng Baobao, their conditions were not much better than those of mental patients. When Xingliu thought of the suffering they might suffer in the alien space, he felt indescribable anxiety and uneasiness. He did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately projected his mind into the alien space. However, the scene in front of him made him feel greatly relieved. Xia He was watching the melodrama with Chen Duo and Feng Baobao with great interest. The three of them laughed happily from time to time, and there was no collapse and despair as he expected. However, after careful observation, he still found the loneliness in their eyes that was difficult to conceal. This made Xinglu more determined to bring them out as soon as possible. He acted quickly and rescued the three women from the alien space. When the three women reappeared in the Naruto world and saw Xingliu's familiar figure, their faces immediately bloomed with flower-like smiles. Even Chen Duo, who usually had a cold face, couldn't hide his joy at this moment. And Xia He was so excited that she almost rushed over to give Xinglu a warm hug. However, just as she was about to take action, she suddenly noticed the strange looks around her. She looked closely and found that Tsunade and Zhizi were staring at Xinglu with resentful eyes, and the complaints in their eyes seemed to be about to overflow. Although Tsunade knew that men had their own careers and responsibilities, she tried to treat Xingliu's long absence with tolerance and understanding. However, when she saw Xingliu returning with other women, she couldn't help but feel a little bitter. She was not a jealous woman, but in this situation, I'm afraid it would be difficult for any woman to remain calm. Zhili's feelings were even more profound. She had always had a special possessiveness for Xingliu. The scene in front of her at this moment made her feel mixed and indescribable. Even the seemingly most Nono, who was known for being carefree and indifferent, also felt a little unhappy at this moment. Xingliu was keenly aware of the subtle changes in the atmosphere around him. He could only choose to respond with a silly smile, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere in this slightly clumsy way. He touched the back of his head and showed a simple smile, although he knew that such an action might not completely eliminate the grudges in the hearts of the women. However, Xingliu's silly smile unexpectedly had the effect of easing the atmosphere. Tsunade and others smiled helplessly after a brief silence. They knew that this path was chosen by themselves, and Xingliu had already told them frankly at the beginning that such a situation might happen. Therefore, although the women blamed Xingliu's behavior in their hearts, they soon stopped dwelling on it. Especially when they learned about the experiences behind Chen Duo and Feng Baobao, their words revealed more tenderness and care. They knew that excessive sympathy and pity would only make these two women who had experienced many hardships feel more uncomfortable. Thanks to their medical knowledge, they know better how to maintain an appropriate attitude and behavior in this situation to avoid causing any discomfort to them. Xingliu saw all this and was deeply moved. He knew that these women treated him sincerely, and his heart was full of gratitude and trust for them. He was not only determined to work harder to improve himself and achieve world promotion as his goal, but also hoped to help Tsunade and others get rid of the shackles of life. Although he has the ability to revive them infinitely, he always believes that it is much better to make them stronger than to rely on him completely. As the atmosphere gradually eased, the women left Xingliu aside temporarily, and they walked aside to share each other's secrets with laughter. In the end, Tsunade and others enthusiastically invited Xia He, Chen Duo and Feng Baobao to visit Konoha village together to let them feel the unique charm of this village. In this way, the women left here with great interest, leaving only Hinata looking back at Xingliu reluctantly before leaving. However, in the end, she still followed Tsunade and others and left. Xingliu smiled helplessly. He understood that this was Tsunade and others expressing their dissatisfaction with him in their own way. However, he did not mind. Instead, he thought that this way of expression was much better than keeping it in his heart. At least in this way, it would not explode all at once and become uncontrollable. Xingliu, who was doing nothing at the moment, suddenly realized that he seemed to have not fulfilled his duties as a Hokage for a long time. So he decided to go to the Hokage building to handle some official business. Along the way, everyone he met was full of respect for him. This was not only because of his strong strength, but also because he, as the person who ended the chaos, brought peace and prosperity to the villagers. Therefore, people's gratitude to him was beyond words. This gratitude made Xingliu's heart very satisfied. However, when he walked into the Hokage's office, this satisfaction almost turned into guilt. I saw that the office was full of Izuna's shadow clones busy processing various documents. Izuna himself stared at the information in his hand with red eyes, and didn't even notice Xingliu's arrival. Xingliu felt Izuna's state slightly, and was surprised to find that his soul was full of fatigue. This deep fatigue almost damaged his soul. Come to think of it, Chinatsu has stopped working as a secretary since she expressed her feelings to Xingliu. Then the burden is all on Izuna. Seeing Izuna working so hard, Xingliu decided to reward him. So he activated the law he understood, repaired Izuna's fatigue, and allowed him to work better. Chapter 248 Two People Who Fell in Love with Fighting Dance. Just as Izuna was fully devoted to work, a sudden warm feeling was like a spring breeze, which made him squint his eyes gently and enjoy this rare moment of tranquility. However, this tranquility did not last too long. Soon, he broke free from this state. Seeing Xingliu walking into the office, he rolled his eyes helplessly, as if blaming the other party for interrupting his work. Xingliu looked at Izuna's reaction, but he was not angry. He knew very well that it was a rare thing to have such a subordinate who was dedicated to handling all matters for him. However, a trace of curiosity also arose in his heart. You know, the Uchiha clan has always been known for their brother control and sister control, and Madara is no exception. But now it seems that he seems to pay less attention to Izuna. Otherwise, Izuna is so tired, he should be persuaded by physics to rest. Faced with Xingliu's doubts, Izuna just sighed helplessly, and then said faintly, "You think only does Mito think that Madara has taken Hashirama away?" His words revealed a hint of helplessness and resentment, and also answered Xingliu's question. Madara always went to find Hashirama, and this behavior was not only uncomfortable for Mito, but also for Izuna. Then, he took out a file and handed it to Xingliu, and continued. Now they go to dance battles whenever they have free time. I don't know who always organizes this kind of competition. Xingliu took the file and saw that the title was the 5th Konoha Dance Battle Competition. This made his face look a little weird. As the acting Hokage, Izuna couldn't find out who organized this competition, because this was originally an industry he secretly funded. It was just a casual move at the beginning, but I didn't expect it to be a good move now. At this moment, a noisy sound came from outside. Hashirama's begging and crying for mercy reached Xingliu's ears. "My good Mito, let go quickly, your ears are about to fall off." Then, to Xingliu's surprise, the voice of Uchiha Madara came. "Humph! Women really only affect my dance steps, Hashirama, you are depraved." Xingliu heard this and said in his heart, as expected, Uchiha Madara, the only one he loves in his life is Hashirama. At the same time, he also silently lit a stick of incense for the first generation. Because he knew that once this sentence was said, Hashirama would definitely be in trouble. As expected, after Uchiha Madara said this, Hashirama's cry of pain became louder. Then, the door of the office was kicked open. Mito originally grabbed Hashirama's ear aggressively, but the moment she saw Xingliu, she was stunned. The anger on her face disappeared, replaced by a warm and friendly smile. She let go of her hand, and Hashirama was freed and touched his suffering ear. "Little Xingliu, you are back!" Mito greeted enthusiastically, her voice full of joy. Xingliu also responded with a smile, "Grandma Mito, I'm back." A simple sentence, like a magic, instantly dispelled all the haze in the office, and the atmosphere became relaxed and happy. However, this relaxation did not last long. Hashirama, who had just escaped from the claws, suddenly came to Xingliu and began to complain with a wronged expression. "Xingliu, you have to judge for me. I just went to a dance battle with Madara, and Mito angrily asked me not to go home at night. Tell me, how can I live like this?" As he spoke, he pretended to wipe away the non-existent tears in an attempt to gain sympathy. Zinglio looked at Hashirama's appearance, feeling a little amused. He maintained an awkward but polite smile, but muttered in his heart, he didn't want to get involved in such troubles. Once Mito got angry, he couldn't resist. As expected, as soon as Hashirama finished speaking, Mito seemed to suddenly remember something important. She raised her eyebrows, walked quickly to Hashirama, and grabbed his ear again. But this time, she didn't twist it hard, but maintained a deterrent posture. Before Hashirama could cry out in pain, she turned her head to look at Izuna and asked in a serious tone. Have you found out the sponsor of the competition? Who is behind this? Madara watched Mito's appearance from the side, and his eyelids could not help but twitch. He secretly thanked himself in his heart. Fortunately, he did not have a wife, otherwise he would have to receive the same treatment as Hashirama. Facing Mito's questioning, Izuna could only smile helplessly. It's still the same as before, I have no clue at all. He paused and changed the subject. But then again, this incident does not seem to have brought any negative effects. On the contrary, it allows those energetic ninjas to find a new way of entertainment. In a way, this may be a good thing. Mito nodded subconsciously after hearing this, as if she was convinced by Izuna's words. But when she saw Hashirama agreeing with her, she suddenly felt angry again. Fortunately, she snorted coldly and decided not to pursue the matter. Zinglio watched this scene from the side and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this matter was inseparable from him, but fortunately, Mito's grandmother did not delve into it. Mito obviously had more important things to talk about. After the dance battle incident was over, she said, "This year's ninja school graduates have come out, right?" Izuna nodded affirmatively and confirmed the information. Mito then looked at Hashirama with a sharp gaze and said decisively, "In that case, let Hashirama lead a new team." Mito thought that letting Hashirama lead the team might reduce the time he and Madara spend together all day. In this way, Hashirama can focus more on training a new generation of ninjas. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Mito, as if she suddenly remembered something important, her eyes instantly turned to Zinglio. "Oh, I almost forgot, you are the Hokage, Zinglio. This matter is settled, I have to trouble you to worry about it." Zinglio was suddenly called out, and he scratched his head helplessly. Although he is the Hokage in name, he is just a hands-off boss. He just learned the news of graduation from the ninja school from Mito. Moreover, is it really reliable to let Hashirama be the instructor? Zinglio can foresee the future scene. The team members asked Hashirama about ninjutsu with a confused look on their faces, and Hashirama said with a blank face, "Isn't ninjutsu just to release it at will? Do you need to make a seal?" Thinking of this, Zinglio felt a headache, and he couldn't help scratching his head faster. At the same time, Izuna also obviously realized this problem. He and Zinglio looked at each other, and both saw deep helplessness in each other's eyes. Chapter 249 Ninja School Graduation List. Perhaps their worries were too obvious, even the usually carefree Hashirama noticed it. He frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Hey, what's with your expression? I am the god of ninja after all, do you look down on me so much?" As he said that, he glared at Zinglio and Izuna, as if blaming them for not trusting him. Seeing this, Zinglio and Izuna smiled at each other, but did not say much. They knew that Hashirama's strength was unquestionable, but it did require some special patience and methods for him to guide the newcomers. With Hashirama's style of writing the wood release scroll, I am afraid that he really cannot guide the newcomers well. However, after thinking for a while, Zinglio had a new idea in his mind. He thought that it was not a bad idea to let Hashirama lead the newcomers. After all, there is always a way to solve the problem. For example, they could ask Senju Tobirama to help. As a master of forbidden techniques in the ninja world, Tobirama only needs to take some time to teach Hashirama's team, which will be enough for these newcomers to benefit greatly. As for whether Tobirama is willing, that is another matter. Who made him Hashirama's younger brother? Sometimes, for the sake of the overall situation, the younger brother can only sacrifice a little. With this idea, Xingliu decisively decided on this matter. However, to his surprise, Madara also became very interested after seeing Hashirama start to lead students. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an arrogant smile. Ha ha ha, since Hashirama has accepted an apprentice, I can't be inferior. As he said, he looked at Hashirama with a burning look in his eyes and invited a duel. Let's see whose team can be better, Hashirama. Hashirama was also infected by Madara's enthusiasm. He clenched his fists and responded with great enthusiasm. Okay. Let our team represent us to decide the outcome, Madara. Hearing Hashirama's straightforward agreement and responding to him with such fighting words, Madara couldn't help but shout again, Hashi hot mom. And Hashirama also subconsciously responded loudly, Madara. Then, the two smiled at each other, their faces full of joy and expectation. Of course, the enthusiastic Hashirama didn't notice Mito's dark face at all. Xingliu stood aside, watching this scene, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, is this a face-to-face NT? At this moment, Mito decisively took action, grabbed Hashirama's ear, and pulled him away from the scene. Looking at Hashirama's somewhat embarrassed but helpless back, Xingliu couldn't help shaking his head. He sighed softly, after so many years, Grandma Mito is still so vigorous and resolute. When Madara heard this, he seemed to be reminded of some memories. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes were full of nostalgia. However, under the gaze of Xingliu and Izuna, he seemed to feel a little embarrassed. So, he snorted and turned away. With their departure, the office returned to peace again. Xingliu sat back in his chair and watched Izuna busy with affairs. After thinking for a moment, he said, Izuna, show me the list of outstanding graduates this year. Izuna raised his head and rolled his eyes unhappily. However, he also knew that this was just Xingliu's usual style and he was not really angry. After all, although he often complained about Xingliu's slacking off over the years, Xingliu was still able to take on the responsibility of Hokage at critical moments. Besides, since the promotion in the Naruto world, everyone has gained tangible benefits, and Xingliu's contribution cannot be ignored in any way. Therefore, although Izuna expressed his dissatisfaction with Xingliu, he just hoped that he could share some of the work instead of taking all the responsibility. Some pressures are all on him alone. Izuna quickly handed the list to Xingliu. Xingliu took the list and looked through it carefully. Soon, several names caught his attention: Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Fugaku, and Mikato. Looking at these names, Xingliu fell into deep thought. He knew that due to his existence and influence, many established things and the fate of people in this world have undergone earth-shaking changes. Some people and events that were destined to appear in the historical trajectory may have quietly changed the original development path. However, there are always some people who seem to be destined to be the protagonists. No matter how the world changes, they can always stand out at critical moments in some way and become the leaders of the times. Just like the names on this list. Despite the variable of Xingliu, they still stand out in this world at their own pace and in their own way, and live out their own splendor. However, whether these people are the ones in his memory requires further confirmation and observation. While browsing the list, Xingliu also noticed some interesting details. He found that Fugaku and Mikato were a few years older than Minato and Kushina, while Minato and Kushina were the same age, both 12 years old. This discovery made Xingliu utter a sigh. He picked up the list of Minato and Kushina and asked Izuna with some curiosity. Isn't the graduation age of ninja school changed to 16 now? How come these two people graduated at such a young age? Izuna took the list from Xingliu and took a look. With a bitter smile on his face, he explained. These two people are really too outstanding. They have already mastered the knowledge of ninja school. In fact, they have delayed for a year before graduating this year. According to their actual ability and learning progress, they have fully met the graduation standards at the age of 11. The teachers in the school have also tried their best, but facing these two gifted children, they really can't give more guidance and help. So, after careful consideration and evaluation, we decided to let them graduate early. Hearing Izuna's explanation, Xingliu couldn't help but become more interested in these two children. You know, the current ninja school is not the school that taught nothing during the time of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the ninja school, those who can graduate successfully have at least the strength of a Chunin. And after the world promotion, they have reached the level of Jonin to graduate. What's more, they are excellent graduates, which means that they have the strength of elite Jonin at this moment. Although they are far inferior to the cheating players like Xingliu, Minato, and Kushina are undoubtedly geniuses. Chapter 250 Teams. Geniuses are always different from ordinary people. They are like bright stars, shining alone in the vast sky. Just like those prodigies who can enter the university at the age of 12, they crave more profound knowledge to satisfy their ever-expanding curiosity. For Minato and Kushina, the education of the ninja school can no longer meet their needs. Staying in school is tantamount to wasting precious time for them. Xingliu knocked on the table and fell into deep thought. He understood that these two children really needed higher-level guidance. So, has their guiding Jonin been determined? Xingliu asked. Izuna nodded, it has been arranged. Jiraiya will be their instructor. Xingliu raised his eyebrows and continued, what about the third person in their team? In Konoha, a ninja team is usually composed of 3 genin and 1 chunin or jonin. Such a configuration can not only train the genin's teamwork ability, but also ensure their safety when performing tasks. Jiraiya's team is naturally no exception. It's Yakang from the Sand Village. Izuna replied. Although her talent is not as outstanding as Minato and Kushina, she is 3 years older than them and already has the blood limit of Scorch Release. From the perspective of strength and experience, she is a very suitable candidate. Xingliu nodded and agreed with Izuna's arrangement. Although Yakang's potential is not as great as theirs, he is also a little genius. Otherwise, he would not be able to graduate a year earlier at the age of 15. Moreover, as a bloodline ninja, her upper limit is definitely much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. So this ensures that the strength of this team is roughly at the same level, and there will be no one dragging the team down. So Xingliu thinks this arrangement is not bad. Speaking of Jiraiya, Xingliu is indeed a little curious about his recent situation. After all, he once planted a seal in Jiraiya. The seal was specially set up by him to change Jiraiya's bad habit of peeping. He really wanted to know whether Jiraiya had really gotten rid of that troublesome habit after such a long time. Speaking of this topic, Izuna couldn't help laughing. Since you planted the seal on him, Jiraiya never dared to peep again. Speaking of which, this matter has become a good story in the village, and many women are grateful to you. However, Jiraiya will still help those women in trouble. Every time the Uchiha family raids, he will be caught red-handed. Xingliu smiled helplessly, but as long as he didn't go to peep, it would be fine. He wouldn't interfere too much in listening to music, which is something that both parties agreed to. But he still had a little doubt in his heart. Jiraiya's casual style could actually pass the Mito test? You know, Kushina is Mito's relative. With her personality, how could she easily hand Kushina over to someone like Jiraiya to teach? So in order to ensure that the 3 children can grow up healthily, Xingliu decided to personally go out and guide them. Coincidentally, he has nothing to do recently. Just returned from another world. The system's world gate is still cooling down and searching for a new world. Why not use this time to contribute to the next generation of Konoha village? After all, training a new generation of ninjas is also part of the Hokage's duties. So, he said without hesitation, leave these 3 to me, anyway, I don't have anything to do now. Hearing his words, Izuna was speechless. He secretly complained in his heart, what do you mean you have nothing to do? I do everything, so of course you are bored. I am so busy, and I haven't seen you come to help me once." Although he was a little speechless in his heart, Izuna also agreed with what Xingliu said. After all, with Xingliu's strength, it is undoubtedly the best choice for him to teach these 3 children personally. "Since you said so, I'll leave these 3 to you." Izuna nodded and agreed, "But you have to teach them well, after all, they are the future of Konoha." Xingliu smiled slightly and said confidently, "Don't worry, I will do my best." After that, he wrote his name on the team list of these 3 children without hesitation and became their instructor. Then, Xingliu turned to think about Hashirama and Madara. He took out the list, looked at it carefully for a moment, and then wrote down the situation of their 2 teams. Madara's team members include Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, and Raza, while Hashirama's team consists of Senju Noways, Hyaga Hayashi, and Hyaga Hayashi. That's right, the little Senju Noways has reached the age of graduating from the ninja school. And it should be said that over the years, due to the interference and guidance of Xingliu, the growth rate of Naoki has far exceeded the performance in the original work. He is no longer the heir of the Senju family who is easily sent away by the detonating tag, but has become a real genius ninja. Luo Shat, the future 4th generation Kazekage, although he has the title of minor leader. But in the eyes of Xingliu, he also has great potential and room for development. As for the Hyaga clan, it has also undergone earth-shaking changes in recent years. Due to the revelation of the existence of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, the Hyaga clan finally realized that the Byakugan can evolve. In addition, the ninja world has been unified and the overall trend of peace has been presented. The caged bird, which was once used to protect the branch family, has lost its meaning. Under the promotion of Xingliu, the caged bird was completely abolished and became a historical relic. After losing this restraint, many genius ninjas emerged in the Hyaga clan. They improved and innovated the soft fist, making the Hyaga clan's position in the ninja world more stable. This positive change not only completely made the bird in the cage lose its value, but also allowed the Hyaga clan to see a brighter future. Having tasted the sweetness of change, the Hyaga clan was even quicker to accept new things than other ninja clans. They no longer stick to tradition, but actively embrace innovation and seek greater development of the clan. After experiencing the world of one person, Orochimaru and Tobirama were deeply inspired after seeing weapons such as firearms that ordinary people could use. They jointly developed a new weapon, a firearm driven by chakra. This weapon not only gives the bullet a stronger propulsion force, but also greatly improves the accuracy and power of shooting. Driven by chakra, it gives the bullet in the firearm a stronger propulsion force. Within a 5-kilometer range, combined with the perspective eyes of the Hyaga clan, this firearm can be called a peerless weapon for assassination. Whether it is concealment, suddenness, or lethality, it has reached an unprecedented height. Of course, due to the short development time, the performance of this weapon still has a lot of room for improvement. In addition, since it is only a laboratory product and has not yet been mass-produced, the price is naturally staggeringly high. Therefore, these guns are only distributed to the elites of the Hyaga clan who graduated from the ninja school this year. Chapter 251 Seeing Jiraiya Again. After completing the arrangement of the team, Xingliu showed a satisfied smile. He raised his head, glanced at the gradually darkening sky outside the window, and then turned to Izuna and said, "It's getting late, and I should finish my work today. Then, I'll leave first." As soon as the voice fell, Xingliu's figure disappeared instantly, leaving Izuna alone in the office with a helpless sigh. After teleporting away from the Hokage building, Xingliu's figure flashed back home. What came into view was the dim light, and the whole house seemed empty. This made Xingliu slightly stunned, but then he remembered the scene when the women were shopping, and his heart was relieved immediately. After all, he sometimes forgets the time when playing games, not to mention the women on the street. He gently pushed open the door and walked into the living room, but the scene in front of him made him gasp involuntarily. Tsunade was dressed in a new and unique dress, quietly waiting for Xingliu's return. Her face was full of youthful radiance, and her ponytail swayed gently with her movements, adding a bit of playfulness and agility to her. Under the soft light, she was as beautiful as a fairy in the Moon Palace, and people dared not look directly at her, for fear of breaking this beautiful illusion. Her new clothes were well cut, but because of her smooth shoulders like condensed fat, they were slightly loose, half hanging on her shoulders, revealing a lazy and seductive style. And the pair of slender and straight thighs, wrapped in black stockings, looked more graceful, and every movement of her seemed to interpret the perfect combination of elegance and sexiness. The small and delicate toes slightly exposed outside the slippers, as if teasing people's sight mischievously. Against the background of black stockings, they shine like pearls, adding a different style to her overall image. At this moment, Tsunade is like a vivid picture, full of youth and vitality, which makes people fall in love with her while being amazed. Her beauty is not only the stunning appearance, but also the confidence and charm that radiates from the inside out, which makes people irresistible. Looking at Tsunade in front of him, Xingliu felt an indescribable excitement and enthusiasm in his heart. He felt that his lower dantian seemed to be filled with an invisible force, and his whole body was full of restless vitality. Just when Xingliu wanted to speak, Tsunade gently pressed his lips with a finger to stop him from speaking. Today, Tsunade showed unprecedented strength. Perhaps the addition of newcomers made her feel a subtle sense of crisis. Her eyes revealed a firmness and decisiveness. In this contest of power, Tsunade not only took the lead, but also forcefully demanded the position above, showing her independence and autonomy as a female ninja. And Xingliu, facing such a request, was naturally happy to meet it. He knew Tsunade's strength and character very well, and knew that arguing with her at this time would be useless. The atmosphere in the room gradually became calm, leaving only the slight breathing sounds of the two people intertwined. Xingliu picked up the black stockings beside him and threw them out gently, breaking the brief silence. He looked at Tsunade with a little teasing in his tone. "Didn't you go shopping together? Why did you come back alone first?" Tsunade patted him coquettishly, with a smug and cunning smile on her face. She blushed and whispered, "I sneaked back and left a wooden clone there to replace me. They can't see it, don't worry." Hearing this answer, Xingliu couldn't help but laugh. He stretched out his finger and gently touched Tsunade's forehead, his eyes full of pampering and helplessness. You are such a clever little ghost." However, at this moment, the voice of Xiliu suddenly came from outside the door, with a hint of ridicule and teasing in his tone. "Oh, really? Tsunade, you underestimate us too much." Although her words were tough, her voice gradually became smaller, and she obviously realized that something unusual had just happened in this room. Xiliu's understanding of Xingliu made her know that speaking out at this time was simply a trap. The other women also realized this immediately, their faces suddenly changed, and they were ready to turn around and leave. But Xingliu's movements were faster than them. Almost in an instant, they felt a dizzy sensation, and then they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. This is Xingliu's alien space, a world completely controlled by him. That day, no one knew what happened. They only knew that their Hokage and his wives suddenly disappeared collectively for a few days. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the graduates of the ninja school have completed the distribution of teams. At this moment full of expectations, the elderly teacher Tsuchizu stood on the podium of the graduating class, looking at the children below with a kind look, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. However, he quickly restrained his smile, slapped the table hard, and said sternly, "What's the point of making so much noise? Your instructor hasn't come yet. Now you are still my students, you must abide by the discipline and keep quiet. To be honest, you are really the worst class I have ever taught." Teacher Tsuchizu's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the originally noisy class, instantly making everyone silent. The children looked at each other, not daring to make any more noise. At this moment, Xingliu, Jirei and other teachers outside the classroom door almost couldn't help laughing out loud. They and teacher Tsuchizu have been old acquaintances for many years, and they were once students of this strict teacher. Hearing the familiar phrase "the worst class," they couldn't help but think of their own experiences back then, and a sense of familiarity surged in their hearts. However, not long after laughing, the instructors of the graduating class arrived in the classroom one after another. After they had a brief exchange with teacher Dakichi, they each led their own teams away. Zinglio was dealing with Jiraiya's wrangling outside the door. Jiraiya, as the instructor of the original Minato team, was robbed of his team by Zinglio. He thought to himself that Zinglio was clearly wrong about this matter, so couldn't he take this opportunity to discuss with Zinglio and let him remove the seal engraved on him? You know, although he can help those young ladies who are in difficult circumstances from time to time. But helping is helping, and peeping is peeping, and there is a world of difference between the two in his mind. After not collecting materials for such a long time, Jiraiya felt that his body and mind were greatly tormented. So, with a sly smile, he put forward his request to Zinglio. Chapter 252 Class Division Completed. Zinglio looked at Jiraiya's sly smile, and he already knew what he was thinking. He smiled lightly, shook his head and said, "Jiraiya, do you think I will lift the seal on you because of such a small matter? You are too naive." Jiraiya heard this, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face, but he did not give up, and continued to say with a smirk, "Oh, Zinglio, you are a generous person, you won't bother me because of such a small matter. You see, I haven't been collecting materials for such a long time, I'm almost sick. Just do me a favor and lift the seal for me, so that I can breathe." Zinglio looked at Jiraiya's pitiful appearance, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. He knew that although Jiraiya said it seriously, he actually didn't really realize his mistake. So, he laughed and decided not to pay attention to Jiraiya's entanglement. Seeing that Zinglio no longer paid attention to him, Jiraiya suddenly became anxious. He was about to say something to fight for his freedom, but suddenly heard a cold snort from the side. He looked back and was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that Uchiha Madara had come to their side without knowing when, and was staring at him with a bad face. Madara was famous for his pride and arrogance, and he didn't like peeping at all. So he couldn't tolerate someone like Jiraiya, who was actually the instructor of the ninja school with him. This time he competed with Hashirama and came to the ninja school as an instructor. But when he thought that someone like Jiraiya was worthy of being on an equal footing with him, he felt uncomfortable all over. In Uchiha Madara's view, the best way to solve the problem is to directly solve the person who caused the problem. Therefore, his eyes looking at Jiraiya were full of coldness and hostility. The murderous aura of the battlefield made Jiraiya feel cold and sweaty. At this tense moment, Hashirama suddenly appeared. He smiled and patted Madara's shoulder, saying loudly, "Ha ha ha, it seems I am not late." His action was like a spring breeze, instantly dissolving the tense atmosphere. Uchiha Madara retracted his murderous aura and glanced at Jiraiya coldly, as if warning him to be careful. Then, he turned his head to look at Hashirama and said lightly, "It's not too late, let's go in too." Hashirama nodded, walked to the door of the graduating class, knocked on the door, and then walked in. Uchiha Madara followed closely, and their arrival immediately caused a cheer in the class. After all, the names of the god of ninjas, Senjo Hashirama, and the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, are well known. Although they may not be comparable to the current 5th generation Hokage, it is undoubtedly a great honor for these graduates to be their students. And Jiraiya outside the door is face-side with relief. Zinglio looked at him and couldn't help but feel a little funny. He shook his head and walked into the classroom. His appearance made the atmosphere in the class reach a climax. The students exclaimed and didn't understand what happened today. Why did Uchiha Madara, Senjo Hashirama, and the current Hokage Zinglio gather here? However, they were soon attracted by the three big figures on the stage, their eyes full of desire and expectation. They all cast their expectant eyes, hoping that they could become students of these three legendary figures. Although most of them knew that this wish might be difficult to achieve, they still had dreams and looked forward to miracles. Under the gaze of everyone, Xingliu, Hashirama and Madara stood on the podium. They looked at the eager eyes of the students below the stage, and a warm current surged in their hearts. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Xingliu and Hashirama, but it was a long time since Uchiha Madara had felt it. He seemed to have returned to the time when he became the clan leader, when he was also so expected and trusted by people. However, later, Konoha was established, and everyone's expectations gradually turned to Hashirama, who became the Hokage, while he gradually drifted away. Thinking of this, Madara's eyes condensed slightly, but soon a smile appeared on his face. He found that this feeling of being expected was not bad. And Hashirama also keenly noticed the changes in Madara. Although he did not fully understand what happened, he was sincerely happy for the changes in his best friend. In this village, except for himself and Izuna, Madara seemed to keep a certain distance from everyone else. But now, Madara seems to have begun to let go of the burden in his heart and is willing to integrate into this big family. This makes Hashirama feel extremely relieved and happy. He hopes that his best friend can be loved and respected by the village like him. In this way, Madara can truly enter people's hearts and no longer be feared. At the same time, Xingliu also stood up. He smiled and glanced at the students in the audience, then said loudly, "I believe everyone knows the purpose of our trip, so I won't beat around the bush. Minato Namikaze, Hakura, Uzumaki Kusuna, please follow me." When they heard their names being called, the three of them immediately showed joy on their faces. They quickly stood up and followed Xingliu. Xingliu nodded with satisfaction and prepared to leave the classroom with them. However, when he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped and turned back to say to Madara and Hashirama, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot one thing. After you are divided into classes, bring your respective teams to the first practice field to find me. I have prepared a special exam for everyone, which requires the cooperation of 3 teams." Although Madara and Hashirama were curious about this sudden exam, they did not raise any objections, but nodded to show that they understood. Seeing that both of them agreed, Xingliu turned around and left the classroom. The 3 students he led followed closely behind, following their new mentor with firm steps. Xingliu led Minato Namikaze, Yakang, and Uzumaki Kusuna all the way to the first training ground. At this moment, this wide field was empty, as if it was reserved for their arrival. When mentioning this training ground, Xingliu's thoughts could not help but drift back to the distant past. This was his paradise for skipping classes when he was young, and it was where he and several close friends worked together to sweat and hone their skills. This place not only carries his countless precious memories, but also witnesses his growth from a young child to a generation of Hokage. Since Xingliu became Hokage, he has transformed this place into his own exclusive training ground. Although it is still open to everyone for free, the villagers seem to have tacitly avoided it, leaving this tranquility to their Hokage. However, if the girls knew about his feelings, they would definitely complain. They are the ones who are sweating, and you are just basking in the sun. Chapter 253 Special Exam. Xingliu quickly retracted his thoughts and cast his eyes on the 3 energetic students in front of him. He smiled gently and started the first formal communication between their teams. "Okay, now we are members of a team," he whispered, "let's get to know each other better. Let me demonstrate first. My name is Uchiha Xingliu, the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, and your instructor." Although the 3 had already guessed in their hearts that Xingliu was their instructor, when they heard this confirmation in person, their excitement was still uncontrollable. Xingliu keenly captured the changes in their emotions, so he deliberately gave them some time to calm down their excitement. After a while, when the emotions of the 3 gradually subsided, gradually calming down, they smiled at Xingliu shyly. Xingliu shook his head tolerantly, indicating that he didn't mind their gaffe, and continued to introduce himself. "Of course, what I just said is something everyone knows. But as a member of a team, we need to get to know each other more deeply. So, my self-introduction also includes some more personal content, such as I liked Tsunade and others, and I hate those guys who don't listen to advice. As for my dream, it's very simple, I just hope to be with the people I like forever. After saying that, Xingliu turned his eyes to Minato Namikaze, indicating that he should introduce himself next. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath. He knew that this was his opportunity to show himself and an important moment to integrate into this new team. He sorted out his thoughts and then spoke confidently. My name is Namikaze Minato, you can call me Minato, I am very honored to be a student of Master Xingliu. I like to study new ninjutsu and techniques, and I am particularly interested in speed-type ninjutsu. I hate those who do not cherish life and abuse their strength. My dream is to become a Hokage, and I hope that I can protect the village like the 5th generation and maintain peace and stability in the entire ninja world. As Namikaze Minato finished his speech, Yakang and Uzumaki Kushina also introduced themselves one after another. Yakang said with her unique gentle smile, my name is Yakang, and I am good at using the burning release ninjutsu. I love nature and flowers very much, and hate war and destruction. My dream is to become a ninja who can convey warmth and hope, and use my power to protect those in need. Uzumaki Kushina said shyly, I am Uzumaki Kushina, who has the special physique and sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. I like to practice, and hate loneliness and betrayal. My dream is to become a ninja like Grandma Mito, not only to protect my family and friends, but also to contribute my own strength to the prosperity of the village. After listening to the self-introductions of Minato Namikaze, Yakang, and Uzumaki Kushina, Xingliu nodded with satisfaction. These three young people, as he expected, all showed their unique personalities and potential. Minato and Kushina have not changed much, they still maintain their original characteristics and pursuits. However, Yakang's changes surprised Xingliu. In the original work, although the education method of Sand Village is not as strict as that of Mist Village, due to the lack of resources and environmental restrictions, there are not many opportunities to grow into a ninja. In this environment, Yakang is likely to be forced to give up his innocence and ideals and become more realistic and tough. Xingliu can understand this change because the environment has a huge impact on a person's growth and shaping. But now, the ninja world has been unified, peace has come, and the Wind Country has been rejuvenated under the transformation of Hashirama and himself. The abundance of resources and the increase in opportunities allow talented young people to come to Konoha to pursue higher dreams. This also provides Yakang with support and conditions to stick to his nature. Xingliu does not hate Yakang's gentle personality. On the contrary, he feels that such a personality can bring warmth and cohesion to the team. After a brief conversation, several people have a preliminary understanding of each other. At this time, Madara and Hashirama also rushed to the training ground with their respective teams. Seeing them coming, Xingliu knew that it was time to take the exam he mentioned before. So, he glanced at his system panel. Xingliu still clearly remembered that since he woke up after that absurd experience, the system popped up a new prompt. At this moment, the system panel prominently displayed. Detected that the Naruto world was promoted to the Middle Thousand World, and a new function was opened, the world's help. Because of unknown changes, the world is about to move towards an uncontrollable future, so the world issued a request for help. Current world for help, Demon Slayer. Mission reward, Naruto world promotion progress plus 10%. Mission requirements, get rid of the Ghost King who is trapped in evolution for unknown reasons. Note 1. This function does not affect the use of the World Gate, but because the reward is released by the world, the host will not be rewarded. Note 2. Please do not drastically change the direction of the world, otherwise the world will may default. Note 3. The time ratio between this world and Naruto is 10:1, please pay attention to the passage of time. Xingliu also quickly understood the meaning of this new function added to the system. Unlike the previous World Gate mission where the system issued rewards, the rewards for this mission are now provided by the will of the world that issued the request for help. This is like the relationship between a boss and an employee, and it almost caused Xingliu's PTSD. Fortunately, he has become a Hokage, and it happened to be the graduation of the ninja school. So this time, Xingliu decided to this glorious task was outsourced to his students. Madara and Hashirama were his backup for them, just in case. As for himself, it was good to take it as a trip. So at this moment, many departments in Konoha were surprised to find that their boss was gone. Only a short leave note was left, "I'm going out for a few days." As for where the person went, Xingliu just smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. With the arrival of Madara team and Hashirama team, the members of each team began to whisper. They were all students of the same class, and they were all top students, so they were naturally familiar with each other. Looking at their appearance, Xingliu clapped his hands and said, "Since everyone is here, I will make it short. Next, we will take you to a new world to perform a mission. Your mission is to destroy the Demon King there. Do you understand?" Chapter 254 Arrival at Demon Slayer. Hearing Xingliu's words, the people present were shocked, their eyes widened, as if they had seen an incredible miracle. Madara and Hashirama were relatively calm, because they had already experienced Xingliu's extraordinary abilities. But for those team members who had just graduated from the ninja school, this news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking them for a long time. They never dared to imagine that Xingliu actually had the mysterious power to lead them across the boundaries of the world. This power completely surpassed their cognitive scope and subverted their understanding of the world. Yakang and Luo Shat, as ninjas from the Sand Village who came to Konoha to study, originally had some inferiority in their hearts, always feeling inferior to others. But at this moment, hearing Xingliu's amazing abilities, their inferiority complex was instantly replaced by an inexplicable excitement. They suddenly realized that the people of Konoha did not discriminate against them because they came from other villages. All this was just their own imagination. After all, if Konoha really looked down on them, how could legendary figures like the 5th generation Xingliu and the Shura of the ninja world Uchiha Madara condescend to guide them personally? Not to mention revealing such a great secret to them. As soon as this thought came to their mind, they suddenly became extremely excited, full of expectations and longings for the unknown world. Being fortunate enough to participate in such an unprecedented adventure is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them, a stage where they can fully demonstrate their strength. Xingliu keenly observed the changes in their facial expressions, especially the rich expressions of Yakang and Luo Shat, which made him laugh. However, he did not delve into the reasons, but just smiled and looked at them. Overall, everyone showed a positive attitude and high morale for this adventure. No one raised objections or backed down. So, after a brief surprise, they all told Xingliu that they were going to another world. Seeing that they were fully prepared, Xingliu continued to remind them. "You must remember that this world is completely different from ours. Therefore, you must not bring all our common sense and experience into it. In addition, there is another important information that needs to be told to you. There is a 10-fold time difference between this world and ours. In other words, one day here will take 10 days there. But the time you lost is also real, so you will feel a sense of time confusion after you come back, so you must be mentally prepared in advance. Finally, this mission may take some time to complete, so I will give you an hour to deal with your personal matters. In 1 hour, we will set off on time. Do you understand?" Hearing this, the people present answered in unison, "I understand." Then, they dispersed and began to prepare what they needed. Looking at their backs, Xingliu nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "This class of students is really good." An hour later, the team members returned to the gathering place on time. Their faces were full of expectations. Although they were still a little worried, looking at the 3 legendary figures, Xingliu, Uchiha Madara, and Senjo Hashirama, the worries turned into expectations and courage. And Xingliu looked at their fully armed appearance and nodded slightly to show his approval. In his opinion, this class of students is indeed very reliable and did not disappoint him. Then, he took a deep breath, pretended to make seals with his hands, and secretly opened the portal to the demon world. Then, a dazzling light suddenly burst out, making everyone's eyes white. When they opened their eyes again, they were surprised to find that they had stepped into a completely different world. Just now, it was still young, it was a bright afternoon, but in a blink of an eye it was already a dark and windy night. The surrounding environment has also changed dramatically. They are now in a dense jungle. The towering trees here block out the sun, and the sound of insects and beasts can be heard from the dense branches and leaves, as if announcing the mystery and danger of this world. Faced with the sudden change in front of them, a trace of panic surged in the hearts of the team members. However, more of it was curiosity and excitement. They unconsciously moved their bodies, secretly mobilizing the chakra in their bodies, trying to feel how this world is different from their world. At the same time, after appearing in this world, Madara and Hashirama looked directly into the distance. Their eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the dark night and see farther. "Hashi, did you feel it?" Madara suddenly asked. Hashirama nodded and replied, "Ah, that's right. There's a battle going on there." As soon as they finished speaking, a train whistle suddenly sounded in the distance, breaking the silence around them. As the whistle echoed, the distance between the train and them was rapidly shortened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not until then that they were shocked to find that they were standing between the rails, and the out-of-control train was rushing towards them. At this critical moment, the team members reacted and prepared to quickly make way to avoid colliding with the train. However, just as they were about to jump off the rails, the train that was supposed to be running along the rails suddenly derailed, and the huge body of the train continued to rush towards them under the action of inertia. At this critical moment, the team members came to their senses and prepared to dodge quickly. Minato reacted the most quickly. He picked up Kushina, flashed his body, and jumped to the side. Others also showed their magical powers, some teleported, some ran away, and fled from the tracks. However, Xingliu, Madara, and Hashirama stood still, as if they didn't care about the upcoming danger. Just when the train was about to hit them, a powerful force suddenly broke out. The train body shook violently, and then was bounced away by an invisible force, deviating from the original track. At this time, Uchiha Madara's eyes had turned into deep samsara eyes, and he whispered, "Shinra Tensei." It was this move that bounced the train that was about to hit them away. Since world peace, Xingliu has used his power to resurrect several people who were reborn from the impure world. However, Tobirama and Izuna chose to keep their impure world bodies. Tobirama felt that this would save him from many trivial matters in life, not to mention sleeping, which was really convenient. And Izuna was worried that he would die suddenly after returning to normal, so he also asked to keep the status quo. After being resurrected, Uchiha Madara successfully opened the Samsara Eye with the help of Hashirama. Chapter 255, Purgatory Kyojuro. At this moment, Uchiha Madara used the unique secret technique of the Samsara Eye, Shinra Tensei, the ability to repel all attacks with repulsive force. Unlike Madara's domineering, Hashirama still maintained his hidden kindness when performing the wood release technique. Before Madara launched the Shinra Tensei, he had already keenly sensed the weak and trembling human breath inside the train. So, he activated the wood release technique without hesitation and rescued the humans in the train one by one at lightning speed. Of course, Hashirama did not lend a helping hand to those malicious inhuman breaths. However, it was this action of the two of them that unexpectedly caused a misunderstanding. The trees controlled by Hashirama were broken in a dazzling sword light. Then, a man with a figure as dazzling as a flame cut through the night sky and came at a rapid speed. The blade in his hand flashed with cold light, and he cut all the trees with one stroke. The sharpness and swiftness of the blade seemed to split the air in two. Of course, compared with Hashirama and Madara, it was undoubtedly incomparable. Fortunately, Hashirama did not intend to hurt these innocent people, so the strength of the wood escape technique he performed was not high. This allowed the man to successfully cut the trees and resolve the crisis in front of him. After the man landed, he looked at Xingliu and others with a serious face. He felt the powerful breath from Xingliu and others, and everything just now was completely unlike the power that humans can possess. All this made him feel a strong sense of crisis in his heart. You can manipulate trees, send out invisible shock waves, and make me feel such a strong sense of crisis. Are you, really upper strings? He frowned, his tone full of doubts and vigilance. Without waiting for Xingliu and the others to answer, he turned to the young boy Tanjiro beside him and said, "Tanjiro, take these people away from here first. I will handle this." After that, he tightened the hilt of the knife in his hand, and all the muscles in his body were tense, ready to fight at any time. However, just as he was concentrating on staring at Xingliu and others, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, ready to teach this ignorant guy a lesson. He was the kind of person who was used to punching first and then slowly talking about the truth. Instead of trying hard to explain, it is better to use strength to make the other party surrender. But just as he took a step to launch an attack, Xingliu stopped him in time. "Wait a minute, Madara, you won't forget the purpose of our coming here, right? After all, this is a team assessment, so let's not interfere too much." Xingliu's words stopped Uchiha Madara. He was silent for a moment, closed his eyes, and seemed to be thinking about Xingliu's words. Then, Xingliu turned around and waved to Minato and others who were standing aside and looking at them awkwardly. They felt that their hasty escape just now was a bit embarrassing for the teacher, so they felt a little embarrassed. "From now on, this is all up to you. All the processes will be regarded as test results. If you perform well in the end, you can get an S-level ninjutsu from me as a reward." Minato and others were delighted to hear this. Although Konoha's ninja school has undergone many reforms, S-level ninjutsu is still a very precious existence. To obtain such ninjutsu, you must pay the corresponding price and make efforts. And now, as long as they perform well, they will have the opportunity to get such a reward directly. How can they not be tempted? However, just as they were happily preparing to meet the challenge, Xingliu smiled maliciously. "Of course, there are rewards and punishments. If you perform poorly, then you can go back and stay for another year." As soon as the voice fell, the smiles on Minato and others' faces froze instantly, replaced by solemnity and tension. They exchanged glances with each other and saw the determination and worry in each other's eyes. Go back to the ninja school for another year? Such a punishment is undoubtedly a huge blow to them. They didn't want to waste precious time and repeat their past lives in the familiar campus. So, the 9 people quickly walked to Xingliu and faced the man who was as dazzling as a flame. Kyojuro frowned and looked at Xingliu and others in confusion. Although he didn't understand what Xingliu just said, he could feel that these people didn't seem to be ghosts. However, the abilities they showed before confused him. It really didn't look like the power that humans could master. Instead, it was more like the blood ghost art used by the supernatural ghost, which made Kyojuro hesitate for a while. After a brief discussion in a low voice, the team of Minato, Noeke, and Toki decided to let Minato, who had a perfect affinity, negotiate with Rengoku Kyojuro. They hoped to resolve misunderstandings through dialogue and obtain some information about this world. The rest of the people kept alert secretly and were ready to deal with possible emergencies at any time. In the world of ninjas, the importance of intelligence is self-evident. Although the role of intelligence may be relatively limited for powerful ninjas, for most ninjas, mastering intelligence often means mastering life and death. Now, they are in a brand new world and know nothing about everything here. The only goal they know is to kill the Demon King. However, because it is their exam now, they can only rely on themselves in this unfamiliar environment. Therefore, obtaining intelligence has become their top priority. Minato showed a friendly smile, took a step forward, and stood face to face with Rengoku Kyojuro. He tried his best to make his expression look friendly and sincere, hoping to break the barriers between them. Minato said in a calm tone. "Hello, Mr. Rengoku. We are travelers from another world who accidentally broke into here. We have no ill intentions and have no intention of being enemies with you. Rengoku Kyojuro frowned slightly, but he did not relax his vigilance. But seeing that Minato and others did not take further offensive actions, he did not launch an attack immediately. "What do you mean by another world? And why are you here?" Minato was delighted. It seemed that the other party was willing to listen to their explanation. He immediately seized the opportunity and explained their origins and purpose to Rengoku Kyojuro in detail. Rengoku Kyojuro was skeptical, but after seeing the small wound that Minato cut to verify that he was a human, he put away his knife. Although he didn't quite understand the other world that Minato mentioned, these people were still human. And his enemies have always been demons, he would not draw his sword against humans. Chapter 256 Upper Rank. Seeing the flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro put away his knife. Tanjiro and others behind him also relaxed. He heaved a sigh of relief. Having just experienced a fierce battle, they were exhausted at this moment, and it was natural that they would be happy to avoid further fighting. However, just when they thought they could take a break, an unexpected situation happened again. The Hyuga brothers suddenly changed their expressions, hurried to Minato, and said to Rengoku Kyojuro nervously, "There are many things surrounding this side, are they your people?" Rengoku Kyojuro's face also changed suddenly when he heard this, and he immediately realized that the situation was not good. The innocent people they just rescued might be in danger at this moment. Without time to hesitate, Rengoku Kyojuro decisively drew out the knife in his hand and took a deep breath. Along with the rhythm of his breathing, the surrounding air seemed to be pulled and began to flow rapidly. He used the unique flame breathing method to transform the inhaled white air into a hot flame breath. Breathing of flame 1 type Shiranui. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Rengoku Kyojuro's figure rushed into the darkness in the distance like a burning lion. At the moment of his sprint, the temperature around him seemed to rise, and the air was filled with a burning breath. His figure drew a dazzling trail of fire in the night, like a meteor piercing the silent sky. Tanjiro and the other three followed closely behind, their figures flexibly shuttled through the woods, trying to catch up with Rengoku Kyojuro in front. Although fatigue had invaded their bodies, facing the crisis in front of them, they knew they had to cheer up and stand up. Tanjiro and the other three also followed closely behind, their figures quickly shuttled through the woods, chasing Rengoku Kyojuro's footsteps. Although they were exhausted at the moment, facing the impending crisis, they had to force themselves to cheer up. Minato and the others exchanged a few words after looking at each other, and followed them. They just exchanged a few words with Kyojuro. Although they didn't know everything clearly, they knew that Kyojuro was a demon slayer. Their target was the Demon King, and asking him for information was undoubtedly the right person to ask. In this case, it would be a good choice to sell a favor to Kyojuro without endangering themselves. When everyone arrived at the scene, they saw the survivors who had just been rescued hiding behind Rengoku Kyojuro in fear. Rengoku Kyojuro was held back by many demons. These cunning demons used guerrilla tactics. Once Rengoku Kyojuro tried to pursue a target, other demons would take the opportunity to attack the survivors. This put Rengoku Kyojuro in a passive situation and he couldn't get too far away from the survivors. Although he had killed several demons, it was really a drop in the bucket compared to the huge group of demons around him. What's more, he could clearly feel that a more dangerous aura was approaching. Just as Rengoku Kyojuro frowned and thought about countermeasures, Tanjiro, Minato, and others finally arrived in time. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, Rengoku Kyojuro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that he was no longer alone in this battle. Rengoku Kyojuro took advantage of the gap between repelling an evil ghost and loudly conveyed his intentions to Tanjiro and others. Tanjiro, you are responsible for protecting these people, I will go to completely eliminate those evil ghosts. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro drew out the Nichiren sword at his waist without hesitation and responded loudly, yes. Brother Kyojuro, you can go with peace of mind. Then, he quickly protected the survivors behind him together with Agatsuma Zenitsu and Hashibira Inishuke, forming a solid protective barrier. Seeing the actions of Tanjiro and others, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Rengoku Kyojuro's eyes. He gripped the hilt tightly, took a deep breath, and then swung it fiercely, Type 5 Flame Tiger. With a roar, it seemed as if a tiger made of flames jumped out from the tip of his knife and pounced on the evil spirits. The evil spirits seemed to be able to feel the hot breath emanating from the flame tiger, and fled backwards screaming in fear. However, their speed was no match for Kyojuro. He swung the flame knife, and each swing took the life of an evil spirit. As screams rang out, the number of evil spirits decreased rapidly. Minato and others witnessed this scene, and their faces became solemn. They could clearly feel that the strength displayed by Rengoku Kyojuro at this moment had surpassed the scope of ordinary jonin. His physical strength was so strong that they couldn't help but marvel at it. Although they were confident that they would not lose to Rengoku Kyojuro, in terms of physical strength alone, I'm afraid only Kushina could be compared with him. However, at this moment, a somewhat crazy voice suddenly echoed around. Such a clear fighting spirit, you are indeed a rare strong man. As soon as the voice fell, an evil ghost in a purple-red short shirt slowly walked out of the darkness. There were prayer beads hanging on his ankles, his short pink hair danced in the wind, and his golden eyes flashed a strange light in the night. His skin was extremely pale, as if he had never seen the sun. Rengoku Kyojuro noticed that there was a mark of Shangsun in the eyes of this evil ghost, and his heart sank suddenly. After quickly killing the last evil ghost, he immediately returned to Tanjiro and others and built a solid barrier with his body. However, Akaza didn't seem to care about Rengoku Kyojuro's actions. Instead, he said in a more appreciative tone, "What an amazing slash! With your strength, you will definitely be able to go further on the road of martial arts." As he said that, he turned his eyes to Minato and the others. Although they did not have the unique aura of warriors, Akaza's sixth sense told him that these people were also strong men who should not be underestimated. However, when his eyes fell on Kushina, Yakang, and Mikoto beside Minato, his face suddenly changed. He showed a look of disgust and said dissatisfiedly, "It's really a bummer. Is this a place that you women should not set foot in? Get out of here quickly, this is a battlefield exclusively for men." As soon as he finished speaking, before Yakang and the others got angry, a gentle and soft voice sounded beside him. "Oh, you can't say that. Girls are priceless treasures, especially those who are so beautiful and moving like these girls in front of you." As the voice came, a white-haired man slowly stepped out of the darkness. His eyes were as colorful as a rainbow, with a gentle smile that made people intoxicated, as if the spring breeze blew across the earth, warm and peaceful. Chapter 257. The Konoha team cooperated tacitly. Rengoku Kyojuro's face became more solemn, because he could clearly see that the mark of upper rank 2 flashed in the eyes of this new man. This means that they are facing not only Akaza at this moment, but also another upper rank demon with equally strong strength. This made Rengoku Kyojuro's mood sink to the bottom. However, just when he felt a little desperate, his mother's face suddenly flashed in his mind. He seemed to hear his mother's gentle voice, "Come on, Kyojuro. I have always trusted you, you can do it." These warm words instantly ignited his fighting spirit and cheered him up again. Rengoku Kyojuro made a firm promise to himself. Even if he died here, he would never let the people behind him get hurt. He would protect them with his life until the last moment. At the same time, Zinglio, Madara, and Hashirama, who were watching the progress of the battle in the different space, also noticed the changes in Rengoku Kyojuro. Zinglio looked at the transparent soul behind Rengoku Kyojuro thoughtfully, and had a deeper thought about this world. Although this world is not of high level, it has a unique reincarnation system. This surprised Zinglio and made him realize that there is something worth learning in this world. In contrast, the underworld of the Naruto world seems too loose, and any technique can break the boundary between life and death. Zinglio once considered letting the world will repair the Naruto world and strengthen the boundary between life and death. But in the end he gave up the idea because he himself had disturbed the sleep of the dead. He understood that double standards are not desirable. However, Xingliu did not give up thinking about reincarnation. After he returned to the Naruto world, he planned to establish a more complete reincarnation system so that those who were willing to reincarnate would have the opportunity to return to the human world. In this way, the boundary between life and death would be clearer, the world would be more orderly, and his understanding of the rules of reincarnation would also rise. Just as Xingliu was deep in thought, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The provocative words of upper rank 2 Doma and upper rank 3 Akaza angered the hot-tempered Kushina. Although she is no longer the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, her bloodline talent is still extremely powerful, otherwise she would not have been specially made as a Jinchuriki in the original work. In the previous self-introduction, Kushina had mentioned lightly that she was proficient in sealing techniques, but this was only the tip of the iceberg of her strength. In fact, her ability is much stronger than people imagine. At this moment, her fierce battle with Akaza is entering a white-hot stage, and the battle scene is extremely thrilling. Akaza was facing an unprecedented challenge at this moment. Whenever he launched an attack, a layer of mysterious runes would appear on Kushina's body. These runes seemed to have life and would dissolve his attacks one by one. And Kushina's seemingly light counter-attacks always left deep scars on him. At the moment when Akaza showed a flaw, Kushina punched him hard. Fist and flesh. At the moment of physical contact, Akaza's flesh and blood seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, leaving a shocking blood hole. However, Kushina did not give him a chance to breathe. She jumped up swiftly and stomped hard on Akaza. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis surged into Akaza's heart like a tide, forcing him to give up his dignity and roll on the ground in a panic to avoid the attack. Then, a loud noise came. I saw Kushina's foot stomped heavily on the ground, instantly smashing a huge hole in the ground. The scattered gravel shot towards Akaza like sharp arrows, piercing his body in many places. Fortunately, Akaza, as an upper-rank evil spirit, has the ability to regenerate quickly, otherwise he would have been defeated long ago. However, this battle was undoubtedly unprecedentedly frustrating for Akaza. As an evil ghost, he had long been accustomed to fighting in a way of exchanging injuries for injuries, but he did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage in such a battle today. Despite this, he dared not be negligent at this moment. The kick from Kushina just now made him deeply feel that if he was hit head-on again, even if he would not die, he would definitely lose his ability to move temporarily and become a turtle in a jar at the mercy of others. Therefore, he decisively distanced himself from Kushina and decided to change his tactics to avoid close combat with her. However, how could Kushina let him escape easily? But just as she was about to chase him, a piercing chill suddenly hit him. Blood Demon Art Lotus Leaf Ice. Doma's voice sounded not far away, and he waved the fan in his hand with a smile. In an instant, countless lotus-shaped ice crystals appeared on Akaza's retreat route. Although these ice crystals are beautiful, they exude a deadly chill, which makes people shudder. If Kushina had insisted on chasing, she would have been trapped in the frozen cloud. But fortunately, she stopped in time and avoided the fatal blow. Although I don't have a good relationship with Sangzi, my master will blame me for watching him being conquered. Doma said lightly, as if the attack just now was just a game. However, before he finished speaking, 2 loud gunshots suddenly came. After the 2 gunshots, their heads disappeared instantly. Then, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fukio appeared and used high-level fire escape ninjutsu. Fire escape. Great fire extinguishing. Fire escape. Great fire extinguishing. 2 blazing flames instantly engulfed Doma and Akaza. In view of Akaza's powerful regeneration ability, the two did not hesitate to use their most powerful fire escape ninjutsu to ensure that they were completely eliminated. However, this is not over yet. As the flames were raging, a thick earth wall rose out of nowhere, sealing off the raging flames. Doma and Akaza, Minato and Nawaki worked in harmony, performing the wind style, fierce wind palm. The strong wind raged in the confined space, pushing the fire to become more intense, and even the solid earth wall gradually showed cracks in the flames. All this happened in a flash, and Rengoku Kyojuro and others didn't even have time to react. Especially Agatsuma Zenitsu's expression, he was looking at Minato and others with a confused face at this time. As he looked at it, he suddenly looked at the knife in his hand, then tilted his head and walked around, asking a soul-searching question. Master Flame Pillar, I don't want to learn the breathing method anymore, I want to learn this. Rengoku ignored this funny man. After he came to his senses, he frowned and quickly ran towards Minato and others. As he ran, he reminded them seriously, you can't destroy the demons just by doing this. You have to chop off their heads with the sun blade. Chapter 258 The Tough Upper Rank Demon. However, Rengoku Kyojuro's reminder was still a step too late. The cracks on the earth wall became more and more dense. Just as everyone was on high alert, a figure suddenly broke free from the gap in the flames. That was Akaza. Although he suffered severe burns in many parts of his body, the amazing regeneration ability of the demons allowed him to regain his combat effectiveness in a very short time. His eyes burned with wildness and cruelty, as if he wanted to tear apart all the enemies in front of him. Destruction Kill Final Style Blue and Silver Random Remnant Light. Akaza let out a thunderous roar, and then a brilliant blue-white light burst out from his body. Countless light balls exploded wildly with him as the center, like a feast of destruction blooming in the night sky. Each ball of light contained a terrifying power, enough to instantly destroy everything around it into powder. Faced with this sudden attack, Minato and others' faces suddenly changed. They originally thought that they had trapped Akaza, but they didn't expect that he had such a powerful counter-attack ability. Scatter quickly! Minato shouted, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, appearing in another safe place. Nawaki also reacted quickly. He kicked the ground with both feet, and his body shot into the air like a cannonball, narrowly avoiding the attack range of the light ball. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fukyu tacitly formed seals and released the fire escape ninjutsu, and two blazing flames hit the light ball head-on. Although their fire escape ninjutsu was powerful, it seemed a little stretched under the dense attack of the light ball. Bang! 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 The explosion resounded through the sky, and the entire battlefield was engulfed in smoke and fire. In the chaos, it was difficult to distinguish between the enemy and us. The smoke from the explosion had not yet dissipated, and a cold and low voice suddenly echoed over the chaotic battlefield. Blood Demon Art Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. Then, a huge Guanyin ice sculpture appeared out of thin air, with its hands clasped together, emitting an extremely cold air all over its body. Doma lay in a mess on the huge lotus on the ice sculpture's shoulder, his clothes were burned in many places, and his face was as pale as ashes. However, his disgusting hypocritical smile was still on his face, as if he was indifferent to the life and death around him. Although you are rude, don't worry. He whispered softly, with a hint of weirdness and fanaticism in his voice, I will still lead you to the road of eternal life. As soon as the voice fell, the ice sculpture suddenly swung the hand knife, with a biting cold wind, and went straight to Kushina. The power of this attack was so strong that it seemed to cover the entire battlefield in cold death. However, facing this sudden attack, Kushina seemed unusually calm. There was a smile on the corner of her mouth, as if she had expected all this. At the moment when the ice knife was about to touch Kushina, countless runes suddenly appeared around the ice sculpture. They quickly turned into chains, locking the ice sculpture giant tightly, making it unable to move. You are the one who is going to die. Minato's voice suddenly sounded behind Doma. With the radiance of the Raise Non in his hand, he attacked Doma with the power of destroying the world. In Doma's stunned eyes, the huge Raise Non instantly blew his upper body to pieces. However, Minato did not stop there. He quickly formed seals with both hands and performed a powerful sealing technique. Sealing Technique 4 Symbol Seal. With a low shout from Minato, he slapped his palm on Doma's body. Countless runes immediately gathered from all directions and tightly wrapped Doma's body. In the end, Doma's body was completely sealed in a scroll. However, at this moment, Rengoku Kyojuro's voice suddenly sounded. This is not enough. The flesh and blood he left behind will regenerate into another upper-rank demon. Use your ability to set fire just now to burn all the remaining flesh and blood. Minato's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he hurriedly continued to make seals, trying to use flames to completely burn the remaining flesh and blood. Unfortunately, his speed was still a step slower. The part of Doma that had just been blown into pieces had gathered together again, forming a small Doma. He sneered, quickly condensed a small ice sculpture of Guanyin, and took him away from the spot. How could Minato give up easily? He directly performed the instant body technique to prepare for pursuit. However, several groups of bluish-white light balls suddenly blocked his way. Having seen the power of this attack, Minato knew that he could not take it head-on, so he had to temporarily avoid the edge and stopped. At the same time, Rengoku Kyojuro also took this opportunity to get rid of Akaza, who was confronting him, and jumped back to the camp of Minato and others. He looked at the two upper-rank demons opposite with a serious face, and said loudly, "These demons can only be killed by beheading with the sun blade or being exposed to the sun. It is difficult to completely eliminate them by other methods." After listening to Rengoku Kyojuro's explanation, Minato and others subconsciously nodded to show their understanding. They just witnessed the amazing regeneration ability of these two demons with their own eyes. Whether it was the burning of the raging fire or the restraint of the sealing technique, it was difficult to completely eliminate them. Such an enemy undoubtedly brought great trouble to everyone. What is more worrying is that the situation on the side of the Hyuga brothers, Yakang and Luo Sha, is not optimistic. Originally, they planned to let the Hyuga brothers use chakra guns to attack from a distance, while Yakang and Luo Sha provided protection. But now it seems that the plan has changed, and the battle over there may have fallen into a stalemate. Just as Minato and the others were thinking about countermeasures, the two demons on the opposite side suddenly had an internal conflict. Under the cover of Akaza, the small Doma fled to his side, expressing his gratitude with a hypocritical smile on his face. However, Akaza obviously did not appreciate it. He snorted coldly and kicked the small Doma aside with disdain, his tone full of fighting spirit and enthusiasm. "Don't get in the way here, I'm full of fighting spirit at the moment. There are so many strong people, just let I enjoy a good fight." Doma, who was kicked aside, did not show any dissatisfaction. He knew that his strength was greatly damaged at the moment and was far from his peak state. For him, finding survivors to replenish his flesh and blood and restore his strength was the top priority. Therefore, he did not argue with Akaza, but quietly prepared to evacuate the battlefield. Doma knew in his heart that at this moment, he was indeed as Akaza said, and staying on the battlefield would only become a burden. Instead of dragging his feet here, it is better to leave early and find an opportunity to restore his strength. Only in this way can he better complete the task assigned by Lord Muzan. After all, the four upper-rank demons joined forces this time, not for fun. Thinking of this, Doma glanced at Nezuko beside Tanjiro calmly, and secretly calculated the next plan in his heart. Chapter 259 Accidental Severe Injury. At the other end of the forest, the Hyuga brothers, Yakang and Luo Sha, confronted the two demons with solemn faces. In front of them stood a ghost who looked like a samurai. His body shape was no different from that of a human, but his face was enough to make a child cry at night. He had 6 eyes on his face, arranged in 3 rows. The words upper string 1 were engraved in the middle eye, which was daunting. The ghost seemed calm at the moment, and did not seem to take Hinata and others seriously. His eyes revealed a kind of contempt and disdain. Next to him stood another ghost with a strange shape. The mouth of this ghost grew where the eyes were, but the eyes moved to the forehead and mouth, and the whole face was distorted and weird. His upper body was muscular, but he had no arms. Instead, he had several small arms on his head, which looked both absurd and terrifying. Although the appearance of this ghost was very strange, the strong sense of oppression he exuded made the four brothers Hinata, Yakang, and Luosha dare not take it lightly. They knew that the two enemies in front of them were not ordinary people. If they were not careful, they might fall into an irretrievable situation. It is your honor to have the two of us, the upper ranks, join forces to deal with you. Yahoo posed and taunted narcissistically. However, his words did not cause any response. The Hyuga brothers just looked at each other and took a soft fist-fighting stance. Yakang and Luosha also secretly formed seals and prepared to launch an attack. Kokushibo glanced at Yahoo lightly, and was about to ask him to go all out, but the attack of the Hyuga brothers had already struck like lightning. 8 trigrams mountain collapse. With a low shout, the two Hyuga brothers merged into one and struck out with the same action. In an instant, an invisible force burst out like a landslide, and slammed into Kokushibo and Tamahide. Under the impact of this force, Kokushibo and Tamahide retreated rapidly as if they were hit by a giant hammer. They could clearly feel that this force was eroding their bodies like a maggot attached to their bones, and even their internal organs seemed to be ruthlessly torn apart. If they were ordinary humans, they would probably have died at this moment. However, as upper-rank demons, their recovery ability is amazing. After flying out for only more than 10 meters, they stabilized their bodies, and the injuries on their bodies were healed in this short period of time. This level of attack is not even a minor injury for them. Hyuga's white eyes naturally captured all these changes. Hayashi's pupils shrank, and he was extremely shocked. He quickly shouted out this important information. They have a very strong ability to recover. They completely recovered from the injuries caused by the previous attack in less than 3 seconds. Hearing Hayashi's shout, Yakang and Luosha immediately took action. Since physical attacks are no threat to these two upper-rank demons, use ninjutsu. Yakang quickly formed seals with both hands, pushed forward fiercely, and shouted, "Scorch release, oversteam kill." In an instant, several dark red fireballs condensed around her, and flew towards Kokushibo and Yahoo like lightning with scorching heat. As a strong man with a transparent world, Kokushibo was used to all kinds of attacks, but today's battle surprised him again and again. First, they were knocked away by a blow from dozens of meters away, and now there was this powerful fireball attack. His heart was in turmoil, and for a moment he even thought that these humans were more like ghosts. However, this idea was quickly thrown out of his mind. He quickly pulled out the hollow crying god, swung it forward fiercely, and performed the moon-breathing skill, land-type change Ilon Moon Mujian. The next moment, countless crescent-shaped slashes flew out of his hands, heading for the flying fireballs. However, contrary to the expectations of Kokushibo and Yakang, when the fireballs collided with the crescent-shaped slashes, they did not cancel each other out as they had imagined. On the contrary, after slowing down slightly, the fireballs continued to move firmly towards the original target flew away. This scene made Kokushibo's pupils shrink instantly. Obviously, he did not expect this situation. And those fireballs, after breaking through the obstacles of the slash, continued to attack him and Yahoo mercilessly. Kokushibo stood confidently in place, slightly shifting his body, trying to let the fireball pass by him. However, the result surprised him. Although the fireball only lightly brushed his body, he felt that the half of his body that was brushed was completely out of control. A closer look showed that half of his body was already shriveled. Obviously, the water in that part of the body had all evaporated. This attack caused the always conceited Kokushibo to suffer a great loss. And Yahoo's experience was even more tragic. In order to protect his beloved pot from being destroyed, he showed his full strength and prepared to resist this attack with his body that was harder than diamond. However, the moment the fireball touched his body, Yahoo felt an unprecedented crisis. But it was too late to regret, the high temperature instantly evaporated his entire body into a mummy. Although as ghosts, they did not die because of this, their powerful self-healing ability allowed them to continue their lives. But at this moment, their strength has been greatly reduced, especially Yahoo, who has almost completely lost his combat effectiveness. This attack method of directly evaporating the water in the body makes their self-healing extremely difficult. Because it is not just the water that evaporates, the blood in the body is also evaporated. By chance, the effect of this attack far exceeded everyone's expectations. Yakang and others were ready to fight hard with these two monsters, after all, their self-healing ability is too strong. But no one expected that these two ghosts would be so careless and even dare to take Yakang's over-evaporation. Of course, this cannot be entirely blamed on Kokushibo and Yu-Hu. As ghosts who have survived for hundreds of years, in addition to being afraid of the attack of the Sun Wheel Sword, other attacks have been subconsciously weakened in their hearts. Because of this, they will suffer such a big loss. Although the Hyuga brothers were shocked by this scene, they also quickly seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They flashed and appeared at the side of Kokushibo like ghosts, and quickly formed seals with their hands and slapped them. 8 trigrams empty palm. Invisible air waves instantly burst out from their palms, hitting Kokushibo fiercely with the force of thunder. At this moment, Kokushibo had no time to dodge and could only withstand the blow. The air waves hit him hard, and it felt like being hit head-on by a huge mountain. His body was instantly knocked out and hit the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, Luasha also took the opportunity to launch an attack. He formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground fiercely. Magnetic Release Gold Dust Burial. Chapter 260 Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, countless gold dust rushed in like a violent torrent, tightly binding Kokushibo and Yu-Hu in its violent vortex. The two people who were seriously injured and almost exhausted their strength struggled hard, twisting their bodies, trying to break free from the golden cage. However, the gold dust's restraints were getting tighter and tighter, trying to imprison them forever in this golden hell. Kokushibo watched himself being dragged into the bottomless abyss by the gold dust. At this moment, he could feel that if he was dragged down like this, there might be no future. There was something down there that could make him, as a ghost, feel a fatal threat. In fact, he guessed correctly. If he was really dragged down, he would be sealed. So at this critical moment of life and death, a ray of determination flashed in Kokushibo's eyes. He wanted to live. Thinking of this, he suddenly stretched out his arm and grabbed the jade pot beside him at an astonishing speed. Then, he opened his mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and bit down without hesitation. At this moment, the whole battlefield seemed to be still. The Hyuga brothers, Yakang, and others stared with their eyes wide open, looking at the bloody and cruel scene in front of them in disbelief. The screams of Yu-Hu resounded through the sky, intertwined with the roars of Kokushibo, forming a thrilling picture. Amid their struggles and screams, Shajin continued to tighten the restraints, trying to drag them into the endless darkness. However, Kokushibo did not give up. He bit Yu-Hu's body hard, drawing a trace of strength from it. Every bite was accompanied by Yu-Hu's screams and his own painful gasps, but he refused to let go like a crazy beast. As Kokushibo frantically sucked Yu-Hu's flesh and blood, his previously shriveled body actually recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, countless sharp protrusions like swords suddenly grew on the surface of his body, as if to cut off everything that bound him. Finally, with a deafening roar, Kokushibo broke free from the gold dust and regained his freedom. He stood there, panting, his eyes coldly swept over the weak Yu-Hu, without any mercy for his former companion. Then he performed a form of moon breathing, second form, pearl flower moon playing, forcing back the Hyuga brothers who wanted to take the opportunity to drive him back underground. At this moment, his figure became more and more strange and dangerous under the moonlight. And Yu-Hu, under the control of Luasha, was slowly dragged into the ground by the gold dust. He struggled and roared, trying to break free from the golden cage that bound him. However, everything was in vain. Luasha formed seals with both hands and performed a powerful sealing technique, completely sealing Yu-Hu deep underground. Kokushibo stood aside, his eyes as sharp as a blade, tightly locking on Luosha and others. However, at this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the enemy in front of him. He thought that they could not pose a threat to him without the Sun Blade, but he suffered a great loss in a face-to-face confrontation. This was hard for him, who had always been conceited, to accept. The anger in his heart was burning, and he urgently needed to find an outlet to vent. However, at this moment, the dawn was faintly visible in the sky. It turned out that, without knowing it, dawn had quietly approached. This discovery made Kokushibo, who wanted to fight with all his strength, stop. He remembered the task that Lord Muzan had given them. Muzan sent out 4 upper strings at a time to ensure that there was no mistake. Kokushibo originally planned to quickly deal with Hinata and others, and then go to support the other side. After all, he didn't want to be shot through the arm in the battle. However, he didn't expect that he almost became someone else's dead soul. Now, the sky is about to dawn, and there is not much time left for him. After weighing the pros and cons, Kokushibo felt that the mission was more important. He turned around and quickly rushed to the battlefield on the other side. Yakang wanted to chase him, but was stopped by Luosha. Don't chase him, we will provide remote support here. Moreover, this thing underground also needs to be guarded to prevent anyone from releasing it. Luosha said in a deep voice. Yakang thought it made sense and stopped chasing. The Hyaga brothers climbed up the tree tacitly, took out the chakra gun, and aimed at Minato's battlefield again. When Kokushibo hurried to the battlefield, the tragic situation in front of him was more serious than he expected. Let's go back a few minutes ago. At that time, Doma chose to retreat because of his damaged strength and went to find flesh and blood that could be restored. Akaza was left alone to support it. Although Rengoku Kyojuro and the 3 little ones also evacuated to protect the survivors, they left a Nichiren sword for Minato to use before leaving. This knife posed a huge threat to Akaza, forcing him to concentrate on dealing with it. However, the reality was cruel. Facing the siege of Minato and the other 4, Akaza only lasted for a minute before he fell into the brink of life and death. He barely escaped with his strong recovery ability. Knowing that he could not continue to resist, he finally chose to flee in the direction of Doma. In comparison, Doma's situation was much better. Although his strength was also damaged, he was still not easily defeated by the flame pillar. What's more, Kyojuro also needed to distract himself to protect the survivors, which caused him to suffer heavy damage in a short period of time. Fortunately, Tanjiro burst out with great power at the critical moment, allowing them to barely resist Doma's fierce attack. Just when they felt powerless, Akaza and Minato and the other 4 arrived at the battlefield in time. In the end, Doma and Akaza fought together and barely resisted the fierce attack of Minato and others. However, just when they were expecting upper rank 1 Kokushibo to come to support, a familiar gunshot suddenly sounded, and their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. After all, this meant that the battlefield on that side was a victory for Minato. Moreover, the sudden gunshot not only disrupted their mentality, but also gave Minato and others the opportunity to cut off Akaza's head in one fell swoop. When Kokushibo arrived at the battlefield, this scene happened right in front of him. After Minato cut off Akaza's head, his movements did not stop at all. He quickly shifted the target of the attack and aimed the spear at Doma. The gunshot that followed also prevented Doma, who had already dodged, from completely avoiding Minato's fatal blow. His legs were broken by the gunshot. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Doma, with his superhuman reaction, blocked Minato's subsequent attack with a fan, winning himself a glimmer of hope. The sound of the gun also brought Kokushibo back to his senses. He tightly grasped the knife in his hand and swept it out, attacking Minato with a thunderous force. Although Minato easily blocked the attack, but the powerful strength unique to demons still forced him back a few steps. However, the retreating Minato was not in a hurry to launch another attack. The sun has risen in the sky, and the first ray of sunlight is shining on the earth, casting a golden glow.